On a chilly autumn night, along the streets of the lower town, the night market, a century-old tradition, continues to thrive to this moment. Floating food stalls are beckoning passers-by. Sleek magnetic levitation vehicles glide through the air, causing the expressions of the waiting patrons to contort into discomfort. Yet no complaints escape their lips. In this city, entirely constructed of metal, the vibrancy of its inhabitants seems to have waned. It is the year 3078, or as it is known, the 78th year of the celestial descent. A millennium ago, the sky was shrouded in a peculiar mist, and countless mysterious portals appeared across the globe. The earth itself expanded, transforming once familiar paths into landscapes dominated by towering mountains and dense forests. The distances between nations have grown considerably, rendering airplanes obsolete as the fastest means of transport. The sole remaining Huaxia, after the first combat squad ventured through a colossal portal located at the peak of what was once the highest mountain, has evolved into a nation where technology, martial prowess, supernatural abilities, and the art of cultivation coexist, embarking on a journey of exploration beyond its borders. However, those venturing outward were horrified to discover colossal creatures inhabiting the newly formed mountains and lakes. Some of these beings were merely enormous, yet others possessed both an extraordinary size and grotesque forms, exhibiting terrifying offensive capabilities and formidable defenses that even nuclear weapons could not penetrate. These creatures, aptly named the wild beasts, shattered any conventional weaponry upon contact. Upon the discovery of these entities, Huaxia's exploration forces retreated in haste, inadvertently attracting the attention of some wild beasts to the vulnerable beings residing beyond the portal, leading to significant losses for Huaxia, including the fall of numerous cities. Ultimately, through the valiant resistance of exceptionally talented warriors, cultivators, and supernatural beings, Huaxia gradually stabilized the situation. In order to better combat the wild beasts, Huaxia organized its populace to explore the portals. Yet, the world within was fraught with peril. After expending countless resources, Huaxia was left with only 12 portals. This transformation led to profound changes in Huaxia. The realms beyond the portals harbored not only opportunities, but also other intelligent life forms. Presently, Huaxia is home to over 100 distinct races, alongside humans, which prompted the nation to be renamed the Divine State Alliance. Simultaneously, the entire cultivation system within the alliance underwent a metamorphosis. There arose specialists in weaponry known as mechanics, sword-wielding sages, world-destroying exterminators, and earth-shattering warriors, collectively referred to as professionals. To become a professional, one must awaken their innate talents through the world stone upon reaching the age of 18. Otherwise, they cannot absorb the energy known as spiritual qi. Naturally, professionals are stratified by their abilities to absorb spiritual qi, allowing them to grow stronger through the defeat of wild beasts, while those unable to do so remain merely robust individuals. Regrettably, Zhang Zhong found himself among the latter. Talent grade, Crimson Flame, congratulations Lin Xiao. As long as you can break through to the 10th level of martial prowess and absorb spiritual qi, you shall become a spirit warrior. Talent grade, Strength Amplification. Keep pushing. With effort, you too can succeed. Talent grade S. Shadow Power, Impressive Lulu. You have already reached the 9th level of martial arts. Make sure to consume plenty of beast meat before the college entrance examination. You will undoubtedly become a spiritual martial artist. Talent grade C. Hardening. Not bad. But proceed with caution. Next. Where is everyone? Zhang Zhong, what are you doing? Still sleeping at this hour? The sound of high heels clicking against the wooden floor grew increasingly pronounced. I was sleeping. What nonsense! Zhang Zhong abruptly stood from his seat, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on the woman before him. It must be said. The woman was strikingly beautiful. Her skin as delicate as cream, nearly reflecting light, with eyes that gleamed like gold. In short, she was stunning. Her long, crimson hair cascaded down to her waist, failing to conceal her pointed ears. At that moment, Zhang Zhong felt a buzzing in his head. This woman was not human. Zhang Zhong, why are you still dawdling? Get up there. I'm truly exasperated with you, sleeping even on awakening day. The woman's voice carried a strong accent from the magical city, and as Zhang Zhong snapped out of his stupor, he instinctively approached the podium and placed his hand upon it. Ding! Energy contact established, intake complete. The infinite multiverse traversal system is ready for the next transfer. Current selectable worlds. Parallel High Martial. Please choose wisely. Life is singular. Cherish it. As the system's voice echoed in the depths of his consciousness, an infinite realm unfolded in Zhang Zhong's mind, populated by countless versions of himself, too numerous to discern, with even more indistinct human silhouettes in the distance. Talent Grade F, multiple clones, Zhang Zhong. Teacher, I strongly advise against participating in the college entrance examination. Even with innate skills, do not risk it after all, the beasts are no trifling matter. Even entering the premises is not worth wagering your life. Exactly. As the lowest performer, Zhang Zhong, it's best you refrain. I don't want your poor results to affect me. Xiao Xiao is right. There are concerns about certain individuals lacking awareness. Indeed, our Xiao Xiao has awakened in Scrade talent, the body of swallowing flame, destined to become a fire element spiritual martial artist. As the teacher's words of caution faded, the young master of the Xiao family seated at the front immediately interjected, followed by the raucous cheers of his entourage. Zhang Zhong at this moment could hardly be bothered with the woman, likely teacher. As his mental clarity returned, he realized that he was neither traversing nor reborn. Rather, he had been idly passing time, fully aware that his awakened talent was the ability of duplication. Thus, he had sent one of his clones into the space activated by the system, and during the summer break, he devoted all his energy to this clone, embarking on a journey through parallel worlds. In that world, Zhang Zhong lived for 25 years, from birth to death, immersed in a lifestyle reminiscent of a millennium past. Unbeknownst to him, he had completely blended into that existence, consequently deploying 100 clones into this world through temporal manipulation. Of those 100, only the last one arrived in the 21st century, a time historians refer to as the fictitious human history, where Zhang Zhong discovered that the entity in his mind was called a system. Now, with the demise of the clones, the primary consciousness has returned, experiencing the augmented strength that accompanies the presence of another individual within the body. The consumption of 100 avatars has elevated the primary entity to the 5th level of martial prowess, barely reaching the stage of harnessing vital energy. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Yi. I understand and certainly would not jest with my own life. Zhang Zhong remained seated, reluctant to move even a muscle. Apart from Teacher Yi, he showed little interest in his classmates, for he was aware that his circumstances were far less favorable than theirs, rendering him unable to engage with this group. Chapter 2. I've lost again. 2. In response to the scornful jests of class leader Xiao and his sycophants, Zhang Zhong remained utterly unfazed. After all, he essentially possessed the wisdom of a century, rendering the antics of these youthful children trivial in his eyes. As he felt the surge of power coursing through his veins, an astounding 100, yes, 100. He reveled in the augmentation of his strength derived from the accumulation of vitality and memories through 100 normal and extraordinary deaths. Each clone contributed but a fraction, yet collectively they elevated Zhang Zhong's prowess by a substantial 100 points. It is noteworthy that during this holiday, aside from idly sending his clones to other realms to garner returned memories and vitality, Zhang Zhong also discovered several innate skills inherent to his talent. Consciousness transfer, instantaneous clone deployment, referred to as swift casting, memory return, and clone fusion. Upon utilizing these skills, he discerned that there was no cooldown period, effectively granting him countless lives. Moreover, upon the demise of a clone, he could reclaim its memories, spirit, and physical attributes. Through the process of clone fusion, Zhang Zhong realized that after merging a sufficient number of clones, he could enhance fundamental capabilities such as familial environment and physical fitness in other worlds. With diligent effort over the summer, he finally unlocked the high martial world. Observing class leader Xiao's proud demeanor, Zhang Zhong was eager to witness the moment when he would topple Xiao during the assessment. With the return of vitality, his strength, speed, and reflexes were now primed to surpass his former self. This evening, he vowed to break through to the realm of martial artists before the college entrance examination. Releasing his tightly clenched right fist, Zhang Zhong commenced a fervent fusion of clones within his consciousness space. Only when he had successfully merged 1,000 clones did he pause, gazing at the shimmering purple essence of his clones, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Remember, life is but one. Act within your limits. Indeed, dear teacher, we shall remember. As he looked upon the students he had guided for 3 years, Yi Xiaoxiao could only smile gently as she continued. It has been a pleasure to accompany you through your studies these past 3 years. I wish you all a future filled with brilliance and the flourishing of martial arts. May the Elven King be with you all. With Yi Xiaoxiao's words, she transformed into a flurry of floating maple leaves, vanishing from the podium. Wow, free at last. What a relief. It's finally over. Let us not leave just yet. Let us strategize for battle. Yes, now is not the time for liberation. Although the assessment does not mandate teams, having allies is far superior to going solo. What is there to divide among the 10 of us? Let us just align according to the divisions in honor of heroes. Tang Xiao was right. Their previous defeat had cost Xiao Xiao 2,000 alliance coins, and now it was time to see who could claim the most prey. As the voices from the classroom faded into the distance, Zhang Zhong felt no sense of isolation. He had already boarded the hovering elevator to descend to the teaching building's ground level. Moments later, standing before the school gate and gazing back at the institution, he set off towards his residence in the old district. He needed to hurry home and send his clones into the newly established high martial world, striving to break through to the 10th level of martial artists tonight. Only then could he ensure a seamless entry into the 5 great war academies. Soon, he arrived at his home on the 19th floor of the old district, opening the time-worn, rust-laden door. Upon entering the room and consuming the nutrient solution from the refrigerator, Zhang Zhong reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes as his consciousness gradually sank into the realm of awareness. The fusion commenced. With Zhang Zhong's intent, 1,000 indistinct avatars within the consciousness space began to merge swiftly, and soon, a vague yet towering silhouette emerged. From this moment forth, you shall be designated as Experiment Avatar Number 1. System: activate the passage and locate the lower-tier high martial world. Kenka. Ding. Location confirmed. Lower-tier high martial world. Dimension: Kenka. Spatial passage opened. Ding. Shall we commence the traversal? As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Zhang Zhong's supine form quivered as if experiencing frame drops. In the blink of an eye, a blurred and imposing figure split from his body. Observing the shadow-like hands, Zhang Zhong glanced at his own body, which had also risen, and communicated with the system in his mind. Affirmative. With a rush, Zhang Zhong felt a darkness envelop him, and he lost consciousness. This chapter's reading rules: 1. The system is merely a straightforward traversal mechanism. Apart from crossing dimensions, it features a multiverse shop where, provided one has sufficient energy points, anything can be purchased. Energy points can be acquired through tasks or by eliminating specific targets. 2. Initial phases will include system tasks, but these will cease later on. 3. The protagonist is aware of Kenka due to prior experiences with 100 parallel world traversals. 4. The main world does not contain Kenka, but features characters from works such as Under One Person, Swallowing the Starry Sky, Godzilla, and Sword Comes. As Experiment Avatar Number 1 entered Kenka, the primary consciousness of Zhang Zhong poured most of its essence into this avatar, for the lower-tier high martial world was far from an ordinary parallel universe. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your successful reincarnation. Strive to live well. Life is singular and should be cherished. Ding! Identity: Fan Ma Zhongshan, an unexpected product of Fan Ma Wai Zhi during a certain encounter in Huaxia. Ding! Please draw a novice red packet. As 3 golden and 4 purple cards materialized within the avatar's consciousness, the original Zhang Zhong involuntarily smiled, for his conjecture was indeed correct. Not only were there multiple talent options, but also 2 additional talent equipment slots. It is noteworthy that in his previous 100 avatars, each had either a single talent slot or none at all, let alone the existence of a novice red packet. As for how Zhang Zhong knew about the talent slots, please refer to Chapter 1. White. Health. White. Disability. White. Intellectual deficiency. Purple. Physically sound. Normal. Purple. Intelligence 126. Purple. Bull-like strength. Purple. Appealing appearance. Golden. Diligence rewarded by heaven. Golden. Martial arts prodigy. Golden. Demon devourer. Ding. Please select a talent card. Life is meaningful when lived with purpose. Gazing at the 10 cards before him, Zhang Zhong recalled the plot of Kenka and decisively infused Golden. Martial arts prodigy. golden, demon devourer, and purple, physically sound, normal into the chest of the towering silhouette avatar. A radiant white light obscured Zhang Zhong's vision, and thus, he was born in a hospital. Abandoned by his mother at the tender age of 1 due to his crimson eyes, he was taken in by a boxer at the age of 2. By 3, he had found a guardian in Master Zhang. 4. Life flourished under the care of his adoptive father, who had many disciples. At 5, Zhang Zhong was eager to learn martial arts, particularly Xingyiquan, from his father. 12 years swiftly passed, and due to his lack of academic diligence, Zhang Zhong did not attend higher education, instead returning home to train in boxing alongside his father. At 16, tragedy struck when his adoptive father was poisoned by his eldest disciple during a commercial competition and brutally defeated in the ring by an adversary employing Muay Thai. Upon discovering the truth at 17, Zhang Zhong took decisive action during a maritime trade competition, employing the dragon and snake strike to eliminate his eldest brother, leaving him adrift at sea. Now, at the age of 18, having come to terms with his brother's fate, Zhang Zhong liquidated his adoptive father's estate and relocated to the land of cherry blossoms. Chapter 3 Task 1 The scene before Zhang Zhong swiftly shifted, reminiscent of countless slides flickering in his mind. On the streets of Tokyo, a towering figure twisted among the crowd, appearing as if seized by a fit of madness, his body swaying like a willow branch in the wind. What was wrong with this person? On drugs? Stay away from him. Such voices incessantly echoed in Zhang Zhong's ears, causing his eyes to roll before snapping back to normal. He raised his right hand to his forehead, a manic laugh escaping his lips. Ding. Task: eliminate or defeat Sci-Fi. Reward: 1,000 energy points. Let the hunt begin. I can hardly wait. The time for the chase is upon us. The maniacal laughter abruptly ceased as Zhang Zhong's legs bent and straightened with force, propelling his body upward like a cannonball. Grasping the eaves, he exerted himself and vaulted onto the rooftop, disappearing from the astonished pedestrian's view in a matter of moments. Simultaneously, an astonishing and chilling prison break occurred in one of the world's 5 most dangerous penitentiaries, housing the most severe criminals. As these felons escaped, they left behind only a chilling statement. They wished to experience the taste of defeat. If a satellite were to capture images of these individuals at that moment, it would reveal that all 5 were heading towards Tokyo, where the cherry blossoms bloomed. Zhang Zhong now stood at the entrance of a park, gazing at the dimly lit street lamps casting a yellow glow, resembling the gaping maw of a dark beast. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the park. Bang! The sound of a trash can being struck rang out abruptly. Zhang Zhong turned to look, instinctively crouching down. A chilling breeze whistled over his head, followed by the sound of the trash can colliding with a tree. Paying no heed to the commotion behind him, Zhang Zhong's gaze fixed upon a massive figure just a few meters away. Under the yellow light, an imposing silhouette suddenly emerged. The figure retracted its right foot, having just kicked the trash can, and effortlessly uprooted a 2-meter metal bench, launching it toward Zhang Zhong as if it were a frisbee. Zhang Zhong's right foot surged forward, his heel striking the ground, his body moving like a serpent. The transition from stillness to motion was instantaneous, his form becoming a mere shadow in the darkness, easily dodging the bench that flew toward him like a boomerang. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two was reduced to mere steps. Serpent-like, he searched for his foe. The essence of the serpent lies in its elusive nature, speed, and unpredictability. Zhang Zhong executed this principle with finesse, covering dozens of meters with just a single step. In the dim light, a figure clad in a black leather trench coat emerged. Sci-Fi, towering at 230 centimeters, muscles bulging like a lion poised for the hunt, emanating a wild and suffocating aura. Zhang Zhong's body involuntarily trembled. His skin beneath his clothes flushed crimson, muscles grinding against bone as if alive. Apologies. That was merely a greeting. Please call me Sci-Fi. I hope you allow me to savor the taste of defeat. Is that so? It seems you are prepared. Without waiting for Sci-Fi to close the distance, Zhang Zhong suddenly surged forward, swiping his left hand aside to clear the path, then unleashed a powerful punch. Cannon Fist, the fundamental technique of Xingyiquan, erupts with a force as explosive as a cannonball. Suddenly, An immense power surges forth, akin to the explosion of gunpowder, sending Sci-Bike hurtling through the air. Witnessing such a display for the first time, Sci-Bike feels a surge of bravado, yet remains unconcerned, confident that upon landing, he possesses various methods to deal with this white-haired youth. However, Zhang Zhong had no intention of delivering merely a single punch. As the saying goes, even a lion exerts its full strength when pouncing on a rabbit, let alone the fact that Sci-Bike is no ordinary foe. With a swift motion, Zhang Zhong, before Sci-Bike has even landed, unleashes a barrage of strikes targeting Sci-Bike's joints with thunderous impacts. Despite his formidable stature, Sci-Bike finds himself forced to retreat repeatedly, struck back by Zhang Zhong, who stands less than 2 meters tall. The sound of gulu gulu emanates not from hunger, but rather from the ceaseless expansion and contraction of Zhang Zhong's bones and muscles, generating friction against his skin. This incarnation of Zhang Zhong possesses the strength equivalent to a level 10 martial artist, characterized by the full mastery of Mingjin, with bones resonating and a force akin to 1,000 pounds. Before becoming a spiritual martial artist on Earth, there existed 20 levels of martial artists, with the 10th level referred to as Qi Skin, Refined Flesh, Tempered Bones, and Jade Blood. Each pair of levels presents a significant hurdle, and typically, an average individual hovers around the 15th level. Sci-Bike, sensing the hardness behind him, realizes that their skirmish has progressed from the center of the park to the corner near the public restroom. Old ghost, at your age, aren't you afraid of straining your back and being buried in the ground? Stripping away his tattered school uniform, which had shredded during the intense exertion, Sci-Bike barely catches his breath before Zhang Zhong advances, his movements reverberating like thunder, accompanied by the faint sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls. Suddenly, the loud noise sends a shiver down Sci-Bike's spine, causing his hair to stand on end, and his body instinctively contracts. The dragon-tiger convergence resonates, as the sound of the dragon's roar fills the air, with steam swirling around Zhang Zhong like a soaring dragon, roaring forth as his fists collide with the restroom wall. Instantly, the restroom collapses as if struck by artillery fire. Sci-Bike's eyes widen in shock, his initial disdain evaporating. While he could demolish a building at his level, he had not anticipated that this white-haired, red-eyed youth could achieve such a feat, transmitting power throughout the entire structure. Ha! Good lad. Now let us begin in earnest. With a swift motion, Sci-Bike discards his completely tattered windbreaker, revealing muscles twisted like reinforced steel, and adopts a fighting stance. In a flash, Sci-Bike darts to the side of Zhang Zhong, and in an instant, his vision blurs as he delivers a relentless barrage of strikes to Zhang Zhong's abdomen, waist, face, shoulders, and calves, akin to a torrential downpour. As Sci-Bike's consecutive blows rain down, Zhang Zhong's skin reddens, glowing like a searing iron, illuminating the dark park with fiery brilliance. Blood burning, a critical subject in martial arts training, allows for the rapid consumption of bodily energy to enhance resilience against strikes and increase strength. However, it requires replenishment of proteins and water within 10 minutes, or one risks succumbing to dehydration. This technique is a simplified version practiced in the Jade Blood realm, essential for every martial artist, serving as a vital skill for survival in dire moments. Cackling. Old ghost, haven't you eaten? If not, go grab a bite. Are you prepared to receive my gratitude? Sci-Bike uttered not a sound, yet his eyes glimmered with a fierce light as the speed of his punches intensified, each strike faster than the last, akin to a hammer forging iron ingots. As he felt his skin crack, Zhang Zhong's lips curled upward in a smile. His motivation extended beyond mere duty, driven by the pursuit of cultivation. The term red skin did not merely imply swelling, but rather signified blood. Only through the baptism of blood could one's skin attain a crimson hue. Naturally, this method is not to be employed lightly, for not everyone possesses the resilience of Zhang Zhong to endure such a rebirth. Chapter 4. The cunning old fox. Each punch landed with the force of a battering ram, the collision between flesh and bone resonating through the air. Old ghost, are you enjoying yourself? Now it's my turn. With a thunderous roar, Zhang Zhong's vitality surged, distorting the very air around him. Gradually, he transformed into a colossal bear. His hands, acting as shields on either side, exerted tremendous force, breaking free from the torrential barrage of punches. His right hand, resembling an eagle's claw, swiftly seized Cybek's wrist, while he deftly maneuvered his body closer to Cybek. Bang! Zhang Zhong's strike interrupted Cybek's offensive, akin to a wall of defense crashing down, propelling Cybek backward. With a fierce shake of his grip on Cybek's wrist, the latter was forcefully slammed into the ground, littered with shattered bricks. The strength had indeed increased. It turned out blood energy could be wielded in such a manner. It was once inconceivable for Zhang Zhong to toss a 2-meter-tall man with one hand, yet the successful cultivation of the crimson skin had amalgamated his blood energy with his inherent strength, enabling him to treat Cybek like a mere sack of flour. Ha, kid, that was quite the punch. Cybek staggered to his feet, shaking off the dust and flexing his wrist, readying himself once more for combat. As Zhang Zhong approached, an inexplicable wave of murderous intent surged within him. Suddenly, a large handful of sand and gravel was hurled towards him. Reacting swiftly, Zhang Zhong exerted force beneath his feet and retreated, bending low to scan the ground, his eyes fixed on Cybek. To his astonishment, Cybek abruptly turned, grasping a nearby park bench, which weighed hundreds of pounds yet felt like a toy in his grip, and wielded it with remarkable agility. As the debris settled, Zhang Zhong coiled like a bowstring, his skin turning a deep crimson once more. With a powerful push, he lunged forward, akin to a dragon emerging from the depths. Cybek, observing Zhang Zhong standing still, wore a sinister grin, determined to dispatch this adversary who had pushed him to such extremes. The bench, resembling a colossal sword, swung menacingly towards Zhang Zhong's head. Yet, as the bench swept through the air, Zhang Zhong inexplicably vanished. What was happening? An afterimage. Cybek's mind reeled. He had witnessed the stopping of earthquakes, but never had he seen speed that could create such illusions. Hey old ghost, where are you looking? Zhang Zhong, gliding like a dragon, appeared beside Cybek, his right fist poised at his waist, gathering strength as his left foot stepped forward. Executing a half-step explosive punch, he struck with precision. Cybek had no time to stabilize himself and could only pivot his waist to muster strength, forcibly transforming the descending bench into a sweeping motion aimed at Zhang Zhong's waist. The sweeping bench collided with Zhang Zhong's right fist, and in an instant, the iron and wood structure splintered apart, fragments scattering in all directions. Zhang Zhong's fist, undeterred by the destruction of the bench, surged forth as if the bench were made of paper, smashing through the debris to land a devastating blow on Cybek's left cheek. The overwhelming force contorted Cybek's face, sending his entire body spinning through the air before crashing into the ruins of a public restroom. Hehe. Uncertain whether my actions could be deemed as bullying the elderly, I found solace in the fact that this was merely a park and not a nursing home. Otherwise, I might have achieved a new milestone. Perched upon the remnants of a public restroom, I observed the awkwardly positioned Cybek sprawled across the pit, and Zhang Zhong, in the shadows, could not help but experience a facial spasm upon realizing this old rascal had a penchant for golden nectar. In an instant, Zhang Zhong's interest in combat evaporated. Leaping from the debris, he delivered a kick to Cybek's waist, sending the unconscious Cybek soaring like a ball, tracing a graceful arc across the sky before landing beside a black sedan. Mr. Tokugawa, have we been discovered? For your safety, I suggest we leave this place immediately, distancing ourselves from that white-haired youth. What fear do we have of a mere child? Besides, we harbor no enmity. Furthermore, that little boy is already approaching. Interjecting the bodyguard's concerns, Tokugawa Narikatsu, comfortably seated in the rear, observed the entire skirmish with delight, his eyes glimmering with the thrill of discovery, akin to unearthing a rare gem. He kicked open the door to reveal the incapacitated Cybek slumped against it, and as he exited the vehicle, he adopted a respectful stance, awaiting the nearing Zhang Zhong. However, as Zhang Zhong approached, Tokugawa's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. To his surprise, the newcomer was not the red-haired lad but an unfamiliar white-haired youth. Yet this revelation did not hinder his plans. After all, the recent confrontation demonstrated the formidable prowess of this white-haired boy. How astonishing it is that the youth of today are so formidable. Stop. Stand right there. Halt immediately. If you do not comply, I shall resort to gunfire. Zhang Zhong swiftly seized the bodyguard's firearm, disassembling the Glock and carelessly scattering its parts upon the ground before coming to a halt beside the vehicle, disregarding the astonished bodyguard and the short elderly man by the door. Opening the car's mini-fridge, he procured a bottle of luxurious liquor and drank it down as if it were mere refreshment. Parched after that scuffle, he discarded the empty bottle and reclined in the opulent seat. Sir, I hope this drink suits your palate. If not, I would be delighted to invite you to the Ritz-Carlton for a meal another day. Enough about dining. I am far more curious about who you are, old man, and who this muscular bear of a man is. Leaning against the seat back, Zhang Zhong regarded the short elder to his right with a languid demeanor. The commotion from his earlier confrontation with the old rascal had drawn no spectators, and the surrounding crowd had noticeably thinned. Moreover, the black sedan had remained stationary since its entry into the park, and the surveillance cameras had all been darkened as he approached. It was evident that the battle with the old rascal was orchestrated, and this short elder must possess knowledge of the circumstances. Sir, I am Tokugawa Narikatsu, and it is a privilege to meet a young man of your caliber. Tokugawa reorganized his thoughts, having previously been preoccupied with the red-haired youth and entirely unprepared for the unexpected turn of events. The individual in question is a condemned prisoner named Cybeck, who has illegally crossed into the country from the United States. Should this person cause any disturbance to you, please feel free to handle the situation as you see fit. I assure you that the guards will not intervene. As Zhang Zhong casually tapped on the car window, he glanced upward at the elderly Tokugawa, fully comprehending the underlying reason, likely due to his own actions having taken the place of Renya, which consequently led to an attack from Cybeck. Might I remind you, sir, that there are still 4 remaining death row inmates, in order to prevent any recurrence of today's events. Zhang Zhong gestured for Tokugawa Seiko to halt, then straightened his posture. Old man, please provide me with the information on the other 4 individuals. I trust you possess such details, along with their locations. Upon hearing the words of the white-haired young man before him, Tokugawa Seiko's expression shifted to one of peculiar astonishment, as this young man had evidently discerned that he held the records and whereabouts of those condemned prisoners. Chapter 5. Task 2. Tokugawa Naramitsu gazed upon the white-haired imp before him, perceiving such individuals as nothing more than reckless brutes. While he and his ilk embodied true wisdom, he preferred to refer to these individuals with a more dignified term, warriors. Recently, Tokugawa Naramitsu had taken to observing the duels between these warriors and, in a sudden burst of inspiration, established a dedicated arena in Tokyo's largest sports venue. Now, witnessing the confrontation between Cybeck and the young imp, he understood. Lord Tokugawa, how shall we deal with this condemned man? One of his bodyguards inquired, nudging the motionless Cybeck lying on the ground, his body riddled with fractures and a gaping wound in his chest, intermittently spitting blood as he breathed. Inform the nearby police headquarters and let them handle it. We have numerous matters to attend to, Tokugawa Naramitsu replied, adjusting his suit before casually shutting the car door. As the black sedan drove away, Zhang Zhong, perched upon a tree, adjusted his mane of white hair and revealed a broad smile. You want me to be a pawn? That was acceptable before, but now. Alas, that little imp, why stand so tall? Hurry home. Upon hearing a voice, Zhang Zhong looked down to find a middle-aged man in uniform pointing at him, his foot carving an arc through the air as he leapt towards another tree, disappearing into the park within moments. After Zhang Zhong departed, a burly youth with a head of fiery red hair surveyed the disarray of the park, his eyes shimmering with excitement. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil, especially following the departure of the police vehicles. The Tokyo Police Headquarters was convening an urgent meeting due to the discovery of an internationally wanted fugitive in the park, the notorious Cybeck. What has become of the criminal known as Cybeck? Takeda Nobuchu, the head of the police, glowered at his assistant under the harsh lights of the conference room. Report, sir. The sudden silence brought the entire meeting to a standstill, all eyes turning towards the entrance. There, standing in hospital garb and curiously munching on a rice ball, was Cybeck, unabashedly devouring his meal. Impossible. A monster. Commander, issue the order to apprehend him. Nanny, how could someone with such injuries recover so swiftly? How is this possible? The unexpected turmoil in the conference room captured Cybeck's attention. With a casual kick, He sent the heavy door of the meeting room flying open and slowly approached Takeda Nobuchu's side. I seek a place to rest quietly, thank you. However, before Cybeck could finish his sentence, his body inexplicably turned crimson, countless small wounds appearing as blood flowed freely, quickly staining him entirely. Impossible! Cybeck's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed to the floor, blood swiftly saturating the meeting room's ground. This monster, how could he have perished? Takeda Nobuchu trembled internally, the earlier pressure dissipating in an instant, replaced by the relief of having survived. He cared little for the circumstances that led to the monster's demise. Should anyone inquire, just say we jointly opened fire, remarked, as the sound of gunfire erupted. He signaled to his colleagues to lower their weapons, embracing the lavish fortune with delight. Meanwhile, reclined nonchalantly atop a rooftop, gazing at the stars scattered across the night sky, a sense of unreality wrapping around his mind. Suddenly, he sat up abruptly, feeling an intense rush of warmth coursing through his body. His skin flushed crimson, as if boiling water surged within him. He had broken through to the pinnacle of the. Observing the faint red markings beneath his skin, recognized this as a sign of reaching the peak of the. When these red patterns enveloped his entire body, it would signify entry into the, and should they transform into gold, it would denote the pinnacle of that realm. Thereafter, no external changes would be apparent in the subsequent 2 stages. As the sun began to rise, rubbed his face, realizing he had not slept a wink throughout the night, yet felt no fatigue, as if he required no rest at all. This boundless energy was truly exquisite, and not only did he feel revitalized, but his physical condition had also improved. The injuries sustained during his battle with had completely healed, even the hidden wounds had vanished. Pulling out his phone, was astonished to find that there had been no repercussions from the previous night-south altercation in the park. Such is the power of capital. He decided to take a stroll around the school. Leaping down from the rooftop, he landed gracefully on the ground and made his way towards the school. Passing through an open area outside the campus, he heard the roar of motorcycle engines and followed the sound. Soon spotted a gang of bikers armed with knives and clubs, encircling a young man with striking red hair, his younger brother. Observing his nominal brother, felt no inclination to intervene. Instead, he opted to perch upon a nearby rooftop and watch the unfolding scene. Suddenly, a flamboyant man with pink hair swaggered into the crowd from a side alley, who called for. As pondered the identity of this newcomer, he quickly realized the man was there to trouble his younger brother. It is worth noting that, along with S' own identity, belonged to the bloodline of the world's strongest being, compared to had been the champion of the previous underground fighting circuit. Apologies, but I do not know you. May I inquire what this is about? The pink-haired man replied, It seems you are quite oblivious, but you will soon find out. Their brazen exchange soon exasperated the gathered bikers, and within moments, the once open space was densely packed with ruffians. Do you think we are air? Tech? Cut them down. In an instant, dust swirled as blades and clubs were unleashed. However, the thugs were soon gripped by terror, realizing that neither of the 2 men was injured. Instead, it was their own members who were being sent sprawling to the ground, moaning in pain. Most terrifyingly, all at the hands of the pink-haired man. Before long, the crowd had dissipated until only the pink-haired man remained. I detest being disturbed. My name is, we shall meet again shortly. Farewell. With that, waved and strode down the alley behind him. Just as Baki found himself in a state of bewilderment, a cacophony of sirens enveloped the vicinity, swiftly sealing it off. Just when Baki thought he was destined to be apprehended once more, a sleek black luxury sedan, unperturbed by the surrounding police presence, glided directly to his side. It has been quite a while, Baki. The ensuing conversation held no intrigue for Zhang Zhong, who was perched atop a rooftop, following the departing Zell. Perhaps due to the multiplicity of his alter egos, Zhang Zhong's recollections began to sharpen, and he astonishingly recalled memories from one of his previous selves with increasing clarity. Ding. Task. Eliminate or subdue Zell. Reward, 1,000 energy points. As he pondered the information regarding Zell from his memories, the mechanism of the blade Zhang Zhong likened this individual to a porcupine. Chapter 6. The underground arena. At this moment, Zhang Zhong stood precariously on the edge of the rooftop, closely trailing behind the shadowy figure of Zaire as he navigated the dimly lit alleyway. The art of assassination was still a fragment of Zhang Zhong's memory, a nugget of knowledge gleaned from a game. To stealthily approach the target, observe them and strike, so simple in theory. However, since acquiring this avatar, Zhang Zhong found himself more inclined towards close combat, particularly relishing the visceral thrill of a fist meeting flesh. With a decisive step, Zhang Zhong did not land on the opposite rooftop as intended, but instead positioned himself directly in Zayre's path, effectively blocking his route. "Oh, where is this young man off to?" he quipped. Yet, Zayre displayed little interest in responding. His right hand darted forward with remarkable speed, a glimmer of cold light flickering at his wrist. Clearly, Zhang Zhong did not possess the protagonist's fate. While a casual exchange sufficed for the likes of Renya, Zayre unleashed a lethal strike upon Zhang Zhong. The clash of blade against palm emitted a sound akin to metal scraping against metal as Zhang Zhong deflected Zayre's hand. His hands, adorned with crimson markings, glowed ominously in the gloom of the alley. "What is this? Young man, you have also undergone bodily augmentation. Impressive." Zayre's eyes brimmed with a mix of admiration and condescension, recognizing that only through the fusion of martial prowess and technology could one unleash greater lethality and destructive force. As he spoke, Zayre's hands moved with relentless fluidity, reminiscent of a butterfly flitting through a garden. Faced with the seemingly delicate dance of the butterfly, Zhang Zhong simply raised his hands to shield his head, allowing Zayre's strikes to rain down upon him. Within the interlacing of his arms, Zhang Zhong's eyes reflected a crimson glow. As Zayre's onslaught continued, the areas of impact on Zhang Zhong's body began to redden, intricate patterns forming as they gradually merged, threatening to envelop his entire being. Having swiftly adapted to the frequency of Zayre's attacks, Zhang Zhong unexpectedly withdrew his right hand, positioning it before him and relying solely on his left to parry. Seizing the opportunity amidst Zayre's relentless strikes, he executed a horizontal block with his left arm and then swiftly retaliated with a back fist aimed squarely at Zayre's face, an execution of the 3 points of the king from the 8 extremes fist. Though his punch did not make contact, it caused Zayre to falter, retreating a few steps. Zhang Zhong, despite not yet having attained the status of a 15th-level martial artist, wielded formidable strength that was not to be underestimated. His power magnified hundreds of times beyond that of an average person, proving too much for a technique-oriented fighter like Zayre to easily withstand. Before Zayre could catch his breath, Zhang Zhong surged forward like a tiger ascending a mountain, his energy surging like a dragon in flight. His right foot, illuminated by his fervor, struck down upon Zayre's left shin with the force of a tiger's claw. In a moment of instinct, Zayre retreated, but Zhang Zhong advanced with a powerful stance, driving his right elbow into Zayre's abdomen, followed by a knee strike from his left leg that connected solidly with Zayre's jaw. Zayre was propelled into the air, blood spilling from his mouth. He had never endured such an assault. The strikes from this white-haired youth seemed preordained, skillfully interrupting his own offensive with each punch landing precisely as intended. The necessity to flee surged within Zell, as fear gripped his heart. In his lexicon, retreat was not a mark of shame. Survival was paramount for vengeance. Upon witnessing Zhang Zhong leap into action, a jolt of alarm coursed through Zell. He promptly activated a concealed mechanism within his palm, and flames erupted from his chest in an instant. Boom! The fiery blaze surged toward Zhang Zhong's face, the abrupt explosion causing a ringing in his ears and obscuring his vision with a veil of fire. The force of the blast hurled Zhang Zhong violently against the wall behind him, creating a deep dent in the concrete. As debris rained down, he collapsed to the ground, hands lowered, only to find that Zell had vanished, leaving behind the sunlit sky and the acrid scent of gunpowder in the alleyway. Rising from the ground, Zhang Zhong brushed off the dust, and his eyes glowed with a fierce crimson. This was the first adversary to escape him. Thinking of flight? Not a chance. He pushed off the ground with force, soaring onto the rooftop. Although his combat prowess at the academy was lacking, he had absorbed a wealth of rudimentary martial arts knowledge, particularly excelling in tracking techniques. He often employed this skill in his work as a private investigator, earning a tidy sum. Now, as a martial artist, his tracking abilities could follow the target's vital essence. From his vantage point atop the roof, Zhang Zhong perceived a trail of life force extending towards the bustling heart of Tokyo, where a structure reminiscent of a colossal egg materialized among the buildings. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and captured an image of the distant edifice. Moments later, the name of the building appeared in the search engine: Tokyo Metropolitan Gymnasium. Intriguing. Rather than hastening for treatment, he opted to pursue the stadium. As the clock struck noon, he observed the sun's position in the sky and the electronic screen announcing the gym's closure, while security guards occasionally cast glances in his direction, scratching their heads in bewilderment. Just as Zhang Zhong contemplated leaving, he spotted a group of muscular men clad in white karate uniforms approaching, seemingly intent on entering the gym. "Ah, young man, you seem familiar. Are you here to find someone?" "I am the renowned Yudi Dubu," said one of the friendly giants, despite his left hand being wrapped in bandages, showing no hint of discomfort, as if untouched by injury. "Hello, I am here to find my brother. He instructed me to seek him inside, but as you can see." Zhang Zhong shrugged helplessly, as if to attest to his claim. "Come along with us," urged Yudi Dubu, disregarding his son's gestures and leading his entourage into the gym, completely ignoring the two security guards trembling nearby. As Zhang Zhong followed this group of karate practitioners into the gym, the guards began to converse. "Today is indeed peculiar. This marks the 5th group to arrive. Don't mind them. Did you see? That's the esteemed Yudi Dubu, known as the God of War. Indeed, not to mention the titles of the Devourer and the Tiger Slayer. In his youth, he single-handedly defeated a wild Siberian tiger. Truly legendary." As the voices behind him grew fainter, Zhang Zhong discerned the identity of the diminutive figure ahead. Though seemingly intimidating, the vitality radiating from the individual was akin to that of a fierce tiger, sufficient to affirm his status as a martial artist. As they delved deeper, Zhang Zhong realized they were not heading towards the gymnasium. Instead, they approached an emergency exit. Under the guidance of Dupu, they reached a concealed elevator at the second turn. The group entered in a steady stream, and as Zhang Zhong was the last to step inside, a young man in a karate uniform pressed a button, causing the elevator to commence its descent. Zhang Zhong could feel the motion as they sank lower. Soon, the elevator came to a halt, and as the doors slid open, Zhang Zhong was the first to step out, raising his gaze to survey the surroundings. Chapter 7. System vulnerabilities surrounded by layers of seating, reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum. The arena stood in the center, a sandy island teeming with tension. At this moment, several figures were positioned there, most notably a small elderly man amidst a circle of robust individuals. Under the intentional orchestration of Tokugawa Naramitsu, 10 local warriors, along with all but the confirmed deceased Cybec, had gathered within the largest underground arena in Tokyo. As Zhang Zhong entered the arena, he learned from some karate practitioners that the notorious Yudibu had been invited by Tokugawa Naramitsu, who had also extended an invitation to Akira Hanayama, the head of a criminal organization. "Old man, can we expedite this? I have matters to attend to." The abrupt words of Banya echoed throughout the arena. As Banya's slightly flippant tone reached the ears of those around, Zhang Zhong turned his gaze toward him, noting the sudden change in the demeanor of the death row inmates across from Banya, as the atmosphere shifted into one of palpable seriousness. "Wait, everyone." Tokugawa Naramitsu furrowed his brow at the unexpected turn of events. While Banya's demeanor was less than charming, his father, Tokugawa Naramitsu, found him quite intriguing. Though he enjoyed watching battles, he preferred to avoid chaotic brawls that lacked aesthetics. Previously, this arena had hosted dozens of world-class combat eliminations, characterized by a lack of restrictions, constraints, or referees, making it the largest venue for the fiercest battles that had ever transpired, and it had witnessed the most successful no-holds-barred competitions in history, crowned by a champion who stood before them, a mere 17-year-old youth. "I imagine you have little interest in such matters. Therefore, this combat will have no restrictions. You may challenge one another at any time, whether in pairs or armed, as long as it does not affect others. Any resultant damage or losses will be resolved by the Tokugawa family." How does that sound? As soon as Tokugawa finished speaking, the patiently awaiting Banya could no longer contain himself. "Are you certain we can do it any time?" With that, Zhang Zhong eagerly approached Zeller, who lingered in the corner, finding the old man's lengthy discourse rather tedious. Witnessing this white-haired youth audaciously interrupt Tokugawa Naramitsu and stride directly toward a death row inmate, the crowd stepped aside, leaving only Zhang Zhong and Zeller in the arena. "You!" Zeller exclaimed, astonished. He realized that this white-haired boy seemed unscathed, even after being so close to an explosive, and had chased him down without hesitation, causing a sense of unease to wash over him. "You can run, but can you escape?" In an instant, Zhang Zhong accelerated, darting toward Zeller like a ravenous tiger in pursuit of its prey. Observing Zhang Zhong's actions, Yudabu's eyes glimmered with understanding. Zhang Zhong's right hand struck down, intercepting Zeller's outgoing right fist, while his left hand clawed at Zeller's left arm, pulling it sideways. Simultaneously, his right elbow struck Zeller's jaw, and a thunderous exhalation erupted from his lips. Sky Cannon. Seeing this unfold, the fierce king of the blaze watched in confusion, recognizing the technique as that of Bagwazang. Yet the forcefulness was reminiscent of the cannon punch from Xingyiquan. He pondered in bewilderment how this white-haired youth had managed to amalgamate two distinct martial art styles into one. As the strike struck its target, Zell's body was propelled backward, crashing heavily against the wall, his head exploding like a watermelon, utterly obliterated. The onlookers felt a shiver run down their spines, particularly the karate disciple who had shared the elevator with Zhang Zhong, who could hardly fathom the terrifying prowess of this silver-haired youth, who had dispatched a death row inmate in a mere heartbeat. After neutralizing Zell, Zhang Zhong appeared as if he had merely dealt with an insignificant pest. He adjusted his attire and stepped aside, retrieving a stack of folded paper from his pocket. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have eliminated the target and earned 1,000 energy points." The system's voice echoed in his mind, and Zhang Zhong gazed with satisfaction at the remaining 3 sheets of paper, each detailing the information of the 3 death row inmates still present in the arena. He tucked away the documents and proceeded toward the elevator from which he had come, wholly indifferent to the crowd behind him. At that moment, Tokugawa Naramitsu felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He had never anticipated that the silver-haired youth he encountered in the park yesterday would be present here, seeking vengeance. Observing the chaos around him, Tokugawa issued a command and chose to disregard the matter further. It seems I have developed a modicum of interest, but I must take my leave for now." Renya cast an irritable glance in the direction Zhang Zhong had vanished, before turning and departing as well, soon followed by the rest of the crowd. Upon exiting the underground arena, Zhang Zhong surveyed the bustling street, momentarily engulfed in bewilderment. However, he quickly regained his composure. Although he felt out of place in this world, the increase in his power was undeniably tangible. "Hey, who are you? Don't you understand that the essence of combat lies in the struggle, not in killing?" A familiar voice rang out from behind, belonging to his younger brother. Zhang Zhong had expected one of the other death row inmates, yet it was Renya. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhong smiled at the red-haired youth, noting with admiration that such strength had manifested at such a young age, far surpassing his own. "Why are you smiling? I'm talking to you," Renya exclaimed, feeling increasingly uncomfortable with the smile directed at him. Noticing his younger brother's irritation, Zhang Zhong felt compelled to offer a lesson to the boy. With a swift motion, he appeared before Renya, and just as Renya raised his hands to shield his head, Zhang Zhong delivered a light slap to the back of his head before returning to his previous position. Renya, bewildered, looked up to see Zhang Zhong standing several meters away, certain that he was not hallucinating. The speed of the silver-haired youth seemed almost absurd. Even unprepared, not everyone could strike him so easily, except for that one individual. "You needn't concern yourself with my identity. It appears you fail to comprehend the caliber of the person you are about to encounter." Zhang Zhong turned his back to Renya, then, like a flash, reappeared atop a distant rooftop, swiftly vanishing from Renya's sight. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing the formidable Renya and acquiring the demon brain." After showcasing his prowess, Zhang Zhong naturally decided to make his exit while simultaneously testing the functionality of this system. As anticipated, it became evident that a swift action during the opponent's moment of unawareness would suffice for victory. Thus, he resolved to minimize his stay in this realm, for it was not his true world, merely a temporary dimension where his avatar lingered. With newfound freedom of action, Zhang Zhong's spirits lifted, prompting him to casually appropriate some pocket money. In the presence of a bewildered young girl, he stealthily pocketed the funds he had seized from a petty thug, nonchalantly draping the thug's hoodie over his own frame. "Be cautious on your way home, little girl, and avoid the alleys. Farewell." With that, Zhang Zhong swaggered out of the alley, leaving behind a half-naked thug groaning on the ground alongside his companions, and a high school student still in a daze. "Ah, scoundrel!" After Zhang Zhong's departure, a high school girl clad in a JK uniform rushed out of the alley, shouting loudly towards the street. Chapter 8, Task 3. On this night, the moon hung high in the sky, occasionally veiled by passing clouds. As Zhang Zhong gazed out the window, he was inexplicably reminded of a saying. On a moonless night, with howling winds, it is a night for murder. Sitting on the plush sofa of this luxurious suite, worth 1,000 Tokyo yen per day, he gulped down the boiled water, feeling the scalding warmth flow down his throat, prompting a deep reflection. In this world where martial arts reign supreme, the wonders of martial cultivation resembled those of immortal practices. The basic techniques, when applied to any martial skill or maneuver, yielded unexpectedly profound results. Setting down his teacup, Zhang Zhong rose from the sofa and stood in the living room, adopting the three-body stance. With each breath, it felt as though he wielded a long, heavy spear, causing the entire room to tremble slightly. The three-body stance, a foundational martial art of Huaxia, can be cultivated to the third level of bone tempering. This stage, known as bone tempering, is the most challenging for martial artists. The so-called average level 20 martial artist is based on a large population, where many may spend their entire lives at the bone tempering realm. This is particularly true for those who are ill-suited for spiritual cultivation and for the general populace. However, for those inclined towards spiritual cultivation, reaching level 20 before the college entrance examination is commonplace, with the professional term being the 10th level of martial arts. Only upon attaining level 20 does one become truly extraordinary, eligible to receive a vocational inheritance recognized by the entire Huaxia Alliance. Reaching this stage marks the beginning of the path to the extraordinary, often referred to as the path of the professional. Professions are categorized into 5 fundamental types: warrior, tank, archer, mage, and priest, healer. Each fundamental profession encompasses numerous branches, and may even achieve multi-professional recognition, contingent upon innate talent and affinity for energy. The college entrance examination serves as a gateway to energy-rich regions, where candidates engage in combat with untamed beasts or malevolent entities, absorbing the energy crystals obtained from these encounters. By this method, energy seeds are implanted within the body. As these seeds fuse with one's innate talents and energy, peculiar transformations occur. This transformative process is known as professionalization. In all of Huaxia, it is common knowledge that individuals awakened to elemental affinities are likely to become mainstream offensive professions. For instance, those with fire affinity typically evolve into fire mages or fire warriors. As for Zhang Zhong, his talents may lead him to become a professional scout or a test subject. Alternatively, he could pursue a solitary path in martial arts or venture into the technological side, exploring bioweapons or beastly genetic martial artists. Spiritual martial artists and spiritual cultivators are terms used post-profession, as referring to one's profession directly can seem overly personal and lack sophistication. Returning to Zhang Zhong, his body began to exhibit irregular tremors, a manifestation of muscle refinement. The quivering muscles enhanced their vitality, thus elevating his fundamental physical strength. Once he mastered the frequency of his muscle contractions, he could stimulate his bones, creating effects akin to forging metal. With each breath, his muscles pulsed rhythmically, and his skin began to flush. An indescribable force surged from his heels, sweeping through his body before settling into tranquility. With a deep exhale, a sphere of energy surged forth from Zhang Zhong's mouth, lingering in the air for some time before dissipating. As the foul breath was expelled, the practitioner retracted his stance and swiftly moved within the confines of the room. The foundational techniques of Xingyi Quan were executed with abandon, each punch resonating like a thunderclap, his form akin to a soaring dragon. Subsequently, the 12 animal forms emerged in succession, the faint sounds of birds and beasts echoing in the air. Outside room 3072, a passing attendant cast a curious glance towards the door, puzzled by the sounds reminiscent of animals. Could it be that this individual harbored a penchant for wildlife documentaries? Shaking his head in bewilderment, The attendant continued on his way towards the elevator. Upon reaching the elevator, the attendant was abruptly struck by an overwhelming shock as the doors opened. He collapsed to the ground, for emerging from the elevator was a figure of immense stature, akin to a towering edifice, one of the condemned prisoners. With his fists now at rest, Zhang Zhong entered the restroom, and soon the sound of running water filled the air. Moments later, he emerged, casually fastening a towel around his waist, while grabbing a bottle of beer that had been placed on the table in advance. Ding! Task: eliminate or defeat Dorian. Reward: 1,000 energy points. Simultaneously, a knock resounded at the door. Zhang Zhong chose to ignore it, leisurely donning his clothing. He then picked up a stool and approached the door, just as he was about to open it. Bang! With a deafening crash, the door shattered, and Zhang Zhong, positioned beside the television, turned to see Dorian stepping into the room, having lowered his raised leg. Without waiting for Dorian to speak, Zhang Zhong hurled the nearly 100-inch plasma television at him. At the same time, he charged at Dorian with the stool in hand. The spinning television sliced through the air like a razor-sharp blade, embedding itself deep into the wall behind Dorian, who, astonishingly, evaded the projectile by adopting a bridge posture. You old fool, can't a man get some sleep? In an instant, Zhang Zhong was upon Dorian, bringing the stool crashing down upon his head. As the stool shattered, blood spurted from the wound on Dorian's scalp. Raising his head, Dorian, now aware of the blood on his hands, opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames. You little white-haired brat, you won't feel pain for much longer. Unfazed by the sudden flames, Zhang Zhong swatted them away as if brushing off a fly. He then assumed a horse stance, his fists striking with the force of cannonballs against Dorian's chest. Dorian staggered back, observing the imprint of Zhang Zhong's fist on his torso, his brow furrowing in surprise as he abruptly turned and fled. Watching Dorian retreat, Zhang Zhong furrowed his brow but chose not to pursue him. Instead, he walked to the bedside phone and requested a room change from customer service, then reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Dorian, having exited the hotel, felt dazed as he regarded the imprint on his chest, realizing that his defensive technique had failed him. Tightening his clothing, he made his way towards the distant pedestrian street. At the same time, a satisfied smile spread across Zhang Zhong's face as the system's notification echoed in his mind. He had gleaned from the files that Dorian was a rather insidious character, employing cunning tactics to eliminate his foes only after subjecting them to repeated harassment. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have defeated Dorian, earning 1,000 energy points. With the system's reward now credited, Zhang Zhong's spirits lifted, though the thought of letting Dorian off so easily was far from his mind. Clenching his fist, he felt a profound bewilderment that his strike had failed to vanquish Dorian. It appeared this fellow possessed some intriguing qualities. Recalling the sensation of his blow landing on Dorian's chest, it resonated like a tolling bell. In contrast to his previous swift defeat of Zell, this punch was no less forceful. After all, Zhang Zhong had now grasped the threshold of bone forging, merely a step away from mastery. It seemed he was still too weak. Once he dealt with these death row inmates, he would see what rewards he could procure. He also needed to find a way to conclude this doppelganger's mission swiftly, for the college entrance examination loomed just 10 days away. Gazing at the ceiling, Zhang Zhong silently contemplated. His doppelganger had existed in this realm for several years, and from prior experiments, he knew that to exit this world, one must either achieve self-awareness or succumb to natural death. He pondered what this world held in store, for a high martial arts realm differed significantly from parallel worlds. Chapter 9. The strategist. The following morning, a rather extraordinary individual arrived at the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Headquarters. Welcome, Mr. Kate Oliver, greeted Takeda Nobuchu, his expression replete with sycophantic admiration as he regarded the imposing figure before him. Clad in a Hawaiian floral shirt, this seemingly vacationing man of African descent, despite his rugged exterior, exuded an air of undeniable gentility. Though he was imprisoned, he enjoyed the privileges akin to a five-star hotel, permitted free access to and from the prison, and even collaborated with the FBI to handle particularly troublesome criminals. This man, affectionately known among acquaintances as Oliva, had been entrusted with a significant task: to capture the notorious death row inmates who had escaped from various FBI facilities, with the authority to neutralize them if necessary. As he tucked away the passport and credentials handed to him by Takeda Nobuchu, Oliva turned his attention to the two corpses draped in white cloth before him. Had Zhang Zhong been present, he would have recognized these bodies as those of the slain Siebeck and Zell. What a peculiar method, he mused, noting the burst blood vessels and the absence of external wounds, indicating an internal collapse, a testament to the extraordinary martial arts of the Chinese. This chest bears signs of a gunpowder explosion, while the fatal injury resembles that of a crushed watermelon. This technique differs from the first. It utilized mere inch strength, an instantaneous force capable of shattering a titanium-plated skull. Clearly, Tokyo had produced another formidable individual following that person. Lifting the cloth, Oliva scrutinized the two bodies, convinced that their demise was the work of two distinct individuals, as one could not possibly employ such divergent combat styles alone. Apologies, but it appears someone beat me to it, having disposed of two already. Only 3 remain, Oliva spoke into his phone, understanding the need to inform that individual of this sudden turn of events, for he was indeed a gentleman. Mr. Oliva, thank you for the intelligence. According to our sources, Dorian is currently located on XX Street, rather close to the Shinkai Association. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to approach the Shinkai. We have great confidence in your capabilities, came the voice on the other end. We have already dispatched someone to meet you. Please wait a moment. After acknowledging the voice with a simple response, Oliva slipped the phone back into his pocket. Meanwhile, in a hotel room, Zhang Zhong had devoured nearly 10 servings of breakfast, consulting his phone to examine the surrounding map while rummaging through his mind for details about the world he inhabited. It seemed that his reckless behavior had significantly altered the narrative. A headache ensued. Putting away his phone, Zhang rubbed his temples and gazed out the window, his eyes reflecting a profound melancholy, his expression a blend of resentment, helplessness, and a tinge of regret. The tracking technique was currently ineffective. Had he known this would transpire, he would have placed the tracking spell on Dorian the previous night. He picked up his phone once more and dialed Assistant Tokugawa Naramitsu. Do you have the locations of Dorian, Lu Longguang, and Sikorsky? Oh, only 2 remain? Understood. Zhang Zhong set down his phone, his countenance growing increasingly despondent. Only 2 targets were now manageable. After gathering his belongings, he departed the hotel. Gazing at the entrance of the police station across the street, a robust African man clad in a floral shirt slipped into a luxurious sedan. Zhang Zhong felt an inexplicable twinge of jealousy. The man enjoyed the privilege of a lavish vehicle while he was left to rely on the number 11 bus. Shaking off his wandering thoughts, Zhang took a deep breath and, with a sudden surge of energy, vanished from sight, eliciting startled gasps from several young women nearby. Meanwhile, in a 5-star upscale restaurant adjacent to the amusement park, a burly waiter set down a plate of steak, the steam rising from it creating a haze that blurred the vision. Mr. Dorian, this shall be your last supper. Consider it a treat from our esteemed organization. An absurd remark echoed, causing an elderly man at the table to grip his knife and fork tightly. Yet he nonchalantly began to slice the steak and consume it. The old man savored the meal at a leisurely pace, downed a glass of red wine in one gulp, and then rose to head towards the exit. Just as he was about to step out, he paused. How do you know my name? Dorian inquired, puzzled. After leaving the hotel yesterday, he had indulged in some drinks and perused a martial arts academy, and he had no recollection of this individual, for he had no interest in a weakling. Dorian dismissed the waiter from his thoughts and stepped out of the restaurant, casually hailing a taxi and departing. Observing the myriad of faces outside the window, he felt a slight headache before retracting his gaze to the towering buildings whizzing by. Master, are you also affiliated with the organization? Mr. Dorian, that statement is inaccurate. It is not just me, but all of us. The taxi driver's words were quickly punctuated by the sudden appearance of numerous vehicles surrounding the taxi, large and small. Do you see? Now allow me to escort you to your designated location. With that, the driver accelerated abruptly, and the surrounding vehicles followed suit. Am I in a movie? Dorian exclaimed, watching the various vehicles whizzing past him. Observing the elderly man with white hair in the middle of the taxi, Zhang Zhong once again summoned his strength. leaping onto the rooftop and deftly maneuvering through the flow of traffic. Soon, Zhang found himself atop the roller coaster tracks within the park, watching as Dorian was encircled by a throng of people, both inside and outside. "You despicable fiend! Your end is nigh today. Let us avenge our elder." The cacophony of voices grew louder, and Zhang gradually comprehended that these were members of the organization, the same group he had encountered in the underground arena 2 days prior. Dorian had fled after Zhang had bested him, only to return and brutally assault a member of the organization. Suddenly, Dorian unleashed a roar akin to a lioness, coldly surveying the raucous crowd. As the sound of bones creaked, the once diminutive old man, standing barely over 5 feet, began to grow, transforming into a towering giant over 6.5 feet tall. This dramatic metamorphosis caused the surrounding members of the organization to instinctively retreat. "Ha!" Dorian smirked coldly and then assumed a karate stance. "What does this mean?" questioned the leading member, somewhat perplexed. "Come at me all at once, or shall we adhere to the principle of overwhelming the few? Such is the way of the Divine Heart Society. I recall your challenge was to be one-on-one, yet I now extend to you this opportunity. Each of you may seek your vengeance upon me." With Dorian's declaration, the members of the Divine Heart Society found themselves in a quandary. To confront him collectively would tarnish the society's honor, yet to approach him one by one would be akin to delivering themselves as mere offerings. "Damn it," they muttered, realizing that Dorian was fully aware of their naivety and was toying with them. As Dorian turned and walked into the amusement park, Zhang Zhong could not help but exclaim, "This old man possesses not an ounce of decency. He resorts to stratagems even against mere mortals. How utterly shameless." Chapter 10. Devourer of the roller coaster. Squatting on the roller coaster tracks, Zhang Zhong observed a clown-like figure hand in hand with another individual, both having experienced nearly all the attractions of the amusement park except for the roller coaster itself. A fleeting moment of cerebral atrophy washed over him. Unconsciously, he distorted the track he was gripping tightly. Indeed, the people of Tokyo mirrored the hypocrisy of their nation. They could harbor deep-seated hatred yet maintain an outwardly amiable facade. With a swift motion, he leaped off the tracks, his body abruptly shifting mid-air, landing beside a stationary carousel. "Who are you? This is not a place for you," a deep voice boomed from behind. Zhang Zhong, however, did not turn around but continued his advance toward the spinning teacups. Though his mental faculties had not been enhanced, his senses were extraordinarily acute. Observing the white-haired youth before him, the rugged giant who had just appeared took 2 strides to close the distance, reaching out to grasp the youth's shoulder. Zhang Zhong's ears twitched. He raised his right hand instinctively to seize the approaching arm. Upon feeling a grip, he bent down and exerted force, sending the man hurtling away, landing squarely in a nearby trash bin, where he flailed momentarily like a floundering fish before succumbing to unconsciousness. Zhang Zhong had merely intended a shoulder throw but had clearly underestimated his own strength. Standing upright, he resumed his journey toward the spinning teacups, soon catching sight of Dorian, who was joyously playing atop the cups, laughter emanating from him unabashedly. With a sudden kick, he struck the rapidly rotating teacup. At the moment of contact, the specially crafted plastic cup shattered into fragments, scattering like pellets and wreaking havoc on the surrounding attractions. "Old Dorian, you were quite swift yesterday. Laughing merrily, were you? Employing your strategies, I see." Upon Dorian landing securely before him, Zhang Zhong instantaneously activated a dual-press mode. His kick, seemingly unadorned, was deceptively simple yet effective. "You white-haired rascal. Yesterday you practiced the 8 Extremes fist, and today you resort to Wing Chun's kicking technique." Dorian discerned that the white-haired youth had likely held back yesterday. The force behind this recent kick was substantial enough to obliterate the high-speed spinning teacup. In response to the elder's inquiry, Zhang Zhong unleashed a whip kick that struck Dorian's calf, compelling him to move sideways several meters. Had Dorian not assumed a combat stance upon landing, he would have been sent flying. This lad, did he grow up consuming nuclear fuel? Feeling the pain radiating from his left leg, Dorian was internally alarmed. He lifted his left leg, rubbing the numbness away, yet his facial expression remained unchanged. Discreetly, he plucked a strand of hair from his head and, like a concealed projectile, aimed it toward Zhang Zhong's eye. In an astonishing display, Zhang Zhong appeared oblivious to the sudden maneuver, merely tilting his head ever so slightly as if it were an instinctive response. The sound of the hair piercing the air was jarringly sharp, reminiscent of a needle striking steel. Casually, Zhang Zhong smacked a decorative stone pillar nearby, causing fragments to scatter like water splashed forth, hurtling toward Dorian. A hand, shaped like an eagle's claw, pierced through the cloud of debris, lunging toward Zhang Zhong's throat with predatory intent. Eagle claw technique. Behold my powerful dragon claw. Ada. Zhang Zhong suddenly let out a strange cry, his form shrinking as he charged towards Dorian like a giant bear shaking a tree. This maneuver was a terrifying manifestation of the Xingyi killing technique. Old bear shakes the tree. Caught off guard, Dorian's towering frame, over 2 meters tall, was sent flying like an infant by the bear-like impact. With a thunderous crash, he shattered the wall behind him and was silenced as he tumbled into the roller coaster station. As Zhang Zhong retracted his fist and prepared to enter the station, he heard the rumbling of the roller coaster's engine, followed by the clattering sound of wheels against the tracks. This old fool intends to escape. The thought barely formed when Zhang Zhong propelled himself forward with explosive force, akin to a cannonball, and in an instant he burst into the station, spotting Dorian waving at him from the front row with an expression that made Zhang Zhong want to crush him. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Zhong leaped into the starting roller coaster. Dorian, you crafty little fool. Think your cleverness can deceive me? As the roller coaster halted at its apex, just before Dorian could commence his taunts, Zhang Zhong surged with power beneath him, and fierce, red, jagged patterns erupted across his body. Under Dorian's horrified gaze, a terrifying force instantly erupted, merging with the tremors of the 8 Extremes Quake Kick, causing the roller coaster and its tracks to splinter and shatter. At this moment, they were positioned several dozen meters above the ground, at a height equivalent to 10 stories. With the roller coaster and tracks destroyed, both men plummeted towards the earth. You white-haired lunatic! Zhang Zhong refrained from wasting words, instead delivering a powerful kick to the roller coaster, propelling himself into a punch that struck Dorian squarely in the face, silencing him and achieving the proximity he desired, leading to an immediate struggle between the two. Dorian attempted to immobilize Zhang Zhong using his body as a shield. However, Zhang Zhong showed no mercy, directly twisting Dorian's wrist with his dragon claw and delivering a fierce stomp to his chest. The recoil sent Zhang Zhong soaring once more, aligning him with the last car of the coaster. Dorian, under the weight of Zhang Zhong's assault, crashed into the remnants of the roller coaster that lay shattered on the ground, the violent impact fracturing multiple bones in his robust physique. Though he did not perish, his mobility was severely compromised. Amidst the debris scattered across the ground, Dorian gazed upward to see a dark shape rapidly approaching. Time rewound 10 seconds. Observing Dorian's heavy descent into the wreckage, an inexplicable thought flashed through Zhang Zhong's mind as he seized a nearby roller coaster car, allowing gravity to guide it downward. Lying on the ground, Dorian instinctively raised his hands to shield his head. From Dorian's perspective, the white-haired youth now appeared like a vengeful specter, brandishing a colossal roller coaster car as it plummeted from the sky. Here comes my roller coaster. Feel my wrath. Thud. The earth trembled slightly under the tremendous impact, the sound of the heavy object striking the ground resonating throughout the silent amusement park. Blood pooled on the debris-strewn floor, and Dorian's legs, exposed outside the roller coaster car, twitched sporadically. As Zhang Zhong landed steadily, he shook his aching hands. Initially, he intended to smash the carriage down at the moment of contact with the ground, but his strength did not permit such a maneuver, leaving him to descend directly. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task of exterminating the death row inmate, Dorian. You have earned a lottery draw from the system's marketplace, but your current status does not allow for activation. Let us mourn for those lives extinguished by malevolent hands. At last, the miserly system has bestowed something worthwhile. Why was this not available before? And what level is this lottery? He lamented. Come on, respond, you wretched system. Yet, Zhang Zhong received no reply to his internal inquiries. It was evident that this system was likely a sham, incapable of communication. Otherwise, no system could withstand such biting sarcasm. Chapter 11. The fivefold execution. The image of the roller coaster plummeting from the sky reverberated in the minds of the 3 individuals who had been hiding in the shadows. The sight of the white-haired youth was nothing short of brutal, even more so than his display in the underground arena on that fateful day. Wait, I need to report back about this person. Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Zhong turned to find a robust man of Chinese descent, puzzled as to why this fellow from another realm had suddenly appeared. He merely wished to examine the corpse to ascertain whether it was merely feigned death. With someone else willing to undertake the task, Zhang Zhong stepped aside. I am Lai Longzhou. I hail from Heilongjiang and am a lay disciple of the Balan Temple. This individual here is Dolian, who has earned the title of Sea King in our homeland. Lai emerged from his hiding place and strode forward. Despite the white-haired youth's fearsome demeanor, through prior observation, Lai was certain of his Chinese heritage. As for the young man's identity, he held no interest in uncovering it. After all, everyone harbors secrets. Accompanying Lai were two others, one of whom Zhang Zhong recognized as the formidable Yudi Dubu. The trio approached the remains, and Lai moved aside the roller coaster that had pinned Dolian's body, lifting the mangled corpse. Just as he was about to rise and depart, a robust arm emerged from the shadows, grasping his wrist and halting his movement. No, this fellow cannot be entrusted to you. Allow me to take him. The man, clad in a checkered shirt with a physique that seemed sculpted from granite, displayed an immense latent power. Are you Mr. Oliva? Yudi Dubu realized the newcomer was an acquaintance, renowned as the most liberated man in the world. Oh, I didn't expect anyone to recognize me. I kindly ask you to persuade this young man to hand over the one in his grasp. Oliva displayed a familiar demeanor, gesturing towards Dolian, hinting for Yudi Dubu to convince Lai. Hey, it appears you are treating me as if I were invisible. This is my quarry, and I have already consented to have Lai take him away. What are you implying? Do you intend to reap the rewards of another's labor? Brushing aside Oliva's grip on Lai, Zhang Zhong had initially intended to leave. However, upon noticing the man's extraordinarily well-coordinated muscles, he suddenly comprehended that this African was no ordinary adversary, igniting within him a desire to engage in combat. What are your intentions, young man? Although Zhang Zhong's tone was less than pleasant and tinged with sarcasm, in Oliva's eyes, he deemed the young man worthy. Furthermore, even though he had not exerted his full strength, it was evident that not just anyone could easily shake off his hand. Let us place a wager. If you do not wish to part with your money, then let us duel. As Zhang Zhong spoke, he discreetly rummaged through his borrowed wallet, realizing its contents were dwindling, mentally calculating his options. At this, Oliva raised an eyebrow. However, upon realizing that Dolian was lifeless in Lai's grasp, he felt his journey had been in vain. It was clear that the man was beyond saving. Forget it, he is dead. What is there to fight about? My apologies. Apologies for the disturbance. Truly is a bother. Having uttered these words, Oliva turned on his heel and departed without a hint of nostalgia, akin to a whisper fading into the night. Observing his abrupt exit, Zhang Zhong awkwardly retracted his outstretched hand, taken aback by such unabashed audacity. Not only did he refrain from offering any financial support, but he also left without a glance back. This was the closest I had ever come to $1 million, and I failed to cherish it. My mind swirled with unspoken grievances, yet soon enough, my spirits lifted. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have defeated Oliva and earned 1,000 energy points. With Oliva's departure, only 4 individuals remained in the amusement park. Lai carried Dorian's lifeless body back to Zhang Zhong, bowing respectfully. I sincerely apologize for any offense caused earlier. I am at a loss for words regarding what transpired. Here is a small token. I hope you can forgive me. Should you need anything upon your return to your homeland, do not hesitate to contact me. Here is my contact information. Lai had only just come to realize that this individual had vanquished the formidable king of the sea, indicating that the youth's prowess surpassed that of this well-established elder. It is said that the worthy are to be revered. Thus, a gesture of respect was warranted, as he had previously acted discourteously. Not at all, brother Lai. There is no need for such formality, Zhang Zhong replied, accepting the black card that Lai had offered. A glance revealed it to be an unlimited black card, and joy surged within him. This was indeed a remarkable treasure. He was not greedy, merely fond of spending. In that moment, Zhang Zhong grasped the sensation of having regained something lost, particularly since it exceeded his expectations. The customary pleasantries exchanged in Huaxia rendered the father and son duo of Yu and Du Bu speechless, blissfully unaware that a member of the Divine Heart Society lay concealed within a nearby trash bin, mere meters away. Otherwise, a fierce confrontation would have been imminent. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have defeated 5 individuals, achieving the milestone of a quintuple kill. Reward: 100 by 100 square meters of system space. With the system notification, Zhang Zhong departed the amusement park. Observing the bustling streets, he dialed the assistant of Tokugawa Naramitsu once more, for he was utterly unfamiliar with the Tokyo dialect and had no desire to engage in it. Is that the assistant? Is there anywhere I can procure gold? Certainly, sir. I will arrange that for you. Please follow the navigation to the Tokyo Floral Bank. Upon hanging up, Zhang Zhong received a friend request on his phone. After accepting it, he followed the navigation to the Floral Bank. The opulence of the bank was a sight to behold, one he had never encountered before. His purpose for acquiring gold was, of course, to return to the primary world. Through his investigations, he had discovered that gold could indeed be utilized in the primary world. Although gold had lost its value as a precious metal there, its purchasing power remained robust. Good day, sir. Welcome to the International Financial Bank. How may I assist you today? Gazing at the manager adorned with a multilingual name tag, Zhang Zhong's impression of Tokugawa Naramitsu improved significantly. He had managed to secure a manager to attend to him directly. I wish to purchase some gold. How much would you like to acquire? 100 million yen in gold, please. Additionally, I would like to purchase a villa. Simply deliver the gold there. The villa's price is flexible, as long as it includes an underground garage capable of accommodating the gold. Zhang Zhong presented the black card to the bank manager. Soon, the manager returned with a metallic briefcase and a set of car keys in hand. Sir, your total expenditure amounts to 200 million mikan. This includes the property deed and a limited credit card valued at 50 million. Here are the keys to the Vort 250 pickup truck. Your gold has been securely packed. Taking the keys and the briefcase, Zhang Zhong felt a surge of excitement as he exited the bank. He located a pristine new pickup truck, skillfully entered, and started the engine, driving towards the outskirts. After passing through a park, the enclosed cabin was utterly devoid of contents. Casually tossing the briefcase containing the property deed into the back of the truck, Zhang Zhong steered the vehicle towards the school. He intended to seek out Renya, recalling the narrative and timeline from memory. At this juncture, Renya should be poisoned, and in the original storyline, the formidable Hema Waijur would appear in response. If he could devise a plan to defeat Waijur, he could expedite his own conclusion. Chapter 12. The liberation of the Phantom Mind. Casually parking his vehicle in a space adjacent to the school, Zhang Zhong retrieved his mobile phone to assess the time and, after a fleeting glance at the sky, carelessly tossed the device onto the passenger seat before reclining in the back to succumb to slumber. His habit of rising early was vividly demonstrated, for as the sun began its ascent, Zhang Zhong found himself perched atop the car, striking an odd and contorted pose. As the sun gradually rose, his muscles began to quiver violently, with the trembling intensifying, resembling the roar of an engine. His skin flushed a deep crimson, sweat gushing forth and evaporating like steam under the heat radiating from his body, while intricate red patterns coalesced on his back, resembling the wings of a fantastical dragon. These fleshy lines signified that Zhang Zhong had transcended the realm of flesh refining, reaching a new stage, the bone-tempering realm. Reclining on the car roof, he felt the rhythmic thrum of his heart, akin to a drumbeat, while his blood surged like the mighty yellow river, illuminating the skeletal structure beneath his skin, transforming from white to black. When Zhang Zhong awakened once more, it was to the cacophony of passing cars and pedestrians. Rising from atop the vehicle, he emitted sounds reminiscent of a drum roll, drawing the curious attention of those around him. Paying no heed to their gazes, he pulled out his phone and noted that it was nearing noon. After contacting an assistant from the Tokugawa family to obtain the address of Renya, he promptly ignited the engine and set off towards an unassuming courtyard near the park, located in the suburban vicinity of the school. Navigating the urban expressway, Zhang Zhong swiftly arrived at the outskirts, where he encountered a narrow road suitable only for smaller vehicles. necessitating him to park nearby. Following the navigation through a passageway barely wide enough for 2 cars, he soon located Renya's residence, entering a courtyard devoid of a gate. The yard revealed sparse patches of grass and a single-story dwelling reminiscent of a shanty, marked by a rusty red security door and a window shrouded by curtains, leaving only a 20-centimeter gap. Zhang Zhong felt a profound sense of empathy for his less fortunate younger brother's living conditions and approached the door, knocking assertively. "Coming." A melodious voice, as refreshing as a mountain spring, soon echoed from within. "Who are you?" Xiao Zhang inquired, gazing at the tall, white-haired youth outside. As she racked her brain, she realized she had never encountered him before, despite having met Renya's friends. This particular young man was unfamiliar. "I am Zhang Zhong, though you may also refer to me as Fanma Zhongshan." Without waiting for Xiao Zhang to respond, he pushed his way into the room. The interior was illuminated by a slightly yellowed light, revealing a simple layout consisting of a bed, a sofa, and a wardrobe, mingling with a faint scent of youthful femininity, emanating from Xiao Zhang standing behind him. "You claim to be Fanma Zhongshan, Renya's brother? What brings you here? You talk too much, woman. Where is Renya?" Zhang Zhong interjected, as Xiao Zhang had yet to finish her sentence. For someone like him, who still retained the essence of a Na'vi boy, engaging in normal conversation with a female had become a challenge. "Renya is in the basement, I suggest." Before she could complete her thought, Zhang Zhong, towering and white-haired, abruptly lifted the entrance to the basement and locked it behind him. Xiao Zhang immediately sensed that something was amiss, but it was too late to rectify the situation. Descending into the basement, Zhang Zhong beheld a figure as gaunt as a skeleton, with a waxen complexion and sunken cheeks. Renya. At that moment, Renya was engaged in a relentless assault against the air. Despite his pallor, his punches continued to strike with remarkable speed. The arrival of Zhang Zhong brought Renya to a halt. He cast a puzzled glance at his unexpected visitor, seemingly bewildered by the presence of the individual who had struck him outside the gym. "Renya, what significance does it hold to face the opponent of your imagination? Come and fight me." With that proclamation, Zhang Zhong's form flickered as he lunged towards Renya, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Instinctively, Renya unleashed a punch, the shadow of his fist slicing through the air with the swiftness of a blade. For Renya, any provocation warranted a retaliatory blow. In response to Renya's desperate counter, Zhang Zhong merely tilted his head slightly, effortlessly evading the strike. His right fist, akin to a cannonball, swiftly connected with Renya's lower abdomen, deploying only 30% of his strength, yet sending Renya crashing heavily against the wall behind him. Supporting the slumping figure of Renya, Zhang Zhong carried him out of the basement and kicked open the passage door, startling Xiao Zhang, whose phone clattered to the ground in shock. "Take Renya to the hospital." After uttering that brief command, Zhang Zhong departed from Renya's residence. Once settled in his vehicle, he observed a luxurious business car speeding past before alighting to seek a self-service buffet, indulging himself until the evening. Under the astonished gaze of the proprietor, Zhang Zhong placed down his final plate of steak and, after leaving a generous stack of cherry blossom coins, rose to leave. "I can smell the stench emanating from you." Just as the words escaped his lips, Zhang Zhong abruptly halted, sensing an uncanny warmth surging from his spine to his forehead. In an instant, the surroundings within a 5-meter radius appeared astonishingly clear, as if enveloped in a filter, the pedestrians passing by seemingly frozen in time. "Is this the ghost brain? Can I control it?" With meticulous contemplation, Zhang Zhong realized that the blood of the Van Ma within this clone had been activated. He concentrated, attempting to manipulate the activation and deactivation of the ghost brain, and soon the world around him returned to its normal state of perception. After several trials, Zhang Zhong concluded that the ghost brain could indeed be controlled and operated with a swiftness surpassing that of the cultivators he had learned about out of curiosity. Time swiftly passed, and soon the streets were devoid of any pedestrians. Only Zhang Zhong remained, wielding the ghost brain as if it were a newfound toy, unknowingly wandering into the outskirts of a park. Suddenly, he encountered a short man clad in a white suit. Zhang Zhong halted his advance. Through the perception of the ghost brain, he discerned that the individual was not human but rather a venomous serpent. Moreover, the same lingering scent from Renya intensified around this person. The newcomer was Lu Longguang, who, having suffered defeat at Ranya's hands, sought to regain his confidence by challenging Godchuan Gang again, choosing this park as the venue to reclaim his spirit in the very place of his prior downfall. Lost in a myriad of thoughts, Lu Longguang failed to notice Zhang Zhong standing still. In a flash, with a precise and powerful strike, Zhang Zhong's fist connected squarely with Lu Longguang's face. This unexpected blow, infused with formidable force, sent Lu Longguang hurtling through the air, where he spun several times before crashing heavily to the ground. Baka! Covering his incessantly bleeding nose, Lu Longguang cursed loudly while vigilantly surveying his surroundings. This action left Zhang Zhong perplexed. Despite standing directly before him, Lu was scanning the area. A suspicion arose within him. Was it a result of the ghost brain? As he deactivated the ghost brain, Lu Longguang joyfully exclaimed, "I found you." Unbeknownst to him, 2 scythes, tethered to ropes, had appeared in his hands. The scythes swung rapidly, resembling circular saws, illuminated under the streetlight like a full moon. As the words left his lips, the scythes swiftly sliced through the air towards Zhang Zhong. In an instant, Zhang Zhong's skin turned a deep crimson, a faint red membrane enveloping his entire being, and the patterns on his body seemed to come alive. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated, astonishingly deflecting the scythes that would have been imperceptible to an ordinary person. This was a rudimentary defensive martial technique from the realm of his true body, known as blood chi combat skill, a niche martial art. Explanation: the protagonist's world, Earth, is set 1,000 years in the future, where the power hierarchy places warriors at the bottom. Most individuals are warriors and martial skills are akin to public resources. However, possessing martial skills without a higher realm is common, leading most to specialize after reaching level 20 as a warrior, relying on their profession to level up, with the requisite experience gained from hunting wild beasts and monsters. Chapter 13. The bluster before the retreat. As Zhang Zhong deftly deflected the scythe, he seized it with his other hand and pulled with a swift motion. Lu Longguang felt an overwhelming force transmitted through the rope in his hands, and before he could react, his entire body was yanked forward. He raised his right foot and kicked Lu Longguang in the abdomen, the pain causing Lu Longguang to relinquish his grip on the dual scythes. Zhang Zhong executed the kick with remarkable precision, ensuring that Lu Longguang did not fly away but rather crumpled to the ground, clutching his stomach. Lu Longguang, the poison dragon, is it? Is this all you can do? Merely toying with childish trinkets? Zhang Zhong's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes on Lu Longguang, who curled up on the ground like a shrimp. His voice resonated like that of a demon emerging from the abyss. In Lu Longguang's terrified eyes, Zhang Zhong exerted his strength, transforming the alloy-crafted dual scythes into mere fragments, akin to plastic toys being crushed. Memories surged within Lu Longguang's mind, recalling his youth when he had studied under Master Guosong, a master of the Void Path martial arts. He had swiftly mastered his teacher's signature techniques, both empty-handed and whip strikes. His master could create a vacuum in his palm to lift a smooth bowling ball, while Lu Longguang, surpassing his mentor, could elevate a sheet of white paper. Yet this was not enough. As he encountered a world brimming with might, the seed of strength was sown deep within the young Lu Longguang's heart. Through serendipitous discovery, he learned that his master possessed a legendary technique, the in-hand poison palm, acquired from Huaxia. After numerous attempts to solicit it from his master, a nefarious plan began to form in Lu Longguang's youthful mind. Finally, he found his opportunity. He poisoned his master, rendering him unconscious, and successfully uncovered the secret technique hidden within his master's chamber. After securing the technique, Lu Longguang did not flee immediately. As he passed by his master, he cruelly suppressed his right hand and, after slaying several oblivious disciples, he departed triumphantly. Having acquired the poison hand, Lu Longguang ventured into the depths of the mountains to gather various toxins, ultimately mastering the poison hand. Coupled with whip strikes, he swiftly earned the title of the venomous willow in the underworld. Poison hand. Poison hand. Indeed, he had yet to unleash his poison hand. He had neither lost nor been defeated. Lu Longguang suddenly sprang to his feet, his eyes ablaze with determination. Is he truly able to rise again? Unfazed by Zhang Zhong's astonishment, Lu Longguang's body twisted like a willow in the wind, his arms swaying fluidly as if devoid of bones. Crack. The sound of the whip echoed as his right hand lashed out with the ferocity of a dancing whip, striking the spot where Zhang Zhong had stood moments before. However, Zhang Zhong had already evaded, and the blow landed upon a great tree behind him, causing leaves to rain down as the trunk bore a gaping black hole, exuding a noxious odor. Such toxicity. Zhang Zhong felt a chill run down his spine, relieved to have avoided the hit. Otherwise, he would be the next victim. Old man, are you not afraid of striking yourself? As he maneuvered deftly to evade Lu Longguang's onslaught, it appeared laborious. Yet in Zhang Zhong's fully unleashed mind, the lightning-fast poison hand seemed to unfold in slow motion. Minutes ticked by, and Zhang Zhong's patience waned, with blood trickling from his nose, signaling that he had reached the limits of his reserves. After an entire hour, even in the form of a mere shadow, the exertion on his true self would undoubtedly be far greater. Dodging swiftly, closing the distance, a punch was thrown, and in a mere 3 seconds, Lu Longguang was brought to his knees. In that moment, Lu Longguang comprehended the grim reality. He was merely a mouse being toyed with by the cat, the white-haired youth before him akin to a devil. Is it not pleasurable to wield poison, to watch your superior succumb to its insidious grasp, thereby satiating your desires? Many have perished at this hand. Haven they? Beside Lu Longguang, Zhang Zhong's voice resonated, sounding almost like a judgment. Crack. The sound of shattered bones echoed as Lu Longguang stared blankly at his mangled right hand. Defeated, utterly defeated. Ah! Suddenly lifting his head, Lu Longguang wore a vacant expression, seated on the ground like an infant, gnawing at his own hand. A once formidable master of the void path, he was now reduced to a state of utter foolishness. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have defeated Lu Longguang ahead of schedule, earning 2,000 energy points. Tap, tap. The sound of footsteps behind interrupted Zhang Zhong's musings. He turned to see an elderly man clad in a leather jacket, his white hair stark against his attire. Who are you? Benzai, a seasoned warrior, drew his katana, his expression grave as he scrutinized the white-haired youth standing before Lu Longguang, quickly realizing that Lu had become a fool, evidently the doing of this young man. This individual possesses remarkable strength, Benzai thought to himself. Old man, do not point your weapon at me. The voice echoed in his ears, prompting Benzai to instinctively swing his sword, only for Zhang Zhong to grasp it firmly with one hand. Is this a toy? Clang, clang, clang. With a forceful twist of his thumb, as if snapping a disposable chopstick, the katana broke swiftly in Zhang Zhong's grip, the sharp metallic sound resonating like a sinister melody in Benzai's mind. Reacting quickly, Benzai retreated and produced a dagger, lunging back with the blade aimed viciously at Zhang Zhong's abdomen. Smack! Observing the old man's intent to harm him, Zhang Zhong, wielding the remnants of the katana, struck Benzai squarely across the face with the hilt. Teeth mixed with blood scattered across the ground, and Benzai's body, akin to a spinning top, collided heavily with a lamppost before collapsing unconscious, his head thrown back. Who are you, kid? A voice emerged from behind, and Zhang Zhong felt a towering figure overshadow him. Turning, he beheld a visage that resembled a malevolent spirit, fiery red hair standing on end, seemingly defying gravity, and a physique reminiscent of a towering edifice, muscles straining against the fabric of his black martial arts uniform. Old Deng, I am your father. Upon seeing this man, an inexplicable fury surged within Zhang Zhong, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. The spirit of the demon awakened within him, blood surging through his veins as his form flickered like a specter. Boom! Zhang Zhong's fist collided with that of Fan Ma Weizhi, causing the latter's body to tremble involuntarily. How long has it been? How long? Fan Ma Weizhi's heart raced with elation. This white-haired boy possessed such remarkable strength that he could sway his otherwise suppressed power. His son, the oft-maligned Bi, was indeed a fortuitous star, as he had merely intended to check on his unfortunate offspring, only to encounter this promising young man. Not bad, little brat. You are far superior to my 2 worthless sons. Your potential is impressive. I shall forgive your earlier insolence. By the way, where is that boy? Enveloped in his own exhilaration, the formidable Baki Hanma suddenly realized that the white-haired youth had vanished without a trace. Cursed be that boy. Do not let our paths cross again. Boom! Boom! Inside the vehicle, Zhang Zhong rubbed his slightly numb wrist, listening to the deafening sound of trees crashing outside, a smile gracing his lips. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing the strongest creature on Earth, Baki Hanma, and acquiring the demoness back. A surge of warmth emanated from his heart, enveloping his entire being, as the muscles of his back began to twist in an eerie manner, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit with closed eyes. Old Deng, I will let you bask in your arrogance for now. When I find you, I shall settle the score. After the destruction in the park had subsided for quite some time, Zhang Zhong drove the car towards the city, reflecting on the reasons behind the liberation of the demon's mind. I understand now. Only by defeating him once more can it be activated. It seems I must devise a plan to deal with that old Deng. The Baki arc is nearing its conclusion. Let us celebrate. Chapter 14 Identity. Gazing out of the car window at the rapidly passing trees and streetlights, Zhang Zhong returned to the city. After a brief freshening up, he lay down on his bed. When the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, Zhang Zhong was already awake, the room enveloped in an inexplicable heat. This was the process of bone tempering, wherein the skin contracted and the muscles rubbed against the bones, achieving a fortifying effect. Bone tempering, as I recall from the materials, indicated that the path of martial arts had reached an impasse. To advance, one could only become a professional, dedicated to the practice of Qigong. His thoughts raced, and Zhang Zhong realized his knowledge was still insufficient. If only he could possess a divine martial arts manual, what need would there be for a profession? The practice of Qi could exist as an independent system. As for Renya, he had learned much in that hospital. Clad in his attire, he crushed his phone in his hand and drove to the specified location. For someone from another world, such a device was unnecessary. Upon parking in the lot, Zhang Zhong stood outside the ward, gazing at Renya, who lay in bed, reliant on a respirator, silently bidding farewell within his heart. Exiting the wooden construction hospital, he spotted Xiao Jiang sitting outside a CAF, her youthful beauty marred by a look of sorrow as she occasionally cast her gaze at Renya's ward window. Before long, a crew-cut young man approached her directly. Ali, having heard that his father's friend's son was the strongest in Sakura, had defeated his father and boarded a flight to Tokyo, only to unexpectedly encounter the captivating woman before him. Hello, beautiful lady. I am little Ali, the son of the world champion boxer. Ali. Hello. Xiao Jiang replied, struggling to suppress her tears upon being greeted by the unexpected presence of a black man. As the daughter of a former fighter, she felt a sense of embarrassment at the attention from the son of a martial arts star. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I was smitten. I hope you will consider dating me. Such a scene left Zhang Zhong somewhat astounded. This young black man was utterly captivated by the woman, even attempting to flirt with his younger brother's partner. Flexing his wrists, Zhang Zhong approached and positioned himself between the two. You're the offspring of Champion Ali? You hardly look the part. What's that supposed to mean? Care to test it? Very well. Let us head into the woods over there, Zhang Zhong suggested, pointing to the small grove across from the CAF, and he led the way inside. Excuse me, beautiful. I must attend to some matters. Xiao Jiang observed Zhang Zhong's retreating figure. She recognized him as Renya's brother. With both men having departed, Xiao Jiang, feeling disinterested, returned to the hospital. Once in the grove, Zhang Zhong turned to see the overly eager little Ali following suit, pulling a bandage from his pocket to wrap around his hand. I advise you to keep your distance from that woman in the future. And who might you be to say that? Little Ali replied nonchalantly, dismissing Zhang Zhong, who had interrupted his flirtation. After securing the bandage, he assumed a boxing stance, ready to deliver a blow regardless of who this interloper was. Oh, you want to fight? Come on then. The indolent responder, known as the Little Black One, beckoned with his index finger, provoking a reaction from young Ali, who, refusing to be intimidated, stepped forward and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Zhang Zhong's face, accompanied by a whistling wind. In response, Zhang Zhong sidestepped and executed a palm thrust that struck Ali's wrist, twisting his body to deliver a heavy elbow to Ali's abdomen. The impact left Ali feeling as though a tempest raged within his stomach, desperately suppressing the urge to regurgitate his morning meal. Is that all you've got? Ha ha ha. Let the force soar for a while. With hands in pockets and a cold gaze fixed upon Ali, Zhang Zhong knew that although this strike would not be fatal, it would gradually erode the meridians in Ali's lower body, inflicting agonizing pain each time he detoxified. This technique was learned from an ancient medical tome, a rarity in the main world. Suddenly, Ali felt a weakness in his lower body, collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing under sporadic waves of pain. Now allow me to reveal my identity. Listen closely. I am Fan Ma Zhongshan, the brother of that woman S-Man, whose name is Fan Ma Renya. Do you understand now? Zhang Zhong crouched beside Ali, gripping his hair to raise his head, the murderous intent in his eyes causing Ali to tremble uncontrollably. Please don't kill me. My father is friends with your father. I beg you. I don't want to die. The once proud Ali was now reduced to a pitiful state, pleading for his life. That's more like it. Do you know where Fan Ma Yongji is? I know. Very well, lead me to him. Grabbing Ali, who resembled a limp sack, Zhang Zhong carelessly tossed him into the back seat as they drove toward the hotel Ali had mentioned. Observing the hotel where he had previously stayed, Zhang Zhong raised an eyebrow, amused to discover that this vessel of a father shared his impeccable taste. Entering the restaurant across from the hotel, he began to feast heartily as dusk gradually enveloped the sky. Time's up. Rising to settle the bill, he entered the hotel elevator, swiftly ascending to the top floor. In the only luxurious suite on the 23rd floor, Fan Ma Yongji was performing a handstand, suddenly thrusting his fingers against the ground and flipping to land gracefully on his feet. He sensed an aura akin to that of the white-haired youth encountered in the park. A peal of uncontrollable laughter erupted as Fan Ma Yongji fixed his piercing gaze on the door. The lock in Zhang Zhong's hand contorted and twisted before he pushed the door open, revealing Fan Ma Yongji seated boldly on the sofa. Oh, my dear father, were you waiting for me? Upon hearing this, Fan Ma Yongji paused, taken aback that this white-haired youth addressed him as father. As he studied the young man's face, a memory surfaced of a woman he had met during his time in Huaxia, her visage strikingly similar to that of the youth before him. What is your name? The name of the cherry blossom. Fan Ma Zhongshan, a name that irks me. Stepping into the room, each footfall caused the floor beneath him to crack under the strain, his aura steadily intensifying. With a kick akin to a battle axe, he aimed for Fan Ma Yongji's head. Indeed, such an attack was effortlessly evaded, and the sofa upon which Fan Ma Yongji sat resembled the aftermath of a mighty axe's sweep, revealing its cotton stuffing and broken springs. Old Deng, quite nimble on your feet. Once again, a kick was unleashed, producing a sharp crack in the air. Bang! Fan Ma Yongji raised his hand to firmly block the blow. Ha! You are far stronger than your brother. Renya, my child. Nonsense. Zhang Zhong had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. The winds from his punches roared like thunder. His body began to glow a deep crimson, and grotesque patterns crawled across his skin as power surged through him. A punch struck Fan Ma Yongji squarely in the face, sending him hurtling away. Spit, kid. That punch had considerable strength. What do you aspire to become? Hey, you lack the qualifications to concern yourself with me, old Deng. With that, Zhang Zhong seized Fan Ma Yongji by the collar, an act that, to those acquainted with Fan Ma Yongji, was tantamount to courting death. Chapter 15. Baki and Vama Wai-Jur felt a sense of pride for his son, yet this insolent boy dared to seize his collar directly. In an instant, Vama Wai-Jur's expression morphed into a terrifying grimace, and with a powerful push against the ground, the entire building trembled under the sheer force. Zhang Zhong felt an overwhelming strength surge through his arm, rendering his body uncontrollable, akin to a windmill spiraling wildly before he was hurled backward, crashing through the wall behind him. Apologies, everyone, for interrupting your dinner. I am merely educating my runaway son before he could finish his sentence. Zhang Zhong had already materialized behind Vama Wai-Jur, delivering a fierce kick to his lower back, causing a shocking force to radiate through Wai-Jur's midsection. Boom! He was sent flying, shattering the reinforced glass of a high-rise. Yet Vama Wai-Jur effortlessly grasped the window frame and returned indoors. Very well. Come at me, you insolent child. With arms outstretched, the muscles on his back tensed instantaneously, tearing through his clothing, exposing the demonic contours of his physique to the open air. Zhang Zhong, not one to hold back against this father, felt his blood surge as crimson mist enveloped him. The blood slaughter technique activated, a formidable skill acquired from his studies in intermediate martial arts, allowing him to condense his vitality and temporarily transcend to the pinnacle of bone tempering, enhancing his breathing, defense, and strength. With a swift motion, his feet seemed to create afterimages, a testament to the effects of the blood slaughter technique. He unleashed a downward punch, sending Vama Waijur crashing through the ceiling once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Vama Waijur. Demon back activated. Zhang Zhong paused momentarily, the objective accomplished, yet he resolved to continue his assault on the elder. His bones felt as though they were stretching, muscles tightened, and his skin gained remarkable resilience. Puff! 2 jets of white vapor escaped from his nostrils as his internal temperature surged, his strength swelling anew. He leaped onto the rooftop and, with a powerful kick, his figure flashed through the air, appearing at Vanma Waijur's side, landing a heavy whip kick to his father's waist, sending him soaring like a deflated ball. Cough! Spitting out blood. Vanma Waijur's demeanor returned to normal, akin to a child encountering a cherished toy. He raised his hands, fully activating his demon back. His red hair billowed without wind as he launched a punch toward Zhang Zhong. The terrifying force erupted where their fists collided, causing a resounding shockwave through the air, shaking the nearby buildings. This sudden commotion roused countless individuals, prompting them to flee their homes and spill onto the streets. Upon colliding, both fighters staggered backward, their feet shattering the stones beneath them. Remarkably, their strengths were evenly matched. TCH, you're not so formidable after all, old man. With that, Zhang Zhong mocked before transforming into an afterimage once more, delivering a swift slap to Vanma Waijur's face. While an ordinary person's punching speed is around 1 second, his recent strike had taken a mere 0.3 seconds. Yamamoto Yujiro felt a sudden darkness envelop him as he teetered on the brink of collapse. Yet through years of relentless combat and his formidable physique, he managed to remain upright. Like a specter, he darted forward, delivering a heavy blow to Yamamoto's face, causing blood to stream from his nostrils. As he moved again and struck once more, Yujiro found himself unable to defend against the onslaught, retreating repeatedly. A profound sense of suffocation washed over him. He had grown weary of the so-called life. Once, he had vanquished countless foes and, unbeknownst to him, had ascended to the pinnacle of strength. Now, he was unexpectedly savoring the experience of fatherhood. Such a scene was perplexing. How could this tender moment between father and son evoke the essence of fatherhood in Yujiro? Is that so, old man? Come, let us continue, Zhang Zhong thought, a twinge of envy coursing through him. In the primary world, he had never felt paternal love, yet here he encountered a different kind of fatherly affection. He recognized that Yujiro was not exerting his full strength, even with the demon back activated. A fiery crimson aura enveloped him, and before Yujiro could react, Zhang Zhong's fist struck forcefully against his abdomen. Yujiro bent forward, halting his retreat, nostalgia flooding his mind. He could scarcely recall the last time he had endured such a brutal strike to his midsection. It had been ages since he had felt this way. He had faced martial artists, athletes, beasts, armies, and criminal syndicates, yet none of these encounters had satisfied him until he heard the ancient wisdom of Huaxia. The blue surpasses the blue. Thus, as you scattered your seeds and encountered me, soon you will taste this experience once again. Upon hearing Zhang Zhong's words, a look of confusion crossed Yujiro's fierce visage, yet he understood that Zhang Zhong would offer no explanation. The two resumed their fierce battle, fists colliding, feet clashing. At this moment, their confrontation was stripped of technique, reduced to the purest form of physical conflict, with blood mingling with sweat, splattering around them. The pace of their exchanges escalated, barely allowing the eye to catch glimpses of their fleeting figures colliding and separating. The rooftop now riddled with cracks, teetering on the brink of collapse. It was at this juncture that Zhang Zhong's speed began to wane, his eyes growing vacant, an indication of his clones nearing their limit. Despite employing 1,000 clones through the blood sacrifice technique, his body was reaching its breaking point. This intermediate martial skill forced the blood to ignite and refine into life force, achieving a strengthening effect. Most individuals in the primary world could only endure for 2 or 3 minutes. Zhang Zhong's endurance of half an hour was extraordinary, as typically, sustaining such a state would result in catastrophic failure. As the life force began to dissipate, Yujiro, caught in a frenzy of excitement, remained oblivious to the peculiar signs of Zhang Zhong's condition. His fists relentlessly pummeling the younger man's body. He lifted Zhang Zhong and slammed him down onto the ground, and it was only at that moment that Yujiro realized how gravely weakened Zhang Zhong had become. "Son, what is the matter with you?" Yujiro stared in disbelief at Zhang Zhong, who struggled to lift his head from the ground. Just moments ago he had been hurling insults while fighting. How could he now appear so close to death? "You little rascal, what is going on?" Yujiro exclaimed. "Ha! You, a criminal, actually care about me? You, a murderer, show concern for my well-being." Uncertain of the reasons behind his actions, Zhang Zhong uncontrollably uttered these words. "Stop your nonsense. It no longer matters. Old man, please treat my two younger brothers with kindness from now on. I am about to depart." Gazing at the formidable visage of Fanma Waizhi, Zhang Zhong could not restrain himself and, with the last vestiges of his strength, sent Waizhi hurtling away. He crashed into the gas pipeline behind him, his skin, a vivid crimson, igniting the natural gas with the searing intensity of a branding iron. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, and a mushroom cloud ascended skyward. "No!" Fanma Waizhi howled in agony, transfixed by the horrifying conflagration and the raging inferno, unable to regain his composure. After a considerable time, as he endeavored to act as a normal father towards his son, he was haunted by memories of his white-haired child while grappling fiercely with the determined and relentless figure of his son. As he beheld the dawnlit sky and watched his son bow before him, addressing him as father, Fanma Waizhi found himself ensnared in a web of unresolved emotions. Chapter 16. The 8 Gates of Heavenly Burial. Oh, the pain is excruciating. Within the enigmatic realm of Zhang Zhong's consciousness, the luminous portal representing the system channel flickered violently, from which emerged a towering humanoid figure, its hair singed and charred. As Zhang Zhong's thoughts surged, countless ethereal silhouettes swiftly melded into this avatar. With the integration of these phantoms, the robust, white-haired Zhang Zhong on the ground experienced a rapid healing of his wounds, soon regaining his human form. The main body, curse it, why must it indulge in such explosive artistry? The white-haired Zhang Zhong rose from the ground, moving his body. While he had no desire to perish in an explosion, the primary consciousness compelled him to comply. After all, an avatar is merely an avatar. "I've discerned that you possess an abundance of traits, courage and impulsiveness. You wish to deceive me into merging, don't you? I can hardly wait. Haha, I concede to you, old trickster. I am melting." As Zhang Zhong commanded the fusion, the white-haired avatar melted away like a snowman succumbing to the warmth, dissolving into the black, swamp-like ocean beneath his feet. The main body of Zhang Zhong, having returned, stood from the sofa. His clothing disintegrated instantaneously, his skin flushed crimson, and steam began to emanate, hissing audibly. Sinister patterns rapidly extended from his chest to his limbs, a radiant red light illuminating the entire room, revealing silver bones beneath the crimson skin. Warrior level 18. Ha! Feeling the explosive power within, Zhang Zhong was exhilarated. It seemed the upcoming examination was assured, as the average high school student typically ranked around level 10, whereas he surpassed the school's mean level by 8 tiers. The mere thought of showcasing his prowess before others filled him with excitement. "Main body, I believe I can handle this without your intervention." The voice of the white-haired avatar resonated in the depths of his mind. Initially, Zhang Zhong had intended to eliminate this avatar, but recognizing it as a stepping stone on his path to becoming a warrior, he decided to retain it. He soon realized that this state resembled the descriptions of schizophrenia found in ancient texts, strikingly similar. "Be quiet. It seems you have too much time on your hands?" A shadowy voice echoed within, igniting a tumult in the consciousness space, as dozens of white-haired avatars emerged from the black ocean like bamboo shoots after a rain. "Main body, what do you intend to do? Seeing you restless, I shall find you some tasks to occupy your time. Let us see who remains standing last." Allowing you to stretch your legs. With a command from Zhang Zhong, the multitude of white-haired avatars engaged in chaotic battle, filling the vast, nebulous black marsh of the consciousness with uproar. Countless phantoms settled into seats formed by the black ocean, observing the fierce combat among the dozens of white-haired avatars. Main body, you truly are remarkable. You still have the energy to speak. Splendid. Let us add 99 more. Very well. Let us see who shall be the true leader. Zhang Zhong, observing the audacious white-haired avatar, chuckled inwardly, relishing the irony of its bravado, unaware of who truly held supremacy. Nonetheless, it was worth noting that this dynamic was quite enjoyable. Although the avatars exhibited some rebelliousness, it added a layer of amusement to life, for this world was no longer a solitary existence. Main body, you are quite the anomaly. Indeed, as I added another 100, the arena within the realm of consciousness expanded, revealing yet another 100 white-haired avatars. My original self, how cruel you are to inflict such torment upon yourself. Yet, these white-haired avatars are destined to remain unacknowledged, for Zhang Zhong wishes not to witness his own suffering, even if it is merely a confrontation with himself. Enough of your prattle. Let us engage in a chaotic brawl before we settle our scores one-on-one. Otherwise, when will this ever conclude? Indeed, let it be as you propose. Our techniques are identical, and it shall come down to our physical prowess and instinct for combat. Whoever falls must depart. Very well. This is unjust. I have already vanquished two. Fool. You possess none of the intelligence of your original self. In the midst of the battle within the realm of consciousness, Zhang Zhong paid no heed. After a refreshing shower and changing into clean attire, he checked the time and noted that merely half a day had passed. This afforded him ample opportunity to train outside the city, for humans differ greatly from demon beasts and wild beasts. Even an 18th level warrior would find it exceedingly difficult to prevail against a lower-tier wild beast alone. Of course, Zhang Zhong was not included in this category. With his powerful avatars, his original self was undoubtedly formidable. Ah, I nearly forgot. The system's lottery has yet to commence. Closing his eyes, he bypassed the realm of consciousness and called out to the system repeatedly. Just as impatience began to set in, the system finally responded. Ding! The system detects that the lottery is not yet activated. Would you like to initiate it? Yes. As a grand wheel materialized before him and began to spin slowly, Zhang Zhong discerned a peculiarity. His system was unlike any he had previously encountered. However, this was rather fortuitous. The consciousness of the avatars was already chaotic enough without the addition of an intelligent system. 8 or 9 profound techniques, the Dragon Elephant Prajna Art, the Divine Image Suppression Force, the Mythical Great Luo, 9 Transformations Immortal Technique, 8 Extremes Collapse, the Pengu Clan's Body Refinement Method, the Prison Skyfinger. Gazing at the innumerable techniques and martial arts, both familiar and unfamiliar, divided into countless colorful segments on the wheel, tears streamed down Zhang Zhong's cheeks. Alas! Alas! All of them, wiping the drool from his mouth, he steadied his emotions and began an earnest prayer to the myriad deities. Avalokiteshvara, the Taoist ancestor, the immortal emperor, the Tathagata Buddha, the fighting Saint Buddha, Lord Pengu. May you bless me with a golden reward. Yet, despite Zhang Zhong's fervent supplications, the wheel showed no signs of halting, as time slipped away moment by moment. Gold, blue, red, white, blue-black, red-purple, cyan-green, gold, gray-black. Counting the colors in his heart, Zhang Zhong's little heart leapt to his throat at that moment. No, please, I only desire gold. What on earth is gray? With a thud, Zhang Zhong collapsed to the floor, feeling as though all hope had vanished, enveloped in a bleak future. Gray, the eternally unchanging gray. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a chaotic-level body refinement technique, 8 Gates of Heavenly Burial. Would you like to claim it? Note: the 8 gates consist of 4 human realms, 3 earth realms, and 1 heavenly realm. Each gate is stronger than the last. What the hell? Although Zhang Zhong did not comprehend the significance of a chaotic level, based on the countless experiences of his avatars, this technique was undoubtedly extraordinary. I must claim this. System, though you lack intelligence, I shall not disdain you. Before him, the roulette of the 8 gates of celestial burial shimmered in a gray hue, transforming into a radiant arc that swiftly penetrated Zhang Zhong's mind, merging with his very being. The 8 gates of celestial burial. The first gate, a force as formidable as a wild beast, shattering mountains and stones. rendering gold and iron as mere paper. The second gate, an unending vigor, with vitality akin to the perpetual sun. The third gate, a breath that lingers, capable of submerging in the depths of the ocean for days unending. The fourth gate, a power that shatters the high clouds, moving with the swiftness of a sonic boom. The corporeal form of a being is a concealed sanctum, with the 8 gates representing the tightly shut portals within. These are the opening gate, the rest gate, the life gate, the wound gate, the shut gate, the seen gate, the startle gate, and the death gate. Each gate that is open grants unparalleled strength, enabling one to challenge foes of higher realms with ease. As this power is derived from within, it can be cultivated and utilized across all realms, provided one possesses sentience. The number of gates one can open is contingent upon innate talent and potential. However, the act of opening a gate necessitates immense pressure. The greater the pressure endured, the more potent the effects of the open gate. Mortal beings who open gates transcend the ordinary. Those who are extraordinary who open gates ascend to divine realms, and those in divine realms who open gates enter the path of the Tao. Chapter 17 The benefits of clones. Countless fragments and voices echoed in Zhang Zhong's mind. Even the white-haired clone engaged in a chaotic battle within his consciousness seemed to freeze in place. Is this the 8 gates of heaven's burial? Exhaling deeply, Zhang Zhong regained his composure, meticulously sorting through the memories and images swirling in his mind. He released another deep breath. This physical cultivation technique could be practiced by any living being. Once initiated, one could shatter mountains and split stones, serving as a foundation that would enhance the efficiency of cultivating other techniques. Truly worthy of being a chaos-level technique, wouldn't you agree, my true self? Such trivial banter. Do you wish to add more brothers to the mix? No. My true self, you remain occupied while we carry on. Before one of the white-haired clones could finish speaking, the others swiftly covered its mouth and discreetly delivered a punch, sending it tumbling into a black mire. Humph! Why be polite among our own kind? Just as Zhang Zhong intended to practice this physical cultivation technique, he hesitated. It seemed his memory offered no clear method of cultivation, merely mentioning the concept of pressure. Pressure? Could it be related to stress? Stress. Gravity. The amalgamation of numerous clones' memories significantly quickened Zhang Zhong's reflexes, and he instantly recalled the nearest source of gravity. After all, gravity chambers were standard features in the martial arts halls of the Alliance's schools, albeit with varying levels of intensity. High schools offered basic and intermediate levels, universities provided advanced levels, while the military boasted extreme gravity chambers capable of simulating the immense gravitational pull of a black hole. With this realization, he postponed his venture outside the city, deciding to return to school and wait until he could break through the door before proceeding. Steady. He felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction with himself. Gurgle. A thunderous sound emanated from his stomach, abruptly interrupting Zhang Zhong's self-indulgence. Glancing outside, he noticed that night had fallen. It seemed time to venture out for a meal. Go buy some food. For 10 people. You cook at home. I will eat outside first and return for more. After instructing 2 clones with only basic memories, Zhang Zhong absently touched the remaining 5 red bills in his pocket, sinking into a moment of melancholy. The old district still primarily utilized cash, while the new district had transitioned to credit points and other virtual currencies. However, Zhang Zhong felt more comfortable holding physical money. It appeared he would have to return to his previous line of work, but now he could accept martial artist commissions. Small sums of money, many small sums of money. Here I come. Seek out suitable task commissions for us. Go to the black market and exchange gold for currency, but be careful not to be followed. After dispatching 2 more clones with instructions, he retrieved 2 spherical containers from a concealed compartment. One contained a corrosive bomb, while the other was filled with intensely spicy smoke bombs. Having given his orders, Zhang Zhong stepped out of the room, leaving a dazed and identical clone standing at the doorway, resembling a wooden sculpture. This would serve as a backup. Should this body perish, his consciousness could awaken within this clone, albeit potentially losing some memories. Exiting the dilapidated apartment building, Zhang Zhong donned a hood that reflected an unusual gleam at the collar, an indication of a pinhole camera. The purpose of the pinhole camera is, of course, to safeguard against the loss of memories. This device transmits images in real time to the high-performance computer in my room, which I painstakingly assembled over 5 months. Although the security within the city is commendable, it is always prudent to be prepared. Soon, I found myself seated at a roadside ramen shop, and the waitress approached me with a cheerful demeanor. "Which type of ramen would you like? We have options from the apprentice, the supervisor, and the manager priced at 8, 10, and 20 yuan respectively. Additional noodles are complimentary, while beef and other toppings come at an extra cost." The waitress's words left Zhang Zhong momentarily speechless. Despite the oddity of the situation, he refrained from voicing his concerns, as the waitress was a familiar face. "Lin Xiaoyu, it seems you are getting a bit too mischievous. How can you speak to brother Zhang Zhong like that? Get in here and help." Just as Lin Xiaoyu finished speaking, a woman's voice erupted from the kitchen. "Aunt Lin, just follow the usual order, but add 5 more. Aunt Lin, whose full name is Lin Xiaowan, is the wife of Zhang Zhong's uncle, who perished during the beast tide over a decade ago, leaving behind his wife and children. She opened this ramen shop in the southern city to escape the calamity. All right, young Zhang, eating so much today is good. You'll need your strength for the upcoming college entrance examination." Hearing Aunt Lin's unexpectedly gentle tone in contrast to her earlier outburst, Zhang Zhong couldn't help but tremble. Indeed, women can be formidable. "All right, Aunt Lin, tell me, am I your biological child, or is this fellow your true offspring? Are you feeling mischievous? Go serve the food." Soon, Lin Xiaoyu emerged, her eyes slightly red, carrying a tray with 6 bowls of ramen. "Eat up. This will be the end of you, glutton." As she set down the tray, Zhang Zhong clearly heard her muttering, "Lin, whoa." Just as Zhang Zhong prepared to complain, Lin Xiaoyu swiftly covered his mouth with her chilly hand. "Brother Zhang, my dear, please forgive me this time. I promise I won't say it again." The voice in his ear, laced with a playful tone, sent a shiver down Zhang Zhong's spine. All right, let go of me. I won't say anything more. I beseech you, refrain from making such repulsive sounds." As Lin Xiaoyu released her grip, Zhang Zhong dramatically inhaled the air, thinking to himself that this girl had quite a strong grip. Whoever marries her is in for a treat. "Brother, are you on break? Can you accompany me to school tomorrow to support me? Don't speak. Just this amount." Observing Lin Xiaoyu's delicate fingers extended in a plea, he nodded decisively, realizing her request was merely about the parent-teacher meeting. Upon seeing Zhang Zhong's agreement, Lin Xiaoyu displayed a triumphant smile and skipped away. "Wait, something doesn't add up. 9 parts of 10 are utterly wrong." As he watched Lin Xiaoyu dart away in excitement, Zhang Zhong was left bewildered, unable to pinpoint what felt amiss. Ultimately, he resigned himself to rise. His meal was complete, and he needed to head home for the second half of the day. Returning to his modest yet cozy abode, Zhang Zhong comfortably reclined on the sofa, savoring the grilled meat offered by his companion while sipping on beer, his spirits soaring to an exquisite high. After a prolonged period of combat, he casually discarded the refuse and turned his attention to the evening news, a ritual inherited from his late father. In remembrance of his beloved parent, Zhang Zhong had adopted this nightly habit. It was indeed peculiar. His father had often recounted how even in his grandfather's era, news had already been a staple, and now it persisted into this modern age. As he caressed his round belly and observed the flurry of disposable avatars bustling about, a profound sense of accomplishment enveloped him. These transient manifestations of consciousness, which briefly materialized in reality, were referred to as disposable avatars. In contrast, the genuine avatars were those that had been integrated. Upon realizing the uniqueness of his avatars, he began to perceive these disposable ones as mere cannon fodder. Although the avatars dispatched to parallel worlds had been absorbed, they still served a vital logistical function. Having categorized the avatars into 2 types, combat and logistics, he found himself in a state of comfort. Once the room was tidied up, Zhang Zhong retreated to his bedroom. While others claimed that the talent for creating avatars was lacking, they simply had not experienced the prowess of MacArthur. Chapter 18. You deceive me, I deceive you. The essence, you scoundrel. The essence, you scoundrel. Your words mean nothing. I beg you, let me out. Amidst the desperate pleas of his white-haired doppelganger, Zhang Zhong rose from his slumber, as a swirling portal materialized beside him. Subsequently, a robust, white-haired version of Zhang Zhong emerged. Essence, I am prepared to venture forth. Wait, with that, Zhang Zhong seized the wrist of his white-haired counterpart, causing the latter to instantaneously merge into his body. As he sensed the transformation within, he felt invigorated both mentally and physically. However, there were no other discernible changes. Essence, you are truly repugnant. It has been so long. Silence. I am fully aware that the mutual devouring of identical doppelgangers yields no effect. Only the ethereal counterparts traversing through different realms can achieve a cumulative effect. Otherwise, identical doppelgangers merely expedite recovery. Does anyone understand this? If I forget, am I not allowed to speak of it? Ignoring the verbal onslaught of the white-haired doppelganger, he picked up his phone to browse through images of charming young ladies. Downstairs, another Zhang Zhong, adorned with a chef's hat, ascended, placing down dishes before retrieving a lunchbox and entering a room aglow with green light. Once the door was closed, the external sounds ceased, and an array of mechanisms locked the entrance securely. Old K, remember to preserve the essence's consciousness. After all, he has been rather disoriented lately, forgetting that he has lived from the past to the present. Chef, that is of no concern to you. The essence's consciousness remains intact. Enough of this. He has even forgotten how we used to live. Sigh, we're approaching a non-human phase again. I wonder how we will resolve it. We shall address it when the time comes. Very well, prepare the meal. I shall take my leave. With that, the entire chef-like figure of Zhang Zhong dissipated into a cloud of dust, leaving behind Old K, cloaked in a black hood, seated before several vintage computer screens. Illuminated by the glow of the monitors, the hood revealed a visage identical to Zhang Zhong's, while the hands striking the keyboard were mechanical, adorned with circuit-like patterns. His eyes flickered with an eerie red light, adjusting focus like a high-speed camera, and his hair was comprised of numerous data cables, one of which connected to the mainframe. At that moment, the screens displayed countless scenes of Zhang Zhong across innumerable parallel worlds. Some perspectives appeared rather peculiar, unlike those observed by human eyes. At the top of the computer screen, two numbers were prominently displayed: 100,000 and 001011100H2. These represent the quantity of doppelgangers consumed by the protagonist to reach this era, encompassing both human and non-human survival time. Zhang Zhong gazed curiously at the metallic door but quickly averted his gaze, as if he had not seen it at all. His attention returned to his phone, fixated on the writhing figure on the screen, when suddenly a news alert popped up. There have been sightings of the demon race outside South City. Please do not confuse them with the subhuman race. The City Defense Department, in conjunction with professional hunters and the City Guard, is currently engaged in a sweep. Citizens are advised to remain indoors. Notifications will be issued once the danger has been resolved. Goodness, this world is truly chaotic. By the way, are cat-eared girls and cat demons not the same? According to historical records, the cat-eared girl is a human possessing a few traits akin to those of certain animals, such as fur, ears, and a tail. In contrast, the cat demoness is an entity that has transformed from an animal through cultivation, typically retaining the head of its animal form. Only the most formidable demons or those of higher ranks can resemble humans. Thus, this world is fraught with peril, necessitating the pursuit of strength through cultivation. How noisy it is! As this thought arose, the three cleaning avatars in the room vanished. Rising, I took the toothpaste, which had long been squeezed out, and began to brush my teeth. Yes, Zhang Zhong prefers to have breakfast before brushing his teeth at home. After purchasing a steamer basket of buns downstairs, Zhang Zhong ambled along while eating, only to feel as though he had already dined. You glutton! Eating so much in such a short time will make you vomit. However, Zhang Zhong did not linger on this thought for long, as he was interrupted by Lin Xiaoyu, who emerged from the shop, her voice gradually diminishing. The two had agreed yesterday to head to school together. Although they attended the same school, they were not in the same cohort. Zhang Zhong had 3 months left before the Gaokao, while Lin Xiaoyu had half a year remaining. Xiaoyu, I have treated you well, yet you dare to flatter me so extravagantly. Zhang Zhong had quite the knack for sarcasm. Lin Xiaoyu promptly raised both middle fingers in response. The two bickered all the way to the school gate. Upon arrival, they found a crowd gathered around an exceptionally ostentatious sports car, beside which stood an 18-year-old youth with fair skin and an air reminiscent of a prince from a fairy tale, strikingly handsome. Wow, young Master Zhou is so handsome. Young Master Zhou, I want to marry you. The crowd's clamoring made it clear to Zhang Zhong that Lin Xiaoyu was using him as a shield against the affections directed at the young master, who evidently favored a girl from Class 1. What of it? That does not imply we lack opportunities. The voices of the crowd penetrated Zhang Zhong's ears, and he quickly realized that Lin Xiaoyu was treating him as a mere shield. Damn, this little girl will surely need a lesson from Aunt Lin one day. Zhou Tian stood amidst the throng, ignoring the noise, his gaze sweeping the area before landing on Lin Xiaoyu as she approached Zhang Zhong. His eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. By heavens, those are the eyes of an infatuated suitor. Upon noticing the handsome young man's attention, Zhang Zhong would wager all his avatars that this fellow was undoubtedly a sycophant. Xiaoyu, who is this? Zhou Tian strode purposefully toward them, disregarding the crowd, and inquired once he reached their side. This is Wu, cousin-in-law. I am Lin Xiaoyu's cousin. Lin Xiaoyu, with her mouth covered, glared with wide eyes, her heart silently cursing Zhang Zhong's ancestors. Ah, my apologies, cousin. Consider this a greeting gift. Zhou Tian's previously disappointed demeanor brightened instantly upon learning the identity of this young man. As he spoke, he flipped his palm, revealing a peculiar orb emanating an otherworldly glow. Noticing the confusion in Zhang Zhong's eyes, Zhou Tian hastily explained, "This is a battle armor orb, invented to preserve battle armor akin to a spatial ring. The largest can contain an SS-class individual dark energy mech. All right, I shall acknowledge you as my cousin-in-law. Let this be my debt of gratitude." With a swift motion, Zhang Zhong placed the item down and departed, leaving space for the two young individuals. This is indeed a remarkable treasure. I've struck gold. Lin Xiaoyu has proven to be invaluable. The war armor orb in hand was smooth, resembling a glass bead. After pondering for quite some time, Zhang Zhong was unable to decipher its purpose, prompting him to resort to a search on his phone. The war armor orb, crafted by the profession of refining, serves as a vessel made from the rare essence of extraordinary beasts. It allows for the incorporation of precious materials, including technology and those from cultivators, to create war armor that can be conveniently carried and donned swiftly. This significantly expands the resource capacity during combat. Due to the exceptional nature of the rare beasts, the cost of such orbs far exceeds that of standard professional war armor, with even more advanced versions capable of binding to the professional, thereby enhancing their offensive capabilities and overall strength. Chapter 19. Madness. This brother-in-law is rather decent, albeit a bit insane. Zhou Tian pondered, casting his gaze towards Lin Xiaoyu. You! Faced with the dashing Zhou Tian, Lin Xiaoyu felt utterly speechless, clenching her fists in frustration. Upon returning to Zhang Zhong, he had already dashed to his classroom. Observing the scattered students clutching their books, he was about to turn away when a hefty hand grasped his arm. Brother Zhong, are you preparing to take the arts exam with me? I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Chu Feiyun, are you attempting to frighten me? Keep your distance. Who said I was taking the arts exam? I merely stopped by to have a look. Come on, don't act like a madman. In the worst-case scenario, I'll be the boss and you'll be the manager. Fatty Chu, it seems you are keen on being a freeloader. I can't be bothered with you now. I have to make a trip to the martial arts arena. Let us grab a bite together in the evening. Seeing Chu Feiyuan obediently return to his seat, Zhang Zhong retrieved a card from beside the classroom door. This card granted access to the martial arts arena corresponding to their class. However, typically no more than 20 cards were issued, as not everyone was inclined to engage in combat to become a professional. In simpler terms, many were afraid of death. Like Chu Feiyuan, this fellow possessed the innate talent of a mighty golden ape, a beastly transformation ability comparable to A-grade metal hardening, boasting not only high defense and strong offense but also the ability to manipulate metal with decent speed. It was said that during his childhood awakening, he inadvertently harmed a family member, resulting in his current state. Noticing Zhang Zhong leaving without a backward glance, Chu Feiyun pressed down on his trembling legs, feeling profoundly dejected. Eventually, he sighed. donned his headphones, and attempted to study, but soon the faint sound of snoring emerged. The martial arts arena, also known as the martial hall, was a favored destination for students pursuing martial studies after class. However, many students preferred private martial halls outside the school, as they offered the opportunity to venture into the outskirts of the city under the guidance of professionals. After unlocking the access, a spacious hall revealed itself, flanked by an array of cold weapons. Passing through an area filled with sandbags and another designated for strength training, he ventured further down a corridor lined with numerous rooms. Reaction training, strength testing, speed testing, shooting, swimming, and simulated combat rooms. Finally, he reached the gravity training room. Observing the doorplate, Zhang Zhong stepped into the gravity training room, which appeared significantly smaller compared to the other facilities, somewhat less conspicuous. Here I come, 8 gates of heaven. Pushing open the door to the gravity room, Zhang Zhong stepped inside. Greetings, I am the intelligent control system of the gravity room. Student Zhang Zhong, you may instruct me at any time. Would you like to activate the gravity room? I will monitor your status in real time. Please train with confidence. Upon hearing the electronic voice, Zhang Zhong felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. What am I afraid of? I am here to hone my martial skills, to grow stronger. Ha! I am ready. The countdown will begin in 30 seconds. Record my status, and I shall continue to increase the gravity every 10 seconds unless I call for a halt. Understood, student Zhang Zhong. The gravity room will commence in 30 seconds. Countdown, 30. The electronic sound reverberated once more, accompanied by the mechanical whirring, and faintly, the hum of electricity could be discerned. 29, 28, 27, 26, 25. 1. The countdown concluded, and the force of 1 gravity was activated. Zhang Zhong felt as though a person were standing upon him, yet when he attempted to move he found it had no effect. 10 seconds elapsed, and the force of 2 gravities commenced, still yielding no sensation, as though he transformed from 1 individual into 2. Zhang Zhong began to throw punches. 10 seconds later the force escalated to 3 gravities, yet there was still no impact. Soon, the gravity surged from 3 to 10 times. Under this immense weight, Zhang Zhong felt as if he were mired in a quagmire, as though 2 entities were pulling at him. His fists felt as though they were burdened with 1,000 pounds, rendering them virtually immobile. The gravity continued to amplify until it reached a staggering 100-fold. If it were the ancestors of history, humanity would undoubtedly have succumbed, crushed into a pulp. But today's human physique is remarkably resilient. The primary gravity chamber's zenith equates to an overwhelming force of millions of pounds, akin to the ordinary strike of an adult savage beast. However, not just anyone can endure such oppressive weight. Under this tremendous pressure, Zhang Zhong ultimately succumbed, collapsing to the ground under the all-encompassing strain. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. Rise. As Zhang Zhong stood, the illusory avatars within his consciousness began to dissipate, nearly 1,000 vanishing before he was fully upright. Upon regaining his footing, he felt lightheaded, once more pinned to the ground by the extreme 100-fold gravity, with auditory hallucinations echoing in his ears. The 8 gates of heavenly burial body refinement technique, which opens the 8 gates within the body under immense pressure, promised success upon entering the first gate. One would come to cherish this sensation. The notion of not being driven to madness to survive is paramount. The essence of the 8 gates of heavenly burial lies in the act of opening the gates. A mere crack signifies an opening, half ajar also counts, while fully flinging them open is likewise considered an opening. However, within living beings, there exist 8 gates, and only by completely opening the first gate can one continue to cultivate. Otherwise, one must revert to other methods. It was astonishingly detailed, and as the auditory hallucinations subsided, the illusory avatars in his consciousness provided comprehensive reinforcement, causing his body to invigorate as if a shriveled sponge had plunged into a pool of water. The air, rich with various energy substances, filled his lungs, continuously compressing and refining his internal organs, which martial artists typically cannot cultivate. In this moment, Zhang Zhong could hear the flow of his blood and felt the pressure upon his organs, as if they were on the verge of shattering. Amidst the fusion of thousands of illusory avatars, his body could withstand the strain, and he could distinctly sense his bones hardening, his flesh and organs growing more resilient, and his vital energy being relentlessly compressed, fortifying his physique. Yet, the agony of the crushing weight intensified with each passing moment, compelling Zhang Zhong to breathe incessantly. Breathe, breathe. Only in this manner could Zhang Zhong convey to his innate abilities that he had not perished and need not transfer to his avatars, while simultaneously alerting the intelligence system to summon the campus medical team. The fusion of illusory avatars and the compulsion for the body's organs to absorb an abundance of energy-laden substances causes the already crumbling body of Linji to oscillate incessantly between destruction and healing, breaking limitations, transcending boundaries, and shattering all obstructions. Rise again. This phrase echoed continuously in Zhang Zhong's mind, as if even the illusory avatars within his consciousness were silently chanting in unison. However, an avatar is merely an avatar. By recreating it, one can inherit the myriad attributes of the original body, save for the intentionally forgotten memories. Time passed, perhaps more than he could fathom, and with the consumption of countless illusory avatars, it seemed something within his body had shifted. It felt akin to an immense, heavy vault door, with a power surging from within him, wild and untamed, reminiscent of a raging river bursting its banks. Yet, upon reaching this threshold, he felt as if he had transformed from a ravenous wolf into a playful husky. Chapter 20 Madness 2 At this moment, the atmosphere within the upper echelons of the school was tumultuous, with the principal wearing a grave expression. The recent news had revealed that a student had entered the martial arts arena. However, the critical issue was that he had ventured into the gravity chamber, which had long been neglected. You, as the martial arts instructor and the homeroom teacher of Class 3, senior year, Mr. Yi, how could you be so negligent? Unless that boy is still alive, prepare to face the consequences from the Alliance. Furthermore, that little brat is nothing short of a lunatic. It's truly unimaginable that our school has produced such a character. Calm down, principal. The vice principal patted the back of the principal, who had a head of white hair. And you, as the mechanic of the martial arts arena, you are hereby dismissed. Pack your things and leave. He addressed a middle-aged man wearing glasses, who bore a resemblance to Zhang Zhong. The middle-aged man offered no rebuttal, merely bowed silently before departing. After all, it was fortunate that he was not directly sent to the local court. Old K, the mission is complete. I sense the culmination of the main body. Chef, you've done well, return now. As the middle-aged man exited the school gate and passed through a shadow, he transformed into Zhang Zhong, the chef, whose eyes gleamed a golden hue, before disintegrating into fragments carried away by the wind. Meanwhile, within the only 19-story tenement in the old city, Old K shut down the display of the main body. After all, the main body must not be preoccupied. The avatar must prioritize the main body's well-being. Soon, a hovering vehicle emblazoned with a red cross came to a halt outside the martial arts arena, and the principal, accompanied by a throng of individuals, entered the arena, arriving at the entrance of the gravity chamber where Zhang Zhong resided. Unperturbed by the commotion outside, Zhang Zhong's consciousness lay dormant within, his focus intently fixed on the door. In the realm of consciousness, the ethereal avatar plunged into an even more frenzied fusion than before, as various energies coalesced into a vortex within the room, merging with Zhang Zhong's deep breaths. Not enough, still insufficient. At this moment, the ethereal avatar in the sea of consciousness began to self-accumulate and merge continuously, ultimately being entirely consumed by a black mire. Within his body, a brewing force intensified, and his blood began to coalesce into a faint silver hue. At that moment, Zhang Zhong's entire body resonated with a sound, a cacophony akin to the rush of a mighty river. What sound is that? The principal's ears perked up. As a specialized profession, the Berserker Azura, he distinctly heard the sound of flowing water emanating from within the gravity chamber. What's happening, principal? Should we break down the door now? No need. That boy is fine. The principal's face beamed with delight, astonished that his school had produced a dedicated individual who had reached the 20th level of martial arts. Blood surged like a river, droplets shimmering like precious jade. Truly a prodigy. It has been ages since a pure human of the Alliance has achieved the 20th level of martial arts. Open the intermediate permissions, Xiao Du. Let me see where this boy's potential lies. Principal, is that appropriate? This matter is beyond your concern. You may leave. With the principal's words, the gravity within the chamber increased once more, instantaneously multiplying tenfold, as a weight of 1,000 pounds bore down upon Zhang Zhong, who merely sank slightly under its immense pressure. The young lad, with gravity intensified to 110 times, persevered as the principal issued another command. The gravitational force surged to an overwhelming 130 times, causing Zhang Zhong's legs to bend perilously, almost collapsing to the ground. Yet he quickly regained his stance. This was the peak of the 200 times intermediate gravity chamber. Suddenly, his clothes disintegrated, his skin flushed crimson and even cracked, while blood-red dragon-like patterns surged across his body as if striving to burst forth. The tumultuous energy enveloped the entire room. Under a gravitational force of 200 times, equivalent to a staggering 22 tons, any ordinary individual would be reduced to a mere puddle. However, Zhang Zhong merely knelt momentarily, trembling and with bloodshot eyes. The sounds resonating from within him grew increasingly thunderous, akin to an earthquake. With a sudden roar, reminiscent of a dragon's cry, he unleashed the pent-up power within, which crashed against the internal barrier resembling a vault door. This immense force shattered the barrier instantly and, without losing momentum, broke through a second door into a more expansive realm. In that instant he spat blood, which shot forth like a sword, piercing the walls of the gravity chamber crafted from special alloys and breaching the roof of the martial arts arena, ultimately dissipating into mist in the air. Concurrently, the blood energy surrounding him swiftly retreated into his body, transforming Zhang Zhong into a radiant embodiment of vitality, exuding a searing aura. Remarkably, he had transcended into the realm of martial arts, where his vital energy was akin to a blazing sun, impervious to malevolence, capable of toppling mountains. Upon witnessing this, the principal opened the gravity chamber door and found Zhang Zhong collapsed, unconscious. Transformed and reborn, his physical form could withstand myriad forces, every part of him a potential weapon, a marvelous blend of offense and defense. With meticulous care, the principal examined Zhang Zhong's skeletal structure, perceiving him as a natural jade, unrefined and unprocessed. Lying on the ground, Zhang Zhong felt an overwhelming sensation of numbness and fatigue, his vision clouded in darkness. As his vital energy returned to him, transcending the mundane, his formidable strength converged into a potent life force, nourishing his organs. Echoes of a phrase from the 8 gates of heavenly burial resonated in his consciousness before he succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon awakening, Zhang Zhong felt a peculiar itch, his body seemingly afloat in a viscous liquid. "Little brother, you're awake. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" At that moment, a tall and alluring beauty, her figure accentuated even beneath her medical robe, approached him. She gently halted Zhang Zhong's attempts to struggle in the luxurious nutrient solution that resembled asphalt. "Be still, little brother. You have no idea how strong you are. When you first arrived, even an unconscious gesture sent several intermediate physicians and priests flying. Forgive me, beautiful sister, but what time is it?" "Well, little brother, you have been unconscious for 15 days. The college entrance examination is just a week away. Thank goodness. I thought I might not have to specialize." Zhang Zhong, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped death, recalled the tormenting memories before his unconsciousness. He felt akin to a colossal dragon, burdened by countless mountains beneath the sea, shackled by innumerable chains that constricted its very sinews. After struggling for what seemed like an eternity, he finally broke free, fortunate enough to have entered the 8 gates of heavenly burial. It appeared he had even breached 2 gates, yet this body refinement technique was excruciatingly torturous, akin to a gamble with one's life. Only a madman would embrace it. It was no wonder that it encompassed all living beings rather than a singular entity. Only a lunatic would dare practice it alone. "My true self rather appreciates this self-deprecating nature of yours. Would you kindly be silent?" Lying in the nutrient solution, Zhang Zhong squinted his eyes and simultaneously entered his consciousness space, discovering countless illusory avatars drifting above the vast expanse of black soil. A wave of relief washed over him. He had nearly feared that his excitement from the previous day had depleted all his illusory avatars, but thankfully, it was merely an overreaction. Chapter 21. The power of vital energy and spirit at present. Zhang Zhong's perceptive abilities are insufficient to ascertain the exact number of his illusory avatars. He can only perceive their persistent presence. Sister, may I inquire when I might be discharged? As he settled his thoughts, he surveyed his surroundings and was astonished to find himself in an opulent hospital room. With just this glance, he felt as though his modest finances were bidding him farewell, one after another. Little brother, now that you are awake, let us calculate the medical expenses. As she spoke, the doctor produced a calculator from an unknown source. The cost of medical equipment amounts to 1,000, with 3 items damaged. The medical expenses for personnel injuries total 60,000 yuan. 2 individuals sustained minor injuries while 4 suffered severe injuries with fractured arms. 2 novice clerics treated the patients a total of 2 times, leading to a grand total of 220,542 yuan. Shall you be paying in cash or credit points? The young lady holding the calculator exuded a subtle fragrance with each word, reminiscent of the poetic expression breath like orchids. Yet her statements chilled Zhang Zhong to the core. Sister, may I ask your name? My name is Ma Lanue. Very well, Dr. Ma Lanue. Upon my discharge, I shall certainly donate a banner to your esteemed hospital, and I will have a thorough conversation with the department head regarding your diligent work ethic. However, as Zhang Zhong observed the short blade, glowing with an eerie azure light and exuding a strange fragrance, merely a few centimeters from his neck, he instinctively shut his mouth and raised his hand to fend off the blade, standing up abruptly. In an instant, the material encasing his body shattered like ice, splattering a light blue nutritional fluid everywhere. Ah! Oh my! Ma Lanue was drenched in the splattered nutrient solution, her eyes widening in fear as she fled the room, covering her face. Sister Lanue, what is the matter? Why are you running? You little rascal, just you wait. Ma Lanue, now at a distance, was overwhelmed with thoughts too scandalous to describe, failing even to greet Principal Wang as she rushed into the doctor's office. Xiao Yu, this little girl is so reckless. Ah, young people, Principal Wang chuckled, his steps light as if buoyed by elation. He relished the thought of addressing the elder members of the committee, boasting that there was a 17-year-old, level 20 martial artist in Nanjing. Once Ma Lanue had departed, Zhang Zhong looked down and, with a beaming countenance, returned to the treatment pod. However, the entire pod trembled violently, causing even the hospital to shudder slightly. Zhang Zhong suddenly regained his senses. Something was amiss with this power. Surely, he could not be that heavy. Simply sitting had caused the entire hospital to shake. It is well known that buildings in hospitals and schools are designed to withstand the destruction caused by second-tier professionals, and can easily resist earthquakes of level 8 or higher. Young man, if there's nothing wrong, try not to move too much. Goodness, you nearly caused my hospital to collapse. Enough, old Ma. This kid is impressive. Even without transitioning to a second tier, he possesses strength beyond that level. Seeing the principal and an elderly gentleman clad in ancient robes, Zhang Zhong hastily prepared to rise. With a mere press, the high-density alloy frame of the medical pod exhibited slight deformation. In that instant, Zhang Zhong's expression darkened, realizing that yet another substantial sum had vanished. All right, young man, just lie down. You are Zhang Zhong, correct? Yes, Principal Wang. Very well, rest comfortably. I merely came to check if you were awake. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhang Zhong, Wang Dashan lowered his gaze to the deformed medical pod, instantly comprehending the young man's concerns. Do not worry. Focus on your recovery. I have already settled the medical expenses. Thank you, Principal. Now rest well. Once you are fully recovered, come find me in my office. I shall take my leave now. With that, Wang Dashan departed alongside the elderly gentleman in the long-haired ancient garb, leaving Zhang Zhong alone in the ward, accompanied only by the myriad of his consciousness manifestations. Look at you, old Zhang, already mastering the art of youthful charm. Silence. Keep it up, and I won't let you out again. All right, I'll be quiet. Near Zhang Zhong's mental palace, his white-haired manifestation gestured a zipping motion in front of his lips. The mental space lies deep within the realm of consciousness, where the mind serves as the foundation of awareness. By the way, let us simulate my current strength in the consciousness space. As Zhang Zhong focused his thoughts, the white-haired manifestation emerged within the consciousness realm, and the dark, Ocean-like swamp began to writhe, quickly forming a small mountain. Watch closely. My punch will be spectacular. Needless to say, Zhang Zhong chided, as the white-haired manifestation unleashed a formidable punch upon the black mountain. Thud! A resounding echo reverberated. This was, of course, a simulation, crafted through the intricate tapestry of mental memory. The black mountain was instantly punctured by a substantial cavity. Enough with the theatrics. Report your findings. Report. Strength has exceeded 22 tons, specifically 44,000 pounds. If it were a real mountain, I could only manage to create a fist-sized hole. Against low-level wild beasts or juveniles, a single blow would suffice to eliminate them. If not, a second strike would ensure their demise. Excellent. I am truly formidable. In this moment, Zhang Zhong felt a sense of satisfaction. The vitality and spiritual power he possessed were unmatched, far surpassing the energy cultivated by mere martial artists. It appeared that the 8 gates of divine concealment was indeed exceptional. However, had Zhang Zhong glimpsed the description of the System's marketplace, he would have surely reconsidered, for it alluded to the shadowy 8 gates of heavenly burial, adorned with a line of crimson text and another smaller line obscured from clear view. Countless lives lost. With 90,000 remnants, those left are either madmen or wraiths. For those with weak life energy, poor recovery capacity, and frail physiques, proceed with caution in practice. Nonetheless, Zhang Zhong would likely persist in his training, for he was indeed remarkable. Just envision the moment when one can effortlessly style their hair in a center parting and surpass the speed of sound. Even reaching supersonic velocities, would one still concern themselves with the drawbacks? Of course, that is a tale for another time. This technique is truly impressive. Indeed, but the challenges that lie ahead are exponentially greater. Alright, let us get the others to train. With the manifestations engaged in conversation, Zhang Zhong interjected. Is it true, my essence? If you are in pain, that is one thing, but do you not allow your brothers to indulge a little? I can sense your restraint. It is undoubtedly a means for us to practice and subsequently absorb. Why do you not train? Should I perhaps clear out the spiritual palace? Frustrated by his own thoughts, Zhang Zhong felt it was indeed time for a cleansing of this realm. No, we shall practice. Indeed, brothers, let us unite. With a clone leading the way, soon the consciousness space was filled with the resounding echoes of explosions. Fortunately, this is merely a realm of awareness. Otherwise, blood would flood the surrounding mountains. Aha, I have broken through the first layer. So have I. Why can't I? Yes, I too find myself unable to progress. This is unacceptable. My ascension relies upon your efforts. Hearing this, Zhang Zhong's voice was tinged with a sense of despair, as if his dreams were shattered. The essence truly cannot progress. I can observe, but I simply cannot practice. The moment I attempt, my eyes explode. I too experience this. I can listen, but when I try to practice, I suffer from tinnitus. As for me, I merely do not wish to train. Zhang Zhong was well aware of himself. If he did not wish to practice, no force could compel him. Very well. From now on, your quotas shall be halved. Chapter 22. Unable to restrain, don't you want the essence? Are we still not good brothers? Indeed, as Zhang Zhong lay there, he paid no heed to the pleas of his avatars. His consciousness entered the palace of the mind, which he envisioned as divided into the palace of 7 emotions and the palace of 6 desires. However, the palace of 7 emotions remained utterly inaccessible. As if enveloped by a membrane, Zhang Zhong understood it was due to the absence of retained consciousness. The palace of 6 desires, represented by the 3 avatars he had recently conversed with, was embodied by the senses of sight, hearing, and smell, while the tongue and will were shackled by chains. Every time he gazed upon these 2 chambers, an inexplicable urge to overlook them arose within him. Shaking his somewhat dazed head, Zhang Zhong cautiously crawled out of the therapeutic pod. Yet, the moment his hand rested upon the pod's frame, the entire structure bent at a 90-degree angle. Inhaling sharply, the air in the room seemed to flow into his mouth like water. Zhang Zhong felt compelled to close his lips, focusing entirely on controlling his strength. Upon leaving the therapeutic pod, his feet sank into the hospital's high-strength alloy floor, leaving a deep imprint of size 43. Though he was uncertain of the alloy's hardness, he knew it must be quite costly. However, he truly felt impressive, not in a boastful sense, but rather due to the vigor and spiritual power he possessed. This was just the initiation of the 8 gates. Even in the mortal realm, the effects were remarkable. What could possibly be achieved in the realms beyond? It was akin to traversing heaven and earth. Who could withstand a single blow? Moreover, as per the descriptions, the first gate augmented strength 10-fold, the third gate 1,000,000-fold, the fourth 10,000,000-fold, the fifth 1,000,000,000-fold, and beyond. The 8 gates truly grasped the essence of humanity, making this training indispensable. No, I must not dwell on this. Stay calm. Maintain control. Exhaling, he released his breath like a blade, and a long gash appeared on the floor, several meters in length, even revealing the layer beneath the alloy. Fortunately, the high quality of the alloy prevented any casualties. What should I do now? Hey, little rascal, how did you get out? Quickly, put on some clothes. Zhang Zhong saw a small orb gently floating towards him, which then transformed into a beam of light enveloping his entire body, ultimately materializing as a pair of trousers that covered his lower half. Why does the C-class combat suit only cover half of you? Ma Lanyue observed Zhang Zhong's muscular upper body with a hint of skepticism. It was undeniable that the little rascal had an impressive physique. Sister Lan, please don't stare so unabashedly. Can you assist me? I recall the hospital has anti-gravity wheelchairs. Alright, little rascal, just wait a moment. Seeing Zhang Zhong's bashful demeanor, Ma Lanyue mentally congratulated herself for regaining the upper hand. She swiftly exited the ward and returned with a chair suspended 20 centimeters above the ground. Crafted from a unique flexible material combined with metal, an anti-gravity wheelchair, designed for individuals with disabilities. Carefully climbing onto the wheelchair, it sank 10 centimeters upon seating, significantly enhancing not only his strength but also amplifying his body weight several-fold. Under Dr. Ma's guidance, he quickly mastered its operation. At last, he could be discharged. Sister Lanyue, wait for me to return the wheelchair once I'm ready. As Zhang Zhong spoke, he maneuvered his wheelchair, eager to escape. Alas, he moved quite swiftly. Ma Lanyue observed the flustered Zhang Zhong making his hasty departure in the wheelchair, finding this little rogue rather endearing, and couldn't help but smile as she too exited the ward, leaving behind a room strewn with scars, lamenting its plight to the cleaning lady. Zhang Zhong, fleeing the hospital under the watchful eyes of concerned passers-by, endured the disdainful glances of some onlookers. He returned to Nanxing No. 1 High School, located at the junction of the old and new city, amidst the bustling throng of students who gossiped and pointed at his arrival. Why is he in a wheelchair? Indeed, he must have been in a fight. In truth, these individuals mocked him, saying, "Look at those flashy characters, unlike us, who only concern themselves with our dear brother." With a scowl, Zhang Zhong cursed under his breath and arrived at the principal's office, where the door slowly swung open. "Here comes the young man. What brings you to a wheelchair?" Principal Wang Dashan remarked, organizing the documents on his desk while observing Zhang Zhong's entrance. "Principal, I'm not quite sure what happened. I lost control of my strength," Zhang Zhong replied, striving to calm his emotions as he faced the leering gaze of Principal Wang. "Leering? I merely appreciate beauty, understand?" Wang Dashan thought bitterly to himself as he regarded Zhang Zhong with an expression akin to that of a voyeur. "Ahem, your condition stems from a rapid increase in strength. It's entirely normal to struggle with newfound power. Rest assured, there will be no lingering effects. Your body is in fine shape. The current issue is not the inability to control it, but rather how to harness and adapt to this power swiftly. Follow me to the training room," he instructed. Under Principal Wang's guidance, Zhang Zhong followed the remarkably robust principal into his private training chamber. "Now, toss that wheelchair aside. You're far too young to be seated in one." With that, Wang Dashan lifted Zhang Zhong effortlessly, and in that moment, Zhang Zhong caught a glimpse of the principal's right arm, which bore a faint blue hue, reminiscent of a creature. "Principal, have you been poisoned? Why is your arm blue?" You observe with confidence," Wang Dashan replied, removing his outer jacket to reveal his fully exposed blue arm, even discarding his gloves. The moment the gloves were removed, a surge of ferocious energy erupted forth. "My goodness, how terrifying. I covet that hand," Zhang Zhong thought, recalling that the principal seemed to be a second-tier elite. However, that power vanished as quickly as it had appeared. I am a warrior specializing in swords, and I also possess the special class of Berserker Azura. It was then that my arm transformed in this manner, and even my apprentice has taken on a similar appearance. Impressive, Principal. Where did you acquire such a vibrant hue? You cheeky lad. My path lies within the abyss of demons and spirits, and among my 5 companions, for have undergone similar transformations. Do you wish to have it? I merely spoke in jest. I find my current state rather satisfactory. Gazing at the impressive arm, Zhang Zhong mused that it was merely a peculiar sight, akin to a spectral appendage, albeit one that glimmered with an otherworldly light. Enough! To master power, have you observed those objects? First, encircle yourself with those rings, then grasp that sword and begin your practice. It will be splendid when you can etch inscriptions upon that stone while wielding the sword and running. After donning the gloves and attire, Wang Dashan exited the training room. Upon stepping outside, he activated the defensive formation, a safeguard provided by the school, impervious to even the most formidable beasts. Approaching the rings, Zhang Zhong extended his hand, and in an instant, the ring enveloped him, casting a faint aura around his being. Relax, young one. This ring merely prevents you from causing any damage. Feel free to train. The voice of Principal Wang resonated from the speakers within the room. This is what you stated, Principal. As Zhang Zhong inhaled deeply, the ring upon him flickered momentarily before settling into tranquility. A splendid item. Satisfied with the absence of anomalies, Zhang Zhong approached the colossal sword displayed in the cabinet, effortlessly lifting it into his grasp. This weapon feels quite comfortable. Chapter 23. The excellence of the great sword, this remarkable weapon. As Zhang Zhong hefted the colossal sword in his hand, he discerned that its material was extraordinary. Though it bore a resemblance to scrap metal, its weight and feel were of the highest caliber. I possess a tome on the great sword. Would you care for it? I can procure it for you. What you have, I also possess. What you lack, I still have. As he manipulated the sword, Zhang Zhong closed his eyes, immersing himself in the sensations it evoked. He gently raised and lowered it, repeating the motion, attuning himself to the tension and relaxation of his wrist muscles as time drifted by. After 2 days spent within the principal's training chamber, he had progressed to executing sweeping strikes, albeit still unable to move without colliding with the walls. In those moments, a protective luminescent barrier would manifest, safeguarding the walls from his potential destruction. He had since removed the circular rings that had constrained him, and although he could not yet inscribe runes upon stones while running, he could walk normally. The great sword had become lighter. It was peculiar. Each time he acclimated to a particular weight, it would subsequently feel significantly lighter, undergoing continual transformation. The material of the sword also shifted, evolving from a hardness akin to high-grade alloy to a texture reminiscent of porcelain. With a resounding crack, it shattered once more, yet it swiftly reformed from the fragments into a rusted appearance. Although somewhat monotonous, Zhang Zhong found joy in the process, as he experienced the benefits of his vital energy and divine power. Each day, his strength increased, and it became far easier to control than before. Most astonishing was the ability of his vital energy to harmonize with martial techniques, producing effects akin to blood energy manifestation. For instance, when utilizing the tiger stance, he was enveloped in a faint red aura resembling a tiger, which he could retract within himself, akin to an ordinary person devoid of blood energy. With another careless moment, the great sword shattered again. As it restored, Zhang Zhong cautiously began to pace around the room, wary of making any sudden movements that might cause the sword to break again. Zhonggu, how goes your training? Ah, Xiaoyan has arrived. Why such formality? Aren't you of the same grade as I? The door opened to reveal a tall girl with long black hair, who stepped inside.
Wang Yan nodded. Zhongyi.
You aren't intending to pursue me, are you? Do not speak of such things. My heart is solely devoted to the sword and my lost youth. Zhang Zhong learned yesterday that Wang Yan, renowned as the school beauty of Nanxing No. 1 High School, was the granddaughter of Principal Wang and possessed an innate sword heart talent. It was rumored she aspired to follow in her grandfather's footsteps, but her request had been declined. Then will you permit me to pursue you? Wang Yan's face flushed instantly, for she was not as bold as the elder sister, Ma Lanue, and possessed a shy disposition. Oh, you cheeky lad, already flirting with my granddaughter. Zhang Zhong bristled at the suggestion of being dissuaded from pursuing her, pondering whether he should wait for her to regret never having experienced romance in her youth. Wang Dashan scoffed. I fear encountering a scoundrel who would take advantage of my precious granddaughter. Ah, old Wang, you're quite trendy, familiar with such slang. It seems you are quite knowledgeable. Enough of this chatter. Xiaoyan, you've called for someone but received no response. Hurry back to your friends and avoid mingling with these underachievers. I fear they may lead you astray. Wang Dashan, upon noticing his granddaughter still giggling with her head bowed, felt a surge of blood pressure. Wang Yan promptly stood up, playfully waved her small fist at Zhang Zhong, and dashed away. Let me tell you, my granddaughter is set to participate in the Alliance University ranking ladder competition, so don't hinder her progress. Old Wang's eyes glinted with warning as he spoke. Hinder her? Let me tell you, old Wang, I am not the same person I was 3 days ago. If you have the capability, why not join in? If you can secure a place in the top 10 of the entire alliance, I shall grant you permission to pursue my granddaughter. Furthermore, you are aware of that young lady, Ma Xiaoyan, the granddaughter of Director Ma from the Nanxing General Hospital? I will also find a way to facilitate your pursuit of her. Zhang Zhong hesitated for a moment before donning a sycophantic expression. Old Wang, you've set the terms, and I shan't boast, but I am capable of handling any challenge that comes my way. Ah, young lad, however, the gods and demons abyss is currently only open to those who have completed their first transition. I possess an entry ticket to the lower Dragon Valley dungeon. Are you interested? Wang Dashan chuckled inwardly, having successfully lured this young man with the mention of his granddaughter and his friend's granddaughter, realizing he had hooked him with a mere promise. Lower Dragon Valley? What is that? And what is this entry ticket to the dungeon? Did you skip your lessons? The young man questioned. The lower Dragon Valley is the gateway to the dragon domain within our alliance, and the dungeon entry ticket allows one to venture in without any worries. Death in there does not mean true death. Moreover, one might be blessed by the dragon soul and directly attain the extraordinary profession of dragon sovereign, a vocation of mythic caliber. Oh, I understand now, it's similar to the Glory League of Heroes. I want it. Very well. Then you must first achieve the top score in the Nanxing College entrance examination. Are there any other rewards besides these? Cash would suffice. Zhang Zhong maintained a cheerful fa while inwardly cursing old Wang, who not only sought to gain without effort, but also wished to exploit him. Cash? I can offer you 1 million, and this colossal sword. All right, no problem. Seizing the money and hoisting the giant sword, Zhang Zhong turned to leave, but trouble soon found him outside the office building. This trouble came in the form of squad leader Xiao. Although the third-year classes had concluded, many students still frequented the school, as today's high schools were considerably more relaxed compared to those in the past. Is that Zhang Zhong carrying a piece of scrap iron to school for his humanities paperwork? Absolutely. Zhang Zhong lacks the talents of Tang Xiao and Xiao Xiao. He is merely a talentless waste. Haha, that's not entirely fair. There are no wasteful talents, only wasteful individuals, and Zhang is certainly of the latter kind. Xiao Sei, Tang Sanmao, and their sycophants blocked Zhang Zhong's path, ready to unleash their scornful jibes. Are you so idle that you're out here walking dogs? Who are you talking about? Have you gained some skills? Why not give it a try? A tall youth accompanying Tang Sanmao and Xiao Sei immediately chimed in, as Zhang Zhong would typically come up with various excuses to back down whenever the subject of practice arose. Brother Zhong. At that moment, Chu Feiyuan emerged. Observing Zhang Zhong surrounded by 3 individuals, he immediately intervened to alleviate the situation. Although he was not participating in the martial examination, his strength was formidable, ranking at the 11th level among warriors, surpassing Tang Xiao and the sycophant by a tier. Typically, Zhang Zhong would position himself behind Chu Feiyuan, yet at present, he sought to extract some wealth from the 2 affluent scions. Old Chu, do not concern yourself. After signaling to Chu Feiyuan that all was well, he approached the trio. Very well. However, I am not someone you can simply invite at will. Whoever wishes to engage me must pay 10,000 coins. If not, we shall each return to our own homes. All right, Lin Xiao, take him on. Regardless of victory or defeat, I shall grant you 100,000 alliance coins. You desire the fire element breathing technique, do you not? Should you win, it shall be yours. Good. Tang Xiao, I shall assuredly bring him to his knees, begging for mercy. Observe closely, this is 1,000. As Lin Xiao spoke, he brandished a stack of alliance coins, his eyes gleaming with confidence, as if the 100,000 coins and the breathing technique were within his grasp. Seizing the money from Lin Xiao's hands, he counted it with satisfaction, marveling at how effortlessly it had come to him. What a stroke of fortune to enjoy 2 days of meals at no cost. Chapter 24. The cult of the wild god. Let us proceed to the martial arts hall. At this moment, Lin Xiao felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his veins, eager to confront Zhang Zhong without hesitation. However, as night had fallen, he decided to postpone the encounter until tomorrow, for he had yet to have his meal. Rest assured, I have received my payment and shall not default on it, Zhang Zhong remarked, feigning a semblance of fear as he tugged at Chu Feiyuan, leading him out of the school gates. Chu Feiyuan, initially inclined to offer counsel, found himself in a daze as he followed Zhang Zhong toward the snack street. Brother Zhong, how can you possibly drag me along? I am a level 11 warrior, on the brink of breaking through to the pinnacle of the red skin tier. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chu Feiyuan finally voiced his thoughts, fully aware that even those of the same rank could not easily move him unless they surpassed him by several levels or were like his father, a high-ranking professional. I am currently a level 20 warrior, though I cannot ascertain my combat prowess. Enough chatter. Let us dine and converse. Upon exiting the alley, Chu Feiyuan could hardly hide his astonishment. The two entered a bustling eatery, seeking a relatively quiet spot. As an array of skewers was served, each indulged in a lamb leg and took hearty gulps of their drink. With a pensive expression, Zhang Zhong broke the silence. Fatty, you possess formidable talent. Have you truly no intention of attempting the martial examination? Brother Zhong, surely you understand my inability to control myself, given my talents. In this world, one might say that warriors barely secure their right to exist. After all, ordinary individuals, unless they possess family connections or scientific prowess, find it challenging to secure employment and may never even attain the privilege of leaving the city. Professionals, on the other hand, are an entirely different breed. The ordinary laws of the Alliance cannot govern them, as they are overseen by the professional tribunal established by the Alliance, which is managed by the Enforcement Department. With a wry smile, Chu Feiyuan lamented that his reluctance to pursue higher education stemmed from psychological issues, for he could not confess to his dear friend that he was not a pure human, but rather a subhuman. Brother Zhong, I have made my decision. I shall return home to inherit the family fortune. If you find yourself struggling, come to me. I will arrange for you to assume a managerial position. He was somewhat aware of Chu Feiyuan's circumstances, as his parents were reputedly the owners of a major company in the capital, ensuring that he would never face hardship. Old Chu, my brother, I have nothing more to say. I understand your psychological challenges well enough. Let us not dwell on it. Ultimately, I will ensure your well-being. Haha. Zhang Zhong had known Chu Feiyuan since the 3rd year of middle school, where they were isolated due to their reticence and ended up sitting together for 4 years, eventually forming an inexplicable bond. Citizens are advised to remain vigilant. According to intelligence reports, a member of the cult of the wild god has fled into our city. Please prioritize your safety and refrain from acting recklessly in the face of danger. The sound of a patrol car blared past, its jarring siren interrupting their banter. The cult of the wild god. I thought they were only active in the West. How have they infiltrated the old city? Who knows? Such individuals are merely madmen, worshipping some wild deity. Enough of this. Let us focus on our meal and hurry home afterward. The surrounding diners immediately began to murmur, for such occurrences are rare in the southern city and its 3 nearby major urban centers, nestled in the heart of the Alliance. Among these patrons, Zhang Zhong noticed a long-haired youth with his head bowed, who seemed to tremble slightly upon overhearing the derisive remarks about the cult of the wild god, a most unusual reaction. Did you catch any strange odor? Chu Feiyuan suddenly leaned in, whispering into Zhang Zhong's ear, gesturing with his hand to indicate a distance of 9 paces to the long-haired youth, who remained engrossed in his meal. It appeared that the youth had finished, placing money beneath his bowl before rising to depart. Observing this, Zhang Zhong stood and approached the youth's table, only to be met with an overwhelming stench. Beneath the bowl lay a blood-stained Alliance coin. Old Chu, I'm gonna follow him. Are you coming? No, better not. Wait for me here. I'll be right back. I shall go forth to vanquish demons. Paying no mind to the clamorous doppelganger, Zhang Zhong trailed after the long-haired youth into a derelict neighborhood, long abandoned and resembling a small forest within the city. As Zhang Zhong fully entered the forsaken area, the cacophony behind him diminished significantly. Venturing deeper, he was enveloped in darkness, and soon emerged a relatively frail figure, followed by a second, a third, until a total of 20 had materialized. Ah, ah, ah! A series of anguished cries echoed from all directions, and with the final scream, a white-haired youth burst forth from the shadows. Following this, a thunderous sound erupted from the location of the last cry, sending dust and debris flying. The entity was a mutated human, unmistakably affiliated with the cult of the wild god. The presence of numerous fresh human corpses confirmed this. The entity discerned that it was alone in the vicinity and contemplated an interrogation to ascertain if any companions remained. Daring to consume our brethren, they truly know not how to meet their demise. As the white-haired doppelganger crushed the grotesque head of a multi-limbed aberration beneath his foot, the other doppelgangers gathered around, intrigued by its peculiar form. What made it so unique? Its chin was connected to its belly, with countless arms of varying lengths sprouting from its back, and 6 legs. Indeed, a sight that would cause any onlooker to lose their sanity. All right, let the forensic specialists and interrogators remain, while the combat personnel under the white-haired one follow my command. You shall all watch our performance. One doppelganger, having produced a stool from who knows where, prompted Zhang Zhong to take a seat nearby. The aberration was swiftly dismantled under the guidance of the 2 experts, reduced to nothing more than a stick. Wait a moment, should we not call Old Wong? If you wait too long, the boss has already called him. One white-haired doppelganger, momentarily pausing while disassembling the aberration's last leg, was promptly chastised by another white-haired companion. The entity is the entity. It is evident now that this entity lacks consciousness. Let us eliminate it and ascertain whether there exists any inner elixir. You two should venture forth and further explore its lair. Zhang Zhong observed as the final leg of the aberrant creature departed, leaving it utterly silent. With a resigned gesture, he deactivated the green bubble on his phone, which contained the conversation between him and Wang Dashan. The last message read, "After inquiring thoroughly, it seems that typically, lower-tier devotees cannot revert to human form, and they are incapable of communication. Extermination is the only solution, and the enforcement department will dispatch personnel to address it." As the 2 white-haired avatars departed, the remaining 8 white-haired avatars took action. One exerted considerable force, cleaving the aberrant being in 2. A crimson orb was then presented to Zhang Zhong by one of the avatars. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have discovered a special energy, unlocking a unique realm, the zombie world, with a duration of 3 days. Please explore within your capacity. As the system's voice resonated, the red orb in his hand instantaneously transformed into a heap of calcified remnants. Let us return. With a command, the avatars swiftly merged back into Zhang Zhong's being, while those avatars consumed by the aberrant creature disintegrated into a pool of blood, rapidly eroding the creature until only its contorted skeleton remained. Chapter 25: The arrival of Klitsch 10 minutes later. Atop the desolate rooftop of an abandoned complex, a figure draped in a black cloak materialized abruptly, its eyes flickering like 2 azure flames in the darkness. The grim fate of the aberrant creature sprawled upon the grass below was reflected in the cloak-clad figure's gaze. Of course, it possessed no eyes, for a skull has no need for such organs. My Lord Lich King, your creation has been slain. It matters not, return. With the rasp of a voice echoing into existence, the figure in black swirled upward like smoke, soon melding into the night. Shortly after this enigmatic being departed, the Forsaken complex was graced with the presence of 2 unexpected guests. Clad in standard-issue trench coats adorned with golden candle flame embroidery on their chests and scythes and scales on their arms, they approached. Brother Fong, how many incidents has it been now? I had thought that joining the night watch would offer some respite. I cannot fathom it. The frequency of aberrant appearances has escalated of late. For Fong Ming, who had recently graduated and joined the night watch, explaining the situation proved challenging. After all, the night watch was not a leisurely occupation, and he had no idea where this newcomer had gleaned the notion that it was easy. Alas, This marks my 6th consecutive night of overtime since joining the night watch. Enough. Focus on examining the corpse rather than engaging in idle chatter. With a swift slap to the youth, Fong Ming produced a cigarette, ignited it, and inhaled deeply, casting his gaze over the surroundings. There were no signs of energy fluctuations, yet several areas bore scorch marks, with the grass showing signs of trampling and a peculiar drag mark. The individual responsible for dispatching this aberrant creature was formidable. Their actions were executed with precision indicative of a professional, at the very least, a first-tier individual around level 60. Satisfied with his assessment, Fong Ming took another deep drag from his cigarette, pleased that his knowledge of reconnaissance had not been in vain. Brother Fong. Goodness. Do refrain from shaking. Do you understand the importance of respecting your elders? Wang Gang. Finally pulling Fong Ming from his reverie, the youth reported, Brother Fong, this aberrant is indeed a member of the cult we seek, and it has been active for quite some time. Preliminary assessments suggest it is classified as a grade C. The cause of death appears to be the dissolution of internal organs and multiple fractures in the bones, indicating that this aberrant was first incapacitated, with its limbs severed, before being bisected to extract the core. Well, it must have been a valiant knight who intervened. Let us move out. With a wave of his hand, Fong Ming incinerated the grotesque remains of the aberrant, leading Wang Gang onward in their patrol. Their route spanned a considerable distance, and with the aberrant dealt with, they pressed on. SNT the core worth taking? Are you foolish? Did you attend university for nothing? It is their trophy, and besides, what use do we have for it? You are not a necromancer. Though their conversation was hushed, it resonated clearly through the complex's greenery, along a narrow alley, and across 2 streets, reaching the ears of Zhang Zhong, who was seated on a stool, sipping fizzy drinks with Chu the Fatty while enjoying beef tendons. The Night Watch, a division under the Enforcement Department? I had thought it was merely a civic organization. What are you saying, Brother Zhang? Keep drinking and eating. Zhang Zhong now truly admires his enhanced senses. The 8 gates of Heaven's Burial are indeed formidable, allowing him to capture even the faintest whispers of Fong by me from afar. Taking the large kidney handed to him by Chu Fatty, he savored it, the juices bursting forth, a testament to its nearly 1,000-year legacy of deliciousness. After settling the bill, the two strolled shoulder to shoulder until they reached a crossroads, parting ways to pursue different paths. Upon returning to his solitary dormitory, Zhang Zhong found himself in a quandary. With the college entrance examination looming, he had inadvertently whittled down the time to just a day or two, based on his prior calculations regarding the time spent in other worlds. In parallel worlds, only a few hours elapsed, while in the newly opened low martial arts world, compared to the main world, the purity of Banya was somewhat absurd. It took half a day. Thus, he surmised he could enter that time-limited world after completing the examination. His essence protested, questioning the division of labor, suggesting that while fighting might not be their forte, they could still excel in the humanities. They needed new allies. His essence need not seek explanations from others. If he desired to go, he would go. Stop. Tomorrow, let us teach that fellow a lesson and vent our frustrations, Zhang Zhong declared, logging into the Glory Alliance using Bone King for close combat, and after thoroughly dominating the opponent, he lay contentedly on his bed. However, as he reclined, his spiritual realm underwent a peculiar transformation. The Arrogance War Palace within the Palace of the Seven Emotions emitted an eerie crimson glow, and the tightly shut palace doors cracked open slightly. At the martial arts arena of South City No. 1 High School, a throng had gathered, drawn by the spectacle of the notorious underachiever, a talentless individual, facing off against one of the school's renowned geniuses, Lin Xiao, the possessor of the Crimson Flame. Zhang Zhong truly astounded many. With the most basic talent, he dared to challenge an A-rank talent. Was he out of his mind? Who could blame them? If it were me, I wouldn't dare. Lin Xiao's prowess was well recognized. He was already a level 11 warrior, reportedly just a step away from a breakthrough into the bone-forging realm. Indeed, just that. I haven't even made it past the meat refining stage. I'm still stuck in antiquated ways. Now it's all about the levels. Senior Lin Xiao is so handsome. With this exclamation, the crowd beheld a tall, fair-skinned, handsome young man. His confident demeanor accentuated by his sword-like brows and starry eyes, entering the arena alongside Tang family's San Mao and Xiao family's second young master. Thank you to all the students and younger classmates for your support. This is merely a friendly spar. I, Lin Xiao, will not use excessive force, he declared from his vantage point, igniting another wave of excitement within the arena. As Lin Xiao basked in the adoring glances of the younger female students, he felt an immense thrill. Accompanying these two young masters not only filled his coffers but also allowed him to flaunt his charm. As seconds ticked away, the students surrounding the martial arts arena began to stir restlessly, some having already seated themselves on the ground, for no one could withstand standing for 3 or 4 hours. Could it be that Zhang Zhong is too afraid to show up? Is he truly intimidated? As the murmurs from the audience gradually intensified, Lin Xiao, standing at the center of the stage with an air of a master, couldn't help but scratch his backside, wondering if that useless fellow would truly not show up. Just as Lin Xiao was engulfed in his thoughts, a discordant sound resembling a wolf's howl reverberated from outside the martial arts hall. Rising early and opening the window, Zhang Zhong hummed a melody he had unknowingly retained from some parallel universe, striding into the martial arts hall with an air of indifference towards the concept of appointments. Could it be that this good-for-nothing finally decided to arrive? After all, he is the protagonist. Waiting this long must mean he is filled with trepidation. For Zhang Zhong, these sounds were merely a warm welcome, indicating the fondness his classmates held for him. Truly, I am deserving of such admiration. Arriving at the arena, Zhang Zhong donned an expression of invincibility, glancing at a 45-degree angle, his eyes brimming with disdain as he addressed Lin Xiao upon the stage. I have missed you dearly since our parting yesterday. The year of our agreement has come to fruition. Chapter 26. This young man. Today marks the moment when I, Zhang Zhong, shall flatten your Lin Xiaozong. With such audacious declarations, Zhang Zhong spoke without restraint, eliciting a mixture of astonishment and concern among the students below, as well as a frown from Lin Xiao on stage. Listen closely, this is our true essence. It seems he has borrowed words from some ancient tome. I must commend this fellow for his audacity. The students murmured in surprise, though they were unaware of the source of his words. They felt a sense of discomfort akin to an overused joke. Zhang Zhong, seemingly oblivious to the murmurs, executed a nimble flip and landed firmly on the arena. As the students gathered, several teachers were drawn to the scene, gazing upon the two spirited youths before them, a poignant reminder of their own lost youth. Old Lu, whom do you favor? Is that even a question? Lin Xiao, of course. This young man exudes confidence. Not necessarily. That seemingly inconsequential lad, while lacking Lin Xiao's imposing presence, has a remarkably steady stance. Though his strength remains uncertain, I sense he possesses considerable prowess. The teachers stood by, offering their assessments of the two competitors, with the majority expressing skepticism regarding Zhang Zhong's chances. Very well, although I am unaware of your earlier proclamations, you shall undoubtedly face defeat today. Enough with the chatter. Let us begin. As soon as Zhang Zhong's voice faded, he propelled himself from the ground, resembling a swift swallow in flight, his speed astonishing. He deftly changed positions, and in the very moment Lin Xiao assumed his stance and threw a punch, Zhang Zhong had already maneuvered to his side, delivering a precise left kick that landed squarely on Lin Xiao's rounded posterior. Lin Xiao felt a tremendous force strike from behind, sending him soaring into the air. Ah, my tender backside. The students below witnessed Zhang Zhong vanish in an instant, only to see Lin Xiao ascend high before crashing down heavily, his face grazing the arena floor, sliding a considerable distance. What thick skin! A commendable face. Bravo, Lin Gu! Zhang Zhong clapped his hands and raised his arms triumphantly above his head, leaning slightly forward, his eyes gleaming with mockery as he gazed at Lin Xiao. Such an exaggerated display of derision left Lin Xiao, who lay on the ground, feeling as though he had sustained a double blow, enduring a humiliation beyond his years, before his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Upon hearing the commotion, Yi Xiaoxiao arrived, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld Zhang Zhong in the arena. She had not anticipated that this underdog would actually defeat Lin Xiao with but a single strike. Goodness! Senior Lin Xiao! Do not underestimate Lin Xiao. Ah! The students in the arena, recovering from their shock at Zhang Zhong's astonishing speed, began to vocally denounce his unscrupulous actions, condemning him for ambushing the young Lin Xiao. Thank you. I appreciate everyone's support. We practitioners must act in such a manner. As Lin Xiao and the two renowned young masters departed in dejection, Zhang Zhong erupted in triumphant cheers, feeling as if the weight of countless days had been wholly lifted at that very moment. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the literary examination for the college entrance examination. It is prudent to retire early to ensure a stellar performance. The arts are of significant importance, and the martial examination has been postponed by a day, necessitating an impromptu physical assessment to adjust one's condition. I must also extend my sincerest apologies for my previous remarks. It was the teacher's fault. Yi Xiaoxiao approached Zhang Zhong, laden with remorse. Amidst the gazes of classmates eager to reprimand Zhang Zhong, he exited the martial arts arena. Lin Xiao truly embodies the spirit of a feeble warrior, collapsing without exertion, an experience devoid of pain. When shall someone put an end to such shameless behavior? Expel him, I say. Amidst the laughter and joviality of his doppelgangers, Zhang Zhong returned to the dormitory. The previous tranquility experienced at the martial arts arena dissipated in an instant. He had not paid attention in a single class, his brow furrowed in worry as he sat on the well-worn sofa. He retrieved his phone and began scrolling through images of young women. Observing their vibrant youth, his inner turmoil seemed to vanish. Soon, an immature notion sprang forth, to immediately memorize a knowledge point, ensuring success in the literary examination tomorrow, thus becoming one of the rare dual champions in both arts and martial disciplines. The applause was anticipated, yet only the faint rustle of pages turning filled the air. It was evident that although the consciousness retained within his doppelgangers was minimal, they were indeed good comrades. By the way, have you considered a particular question? My original self? I suspect you have already succumbed to slumber. Ah, indeed, he had fallen asleep. At this moment, Zhang Zhong's consciousness was conflicted as he gazed through the narrow gap of the proud gates of the battle palace. This was clearly a signal from his subconscious. A new vessel of consciousness had emerged, indicating the need for immediate integration. Otherwise, a fragment of his soul would be severed, leading to true dissociation. A sense of urgency enveloped him, prompting Zhang Zhong to lie down decisively, surrendering to the embrace of the midday sun. My original self, awaken. We have diligently memorized our lessons. Let us sow knowledge within your clever mind. Cacophony of voices, what am I to say after you have all spoken? With a hand propping up the visage of his white-haired doppelganger, Zhang Zhong sat up, encircled by dozens of his duplicates, his mood swiftly turning irritable. Thus, he reclined once more. Come forth, knowledge! The doppelgangers sprang into action, akin to fish diving into the sea, each one merging into Zhang Zhong's being. Ah! Knowledge has registered. As 80 fragments of memory integrated into his mind, Zhang Zhong felt his intellect ascend to new heights. My original self, I am truly in awe. Is it merely the fusion of memories? Yet, it feels as though I am entangled in a struggle against fate itself. Report. My original self. I have discovered something. It appears that my cohort of white-haired doppelgangers can cultivate the 8 gates of heavenly burial. In an instant, Zhang Zhong was invigorated. This was indeed splendid news. While it may not enhance combat prowess, the recovery potential is maximized. If the illusory doppelgangers are akin to small red potions, then the ordinary logistical doppelgangers resemble large red potions. Presently, the white-haired ones are like dual-colored elixirs, enhanced with energy-concentrating rings. Although the fusion of power may be unattainable, the potential to harness hundreds, even thousands of forces is now within reach. With a single punch, one could cleave the heavens. Although I have not attempted to divide billions at once, given my current physical strength, handling 100 at a time poses no difficulty. How about we head to a private martial arts school? You all go ahead. I shall remain at home to further my studies. Thus, Zhang Zhong, amidst a barrage of words from several avatars, exited the old city with a head of white hair. On the city's light rail, upon entering, I instantly noticed the carriages were teeming with passengers. As the train set in motion, an announcement echoed through the carriage. In this new century, we shall create brilliance together. A new chapter for humanity lies beneath the feet of the youth. After 5 cycles of 2 centuries, we have finally achieved a resurgence of Huaxia civilization. The light rail remained crowded, yet each time the announcement played, It felt as though it could cleanse one's soul, igniting an irresistible fervor within. Though standing, the view outside the window offered a unique sensation. Are you getting off? Apologies, handsome. I will disembark now. A voice urged from behind, prompting Zhang Zhong to gather his thoughts and step out of the carriage. Observing the street, he noted that apart from restaurants and unattended convenience stores, there were vast martial arts schools with various names. Chapter 27. A lesson for the boss, the martial arts school. Zhang Zhong felt a sudden throbbing in his head, as memories began to resurface. In the past, such martial arts schools were scarce, with only a few scattered across cities, and martial artists were merely figments of fiction. Those who could leap between rooftops were confined to the realm of fantasy. However, nowadays such feats have become commonplace. Yet, the law strictly prohibits non-enforcers from trespassing on others' properties. Why do I possess such memories? It seems that traversing different worlds has muddled my recollections, which is quite peculiar. Pausing before a martial arts school, Zhang Zhong wore a conflicted expression, appearing to outsiders as if he were struggling with a decision. The Fighters Martial Arts School. This establishment was thriving in the new city, not merely due to the presence of two elegantly long-legged hostesses at the entrance, but because its facilities were exceptionally comprehensive, boasting all amenities except for a gravity chamber. Welcome, sir. You have arrived at the Fighters Martial Arts School, established by the renowned martial artist, Lightning Hands, Yang. Our faculty is robust, comprising outstanding graduates from martial arts universities. One of the welcoming hostesses, radiating warmth and charm, swayed her waist as she approached Zhang Zhong. The martial arts business had been lackluster this year due to fierce competition, prompting such tactics. Let me handle this. Stand aside. This alluring beauty dares to obstruct my path. How bold. I wish to reserve a room with a medicinal bath. The chatter of his alter ego did not sway Zhang Zhong. He remained resolute. Private martial arts schools typically offered medicinal baths that alleviated fatigue and invigorated the mind, alongside various medical equipment for testing vitality and an array of trial weapons and armor. Upon hearing Zhang Zhong's request, the hostess could hardly contain her delight. Our rates are as follows. 1 hour for 288, 2 hours for 488, 3 hours for 688, and a full day for 1888, which includes a premium medicinal bath to relieve all bodily aches. Sir, do you understand? How long would you like to stay? As her soft voice enveloped him, Zhang Zhong felt a peculiar sensation. 1 hour will suffice. It was not that Zhang Zhong was averse to booking a full day. Rather, he perceived no necessity for it. Those funds could sustain him for several months. Very well, sir. Please follow me to the front desk to collect your control chip. Under the guidance of the hostess, a blue wristband with a pendant chip was soon fastened to Zhang Zhong's wrist. He ascended in a hovering elevator, finally arriving at the 6th floor. Phew, what a relief. Zhang Zhong exhaled deeply. It brings me comfort. Indeed, the hostesses are quite cunning. They seek to deceive me for my money, but with us around, they shall not succeed. However, curiosity gnawed at him. Why must one pay for a vitality test, and what purpose did a tutor serve? I am a youth with steadfast convictions, resolutely avoiding all that is detrimental to my health. After sternly admonishing his alter ego, Zhang Zhong felt a twinge of regret. Indeed, the alter ego was but a fragment of himself. His curiosity about this so-called tutor was piqued. Ding! As Zhang Zhong approached, the room's control system detected the chip, and the door gently swung open. What lay before him was a spacious area, its floor adorned with energy-absorbing fiber material. In the center stood a cylindrical device, approximately the height of a person, the blood and energy tester. Upon entering, the door behind him softly closed. Welcome to the Fighter's Dojo, esteemed guest of room 666. Please feel free to test your blood and energy without concern for damaging the tester. Should it break, this dojo will generously provide you with a set of grade A battle armor or a weapon, or alternatively, a ticket to the underground city valued at 100 million. The dojo's promotional pitch was quite boisterous, but Zhang Zhong paid it little mind. Like a child wandering through a zoo, he surveyed the room. To the left, a wardrobe stood, neatly stocked with martial arts uniforms, while the right side was devoid of anything. After all, one wouldn't expect a medicinal bath to be provided for just an hour. After donning the martial arts uniform, he approached the blood and energy tester. This metallic contraption, towering at around 3 to 4 meters, resembled a beam column, its surface dotted with protruding points. These were the impact zones, where striking would reveal one's blood and energy levels through three-dimensional projection. To call it a blood and energy tester was rather vague. It was more accurately a measure of strength. Inhaling deeply, Zhang Zhong felt as if the air in the room had been vacuumed away. The control system promptly began drawing in oxygen from outside, evidently responding to his intake, which had depleted the room's oxygen supply. With a sudden thrust of his left foot and a twist of his waist, he unleashed a powerful punch that struck fiercely against one of the protruding squares on the tester. The resounding boom echoed throughout the room, causing the entire space to tremble. Zhang Zhong nervously withdrew his fist and adjusted the slightly tilted tester, mindful of its apparent value. He could not afford to further harm his already depleted wallet. Beside the tester, a three-dimensional projection materialized. Congratulations, you have reached the first segment of the second transition. Punching strength, 52,000 pounds second. Blood energy value, 520. Keep pushing. You are still far from meeting the required conditions. The conversion of blood energy to strength was a factor of 100, with the first segment corresponding to level 52, and the pinnacle of this segment reaching 60 tons. Upon reaching the third transition, those who had undergone the transformation could unleash punches capable of moving mountains and stirring seas. I detest being goaded into action. It's not that I lack weapons. Bring 10 brothers to lend a hand, and let us teach this dojo's owner a lesson. As Zhang Zhong's words fell, his white hair suddenly elongated, cascading down to his waist, resembling a white-haired hedgehog. With a tenfold amplification, he transformed. What is this transformation? He thought, but dismissed it, focusing instead on increasing his intensity. It was time to demonstrate to the owner what he was truly capable of. With a swift motion, he launched a punch, his arm moving as if unimpeded, easily piercing through the nearly 100 million yuan blood and energy tester. The three-dimensional projection immediately flashed a red exclamation mark, signaling that the blood energy value had far exceeded the tester's limits. For a device designed to measure strength below level 100, it had done its utmost. It certainly had not anticipated encountering such an anomaly. The force of my strike, delivered by 11 of us, is sufficient to penetrate any adversary. Yet, it lasts but half a minute. Indeed, that is all one can endure. My clones bear too much weight. Let us observe a moment of silence for my fallen brothers. It seems prudent to summon more companions to practice the 8 gates of heavenly burial. My true self cannot withstand such depletion. Enough of the lamentations. Henceforth, you shall serve as the combatant of the logistics department. I shall grant you 10 days to assemble 1,000. Having felt the might of that punch, Zhang Zhong felt a surge of elation. Lying on the ground, he was in high spirits. After merging with a clone, he regained his composure and began to contemplate. Upon returning home, he would commence preparations to merge with the illusory clone. He must become formidable before the martial examination. He took out his phone and considered ordering food, for while the clone could refresh his physical state, sustenance was still necessary. With more than half an hour left before his room rental expired, he thought, why not enjoy the air conditioning? Gazing at the various culinary projections on the app, Zhang Zhong felt hunger gnawing at him, and even his clones lay feebly within the realm of consciousness. Discarding his phone, he seized the room chip and, under the admiring gaze of the welcoming attendant, dashed out of the martial arts hall towards the nearby Sea Dominator fast food restaurant. Chapter 28. Not serving the boss in a lavish villa, Yang Zhanfeng received a message from the Martial Arts Academy. What do you mean he just left? Do you comprehend the significance of an 18-year-old possessing third-tier strength? Even in the imperial capital, no one achieves such power at that age. Not even those at the initial stages of chi cultivation can unleash such terrifying strength. Yang Zhanfeng glared at the message sent by the Academy's control system, bellowing into the phone at the Academy's deputy director. After all, the potential of a young individual far exceeds that of an elder. You must find a way to get that kid's phone number, or you might as well resign. The communicator fell silent, and the deputy director of the Extreme Combat Academy, frowning, tossed the device aside and resumed his workout, muttering, 18-year-old third-tier strength? Nonsense. That's utterly impossible. With that, the room was soon filled with indistinct sounds. It was evident that the deputy director could not even be bothered to send someone out. At that moment, Zhang Zhong was seated in a private room on the second floor of the Sea Overlord restaurant, indulging in a delicious serving of seafood fried rice, filling an enormous bowl. "One order of this, please. You all can order whatever you want. After all, I'll be covering the bill. Didn't the owner say he would charge us if we didn't finish? $1,000 today. Let us make him regret it." "Understood." With that, his companions eagerly began ordering from the electronic menu, selecting everything from ancient emperor crabs to juvenile sea bass. Anything edible was fair game. In the blink of an eye, there were 3 towering stacks of plates and bowls beside Zhang Zhong. "I apologize for my earlier behavior. Here's 10,000. Please enjoy your meal next door." The owner, handing Zhang Zhong a stack of alliance currency, prepared to head towards the exit. "Are you the one who caused trouble at the Combatants Academy?" "I am not," Zhang Zhong replied, recognizing the colorful figure blocking his path as part of the 7-colored rainbow group. He quickly discerned that the Academy's master had been exaggerating and firmly denied the accusation. At that moment, an urgent news broadcast appeared on the holographic display. Due to unknown reasons, spatial fluctuations have been detected in the new city, indicating the emergence of a new portal. Citizens are advised to secure their doors and refrain from venturing outside. This emergency notification pertains to the Western Fantasy Gate, which is only 1/10 the size of a normal portal, capable of accommodating large mechs and adventure groups of fewer than 100. The situation within the portal remains uncertain. Warning: numerous unidentified creatures have escaped from the portal. Citizens are urged to take precautions. The Law Enforcement Department and City Defense Corps have been dispatched. Please stay at home and await assistance. As the announcements continued, patrons in the restaurant began to discuss the unfolding events. Ever since moving to the new city, I can't believe they resort to such information lockdown tactics. Indeed, it was safer in the old district when we were oblivious to such dangers. Absolutely. I used to envy the new city, but now I find myself envying those in the old district. At that moment, the red-haired member of the 7-colored rainbow drew his electric baton, pointing it at everyone in the restaurant. "Silence. 7 of us came to handle the situation." Before the red-haired man could finish his sentence, Zhang Zhong delivered a powerful punch to his face, causing the 7 of them to tumble out of the restaurant like bowling pins. "Boss, the problem has been resolved. Here are 7,000. He handed over the money, bidding farewell. The stout man from Haida, visibly astonished, pulled out a stack of alliance coins. The rainbow, known for its notorious reputation, was said to have connections with a martial arts dojo, and in this neighborhood, few dared to confront these individuals. Yet today, this gluttonous young man had managed to take them down. It truly was a sight of divine intervention. With a profit of 17,000, Zhang Zhong returned to his dilapidated apartment in the old city, exuberantly counting his money while seated on a tattered sofa. The main body truly possesses the ability to comprehend extortion in such a refreshingly unconventional manner. However, there is one thing I advise you not to forget. The brothers of the Battle Palace have brought matters to the forefront. The sooner the Battle Palace opens, the sooner we can relish the rewards. Regarding the idle support staff, Zhang Zhong expressed his intention to wait until they were finished speaking. Within the realm of consciousness, he observed his illusory avatars amalgamating without any reaction, reaching a staggering count of 1,000. Still no response? He continued to add until no more could be integrated. Soon, the illusory avatars fused to nearly 100 million, finally eliciting a reaction. It was a figure clad in a jacket, wearing a hood, with a beak-like mask obscuring its face. Its bare arms were composed of a dark red substance resembling veins and bone armor, enveloped in swirling black smoke, while sparks of crimson, akin to meteors, danced amidst the shadows. This peculiar avatar prompted Zhang Zhong to immerse his consciousness within, sensing the fleeting nature of its form. A headache ensued as he comprehended his current state. His body was entirely composed of viral organisms, and it was the oldest virus known to date. The system initiated a limited-time world transfer. Ding! Location confirmed. Initiating transfer to the Doomsday World, Special Parallel Universe. Due to void turbulence, the deployment time is set for 1 month before the apocalypse. Ding! Special mission. Destroy or save the world. Zhang Zhong dedicated his primary consciousness entirely to this strange avatar. As the avatar dissolved into particles and smoke, entering the vortex, the system's voice resonated in his ears. Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired the unique title of Red Plague King. Viruses are your generals, bacteria are your soldiers, and microorganisms are your subjects. Ding, since the host is non-human, completing the mission will yield special rewards, and no system energy points will be awarded during this period. This time, there was no familiar sensation of spinning. Only an everlasting darkness enveloped him. The system's notifications echoed in his ears, narrating a tale unlike any he had experienced before. Plagues and viruses are intertwined. However, viruses can stimulate the evolution of life. At the dawn of existence, the world was dominated by a strange amalgamation of water, teeming with bacteria, microorganisms, and viruses. Through an accidental collision, the microorganisms rapidly mutated under the influence of the virus, ultimately adapting to the environment and ascending to land. In the blink of an eye, time raced forward, and the ancient virus re-emerged in the world. The organization that extracted this virus named it DZ0001. Yet the foolish beings remain oblivious to the fact that they will awaken him. This moment is so grand, and the perspective is utterly bizarre. Zhang Zhong stands before a pale-skinned human clad in attire reminiscent of antiquated medical garb. Yet he is able to observe from various angles, even perceiving the very cells within the other's body, and glimpsing the immune system. A mere glance suffices for Zhang Zhong to grasp it all. The pale-skinned individual seems to have discovered something, exclaiming in excitement as he rushes out of the room cluttered with an array of bottles and jars. After a prolonged wait, Zhang Zhong finds himself still awaiting the return of this pale-skinned human. A curious thought arises. Why does he refer to this person as the pale-skinned human? As he finds himself unable to move, he begins to ponder this profound question. Despite listening to the narrative of the system, he inexplicably senses that he should be an ancient entity. Furthermore, it may be due to the incomplete nature of this peculiar avatar that he does not perceive himself as human, which is rather concerning. Chapter 29. Hope. Completing the fragmented self with this thought, Zhang Zhong began to act, but soon discovered that he was utterly immobilized, as the glass-like vessels surrounding him were impervious to any form of destruction. In despair, he remained trapped within the confines of the small glass container, losing track of time. Through the airborne viruses and microorganisms, he sensed his surroundings, and a raven suddenly squeezed through a shattered window. As it broke several glass vessels, including the one housing Zhang Zhong, he emerged amidst a rapid swirl of black smoke that coalesced into a humanoid form. This entity seized the raven, which swiftly disintegrated and was absorbed into Zhang Zhong's being. It was evident that the dark mist constituting his form was an ancient virus, capable of instantaneously transforming living organisms into primordial bacteria and viruses. Yet it was insufficient. He required more substance. Zhang Zhong opened his mouth and emitted a raven's caw, which resonated outside, triggering a cacophony of raven calls. One by one, the birds flew through the broken window, joining this ancient family with reckless abandon. At that moment, Zhang Zhong underwent a transformation. His smoky form was enveloped in a gray-brown skin. His hands morphed into talon-like claws, while his feet retained their human shape. His head appeared to don a grotesque mask fashioned from numerous raven skulls. As he embraced this complete form, Zhang Zhong felt a sense of satisfaction. He finally resembled something human. He scavenged from the ruins and found a relatively intact robe that, in an instant, melded with his body, transforming into a cloak resembling a hooded garment adorned with raven feathers. This feathered cloak shrouded his inhuman exterior. Having refined his appearance, Zhang Zhong stepped out of the place that had imprisoned him for an indeterminate period. Before him lay grass towering over his height, alongside vast expanses of rubble and broken bricks. The current time held no interest for him. For Zhang Zhong, who had accepted his inhumanity, time was irrelevant. Regardless of how long it took, he sensed a part of himself that felt perpetually distant. However, he discerned a general direction towards the west, and thus took his first step. Wherever he tread, plants withered into dust, and animals fled in terror long before he approached, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Thus, Zhang Zhong journeyed for an extended period, unknowingly decimating half a forest. It wasn't until he was on the verge of exiting the woodland that he belatedly learned to control the plague viruses emanating from his form. Finally emerging from the forest, Zhang Zhong beheld a road he had only encountered in the annals of ancient history. After casting a distant gaze upon the city, he realized a profound truth. He was an ancient virus, capable of commanding other viruses and microorganisms for his own purposes. Guided by the microorganisms and bacteria, Zhang Zhong soon arrived at a city in the desert, more accurately, a small town. Here lay fragments of his own being. Hope Town? What a splendid name. Zhang Zhong had transformed significantly. He no longer resembled a terrifying figure, but appeared much like his former self, albeit with emerald green eyes and a slightly sickly pale complexion. Youngster, why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry to the town's hospital. A burly man clad in camouflage called out as Zhang Zhong stood idly on the street of the small town. This community, composed largely of military families, adhered closely to the directives of their superiors. As he moved with the crowd, Zhang Zhong arrived at the hospital entrance, which was already teeming with people, most of whom donned camouflage shirts of various styles. Listening to the nearby explanations regarding influenza pathogens, it became apparent that this town was formed by injured soldiers and their families, situated near a military base. The information he gathered hinted that the pathogens and bacteria were confined within a sterile white room. Soon it was Zhang Zhong's turn. Before him stood a doctor in a white coat, extracting a syringe from a metallic box. After receiving the injection, he was instructed to wait for half an hour in the isolation room. Once the door opened, he would be free to leave. As the needle pierced his skin, the vacuum mechanism of the syringe propelled the liquid into his body. He sensed a slight completion within himself, realizing he was indeed in the right place. A fragment of his essence resided here. As he collected his thoughts, Zhang Zhong noticed the doctor returning the used syringe to the metallic box, even taking a moment to scrutinize him before affixing a label marked 118 upon it. By the time Zhang Zhong exited the hospital, night had fallen. Observing the sparse crowd, he casually stepped beneath a shadowy eave, eavesdropping on the conversations of passers-by. It was quite peculiar. It felt as though he had dined on nothing. Why had the supply of provisions dwindled recently? Business seemed to be declining. Could it be that the military base was preparing for evacuation? Had the original virus been fully injected? The initial virus has been administered, Commander. Accelerate the return to the lockdown point. No residents of Happy Town can be released tomorrow, came the response. From the shadows, Zhang Zhong gleaned several useful snippets of information from the discourse regarding pathogens and bacteria, coining this method of surveillance as the web of conspiracy. A light rain began to fall upon the town, leaving only the sound of raindrops resonating through the night. Ah, my dear, why do you bite me? It hurts terribly. No, you madman? My hand, it hurts. A sudden scream pierced the air, rapidly spreading like a virus, accompanied by the cries of residents, gunfire, and desperate pleas for help. Strangely, Zhang Zhong felt no reaction to these sounds. He was even too lethargic to move. From beneath the eave, several crows with emerald green eyes took flight, landing at various spots throughout the town, their heads tilted as they surveyed the rain-soaked night. In the midst of this downpour, a woman stumbled, chasing a man who clutched his arm. The man occasionally turned to fire his weapon, yet the bullets seemed to have no effect. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the town, 7 soldiers sat in front of 2 fuel-powered vehicles, seemingly awaiting something. Soon, 2 doctors approached, carrying metallic briefcases, arriving at the vehicles. 2 soldiers took the metal case containing syringes from the doctor's hands, and just as the doctor was about to board the vehicle, they drew their pistols and fired 2 shots. The doctors collapsed into a pool of blood. As the 2 doctors fell, 2 military vehicles departed in succession from the hospital's rear entrance, swiftly leaving Hope Town, while above them, a raven followed closely under the cover of night. Zhang Zhong, standing beneath the eaves, revealed a knowing smile. In the distance, a figure emerged within Zhang Zhong's line of sight, its body filled with a dark crimson virus that even emitted a faint red glow. As this being approached, Zhang Zhong discerned it to be a bizarre amalgamation of grotesquely mutated limbs and glowing tendrils, devoid of human form. Upon catching sight of Zhang Zhong, the strange entity appeared to be frozen in place, standing motionless as Zhang Zhong passed by. Ah, an artificial virus? How intriguing. The Red Glow Virus. Chapter 30. Emergence of Power. How intriguing it is. The virus only undergoes fission. Apart from myself, there exists no other being capable of control. From this grotesque form, Zhang Zhong gleaned two significant pieces of information. An overwhelming sense of arrogance welled up within his consciousness. The hospital had injected the residents of this small town with the original virus, while the primordial strain remained in the possession of the Gen-Take Group, a scientific corporation guarded by the military base near this town. If you wish to play, then let me take the grand stage. Zhang Zhong felt a surge of offense, as his body emitted particles smaller than bacteria, enveloped in darkness. As the storm cloaked the entire town, he aimed to create a viral collective, gathering the dispersed crimson light virus. These dark particles served as the triggers for the red light virus carriers, forming either the primordial bodies or pathogens composed of the virus. As it stood, fewer than 100 residents of Hopetown still survived. Due to the lockdown, only 3 remained. 1 adult, 1 child, and a developing life. Of course, this did not include Zhang Zhong. Just as only 3 individuals were left in the town, a peculiar military force appeared. 2 heavily armored vehicles. From within emerged 40 individuals, uniformly clad in black combat attire with hoods, their faces obscured by gas masks. Were they here for resettlement and development? Through the bacteria on their attire, Zhang Zhong discerned that this was an exceptionally well-equipped team from the Black Watch Task Force. Their mission was to capture the 2 remaining survivors while annihilating the entire town upon their departure. As for the means of destruction, it was, of course, nuclear obliteration. Yet, Zhang Zhong felt no fear. He was akin to an immortal. As long as viruses and bacteria existed, he would never truly perish. What troubled him, however, was the realization that apart from his ability to assimilate, he possessed only immortality. It seemed he lacked any offensive capabilities, perhaps merely the ability to manipulate and command bacteria and viruses, or to incapacitate the immune systems of his adversaries. How utterly disappointing. Muttering to himself, Zhang Zhong exerted control over the bacteria in the air, observing the intentions of these lurking figures. The soldiers of the Black Watch evidently understood the vulnerabilities of these viral parasites, as their silenced weapons dispatched headshots with alarming precision. Adhering to their orders, they swiftly eliminated all pathogens that approached. The soldiers of the Black Watch rapidly closed in on the vicinity of the 2 remaining survivors. We've located them. Take them away. For soldiers swiftly entered the building, incapacitating the 2 individuals and carrying them off. Alongside the departing soldiers, Zhang Zhong also left, retracting all the settled viruses in the air back into his body, as they constituted part of his essence. With a deep breath, a notably high-ranking officer removed his mask, prompting the other soldiers to do the same. The officer's rugged features, accentuated by golden hair, rendered him both formidable and strikingly handsome. Relax, Miss Elizabeth. My name is Robert, a close friend of your husband. He has entrusted me with your rescue, so please rest assured. Robert, exuding warmth, gazed at the stunning blonde beauty clad in leather seated in the back. He spoke with ease, weaving lies effortlessly. Thank you. Elizabeth's voice resonated, and Robert couldn't help but lament in his heart. Such a beautiful woman. His gaze then shifted to the child, filled with a deep sense of regret at the potential beauty she would blossom into. What is your name, little sister? He inquired. I am Alice, brother. Where are we headed? To a safe place. As Robert chatted with the little girl, a voice crackled through his earpiece, audible only to him. Robert, eliminate that girl. Damn umbrella. Dreaming of exchanging a state's economic privileges for precious pathogens. This message transformed within the realm of microbes and viruses, resonating in the ears of Zhang Zhong. How could they disregard life so blatantly? Just as Robert prepared to draw his weapon, his movements halted, and a shade of green flickered within his pale blue irises. This was swiftly mirrored throughout the vehicle, except for Elizabeth and Alice, as the soldiers of the Black Watch bore a subtle green tint in their eyes. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from outside, followed by the cacophony of gunfire. Observing from the perspective of a crow soaring above, Zhang Zhong discerned another organization. Their combat uniforms a pale blue adorned with the emblem of an umbrella on their arms. One soldier within the vehicle abruptly stood, flung open the door, and stepped outside. The gunfire ceased momentarily, only to be replaced by the sound of bodies colliding with the sandy ground. The Black Watch soldier returned, dragging a fainted giant back into the vehicle. "Wake up! Who are you and why did you attack us?" Zhang Zhong commanded, retracting the anesthetic virus that had overtaken the giant's body, compelling Robert to kick him awake. "I am Eric's Rod, a mercenary affiliated with the Umbrella Corporation. I received orders to retrieve Alice. She is the daughter of our company's boss." Eric's divulged the information without hesitation, not out of cooperation, but due to Zhang Zhong's interference with his neural functions. Observing Alice nestled against Elizabeth, he noted with surprise that she bore no trace of the original virus. "You may take her," he conceded, as Eric's, under Zhang Zhong's influence, carried Alice away. As for Elizabeth, she had succumbed entirely to the original virus, it having infiltrated half of her brain. Even if Zhang Zhong intervened, he could only salvage her as a mere vegetable. The vehicle continued its course, and Zhang Zhong had completely infiltrated the minds of the 6 high-ranking Black Watch officers within. Like a deity controlling multiple avatars, he adeptly switched perspectives, maneuvering the body of one officer while synchronizing the actions of the others. Fortunately, these Black Watch soldiers were trained combat machines, disciplined in executing coordinated maneuvers. The upper echelons of the Black Watch are indeed formidable. Feeling the myriad perspectives and physical feedback, Zhang Zhong harbored great curiosity about the company capable of training soldiers for the Black Watch. The vehicle swiftly approached the military base, commandeered by the Black Watch, located 30 kilometers from the town. Lieutenant Commander Robert and team members, proceed to Zone B2 for vehicle disinfection. The directive was issued. As Zhang Zhong maneuvered the vehicle into the disinfection area, Elizabeth was directly administered anesthesia and taken away. Under Zhang Zhong's control, Robert and the team members, after inspection, exhibited no anomalies, much to Zhang Zhong's relief, as they had unexpectedly evaded detection entirely. Soon, drawing from the memories in Robert's mind, Zhang Zhong reported to his superiors. "Report, Commander, Lieutenant Robert has successfully completed the placement mission and neutralized a mercenary group under Ambred along the way." "Excellent, Robert, you may take a rest now. Next time, you can apply for leave to visit your child," remarked a bald man adorned with the rank of colonel, garbed in the uniform of a Black Watch commander, from behind the desk. "Yes, sir," Robert replied, saluting under Zhang Zhong's control. Chapter 31. Evolution. As Robert arrived at the officer's lounge, Zhang Zhong could hardly contain his excitement as he swiftly retrieved a vial of vivid red blood from his tactical satchel. There was no doubt that this blood was from Elizabeth. It had been cleverly substituted in the vehicle, where he had discarded a vial containing a potent serum and replaced it with Elizabeth's blood, thus evading detection flawlessly. Injecting the blood into Robert's veins. Before Zhang could even analyze the virus within, Robert's vascular system became conspicuously visible, the blood glowing brilliantly, while grotesque tendrils emerged from his body. Boom! As expected, Robert exploded, evidently unable to acclimate to the virus coursing through Elizabeth's bloodstream. Had the virus evolved? The fragments scattered in the air coalesced, and a perfect replica of Robert materialized, his attire intact as before. Evolution is indeed marvelous. I hope Elizabeth continues to surprise me, Zhang mused, feeling as though he could assimilate organic matter. He casually picked up a handgun from the ground, and in an instant it seemed to meld into his being. The gold-devouring virus, along with the macrophage bacteria and proliferation virus, these entities enabled the storage and consumption of metals, shaping them into desired forms. The microscopic realm is truly wondrous, and as their sovereign, I had been blissfully unaware. These 3 cells together resembled a multitude of weapon factories. As he spoke, Zhang's hand transformed into the shape of a handgun, even simulating bullets. Henceforth, I shall call this ability replication. It can replicate but not fabricate with imperfections. Having completed his study of this newfound ability, Zhang ceased his playful manipulation of the biochemical handgun, suddenly feeling a pang of hunger. Following the guidance embedded in his memory cells, Zhang made his way to the cafeteria located on the 3rd floor. After successfully procuring his meal, he sat down, feigning satisfaction after devouring 4 or 5 bowls of rice. Clearly, not all places were inhabited by nitpicking NPCs. He felt an odd sensation, as if since assuming this form, his consciousness had become somewhat erratic. He had even forgotten to eat and occasionally perceived these individuals as mere ants. The food swiftly became nourishment for the rapid proliferation of Zhang's avatar. He could feel the density of this body, crafted from bacteria and microorganisms, increasing at an accelerated pace. The ancient virus, as a core component of Zhang's avatar, was multiplying rapidly. With the increase of the ancient virus, it appeared to be initiating an evolution. This form shall henceforth be referred to as camouflage. With the ancient virus leading the charge alongside other viruses, bacteria, and microorganisms, Robert's temporary form was becoming increasingly human-like. Zhang was thoroughly pleased with the current transformations. As a being composed entirely of various viruses and microbial entities, he required no rest. After a century of experimentation, Zhang felt no waning of spirit or vitality. He remained invigorated. While time held little significance, the microorganisms in the air would inform him of its passage. In the forest, Zhang spent a full 50 years before emerging. For a forest dweller afflicted by increasing arrogance, managing to exit within 50 years was quite commendable. Stepping out of the mess hall, a unique sensation arose within as he saluted every soldier he encountered. Lieutenant Robert, taking into account your recent performance and military achievements, has decided to include you in this batch of the Super Soldier program. Concurrently, your rank will be elevated to captain, with your benefits and salary doubled. Zhang Zhong merely nodded in acknowledgement of the messenger's words. This is the catalyst for the Super Soldier Serum. Please administer it within 24 hours. Accepting the palm-sized metal box from the messenger, Zhang Zhong returned to his dormitory. Extracting the syringe filled with a pale blue liquid, without a moment's hesitation, he plunged it into his arm, and as tendrils composed of black particles emerged, the entire serum, along with the syringe, was consumed. What a bold move to use a serum that had only succeeded once or twice. This is the sensation of power. As the serum was assimilated, Zhang Zhong's body, constituted by the virus, became denser, simultaneously acquiring the information of the virus. Stretchable virus, compressible virus, and energy-absorbing bacteria, alongside a portion of the genetic chain extracted from tardigrades. It became evident that an ordinary person could only survive a week post-injection, though the presence of inhibitors would extend that duration. Truly, the Black Watch has not disappointed me. Lying on his bed, Zhang Zhong gazed at the ceiling, lost in thought. He spent the night with his eyes wide open, and upon waking, he experienced the sensation of crushing the bed slats, though he quickly acclimated to the surge of power. Time swiftly passed, and Zhang Zhong settled into a monotonous routine, visiting the mess hall in the morning to enhance his physical density and lying in bed at night counting bacteria. His strength grew exponentially. He even discreetly tested his newfound abilities, easily able to lift a main battle tank and catch it upon its descent, albeit requiring an entire battalion's lunch afterward. Zhang Zhong devised a better method. After assimilating a sunflower, he could absorb some solar energy to replenish the microbial content within his body. Noticing this, he set his sights on the few grand trees at the base, ultimately opting to assimilate a purple-flowered locust instead. His tendrils could penetrate the earth for thousands of meters, extracting nutrients from below. As he maximized this ability, the notion of absorption emerged within his consciousness. It seems I must assimilate a microbiologist or a scientist of that ilk. Otherwise, there would be no direction for development. This idea transformed Zhang Zhong's monotonous life. After dinner, he would frequently sneak into the dormitories of the research area, and after a prolonged wait, he assimilated a physicist, a microbiologist, and a bioweapons expert. For the Black Watch, such scientific talent was abundant, and the disappearance of the three individuals raised no suspicion. Assimilation could indeed be more sophisticated. Is it not merely consumption? Zhang Zhong gradually grew restless. After all, the virus craved freedom, and prolonged inactivity was quite vexing. Captain Robert, the plan has commenced. You may depart from the base for the central headquarters in Detrico at any time today. After a 3-month interval, the messenger has finally arrived to inform Zhang Zhong of the decision to abandon the disguise. Accompanying him is Colonel Randall, who reportedly lost his left arm due to an unfortunate incident. As Zhang Zhong boarded the aircraft, Colonel Randall took a seat beside him. Colonel Randall, I've heard rumors that you have been promoted to general? Robert, your information is quite up to date, replied Zhang Zhong. Once he obtained what he desired, imperceptible black particles swiftly infiltrated Colonel Randall's entire being through his respiratory system, leaving only the brain untouched to avoid detection. Thus, Colonel Randall was transformed into a mere vessel for Zhang Zhong, with a fleeting green glimmer in his eyes serving as the final testament. After occupying a portion of Randall's body, Zhang Zhong discerned the necessity of initiating the Super Soldier program, realizing it was due to the existence of an immortality project devised by Umbrella, the nemesis of his adversary James Tyke. Chapter 32. The completion of the clone. In an effort to maintain the facade of progress, the immature Super Soldier program was hastily advanced. At this moment, Zhang Zhong's perspective shifted to Colonel Randall, observing his every action as a voyeur. Soon, Colonel Randall arrived at the Pentagon where an orderly, bearing documents and the insignia of a major general, approached him. "Congratulations, General. Due to your exceptional command abilities, you have successfully contained the crisis and saved the nation. You are hereby awarded the Medal of Valor and promoted to the rank of General." Dressed in military formal attire, the orderly personally affixed the insignia to General Randall. After the ceremony, Randall returned to his luxurious villa in Dietrich Fort. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhong transformed into dozens of crows, soaring above the city. He located Elizabeth, the mature and independent original virus, along with a collective of updated viruses, part of himself that had been hiding here. At this moment, the crows had undergone a complete transformation. Their skulls were exposed, their beaks serrated like spears, and their bodies adorned with tendrils that exuded a molten-like aura. Their speed surpassed that of ordinary birds, and the feathers on their wings resembled sharp blades. Zhang Zhong named these metallic-like feathers biochemical metal, circling above a building emblazoned with the insignia of Gentech, a biopharmaceutical company overseen by the Biochemical Security Corps. Suddenly, 2 Black Watchman officers descended from a helicopter, 2 of the 6 who had been parasitized by Zhang Zhong. "Bring the vermin up here. Slaughter every ant in this building if necessary." Curiously, the 2 Black Watchman officers, accompanied by 20 subordinates, entered the Gentech building. From fragments of microbial memories gleaned from these individuals, Zhang Zhong discovered that someone had stolen the latest strain of the Blacklight virus, and this team was a dispatched search squad. It was known that the individual had fled in the morning, while reinforcements arrived at noon. In his haste, Zhang Zhong seized control of the leading Black Watchman officer, who then located the head of Gentech, Dr. Raymond McMullen, the scientific president under the control of the Black Watchman. "Dr. McMullen, we have been instructed to take the vermin back to the base for disposal. Additionally, we will dispatch personnel to investigate the transportation hub," the officer commanded, disregarding any notion of the chief scientific advisor. As the black particles conversed with Zhang Zhong, they entered Dr. McMullen's body, swiftly consuming higher memory cells. From these memories, Zhang Zhong uncovered that the objective of the Black Watchman was to research biochemical viral weapons, with Randall serving merely as a front. The Blacklight virus possessed all the advantages of the Redlight virus, and could even consume metal to construct new genetic chains. For instance, if the Blacklight virus were to consume a tiger, it could transform into a more robust and colossal version of the tiger, though it required a substantial intake of energy to avoid collapse. Truly, a perfect weapon. Zhang Zhong felt a surge of excitement. This was the very thing he yearned to reclaim. However, the Blacklight virus was singular in existence, having been pilfered by Alex Mosser. As the officer of the Black Watch flickered in motion, he appeared before Dr. Raymond in a mere instant, his right hand transforming into a razor-sharp black sword that pierced through Dr. Raymond. "You, forget it, merely an insect." Soon, a soldier returned to retrieve the lowly individual. This wretched being was the embryo residing within Elizabeth's womb, which matured in just 1 week, subsequently birthed after being transferred to Detrico Fortress, where both she and her child were confined in an underground isolation chamber. Observing the small boy being escorted back by the soldiers, Zhang Zhong directed the officer to approach, scrutinizing the child who exhibited no semblance of human emotion, merely observing his surroundings with the curiosity typical of a normal child. "This is the part of me that has been missing." As Zhang Zhong's consciousness enveloped the area, a multitude of black particles surged into the boy's body, ultimately enveloping even Zhang Zhong's essence within the child. Concurrently, a command resonated in Randall's mind, who had been parasitized by Zhang Zhong. "From now on, Elizabeth's son, this lowly being is your son, You must nurture him into adulthood while concealing his existence. With this decree issued, the Black Watch sprang into action. All informed scientific personnel were executed in secrecy. After countless years, Zhang Zhong had finally attained a true corporeal form, no longer merely a viral entity composed of microorganisms. In less than a day, he transformed from an infant into a youth of over 10 years, possessing golden hair, emerald green eyes, and an Eastern visage, with a physique that was both muscular and harmoniously proportioned. After assimilating Elizabeth, Zhang Zhong had matured into adulthood. Found it. It turns out to be an umbrella corporate spy. Eliminate him and bring him back. As an employee of our company, he belongs to us even in death. At this moment, Alex Mosser was frantic, having received alarming news from a friend that his theft of the viral samples had been exposed, prompting the Black Watch to commence an investigation. Damn. I should not have heeded a woman's advice. It has led to my downfall. Donning his hood, Alex examined the viral samples concealed within his possession. At Pennsylvania Station, he endeavored to calm his racing heart, purchasing a ticket without hindrance. But upon reaching the waiting hall, an inexplicable sense of unease enveloped him. Alex began to scan his surroundings, noticing black crows flying overhead intermittently. Suddenly, two men clad in suits approached him. Alex, on high alert, swiftly dashed towards the more populated exit. In response, the two suited soldiers of the Black Watch immediately perceived his actions and pursued him out of the station. Realizing they were indeed in pursuit, Alex, having practiced parkour, easily vaulted over a railing and entered the subway station. Before long, however, Alex found himself cornered by the two soldiers in a dead-end alley. Enraged, he hurled a vial to the ground, but the bullets were swifter. The vial exploded before his eyes as a bullet pierced his chest. Two soldiers unceremoniously stuffed Eric into a bag, much like refuse, and exited the subway station, unconcerned about any potential repercussions. Shortly thereafter, a raven flew into the underground station, and an imperceptible black-red substance swiftly infiltrated the bird's body. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the Savior's mission. Reward: 100 million energy points. In an instant, Zhang Zhong materialized in the desolate subway station, the absorbed black light virus rapidly amplifying within him, devouring all viruses, bacteria, and microorganisms save for the ancient virus, ultimately merging with it. Zhang Zhong radiated a crimson glow, his tendrils twisting and pulsating within him, as a terrifying force surged beneath his feet, causing the entire subway station to tremble violently as if it were experiencing an earthquake. What a splendid display of power! Transforming once again into a raven, he departed the basement, dispersing into the air like particles of Mars. Meanwhile, at the apex of the Jintai group, the black-red particles coalesced. Stretching across hundreds of kilometers, Zhang Zhong stood on the helipad, and indeed, having completed his doppelganger, his abilities had grown even stronger, enabling him to conjure weapons from thin air. Chapter 33. The arrogant war palace, his arms transformed into elongated and razor-sharp claws, while numerous tendrils resembling spiked vertebrae sprouted from his back. Black carapaces adorned his form, and his body contorted into a shape radiating a crimson glow, swelling from over 1 meter to a towering height of 2 to 3 meters. Zhang Zhong felt that with mere thought, he could grow even larger, though this would deplete the microbial content within him and consume more energy. A mask, reminiscent of a raven's skull, enveloped his face, with raven feathers cascading from his shoulders like a sinister cloak, glinting ominously in the sunlight. Revealing his complete form, Zhang Zhong felt a surge of exhilaration. He raised his right hand, and a black sword materialized instantaneously, hovering around him. This was a manifestation of the ancient virus, or rather, a culmination of the authority of the Plague Lord. It allowed him to conjure a sword imbued with terrifying viruses. Moser was about to awaken. Intrigued by this revelation, Zhang Zhong recalled witnessing the man's heart being shattered. Following the Black Sentinel soldiers, Zhang Zhong arrived at an underground laboratory. From the observation deck, he beheld an operating table where Moser lay. From Zhang Zhong's vantage point, Moser was now entirely enveloped in a virus emitting a red glow. In essence, he had become a viral prototype. On the operating table, Moser effortlessly broke free from his restraints, causing two researchers to flee in terror. Zhang Zhong pursued the panicked scientists, but the one in front was swiftly gunned down by the Black Sentinel soldiers. Just as they prepared to execute Moser, Zhang Zhong appeared before him, curiously examining this prototype. How peculiar. Why do you exhibit not a trace of emotion, not even the instincts of the virus? In the fleeting moment of Moser's distraction, Zhang Zhong's right hand lunged forward, plunging deeply into Moser's body, as tendrils writhed around them, enveloping and assimilating him. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have slain the destined protagonist. Reward, authority of the plague. Instantly, a wave of terrifying pressure swept across the world. From this moment forth, Zhang Zhong ascended to the throne of the plague. After absorbing Moser, he contemplated leaving this world. After all, it paled in comparison to the main realm. System. Spend 1,000 energy points to open a portal. As the system's simple interface displayed the energy points location, 1,000 points diminished, revealing a blue vortex visible only to Zhang Zhong. The moment he stepped into it, the management of the Black Sentinels and a general perished instantaneously. In the realm of consciousness, a golden-haired Zhang Zhong with emerald-green eyes emerged. Your Plague Lord, the King of Plague, has returned. Kneel, my children. Ah, indeed, arrogance. No, it is more akin to the essence of the second dimension. Enough with the theatrics. Must you speak of predecessors in such a manner? As consciousness returned, Zhang Zhong observed the excessively arrogant plague avatar in the apocalyptic world, and upon his return, he immediately transformed into a figure reminiscent of the second dimension. Zhang Zhong acknowledged the formidable strength of this poison-laden avatar, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy. Come, let us unite as one. As Zhang Zhong's thoughts ascended, the yellow-haired, blue-eyed avatar of the plague was engulfed by the inky ocean. Indeed, the yellow-haired entity was consumed. It ought to be referred to as the devouring beast. Now, the main body has grown stronger and our safety is assured. However, it appears that we are somewhat incompatible. Feeling the transformation within this body, Zhang Zhong merely acquired an enhanced version of photosynthesis, along with a boundless surge of life energy. While his vitality and spiritual strength became more substantial, his power has surpassed 10,000 tons, and he can swiftly recover from injuries by expending energy. Why are you so formidable, yet you have only granted the main body infinite energy and rapid recovery? Call me the Lord of Plague, you feeble beings. I truly wish to smash you with a single punch. The white-haired figure remained calm. Keep your voices down. Zhang Zhong noticed that with the emergence of the consciousness of this plague avatar, the grand doors of the arrogant battle palace swung wide open, revealing an interior filled with black tendrils radiating crimson light. At the center, upon a throne twisted by these tendrils, sat a figure cloaked in raven feathers, their face obscured by a mask resembling a grotesque crow's skull. The hands gripping the throne bore sharp, menacing claws, towering as though a deity. Indeed, it is I. Zhang Zhong retracted his consciousness, releasing his grasp on the coins. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting shadows upon him that deepened to a pitch-black hue, while behind him loomed a fearsome, colossal silhouette. Can you transform into a weapon? Before the plague avatar could respond, an irresistible force enveloped him, causing his corporeal form to shatter into a cascade of black and red particles that swiftly coalesced into a sleek, ebony longsword. At the blade's hilt was a crow's head with eyes glowing green, while the grip was entwined with tendrils resembling twisted roots. The blade itself was obsidian, adorned with bone fragments resembling armor, with crimson light emanating from the crevices. A splendid sword, truly magnificent, yellow-haired one. Henceforth you shall adopt this form, and we shall become sword cultivators together. You are remarkably crafty, so this is what it means to become a weapon. What a magnificent palace. No, primarily, the main body finds the great sword unappealing and unsuitable. Zhang Zhong believed the clamor was rather enjoyable, as traversing other worlds felt akin to a leisurely vacation, especially now that he was a hidden powerhouse. It was time to adopt a more carefree demeanor. Main body, I wish to venture out. Go if you wish, but what about the weapon? Not a problem. The red light at the center of the jet-black sword flickered rapidly, and the black and red tendrils shot forth like lightning, instantly piercing a white-haired avatar, merging seamlessly into its form. The white-haired avatar appeared weakened, collapsing to the ground, as its hair swiftly transformed to a golden hue, and its eyes became suffused with a vibrant green. Incredible. But wait, it seems you are the only one. Zhang Zhong closed his eyes to attune himself to the situation, uncovering a troubling realization. The yellow-haired Lord of Plague was incapable of distributing avatars. Main body, you are confused. Is it that you harbor misconceptions regarding plague or microorganisms? This entity is utterly and irrevocably immortal. To be precise, we are all immortal beings. I can infiltrate any organism through viral parasitism. The Lord of Pestilence, occupying the white-haired avatar, exuded an air of arrogance as he patted Zhang Zhong's shoulder. All right, you all stay and develop at home. I shall venture outside the city. Like a warrior heading into battle, he strode towards the door, having released nearly half of the virus, albeit not the entirety of the plague. Huang, we shall miss you. Travel safely. Huang. Whoa. Thank you all for the nourishment. Huang looked back at the four companions, and in an instant, several tendrils sprouted from behind him, swiftly consuming the four avatars. You 1T mind my actions, will you, my main body? Haha. As long as they do not harm the innocent, the actions of the Battle Palace are of little concern, provided the safety of the main body is ensured. Despite Huang's haughty demeanor, Zhang Zhong felt no discomfort. Within the spiritual palace he had constructed, the authority of the Battle Palace surpassed that of the rear hall. Chapter 34. The Infection of Youthful Delusions. Haha. From now on, I shall be known as Zhang Outyen. The Lord of Plagues, Huang Mao, has bestowed upon himself a name he fancies. How absurd. Is it too much to ask for a peaceful night's sleep? Zhang Outyen, I might as well be Long Outyen. Perhaps I have indulged too much in light novels. This exclamation from Zhang Outyen ignited the ire of the residents of the tenement. Had he introduced himself as Zhang Zhong, he might have discreetly retreated, but as the sovereign of youthful delusions and arrogance, Zhang Outyen perceived their outrage as a form of admiration. With head held high, he departed from the tenement. The sky was devoid of clouds, shrouded in darkness as the moon was obscured. Zhang Outyen felt an exhilarating sense of freedom, mirrored by the surrounding viruses. As the Lord of Plagues, upon exiting the tenement, it was as if a seal had been lifted. The microbes erupted around him, eager to join his being. What? You say there is a mass of corpses gathered over there? No way. I shall not allow my territory to harbor threats to my existence. In Zhang Outyen's perspective, bacteria and viruses formed an arrow, guiding his path with unwavering precision. Finally, youthful delusions have found purpose. Did you know? It was merely an earlier consumption. So what? Those devoured by the main body have grown accustomed to it. Did you think I would simply walk away? Instantly, the other manifestations transformed into obedient entities, some sweeping the floor, others dusting the tables, harmoniously at work. Come here. I wish to test my abilities. Zhang Zhong beckoned to one of the manifestations diligently cleaning a table. The manifestation immediately discarded its cloth and slid to Zhang Zhong's feet in a servile manner. Such obsequiousness, it seems you fear for your life. In a swift motion, with the plague sword in his right hand, a flick summoned a black-red long sword into his left, which he plunged directly into the manifestation's chest. What a shocking turn of events. The main body has committed fratricide. How could one be so ruthless? Do not act so naively. This is called biochemical transformation. Brother A knows. It is akin to the protagonist of that ancient game, the apex predator of the food chain. The black-red long sword assimilated the white-haired entity as before, but this time, it was less terrifying, merely lying down and rising again. How do you feel? I believe I could easily toss a Tiger-class tank now. As he spoke, a jacket adorned over a hoodie materialized on the manifestation, with glowing red patterns resembling two crows appearing on its back. But that is not all. As the manifestation spoke, its hands morphed. Flesh and bone twisted as grotesque tendrils entwined, fearsome claws replacing its arms. How magnificent! I want one too. This is splendid. I need not worry about where to store my weapons anymore. Mother, you need not fret about our weaponry. What a boon. The cost of weapons saved. It's no wonder I am who I am. Given such fervent requests from the manifestations, Zhang Zhong, of course, did not hesitate, bestowing each a sword. Attempt to create a firearm, I recall that in that apocalyptic world I managed to conjure one. Release. Air heavy fist. Upon uttering this phrase, my doppelganger's hands transformed into colossal fists adorned with biomechanical armor, featuring 2 air vents at the elbows and scales of bioarmor that could open and close along the arms. I discovered that the symptoms of a Chunibu can indeed be hereditary. Release. Heavenly blade. Before this doppelganger could finish, another one suddenly manifested a hilt in its hand, which it seized with vigor, drawing forth a red-bladed, black-handled dao. Simultaneously, bioarmor adorned its visage, while black tendrils coalesced into a striking black and red long-tailed trench coat. Let me join in. Release. Demon King armor. In an instant, my white hair radiated a triumphant crimson glow, as dark red armor enveloped my form, my hair transforming into a cascade of red, my eyes igniting with a scarlet hue, fangs protruding, and my face obscured by a ghastly mask. Any exposed skin was replaced by thick black tendrils, and my height soared to 3 meters. Why is it always a doppelganger? Your effects are so extravagant. This is the Death King armor from an ancient comic. How cool. Indeed, you should transform too. None of you can rival my handsomeness. From now on, when you undertake missions with the War Palace, you shall be known as Claw, Iron Fist, and Breaker. Well, you can still be called White Hair. Zhang Zhong felt a surge of eagerness but deemed it unnecessary. Although transforming was impressive, he could directly become the Plague Lord. It seems the main body has also indulged in that little comic. Claw was the first to retract his claws and return to cleaning the table. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhang Zhong, as he gazed at the doppelgangers preparing to resume their tasks. You should combine into one. As Zhang Zhong spoke, the black tendrils enveloped the 4, swiftly merging them into a towering 3-meter monster with 6 arms. The terrifying aura expanded rapidly. Alert! Anomalous creature detected in the C district of the Old City. Please respond immediately. Alert lifted. Suspected threat neutralized. Personnel dispatched for investigation. In the border area between the New City and the Old City, the Night Watch Division of the Law Enforcement Department sounded an alarm which soon ceased, as the consciousness of the 4 major entities disengaged from their combined form. From now on, when you merge, you shall be known as the Crimson Demon Vanguard. Closing his eyes, Zhang Zhong entered his consciousness space, inserting the Plague Lord into the black mire that devours and creates doppelgangers, swiftly absorbing it once more. Ultimately, hundreds of doppelgangers rose, each in varied states of liberation, yet all capable of wielding any weapon, some even transforming directly into biomonsters. Having unlocked the capabilities of the Plague Lord, Zhang Zhong commanded the doppelgangers to revert from their liberated forms. Hello, is anyone there? A knock and a voice inquired from outside the door. Through the connected surveillance, Zhang Zhong observed 2 members of the Law Enforcement Department clad in standard black uniforms. What brings you here? Zhang Zhong retreated into his room, sending a doppelganger to handle the situation. Zhang Zhong, who has just turned 18 this year, resides in an old district, specifically in Building 4 of the C District tenement. He attends Nanching No. 1 High School, in the 4th year of high school, Class 404. His innate ability is the power of multiple duplication. Have you noticed anything peculiar? The registration of talents is a mandate for every citizen, intended to prevent individuals from abusing their abilities for nefarious purposes. Indeed, there is no need for concern. I am a night watchman stationed in the old district. Have you encountered any strange individuals or incidents today? Zhang Zhong's duplicates gazed with wide, clear eyes at the 2 night watchmen outside. Very well. Do rest early and strive to excel in your upcoming examinations for your desired university. The 2 night watchmen observed the innocence reflected in Zhang Zhong's eyes, reminiscent of the archetype of a naive university student from the previous century. They then departed in their vehicle from the tenement. Ah, the old district is truly delightful. A mere child inhabits an entire building. Oh, come now, do not be envious. It is well known that the public safety in the old district leaves much to be desired. Were it not for our night watchman's presence, chaos would reign supreme. Wait, isn't that the same Zhang Zhong from earlier? Surely he does not think that by changing his hair color, he can evade our recognition. Let us follow discreetly and observe what this young scoundrel is up to. One of the night watchmen in the passenger seat suddenly pointed towards the roadside. Chapter 35. The stronghold of the cult of the wild god Zhang Outyin followed the guidance to an abandoned hospital. Standing before the dilapidated entrance of the crumbling structure, he mused that indeed, the ants seemed to favor dwelling among ruins. Activating his viral vision, his eyes resembled infrared thermal imaging. He discerned approximately 20 to 30 individuals on the third underground level, their red heat signatures glowing like beacons in the dark. After locating a concealed ventilation shaft hidden among the rocks, Zhang Outyin scanned the area, ensuring no one was present before his body swiftly transformed into black particles, carried by the wind into the depths below. Strangely, the yellow-haired youth who had entered moments prior had vanished. 2 sentinels began to search the vicinity, quickly discovering footprints beside the rock formation, leading directly to the disguised ventilation shaft. A scent of blood lingered in the air. They notified their leader and other team members, reporting an anomaly, speculating whether the boy might indeed be a member of the cult of the wild god. Soon they would find out. After all, they were awaiting reinforcements. At this moment, Zhang Outyin had already penetrated the third underground level, observing the evident signs of recent excavation. This chamber served as a ventilation room, with a massive fan positioned behind him. He realized that this was undoubtedly the work of nefarious individuals. Who among the righteous would construct a basement within ruins? Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by the sound of a woman's whimpering and a man's lewd remarks. Hurry inside. No one will disturb our heartfelt conversation here. Little sister, do try not to cry. With a forceful shove, the man flung open the iron door of the ventilation room and pulled a young girl inside, eager to engage. He removed the black hood from her head, revealing her fair visage, with long silky hair cascading down either side. Indeed, she was beautiful. It was a shame that those fools wished to sacrifice such a maiden. The man thought to himself that he would first indulge before anything else. As he prepared to pounce on the girl, she fearfully sank to the ground, retreating helplessly towards the corner. The crime of sexual assault, particularly against a minor, was a grave offense that could warrant the death penalty. Furthermore, to treat such a lovely girl thus in my presence would yield severe consequences. A voice echoed from behind, thick with menace. The man turned in terror, finding the ventilation room shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the corridor's light. What are you staring at? The voice came from above as the heavy iron door slammed shut. He looked up, only to be met by a pair of eyes glowing with a sinister green light. Suddenly, the room was bathed in a crimson glow. The man beheld a terrifying, grotesque visage with a skeletal face, dark feathers cascading from its shoulders, obscuring its hands, while countless tendrils adorned with red blades writhed behind it. You have seen too much. In an instant, the tendrils, radiating with red light, pierced through the man's limbs, their razor-sharp claws penetrating his chest. Moments later, he vanished, entirely consumed by Zhang Outyin. With a sigh of satisfaction, Zhang Outyin felt invigorated, for the main world was indeed the cradle of his evolution. Excitedly, he cast a glance at the unconscious girl, his tendrils writhing as they morphed into the shape of the man. Scarface, did you ruin the offering? You are indeed a squanderer. The high priest shall surely impose severe punishment upon you. Ignoring the scornful remarks from the crowd, Zhang Outyin remained unperturbed, for soon enough, these individuals would serve as nourishment for his evolution. Before long, he arrived at a vast clearing, at the center of which stood an altar piled high with countless bones. 5 figures cloaked in black were already present, all appearing to be young maidens. The great wasteland god bestowed upon us life, granting us the opportunity to survive, yet they fail to cherish it. Thus, the wasteland beasts were born, a punishment from the wasteland god. God loves the world, and the world loves God. Such brainwashing rhetoric held no sway over Zhang Outyin, who merely regarded the elderly figure standing before the 5 cloaked maidens with the vacant gaze of a corpse. The divine? There exists but one true deity in this world, and that is the Lord of Plagues. The ignorance of the ants remains perpetually the same. The elderly figure clad in a white cloak prostrated himself on the ground, followed closely by the others before Zhang Outyin. Witnessing the throng kneeling before him, Zhang Outyin seized the opportunity. His hands transformed into 2 blades radiating a crimson glow, swiftly piercing through the 2 figures in gray cloaks beside him. His hands then morphed into tendrils, akin to roots of a growing tree, quietly impaling the wasteland cultists surrounding him. Soon, apart from the row of red-robed devotees in front, all the gray-robed figures became akin to grasshoppers on a single string. With a sudden retraction of his arms, a shower of blood erupted, and the ancient virus within him surged, initiating his evolution once more. Who are you to dare slay the followers of the wasteland god? The white-haired elder, alerted by the commotion, raised his gaze, only to behold a river of blood flowing through the sacrificial hall. Apart from the 12 nearest red-robed devotees, the rest had vanished, leaving not even a trace of their bodies behind. Since you have sincerely inquired, allow me to enlighten you. I intend to slay you. Wiping the blood splattered on his face, Zhang Outyen lifted his haughty green eyes, his arrogance rendering the wasteland cultists insignificant in his gaze. Such audacity! Come forth! In an instant, the 12 red-robed figures shed their cloaks, their forms swelling as their heads morphed into grotesque maws, long tongues protruding from their mouths. Ghouls? Zhang Outyen recognized these creatures as resembling the ghouls from the memories of those he had devoured, albeit appearing even more repulsive. Bio-beasts. The emergence of these 12 hideous entities awakened a new ability within Zhang Outyen. Suddenly, his right hand transformed into a tendril, swelling until a grotesque mass was expelled. It landed squarely upon one of the repulsive long-tongued monsters, the mass swiftly assimilating into its body as if it had encountered sustenance. Then, exaggerated claws tore open the creature's abdomen, followed by a skull reminiscent of a savage canine. The grotesque, long-tongued monster appeared diminutive in comparison. The massive claws casually crushed one long-tongued beast, and then voraciously devoured it whole. After satiating his hunger, a radiant red glow enveloped him, and astonishingly, he divided, creating an identical entity. From this moment forth, he shall be known as the Hunter. Without any command, the two hunters swiftly lunged at the long-tongued creature transformed from the red-clad cultist, resulting in an inevitable outcome. 2 hunters became 5. One of the hunters sprouted spiky, mane-like protrusions from its neck, emanating a crimson glow in the dimly lit hall. Are you demons? No, I am the great fallen paladin. The old man in white robes abruptly rose, his muscles bulging as he transformed from a stooped, frail elder into a powerful figure. With a swift motion, a massive battle axe, stained with blood and entwined with iron chains, materialized in his hand. The bloody retribution was unleashed. The burly man leaped high into the air, and then the colossal axe crashed down upon the ground, causing a torrent of blood to spray forth. 2 hunters quickly positioned themselves in front of Zhang Outyen, while the remaining 3 assailed the white-robed giant from various angles with their claws. The hunter with the mane effortlessly swatted away the weapon of the transformed elder, while the other 2 sunk their teeth into the giant's shoulder, rendering him immobile. The leader of the hunters pressed him down with its enormous claws, ensuring he could not move. Chapter 36. Infiltration. Did you just refer to me as a demon? No, I am the Lord of Viruses, the nightmare of all living beings. Zhang Outyen, Zhang Zhong, gazed at the elderly priest who had surrendered, his left hand transforming into a claw, plunging directly into the priest's heart. The priest's eyes swiftly turned black, only to eventually return to normal. Transform them all into our kin, Zhang commanded. Yet the elder did not respond. Instead, he turned and fled, moving faster than when he had transformed earlier. If anyone resists, convert them into evolutionary sustenance. 5 hunters swiftly followed, vanishing into the underground hall. Zhang Outyen once again transformed into black particles, returning to the ventilation chamber where the girl was located, morphing into a hairpin that nestled within her hair. 4 figures clad in night watchman uniforms entered through the ventilation shaft, immediately spotting the unconscious girl with twin ponytails. This is the second young lady of the Ma family from the new city of South City. Quickly, you 2 take Miss Ma back. Old Lu and I will continue. Yes. A middle-aged man hurried to the side of Miss Ma, emanating a warm glow from his hands. He was a priest, more agile than a physician, well-suited for swift battlefield rescue. The large bead around his neck indicated that he was at least a second-tier paladin. Where am I? Night watchman?
Ma Xingdong exclaimed,
surveying the unfamiliar surroundings and feeling a lump on her head. She strained to recall her memories, but the effort exacerbated her headache. leaving her feeling as if her memories were fragmented. It's nothing. You merely have a mild concussion. Just rest at home. The middle-aged man assessed Ma Xingtong's condition and resolved to return to their leader, for they faced the threat of the cult of the wild god, uncertain of what dangers lay ahead. No need, Taiju. The cult of the wild god has been eliminated. 30 gray-robed cultists, a single red-robed fanatic, and Miss Ma make a total of 5. Then why is Miss Ma so far from there? That remains unclear, but it can be confirmed that the yellow-haired individual, suspected to be Zhang Zhong, chased after them. The leader of the group was a young man, possessing an ethereal grace, his skin as white as jade, with endless divine light shimmering in his eyes. His handsome features were beyond mere words, and his presence resembled that of an otherworldly sword. Miss Ma, do you have anything to add? I believe that young man with yellow hair was your savior. With that remark, the young man turned to leave, the copper bell at his waist suddenly ringing with a clear sound, dispelling the oppressive atmosphere of the underground and rendering it bright and transparent. He was indeed a practitioner on the path of Qi cultivation. Though the path of Qi cultivation is formidable, it is not for the faint of heart. It demands immense willpower, and entering this realm is akin to climbing to the heavens. First, one must sacrifice their innate gifts, a challenge many cannot bear, and then meditate to comprehend the universe, with each advancement fraught with peril. The consequences can be dire. Mild failure may sever one's meridians, rendering them paralyzed, while severe failure can result in withering into bones, and being slain may leave not even a corpse behind. However, the rewards are plentiful. With a sense of Qi, one can summon the heavens to refine their essence and attain the strength of a third-tier practitioner. Though powerful, the requirement of sitting in meditation for 3 months or even half a year to resonate with the natural world deters many from embarking on this path. No. Upon entering the room, I only recall. Ma Xingtong's words revealed to the young man that this individual had been rendered unconscious by the yellow-haired youth, indicating that he was likely a person of virtue. Withdraw, commanded the young man, leading his trio in a swift departure, leaving behind the newly arrived night watchman. Among the 3 accompanying figures were the leaders of the night watchmen, known as enforcers, who held a higher rank than the regular guards. The young man was the guardian of the West District of Newtown, tasked with suppressing any threats emanating from the entire Old City west of South City No. 1 high school, regardless of whether they were human, demon, or beast. The night watchmen were responsible solely for safeguarding citizen safety, conducting preemptive investigations and neutralizing dangers at their nascent stage. In contrast, enforcers had the authority to eliminate threats based on their own judgment. Typically, enforcers operated in triads, and only for significant threats, such as the malevolent cult encountered earlier, would a guardian be dispatched to oversee the situation. Humans differed from beasts. Humans possessed intellect, while most beasts did not. As Ma Xingtong boarded the vehicle with the night watchman, the black small sword adorning her ponytail suddenly dissolved into black powder, vanishing with the swaying of her hair. Oh, the cultivator, rather, the practitioner. This exclamation came from Zhang Zhong, who, being a sensible person, could hardly sleep early, for he was intrigued by the motives of the yellow-haired youth in the battle palace. Dividing his consciousness for a moment to spy, he discovered that this yellow-haired individual first adopted an exceedingly kitsch name, then eradicated a cult, seized the opportunity to take advantage of a young lady, and ultimately encountered a group of individuals cloaked in mystery. With the talent for sacrifice without the need for upgrades or class changes, he focused solely on self-cultivation and refining his spirit and energy. Once embarked on this path, not only would his lifespan extend, but his power would rival that of fully leveled third-tier main combat classes. It seemed that practitioners were not as formidable as cultivators. Yet, in truth, practitioners were cultivators, merely practitioners held a more refined status, while cultivation was more commonplace. They did not seem to possess the strength of our plague lord. I am a prophet. I sense the next brother will be even stronger. Upon this declaration, Zhang Zhong and his other avatars regarded him with expressions of disdain. I was merely jesting. Indeed, I was boasting. The yellow-haired entity awkwardly reverted to a black sword, even manifesting a sword sheath. Very well, comrades, let us pause for a moment. The yellow-haired one is out there striving. Is there a more comfortable method for me? Noting the yellow-haired individual's silence, Zhang Zhong signaled for his avatars to gather, intending to strategize the future course. I suggest allowing the other half of the plague to roam freely, albeit with a change in appearance. Look at me. I should accompany a few brothers to prevent the virus lord from instigating a biological frenzy. That sounds splendid. I believe I can manage it. I will suppress the infectious nature. Cast him out for me. Your analyses are most gratifying. After witnessing 2 avatars carry the plague lord away, Zhang Zhong felt quite pleased. As the old adage goes, 3 cobblers can outsmart Zhuge Liang. With 4 of myself, I am surely superior to mere cobblers. The perspective shifts to Zhang Outyen, who at this moment finds himself at a small stronghold of the cult of the wild god. Though this outpost was modest, its location was quite absurd, situated just outside the entrance to the enforcement department of the Night Watchman. Within a prestigious office building, a group of individuals remained vigilantly focused on the nocturnal cultists. These cultists, known as the Hidden Sect, typically hailed from families steeped in religious devotion. Upon entering this domain, Zhang Outyen initially questioned whether he had arrived at the correct location. However, his doubts dissipated upon witnessing their congregation in the underground parking lot under the cloak of night, with a transformed elder in a white robe standing at the center, who even winked at him. The elder, a high priest of the white robe, despite having been altered into a prototype, retained his memories. His loyalty had shifted from the god of desolation to becoming the master of a bioweapon virus. Surrounding this elder were no less than 100 followers. A smile crept across Zhang Outyen's face, for these individuals represented a fertile breeding ground for his black light virus. Although he lacked the capacity to infect, he possessed the ability to metamorphose living beings into black light monstrosities or viral entities, and could even enhance himself when needed. His diminished capacity for infection rendered him somewhat weakened, restricting his former freedom of movement. Cursed entity, even in confinement, I shall endure. With determination, Zhang Outyen strode towards the throng. Chapter 37. The establishment of the Devouring Legion, the devotees summoned by the white-robed priest remained oblivious to the encroaching peril behind them. As Zhang Outyen traversed the space, he felt himself ascend, halting only when his head nearly grazed the ceiling, which soared over 3 meters high. At that moment, it appeared as though a dark, lustrous mask adorned his head, evoking an otherworldly aura, while his entire form was encased in formidable black armor. His grotesque claws, twisted and sinewy, exuded strength, and a menacing tail reminiscent of a dinosaur protruded from his back, its tip reflecting a metallic sheen in the light. As he approached the throng, those fearsome claws pierced through the bodies of the devotees, and upon withdrawal, nearly half of them lay dead, leaving only 10 survivors. To be precise, merely 10 had transformed into the prototype. The virus overlord, the true essence. The commander had dispatched the 3 of us for support: blade, hammer, claw. The commander is truly a cunning strategist. Observing the sudden arrival of 3 figures donned in GGBAN, Sun Wukong, and Calabash doll masks, Zhang Outyen understood that the original essence was wary. The memories of the original and its avatars were interconnected. However, Zhang Zhong could choose to sever connections or even erase memories, granting him absolute control. The avatars too could be regarded as extensions of the original. For instance, Zhang Outyen, whose memory sharing had been deliberately severed by Zhang Zhong, still experienced a faint awareness of the original's thoughts, akin to the bond of twins. By the way, Chief, the commander has instructed us to infiltrate the cult of the wilderness god and implement 4 major policies. We will ensure your safety at all necessary moments, and where this, they added, the commander also advised against revealing our identities. In that moment, Zhang Outyen comprehended why the original preferred to avoid trivial discourse with these individuals. It was nothing short of torturous. As the 3 avatars approached, memories as the Lord of the Battle Palace were instantly shared, eliminating the need for reporting. God, it is I. Just as the white-robed priest was about to speak, Zhang Outyen swiftly plunged a claw into his chest once more, the grotesque tendrils consuming him entirely. This is splendid. If there were a level-up notification, I would surely have ascended once more. Zhang Zhong, reclining upon his bed, suddenly felt a surge of strength and vitality, accompanied by a new sequence of memories, the recollections of the white-robed priest, which included martial arts transfer skills and secrets he could not divulge. From now on, your team shall be known as the Devouring Legion. dedicated to consuming and infiltrating the enemy's core. Zhang Zhong discovered an amusing sense of playfulness akin to a childhood game. The original, "You truly are something. Do not refer to the commander as commander, call him 5-star General Zhang sir." Zhang Zhong found great pleasure in this exchange. Despite the shared memories, the sensation was quite delightful. After a brief exchange of current consciousness, Zhang Zhong nestled into slumber, as dawn approached and sleep beckoned. Meanwhile, upon Zhang Zhong's descent into sleep, Zhang Outyen completed the clearing of the basement, leaving behind the emblem of the cult of the wilderness god, before embarking with Zhu Hopiao in a borrowed vehicle to the luxurious villa of the white-robed priest located in the new district. While other cultists engaged in nefarious deeds, this individual brazenly amassed wealth, reveling in a life of debauchery, and seeking to recruit others into the fold without expending funds. Such malevolence was something the devouring legion sought to eradicate with fervor. I went to this old man who was truly wealthy. However, I felt a sense of unease as I unlocked the vault door with the acquired password. The four of us felt our legs weaken beneath us, and we sank to the ground. Can you imagine the neatly arranged stacks of cash in the center, towering higher than even the tallest among us, leaving only narrow pathways on either side? This old man certainly had an abundance of riches, but now it was ours. Fortunately, we had seen the world. The four of us quickly regained our composure. Although we had never encountered such a sight before, as individuals who had once possessed a black card, the visual shock was the only significant impact. After Zhang Outyen stood up, he began searching for the system. Indeed, aside from the system's silence, its basic functions remained intact, such as accessing the system space or the system store, although the store was currently inaccessible. Moreover, his doppelganger was still operational. Let us begin, brothers. Wealth is within our grasp. Through our collective efforts, we completely emptied the nearly 300 square meter underground treasury. The delightful dream left Zhang Zhong in high spirits, and with the assistance of his doppelganger, this level 1 sloth successfully exited the bedroom, brushing his teeth while listening to the morning news. Today's morning report revealed that the sheriff had discovered and successfully dismantled the secret stronghold of the ruinous cult. In a special report, it was noted that all midnight workers on the first floor across from my enforcement department had gone missing, with evidence suggesting the involvement of cultists. The morning news concluded there. After half an hour of the broadcast, Zhang Zhong emerged from the washroom. Spitting out the mouthwash, he sat on the sofa, listening to the summary report from his doppelganger. Is this what it feels like to be a boss? What happened to the sense of ritual from a few days ago? That was when I was troubled. Alright, the news from yesterday is here. The whispers from his doppelganger, though heard, were of little concern to Zhang Zhong. Yesterday, the devouring legion annihilated 300 enemies without any abnormalities. However, we might be under the watchful gaze of the enforcers. Taking the spiritual sustenance handed to him by his doppelganger, a haze of smoke enveloped him, obscuring his features. Get a few more brothers to prevent any strain on the front lines. He extinguished the cigarette but on the sword of plague. You're toxic, pressing it onto me as if I were a sword. The sword of plague silently grumbled. While he had indeed taken on a sword-like appearance, he was certainly not a sword. How can I act as a sword in the future? Bah! As a person, you'll have your doppelganger consume you. Zhang Zhong deftly managed his doppelganger's little schemes. Alright, brother. Zhang Zhong tidied his hairstyle, preparing to attend a literary examination at school. Meanwhile, Zhang Outyen, the doppelganger specializing in combat, was leading his crew to the Hunters Guild to participate in the Hunter Assessment. Knowing that leaving the city was a cumbersome affair. Name: Zhang Outyen. Gender: male. Occupation: none. After completing the form and signing the liability waiver, he settled in the waiting area. The Hunters Guild, spearheaded by the Alliance, was established for those unwilling to lead ordinary lives, individuals who could not awaken their professions but possessed deep martial prowess. After obtaining a hunter's certificate, one could venture out of the city with 3 to 5 companions to hunt ferocious beasts and sell them to slaughterhouses for profit. The ferocious beasts, categorized as formidable wild animals, inhabit the lower realms beyond the city, beneath the ranks of savage and demonic creatures. However, due to their rapid reproduction and succulent flesh, they serve as a vital source of sustenance for cities and base settlements. A resounding voice echoed, and upon realizing it was calling for him, Zhang Outyin rose and entered the room from whence the sound emanated. The prerequisites for obtaining a hunter certificate include either an individual or team hunt, capturing 1 or 2 mountain wolves. The quarry must be presented at the designated recovery point authorized by the Temporary Hunters Guild. Upon approval, certificates are issued on site. Are there any further inquiries? Zhang Outyin affirmed there were none, grasped his temporary hunter's certificate, and departed with purpose. He is so young, hasn't even graduated from high school, right? Is this kid merely a delivery boy? Murmured a voice behind him. What a pitiful little fellow. The alliance doesn't even intervene. Sigh. As the whispers faded, Zhang Outyin boarded a business vehicle resembling a pig-monkey hybrid and drove off, intending to procure supplies from a nearby market. He deemed weapons unnecessary, believing that a few flashbangs and smoke grenades would suffice. Chapter 38. The Literary Examination Champion Greetings. Bang! The door slammed shut, leaving the night watchman outside with a furrowed brow, full of questions. I warn you, open the door at once. What? I didn't open the door just now. Zhang Zhong stammered, trying to maintain his composure as he wondered why the night watchman had come so early. I have no time for your games. I am the night watchman Ji Songhai, and you shall answer my questions. Don't think I don't know what you did yesterday. The lack of compliance from this lad caught Ji Songhai off guard, and he felt a thrill of anticipation at the prospect of uncovering a secret. Zhang Zhong's brows knitted together in frustration as he hastily replied, I didn't do anything. Officer, I need to get to school for my exam. Observing the boy's evident agitation, Ji Songhai noted the potential for serious trouble, recalling the details from his dossier, multiple clones. The voice of a spiky-haired individual, fond of kicking soccer balls and making peculiar remarks, echoed in his mind. Digging deep into your secrets, show me a clone. With a devilish grin, Ji Songhai brandished a pair of electric handcuffs. Stop. No, Jigu. Zhang Zhong crossed his arms, appearing as defenseless as a little lamb. Seeing Ji Songhai preparing to call for backup, he reluctantly conjured 5 identical clones of himself. Mere cannon fodder that could only obey orders to charge forward, utterly incapable of independent thought. These clones were nothing more than rudimentary tools, inheriting only half of their original attributes, a mere reflection of the innate abilities of a true clone. Well, thank you for your cooperation. Just a word of caution. Do not venture out at night. There are cultists causing chaos. With a forceful slam of the door, Ji Songhai declared, You waste my time. Zhang Zhong, relieved to have sent the blonde-haired troublemaker to take the hunter's exam, especially after exposing the secrets of the priest's hidden villa, exclaimed, I'm going. I'm late. Gary is in your hands. I'm off to take my test. Gazing at his latest Hongmeng 12886 Pro, he noted that it was already 8:30. Without hesitation, he dashed downstairs, kicking up a cloud of dust as he vanished from the watchman's astonished gaze. Goodness, that kid truly has issues. The communicator crackled to life, interrupting Ji Songhai's thoughts of pursuing Zhang Zhong for a thorough interrogation. A swift change of direction saw him head towards the new district. At the school, Class 404 of the 4th year had only a handful of students present, primarily those lacking talent or unwilling to participate in the martial examination. Zhonggu, you've arrived. Are you ready for the literary exam? Sitting at a desk by the back door, Chu Feiyuan approached, bubbling with excitement and gratitude. Move aside. I'm not here to take the exam. I'm just here to keep you company, you fatso, lest you wallow in despair alone. Pushing Chu Feiyuan's face away, Zhang Zhong produced a ring and slipped it onto his finger. Surely you don't think that after 3,000 years, exams are still conducted with paper and pen? Nowadays, simply don a ring, and you can enter a virtual world with your consciousness. After all, the design of the examination hall can be as imaginative as one desires. There is no need to worry about the occurrence of cheating. Indeed, Brother Zhong, you are my guiding star. As the conversation unfolded, Chu Feiyuan adorned himself with the ring. It is noteworthy that devices for the virtual world are quite expensive. This standalone version can be likened to equipment that is only usable within the school premises, as taking it away would render it merely a decorative item. I am delighted that everyone is participating in the literary examination. We shall commence shortly. Upon hearing the beep, please enter the virtual examination hall and begin the test. The classroom intercom crackled to life, outlining the examination guidelines. Beep. The examination has begun. Once in the virtual realm, you may commence answering the questions directly. As the inner ring of the prompt ring emitted a blue glow, the surrounding classmates, including Zhang Zhong, closed their eyes. In the simulated classroom of the virtual world, only Zhang Zhong remained. The others opted to take the exam from the comfort of their homes, given the advantageous setting that would alleviate their anxiety. A window hovered above the virtual desk. The first question: how vast is the world? The second question: what kind of person do you aspire to be? The third question: how many individuals belong to the human race in the Alliance, and how many are subhuman? The 1,000th question: please compose a lengthy essay regarding your future plans. The structure and theme are unrestricted, but must incorporate materials provided. Utilizing consciousness to answer questions was swift, and the intelligent system of the virtual world transcribed the text into printed format. In merely half an hour, Zhang Zhong completed over 1,000 questions spanning all subjects in the liberal arts examination. Upon choosing to submit his answers in real time, the results were immediately available. Out of a total of 1,000 questions, Zhang Zhong achieved a remarkable score of 996, securing the top position in the Alliance Suzhou region. The announcement of his results sent shockwaves throughout South City. It is worth noting that a province typically comprises at least 17 major cities and over 100 ordinary municipalities, and crucially, South City is not even a major city. Soon after, Zhang Zhong's phone was inundated with thousands of rejected calls. He had participated in a literary examination solely to accompany his friend, hastily concealing notifications. He removed the ring and placed it into the designated slot on the desk, resting his head on his hand in boredom. The portly individual had yet to finish his exam. Wow, this year's questions are truly perplexing. By the way, Brother Zhong, have you completed your questions?
Chu Fei Yuan,
Having removed his ring, began to inquire incessantly like a concerned mother. Fatty, I find these questions exceedingly difficult. It seems I may have to resort to wandering. Beep. You have a new message. To encourage exceptional scholars in the liberal arts, the Alliance has credited 66,666 Alliance coins to your account. Zhang Zhong hurriedly attempted to silence his phone, but it was too late. Chu Feiyun wore an expression of despair that was more disheartening than anything else. Zhang Zhong, you deceitful wretch, even deceiving your brother. You are inhumane. Come on, Feiyun, this is just my capability. There is nothing I can do. He patted Chu Feiyun on the shoulder, providing comfort to this hefty lad. Feiyun, why not join me for the martial arts examination? The liberal arts hold little promise. I will not go. No way. Chu Feiyun interrupted Zhang Zhong's suggestion, evidently flustered by the previous stimuli that had altered his tone. If that is the case, then let us forego it. How about you accompany me to register for the martial arts exam? Ultimately, Chu Feiyun chose not to accompany Zhang Zhong for the martial arts registration, as it was essential to enroll for the martial arts examination to venture beyond the city. One must also sign a waiver and, crucially, there is a fee involved which is utterly ridiculous. This is not merely absurd. It borders on the outrageous. It is preposterous that, should the rented weapon sustain damage, one must provide compensation, and personal weapons are not permitted. It is simply ludicrous, an invitation to absurdity itself. Upon arriving at the martial arts arena, the atmosphere was already electric with a cacophony of voices. For in this world, personal strength is paramount. As I extracted a handful of Alliance coins from my pocket, I noted that the registration fee was 10,000. Do you require a weapon? They inquired. No, I shall achieve my dreams with my bare hands. As I approached the registration official from the Education Bureau, I discreetly pocketed half of the coins, feeling an urge to strike this individual. Hey, do be careful not to expose your rear for me to seize. Swallowing my frustration, I found myself increasingly incensed, wishing that the Lord of Plagues would cast this person aside. Casting another glance at this individual's appearance, I strolled into the martial arts arena, where a vitality test awaited, a contraption often found in the dojo. The line was extensive, and I opened the mobile app for the Glory Alliance, which consumed a significant portion of my day. Chapter 39. Registration for the Martial Arts Examination. Chapter 40. Hunting beyond the city. No need for a map. Zhang Outyen would not fall for such tricks. Even if he did not deceive others, he must remain vigilant. In the depths of the dense forest, there existed not only ferocious beasts but also those with avaricious hearts. The map, a genuine artifact, was undeniably authentic. Although he had not received any lucrative assignments, the map was still valuable enough to sustain a day's meal. As he perused the document in his hands, Zhang Aoyan discerned that there were 3 or 4 temporary outposts dispersed within 10, 100, and even 1,000 miles near the city wall's entrance. The safety of these outposts relied on the howling mercenaries of the Mad Warrior Mercenary Corps. The area from the entrance to the 100-mile temporary outpost was designated as the safe zone, while the expanse from the 100-mile to the 1,000-mile outpost was known as the wild zone. Beyond it lay the danger zone, inhabited by beasts and monsters of a rank higher than mere soldiers. Monsters would invariably attack upon encountering humans, whereas wild beasts, for the most part, posed no threat unless provoked. Wild beasts preferred to hunt monsters, as consuming them could awaken their intelligence. The mountain wolf, residing on the hills north of the safe zone, measured between 5 to 6 meters in length and typically favored solitude, rarely seen in pairs. Zhang Aoyan led the way, and to be precise, the 4 of them exhibited no signs of tension, akin to a casual excursion. After all, they were merely avatars. As long as the main body remained unharmed, they could act with impunity. Suddenly, a blade intercepted the trio, gesturing towards a colossal creature, swaying against a tree not far off. Upon closer inspection, it stood a daunting 3 to 4 meters tall, a bear, an exceptionally large one, with what appeared to be rocky protrusions on its shoulders. This must be a rock bear, the initial form of the earth rock bear, known for its tender meat, ample enough to sustain a week's worth of sustenance. In a hushed tone, the blade explained to the trio, "How much is this worth?" It was said that an adult rock bear could fetch 15,000, while a juvenile would be valued at 5,000. Shall we go for it? Absolutely. During the first hunting expedition of the Devouring Legion, Zhang Zhong sat in a cylindrical building, enjoying the cool air conditioning while savoring watermelon and sipping on a refreshing drink. Boss, Aoyan and the others are currently progressing smoothly. They have exited the city and will no longer attract the attention of the enforcement department. The funds have been withdrawn and deposited into the card, 100,000. Zhang Zhong lowered his sunglasses slightly, gazing at his avatar. Boss, I haven't taken a single cent. All right, remember to either address me as boss or as the general commander from now on. He tossed the watermelon rind into the trash, continuing, There's one more thing. All the brothers are equipped with biochemical weapons. Remember to change your appearance whenever you head out for a mission. Understood, boss. Also, do not forget to assign a few brothers to nearby areas suitable for gathering intelligence and observing the surroundings. Yes. The avatar promptly responded, then turned to enter the secret door recently installed in the bathroom. As this avatar descended into the basement of the cylindrical building, a business vehicle emerged, containing 7 or 8 individuals, all of whom were also Zhang Zhong's avatars. Even the elderly attendant in the basement parking lot had been recently hired as an avatar of Zhang Zhong. Although the old town had fewer residents, it was still bustling compared to the new city. Moreover, many individuals preferred not to reside in high-rise buildings. Such structures generally housed few inhabitants, with residents typically occupying only the 1st to 7th floors. Such a capable doppelganger is indeed preferable, as it has successfully expelled those troublesome individuals, resulting in a significantly enhanced quality of life. Is the primary self truly toxic? Merely a few minutes of absence, and it assumes a position of authority. Furthermore, why have my companions become so disobedient? It is a rather unavoidable predicament. Zhang Zhong's mind was instantly overwhelmed. These individuals simply could not be left unattended for his comfort. His situation was quite peculiar, as he possessed several types of doppelgangers. The first was the illusory doppelganger, which served as a key to traverse other worlds. Next was the doppelganger that retained consciousness upon returning, along with those designated by this conscious entity. Additionally, there existed purely utilitarian doppelgangers. For instance, the recent creation mirrored the thoughts of the original self but did not inherit its strength or abilities. Although there was no limit to their number, Zhang Zhong generally preferred to manifest only 4 or 5, lest his mind be overwhelmed. Can you fathom the sensation of having not only 5 loquacious entities in your head but also hundreds or thousands of mere echoing machines? Indeed, you are correct. Disregarding those treacherous subjects, Zhang Zhong reclined on his bed and began to search for information. Symptoms of schizophrenia, how to discipline a disobedient son, what is required for hunting outside the city, what common and valuable ferocious beasts and wild creatures exist. As he perused, he eventually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, the chef ascended from downstairs, covering him with a blanket before entering the door beside the television, navigating around a table adorned with several screens to reach the 20th floor. This level was sparsely decorated, with rows of cables sprawled across the floor and an antiquated central computer from the last century. Old K was engaged in the maintenance of this equipment, which included the repair of the elevator. This aging yet resilient elevator remained operational as long as it received regular upkeep. The primary self wouldn't truly forget about us, would it? No, it merely chooses not to remember. I have a premonition that I will be able to upgrade. As for you, chef, I'm uncertain. Perhaps it is equally beneficial not to recall. The chef bid farewell to Old K and returned to the 18th floor to continue his culinary research. Hunting outside the city was both effortless and enjoyable. With a swift motion, the blade found its mark, appearing behind the rock bear, the edge piercing through its body. Had one been able to glimpse inside the rock bear, they would witness the blade, over a meter in length, swiftly expanding after penetrating its form, ultimately cleaving the creature in two with a powerful thrust. With a nimble somersault, he landed gracefully. From now on, you shall be the master, shower. You truly possess a remarkable talent. Enough boasting, Zhang Outyan replied, showing little interest. He had already mastered this skill. After placing the rock bear into the system storage, the four continued onward, encountering no further surprises until they reached the location marked on the map for the mountain wolves. The undulating hills occasionally revealed rabbits the size of a person, cautiously surveying their surroundings while munching on the grass. These were giant chunk rabbits, their rich flesh ideal for oil extraction. Unbeknownst to them, danger was stealthily drawing near. Zhang Outyan discovered a colossal creature, measuring an impressive 6 meters in length, with a shoulder height exceeding 3 meters. Its abdomen bore a sandy hue, while its back was adorned with a moss-like coloration. Indeed, it was a mountain wolf. Though it possessed no extraordinary abilities, it exhibited immense strength and remarkable speed, particularly noted for its jaw strength capable of shattering Class C alloy armor plating. The most prized attributes of the mountain wolf were its meaty limbs and its sharp, resilient teeth. The rabbit stood no chance, easily crushed under the mountain wolf's might, its sharp fangs effortlessly shattering the creature's spine. Against the backdrop of blood, the mountain wolf appeared fearsome and terrifying. Li Claw, ascend the A-line and obstruct its path up the mountain, Zhang Outyan commanded, pointing at Li Claw, who wore a mask resembling a monkey's face. Upon understanding, Li Claw continued to coordinate with the remaining 2 individuals. Note your positions. Should the wolf attempt to flee, employ high-explosive flash devices to provoke it. If any other ferocious beasts are attracted, immediately deploy smoke grenades with enhanced payloads. The 4 individuals swiftly commenced their actions, approaching the mountain wolf from 4 distinct directions. Any onlooker would notice that these 4 exhibited no intention of concealment, boldly advancing towards their formidable quarry. Chapter 41. Transformation from a distance. The landscape appeared to be rolling hills, yet in reality, it was a small mountain, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. At this moment, the mountain wolf exhibited signs of agitation, disturbed by the presence of 4 bipedal creatures. Even its most cherished prey, the colossal rabbit, had been snatched away. The most terrifying aspect was that such a large rabbit had been devoured in one gulp by a bipedal creature with hair reminiscent of a mound of excrement. What a horror! The wolf's heart was heavy, yet it remained silent. Ugh! The viral load had only increased slightly. What a disappointment! What value was there in a single rabbit? Nonsense! You devoured a bear, and yet you lament. The vicious bipedal creatures before it were embroiled in a quarrel. If there was ever a time to flee, it was now. I must run. Oh no, here comes an A-class flash. By the heavens, my eyes! Ha! I can't fathom why the entity allowed you to come here. Zhang Outyan's vision was shrouded by a black substance, transforming his sight into an image reminiscent of infrared thermal imaging. The mountain wolf let out a wail. This was a method of combat it had never witnessed. Not even the elder wolves had seen such a thing. who hunts with high-explosive flash rounds. And to think they would use them at such close range. Brothers, let's charge. The four of them lunged forward, delivering a powerful strike that sent the wolf crashing to the ground, followed by a flurry of claws and blades. In a mere 10 minutes, the once mighty mountain wolf was left gasping for breath. As the sun finally dipped below the horizon, silence enveloped the creature. All right, I have unlocked a new ability, Gene Fragment Plunder. Zhang Aoyan's right hand morphed into a claw, piercing into the wolf's spine, followed by the sound of shattering bones. Transform. As he withdrew his claw, his body became entwined with tendrils that swelled, culminating in the emergence of a massive wolf, its body pulsating with a crimson glow, muscles rippling with razor-sharp spikes, resembling an armored porcupine. How magnificent! Before you speak of beauty, I feel I too can transform. Indeed, I can as well. Soon, atop the hill, for colossal wolves adorned with blades and shimmering red effects materialized. Whether it was the overwhelming aura of the fearsome beasts or some other reason, no other creatures dared to approach. Let us proceed. In an instant, Zhang Aoyan reverted to his human form, or more accurately, to the original form of the Blacklight virus, a being at the pinnacle of the viral chain, merging with a synthetic virus. Logically, the outskirts of the city at night should be perilous, even within safe zones. Yet the four of them, dragging the almost lifeless mountain wolf, were nearing a temporary outpost. Aside from the occasional chirping of insects, there was an eerie silence. What an unsightly script, comparable to the original, hard to behold. What garbage! The four stood before a hunter's guild, its sign marred by an unattractive inscription, before entering. Zhang Aoyan handed the temporary hunters permit to the robust and imposing elder emerging from within, whose eyes sparkled with vitality, clearly a master of his craft. Place it here. Let me have a look. They laid the mud-like mountain wolf upon a vast table. The mountain wolf. The assessment task in Area C was quite impressive, notwithstanding that the bones were reduced to mere fragments and the fur had largely worn away due to friction. Having passed the evaluation, do you intend to sell the corpses or keep them for your own consumption? The old man noticed the perplexed expressions of the four and continued, whether the hunters slay ferocious beasts or aberrant creatures, all can be sold at the Hunters Guild. Of course, you may opt for alternative channels if you wish. Just turn right upon exiting. Ah, understood. But what if one is a professional? The old man gazed at the four with a look of incredulity. Are your teachers at school merely idling away? Professionals seldom venture into the wild unless circumstances are extraordinary. They prefer the safety and profitability of the underground cities, as the earnings there surpass those of hunting outside the city. Very well. I am in a good mood today and have shared much. Should you have inquiries in the future, it will come at a cost. Now begone, you little rascals. Upon hearing the robust old man's explanation, Zhang Aoyan and his companions felt enlightened, realizing that such knowledge was not imparted in their school. Thank you, old sir. We shall offer this mountain wolf in tribute to you. Just as Zhang Aoyan prepared to speak, Li Chao swiftly covered his mouth, and Dao Feng interjected as the four exited the Hunters Guild. Young ones, here is your hunter's license. Keep it safe. You may bind your identity information using a smart wristband or the Hunters Guild app on your smartphone. The old man's voice echoed from behind as a card flew forth. Thank you, old sir. Dao Feng accepted the card, admiring its dark golden hue, embossed with dragon patterns on the reverse. The front simply displayed a card number, 10000886, along with a name so straightforward and clear. After tossing the card to Zhang Aoyan, the four began their journey back to the city. As their vehicle was stored within Zhang Aoyan's system space, they proceeded on foot toward the suspension bridge. Exiting the city led directly to the bridge. Should one unwittingly tread below, they might trigger landmines. Unless you are a mechanic, traversing that path is unthinkable. Yet, upon arriving beneath the suspension bridge, they discovered the exit was entirely barricaded, with two massive Titan mechs standing as proof. So, it is indeed the case. Entry into the city is prohibited at night. However, I believe this will not pose a challenge for us. Why should we return? That would be a waste of time. Let us find a place to rest and address matters tomorrow. With remarkable speed, a door was opened in the tree trunk, and the four settled into a meditative position within. After a night of rest, Zhang Zhong felt invigorated. Plague, release the restrictions. I believe the creation of a biohazard legion is quite cost-effective. After a brief wash, Zhang Zhong instructed Plague to lift the constraints on the virus. As for the potential of triggering a biological frenzy, that is utterly improbable. The main body has been liberated, but I have merely enabled it to infect those we come into contact with. You are exceptional. From now on, you shall lead the Plague Grand Legion, with the Devouring Legion and the Biohazard Legion as your subordinate divisions. The quota for avatars has multiplied tenfold. 100 of them. My goodness, main body, you are ruthless. We toil outside, and not only do you fail to provide us with support, but our status has also diminished. Even the draft animals of a production team are not treated this way. This single remark caused the other avatars to erupt with frustration, as the coalition's ranks were typically in decline, yet here they found themselves elevated. I comprehend the sentiments of my comrades. However, our journey is extensive, and we must proceed with measured steps. Just as Zhang Zhong assumed an authoritative demeanor and was about to deliver a lengthy discourse, a voice interrupted, "Hey, Brother Zhong, you have a pre-exam test today. Good luck. Do let me know how it goes afterward." This girl has truly outdone herself. Upon witnessing the call disconnect, Lin Xiaoyu was at a loss for words. With a resigned smile, she donned a hoodie, layered it with a jacket, and equipped herself with tactical pants and boots, hoisting the colossal sword procured from the principal. Standing at the windowsill, she placed her hat on and with a powerful thrust, leapt over 1,000 meters. Biotic energy, it must be the vigor of youth. The skill is splendid for gliding. From now on, our teachers need not worry about us being late. Feels a tad excessive. Wouldn't it be smoother to step with the left foot first? I wish to compose a poem. Silence, commanded Zhang Zhong as he adjusted his trajectory mid-air, unleashing a surge of vitality that propelled him with a resounding crack, launching his entire being another 1,000 meters. This alternating motion took merely 3 minutes, and he arrived at school just as the bell for the first class rang. Chapter 42. Welcome to Raccoon City. At this moment, the senior students of the 4th year had gathered on the playground, and many had already begun boarding the buses. Zhang Zhong quietly positioned himself at the rear of the line. As students ascended one after another, their nerves palpable in the silence, for this was their inaugural journey to the underground city. The entrance to the underground city was located in the vocational transition hall, which, from the outside, resembled a sports arena. As the vehicles approached, the sheer magnitude of the structure was astonishing. The buses drove directly into the hall, yet even dozens of them occupied merely a quarter of the space. Upon disembarking, Zhang Zhong was struck by the stark contrast. Although it was a clear day outside, the sky within this realm had transformed into a murky gloom, dominated by a colossal fissure that stretched from earth to sky, its base illuminated by a radiant blue glow. This was the light of a formation designed to stabilize the rift. According to expert analyses, the fissure had emerged from a door, leading to a world saturated with a singular form of energy, creating a phenomenon akin to a pressure differential. This resulted in an energy leak that warped the surrounding space, projecting certain aspects of the door onto Earth. Rather than producing mere mirages, the fusion of energies from within the door and the Earth endowed these projections with characteristics reminiscent of game monsters, allowing them to manifest continuously as long as energy remained abundant. Defeating these creatures would yield energy that could be effortlessly absorbed by the human body, often resulting in a direct sensation of enhanced vitality, a concept that had since evolved into the contemporary term, leveling up. Recalling the knowledge he possessed about the door, Zhang Zhong perceived an intriguing blend of science fiction and fantasy. Class 1 from Year 4, assemble. At the sound of the call, Zhang Zhong turned to realize he had unwittingly approached the entrance and hurriedly joined the queue. The purpose of today's test was to prevent any unforeseen incidents during the college entrance examination, stemming from fears of danger and pain outside the city. This underground city was one of the public resources managed by our southern city, where the monsters within were notably weak. A simple blow to their heads would suffice to defeat them. To use the vernacular, it was about shedding blood, and these underground creatures were the last of their kind. Moreover, these monsters posed little threat, easily dispatched even by a novice warrior. Your goal was simply to identify the types of creatures that appeared in this underground realm. Teacher Lin stood before the students, elucidating the dangers of the underground city while instructing everyone to wear their wristbands. These wristbands were invaluable, serving both as locators and scoring devices, and they provided information regarding the monster's types and characteristics. Regarding threats, they would reveal the creature's health bars upon entry. Students were advised to remain calm, although monsters would manifest in various locations. As long as the team members remained close together, they would not be isolated. Teacher Lin's explanations continued, yet it was evident that the students were not wholly attentive. It was noteworthy that the Glory Alliance had been established based on the underground monsters, with the research department designing it to prepare students for adaptation. As the metallic doors before the fissure swung open, the students filed in one by one. Zhang, you country bumpkin, just wait. Tang Sanmao and his group of 5, having spotted the last of the Zhangs, immediately launched into their banter. Zhang skillfully evaded 5 individuals and stepped directly into the azure light curtain within the door. In an instant, a flash of white light engulfed him, and his vision was restored. Before him lay a pitch-black corridor, intermittently illuminated by flickering lights. It was evident that he was inside a building, and he continued deeper along the passage. The ground was in disarray, littered with various papers and even discarded shoes, suggesting that something had been in pursuit. Following the traces, he arrived at a drafty window, peering into the surrounding darkness, clearly indicating that both the pursuer and the pursued had fallen from the window. After a brief exploration, Zhang surmised that this must be an office building, consistent in style with the architecture of the old town. As he passed through a glass door marred by bloodstains and cracks, he discerned the words Raccoon City Investment and Trade Group Company, Limited in bold red letters, confirming his suspicions. Illuminated by the intermittent flickering lights, he approached the open elevator doors, peering into the abyss-like elevator shaft. Utilizing his viral perception, he sensed no living souls nearby, but the air was laden with dormant, unknown viruses. The G-virus, was it artificially created? At that moment, Zhang underwent a transformation. His once dull hair became a desolate yellow, and his eyes glimmered a vivid green, reminiscent of a famished wolf in the night. Host, when will you alter your carefree demeanor? You never provide an opportunity for preparation. You simply take control. As he contemplated 5 clones, nearly identical to him save for slight variations in hair color, materialized behind him. Transmuted into the Lord of Plague, Zhang's form became ethereal, vanishing within the corridor. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared, suspended outside the building. With the keen eyes of a hawk, he meticulously observed his surroundings. The city was enveloped in an eerie silence. Damaged vehicles littered the streets, alongside grotesque corpses that matched the despair of Hope Town. Hovering in the air, Zhang realized he was alone in the city, spanning several blocks, with no other souls in sight. Inside the building, the 5 clones gathered around a grotesque creature that resembled a transformation from the cult of the wasteland gods, though this abomination lay with a gaping wound in its head. This creature is hideous, even more so than the cultists of the wasteland gods, resembling a frog stripped of its skin. Not only is it ugly, but it is also foolish. Despite our numbers, we dared to approach, the 5 clones fervently debated, oblivious to Zhang's arrival. Goodness, host, you tread without a sound. Of course, this fellow is embodying the Lord of Plague. Thus his silence is expected. How shameless! Yet, I feel this version of the Lord has a certain aloofness compared to the previous, which was rather juvenile. No wonder. This power is truly extraordinary. As the other clones glanced over, the temporary controller of Zhang's body, the Plague, sealed his lips. The 8 gates of Heaven's tomb could indeed enhance the essence of the Plague. It was utterly astonishing. This creature was known as a licker, and I suspect the cult of the wasteland gods was responsible for engineering such vile viruses. I have already absorbed the viruses in the air. Freedom of movement has been granted. Zhang withdrew the tendrils from the corpse of the licker, his expression one of disdain. Remember to toss any useful items into the system space. I suspect this is not merely a projection, but rather a portion of space directly severed from another world. Indeed, these corpses exist in reality and have not vanished at all. I wonder if we have inadvertently triggered a bug. There is a possibility. This matter does not concern us. Our true selves, let us proceed. The Plague Lord, in his servile manner, attracted the scrutinizing gazes of the other four avatars. Alas, I am my own bootlicker, which renders me not a bootlicker at all. Once the avatars dispersed to attend to their own tasks, Zhang Zhong promptly leaped into the elevator shaft. Upon entering, he descended as if treading upon invisible steps, progressing deeper into the abyss. The darkness posed no hindrance to his stride. He continued to descend until he reached the underground parking lot. This building boasts a staggering 100 floors. Chapter 43. The Red Queen. A dull thud resonated through the air as the hard floor shattered under the weight of the impact. The sound of falling debris echoed within the concealed metallic passageway buried deeper underground, while the dust enveloping Zhang Zhong dissipated into the metallic corridor. Brushing aside the clouds of dust, he beheld a dimly lit metal tunnel, steeped in an eerie silence. Curiosity piqued. He attempted to drag his claws across the surface, leaving only faint scratches, a testament to the metal's remarkable sound-absorbing qualities, resilience, and hardness. Astounded by the strength of the subterranean construction, Zhang Zhong found the metallic flooring comparable to sea-grade alloys. Compelled by intrigue, he transformed his right hand into a blade and effortlessly sliced into the metal wall to a depth of half his arm. A faint crackle of electricity sparked, yet it failed to ignite his curiosity further. Suppressing his fascination, he straightened up and strode forward. The metals lining the walls appeared to be of a considerably lesser grade than that beneath his feet, indicating that the resources allocated for this passage were rather limited. An unidentified life form was projected to arrive at the frozen chamber in 5 minutes. In the pitch-black space 500 meters below him, a small girl composed of red laser beams suddenly materialized, emitting incomprehensible sounds that, if Zhang Zhong were present, he would recognize as English. Please present your identification. Identification incorrect. You have 3 attempts remaining. Identification incorrect. 2 attempts left. Should verification fail again, measures will be taken. Bang! The claws pierced through the heavy metallic door as Zhang Zhong forcefully tore it apart, slipping through the gaping hole. Warning! Warning! Biological entity detected. Personnel breaching the frozen chamber. Activating sanitation protocols. With a swift clang, the metal gate descended behind him, the sound of the pressure valve distinct in the air. Before him, a beam of blue light became visible. Buzz! Buzz! Laser cutting. Zhang Zhong's interest in the creators of this place was rekindled. The external architecture bore a striking resemblance to the parallel worlds he had traversed before. While these civilizations appeared to be at a primitive stage of technological development, the underground passage showcased technology at least at an entry-level phase, employing laser weaponry, the most rudimentary form of energy weapons. The laser approached rapidly. The buzzing intensified, drawing nearer. Zhang Zhong harbored no inclination to evade. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. He casually flung a piece of metal. Whoosh! A laser expanded rapidly into a dense net, precisely and swiftly slicing the metal fragment into thin, glowing strips, clearly demonstrating its lethal capability and high temperature. Allowing the laser net to pass through his body, Zhang Zhong remained unharmed. After all, even the most concentrated laser could not instantly obliterate a bacterium. As he turned, the laser wall, upon contact with the gate, swiftly swept back, while another laser wall emerged ahead. Goodness! If that comes again, I shall be quite incensed. The forceful pulse of the right fist transformed into a grotesque, colossal hand, striking the metallic wall with a resounding impact. An overwhelming surge of power erupted, causing the entire wall to cave inward, adorned with sinister cracks, while arcs of electricity flickered as the laser grid vanished in an instant. You cannot advance. Ahead lies a storage area for hazardous materials. Halt! Intruder! Echoed a mechanical voice synthesized electronically. A little girl, outlined in red laser, materialized in the corridor, attempting to impede Zhang Zhong's progress. Unfazed, he traversed through the girl's laser-formed figure. With a resounding thud, he kicked open the obstructing metal gate, revealing a metallic corridor that was entirely transformed. Numerous chambers, each marked with crimson insignias, lined the sides. As he pushed open the door to one of the rooms, Zhang Zhong was taken aback by the sight before him. A dense array of formaldehyde-filled metal tanks towering to his height. Leaning closer to the small circular openings of these tanks, he couldn't help but mutter, What an ugly sight. After a brief inspection of the room, he discovered a collection of grotesque corpses of various small animals and monkeys, clearly indicating this was a biocultivation chamber. His familiarity with such a scene stemmed from his previous transformation into a plague entity, having witnessed something remarkably similar in that laboratory. Could this also be a viral entity? Yet no one answered. With his left hand morphing into a menacing, sharp form, he swiftly elongated it, effortlessly piercing through the cultivation tanks, and as he withdrew, formaldehyde spilled onto the floor, leaving behind the malformed specimens. This place was indeed the origin point of the virus. After consuming these failed viral monstrosities, Zhang Zhong found his answer. He then opened the door to the adjacent room, which evidently housed larger biological specimens such as pigs, dogs, pythons, crocodiles, and lions. With a casual sweep, he devoured everything in that room. Approaching the third chamber, he found it eerily empty, save for a bed stained with watermelon juice, broken bandages, and scattered bullet casings peppering the walls. Exiting that room, Zhang Zhong increasingly felt like a detective, meticulously unraveling the threads of a mystery. He kicked open the large door facing the corridor, revealing a vast descending platform. The display indicated that it extended a staggering 13 levels downward. Zhang Zhong selected the lowest tier, and the platform began its descent. Each stop along the way revealed passage gates, alternating left and right as it continued downward, resembling a hive-like structure. As the platform continued its descent, dozens of shadowy clones ventured forth to explore the gates beyond. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhong relaxed on the platform's control station, casually crossing his legs, a picture of nonchalance. If his classmates were to witness this, they would undoubtedly be filled with questions. While others fought desperately, why did he appear so at ease? Zhang Zhong would simply respond, "I am Superman." With a steady halt at the bottom, he found only a solitary door intended for one to enter and exit. "Please stop. Intruder. Cease your advance and depart," the electronic voice implored. Before the voice could repeat itself, Zhang Zhong commanded one of his clones to break through the door, striding confidently into the unknown. In the enveloping darkness, visibility was utterly obscured, save for the occasional flicker of blue and the shimmering green luminescence, which provided no real clarity. Yet, the shadows held no sway over Zhang Zhong. Within the dimly lit room, his eyes emanated an eerie emerald glow. The space was cluttered with hundreds of servers, alongside a cylindrical object at its center. Intruders. I never anticipated the existence of AI data here. It presents a perfect opportunity to upgrade the processing system. Suddenly, a hooded figure materialized, seemingly unnoticed by Zhang Zhong. However, in the faint light, the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to him, with patterns reminiscent of circuit lines etched upon his face, signifying his identity as Old K from the Temple of Intent. Tendrils of hair extended autonomously, connecting to a port. "No, you mustn't do this. The Red Queen rules this realm." As the laser projection of the Red Queen began to flicker, she ultimately vanished. Delicious, Old K mused, savoring the taste of nascent consciousness in AI. It had been ages since he encountered such delectable sustenance. The sensation of indulgence was exquisite. Licking his lips, Old K transformed into a stream of data, flowing into the wristband adorning Zhang Zhong. Chapter 44. The Unexpected Zombie Frenzy. Strange? Where is that projector from just now? Zhang Zhong surveyed the surrounding environment, now enveloped in utter darkness, feeling as though the echoes of forgotten memories were assaulting his fragile mind. "Head, it's resolved. Brothers, we have collectively gathered 500 rooms and uncovered vital information. This is the Raccoon City testing ground, a miniature version of the entire city, condensed into merely 1 to 3 or 4 streets. Furthermore, nearly every such facility harbors an underground hive belonging to the Umbrella Corporation, a place for cultivating biochemical viruses. They sell the perfected, non-contagious viruses as enhancement agents to various parts of the world in the spatial realm." As the projections relayed their findings, a complete picture began to assemble in his mind. Ag! The roar of zombies echoed throughout Raccoon City, as if these creatures, scattered across the city, had been awakened by some unseen force. They surged towards the Umbrella Corporation building in a frenzied wave, akin to a black tsunami. These terrifying entities climbed the edifice or poured into the underground through the open parking lot, their numbers reminiscent of an ant swarm, enough to send shivers down the spine of anyone with a fear of crowds. The projections reflecting this space were no different. Chaos reigned. What is happening? Why are they rioting? A panicked teacher, leading the group, voiced his alarm, clearly aware of the unfolding situation. His apprehension was shared by other instructors, who exhibited similar reactions. Quick, evacuate the students. The teachers began organizing an urgent retreat for their students from within the projection. Recognizing that only a handful of second-tier professionals among them could contend with such a massive horde, while the majority were merely first-tier educators, ill-equipped to face the onslaught. Though the evacuation was organized swiftly, some students were tempted by the allure of danger. At the teleportation portal in the Transcender Hall, beams of white light flickered as students and teachers emerged, some appearing distinctly disheveled. It's terrifying. I was surrounded by 10 zombies and now I feel pain all over. I was forced to jump off the building. Boo-hoo. It's so frightening. The students, shaken, were nonetheless fortunate that under the teacher's adept guidance, the incidence of being bitten by zombies remained minimal. Another flash of white light illuminated the square as Class 4 of senior year, featuring Lin Xiaoxiao and her affectionate classmates, appeared. Wow, Teacher Lin is incredibly powerful, wielding the elf gunner. Those cannon fire and rockets are simply phenomenal. Indeed, I reckon the dual floating turret cannons of the teacher are simply magnificent. I can only express my awe. Teacher Lin is truly formidable. That 8-barreled blue fire Gatling gun is striking. Absolutely. It's like a harvester. Have you seen Zhang Zhong? Who has seen him? I'm not familiar with him. He wouldn't have been left behind, would he? Teacher. Tang Sanmao, Xiao Sei, Lin Xiao, and Lu Zhangzhong hasn't he come out? The vice-class leader reported this to Lin Xiaoxiao, who responded reassuringly. Just as the vice-class leader pondered this, the scene unfolded further. Sounds resonated throughout the square. All was quiet. One simply needed to remain still and wait. The head of the Education Bureau commenced his speech, silencing the discussions among the students below. Key points began to emerge, each one potentially heralding future luminaries. The underground city would close in 3 hours. Following the conclusion of the elderly gentleman's remarks beside the official, he departed the practitioner square with haste. Tang Sanmao from Class 4 stepped forth. This was no small matter. The Tang family's current generation was deteriorating. Those hovering above unmistakably recognized Tang Sanyuan, for anyone from South City was familiar with the third scion of the Tang family. Master Tang, have you not achieved the status of a successful warrior for 20 years? Why are you out so soon? Do not mention it. The further we go, the more zombies there are and some are swift attackers. I was caught off guard. After receiving the desired answer, the student exchanged a few casual remarks before departing, leaving Tang Sanmao standing in bewilderment. 20 minutes later, Xiao Sei emerged from South City No. 1 High School, his once black hair now ablaze, a clear manifestation of his innate ability. The second son of the Xiao family was commendable, though he could not rival the eldest son of the imperial family in the capital. Nonetheless, he was impressive in our midst. Xiao, Zhang Zhong did not emerge. He won't be trapped inside, will he? Although Tang Sanmao felt a surge of jealousy, he had to ingratiate himself with this branch of the Xiao family. Are you foolish? How could one perish within the underground city? Xiao, education is paramount, yet your strength is formidable. I am thoroughly impressed. Indeed, I am a future star who has developed the skills of Wrath of the Inferno and Wrath of the Blazing Body. Xiao Sei found Tang Sanmao's flattery quite agreeable. As half an hour passed, Lin Xiao appeared, his flame sword dissipating. This was a technique he had acquired after vanquishing several opponents in the underground arena, rumored to evolve into a skill upon class transition. Lin Xiao possesses such power. I must enroll in the Warrior Path Academy. Indeed, only a talent of such caliber can truly shine at the Warrior Path Academy, remarked Instructor Nyo, as he fervently praised the admissions officer from the academy, entirely devoid of the decorum one would expect from a vice principal. Soon, an hour elapsed and Lu, one of the class flowers and the school's beauty, materialized in a burst of white light upon the square. Her hair was drenched, and dark energy coalesced in her hands as she bent her slender waist, gasping for breath. This girl is impressive. She has managed to endure solely through her innate skill. A promising candidate. Ah, Instructor Zheng, this young lady possesses S-class talent. As a graceful woman clad in leather robes and a hood spoke, the vice principal swiftly redirected his focus. Ah, I see. If this girl embarks on a profession, she should be able to persevere till the end. The power of shadows is among the most formidable abilities for assassins. At the 2-hour mark, a stunning beauty with snow-white hair and a perfect figure, exuding an aura of coldness, accompanied by a 100-meter-long dragon formed of ice crystals, appeared. The temperature of the entire square dropped several degrees instantly. Xiao Bai, it is time for you to return. Thank you, without your support, I could not have endured for so long. Gu Qinghan gently patted the head of the ice crystal flying dragon behind her. Beneath the dragon's feet, a mysterious formation emerged, transforming into a flurry of snowflakes that vanished within the array. The surrounding students and teachers involuntarily shivered. After the dragon disappeared, her white hair turned into a cascade of black, which Gu Qinghan skillfully tied into a ponytail. Wow, 2 hours, and Gu, the school flower, is utterly invincible. Qinghan, I adore you. Qinghan, you are so beautiful. Qinghan is undoubtedly the strongest in all of Nanqing, the mightiest of the mightiest. Indeed, she is an SSS talent. A dragon summoner. Her innate profession radiates strength. Yes, she could easily gain admission into both the warrior and mage academies, but ultimately, it will depend on her own choice. The students' exclamations and cheers did not seem to disrupt the conversations among the guiding teachers from the 5 major vocational academies, who clearly possessed formidable strength. With the emergence of several outstanding students, it was evident that this assessment was drawing to a close. Chapter 45. Coincidence yet? The clamor from the outside world bore no relation to Zhang Zhong, who at this moment sat upon a chair of uncertain origin, observing the mindless slaughter of zombies, or more accurately G-virus-infected beings, by his doppelgangers akin to the harvesting of grain. Though these entities were artificially created, they possessed flesh, blood, and thoughts. Whether their memories were truly their own remained uncertain. Nonetheless, they were once human. Let us rewind the clock 3 hours prior. In the Hive's intelligence system control room, after effortlessly reducing the feeders to a pulpy mass for absorption, Zhang Zhong delved into their memories that were inherently human. Despite their artificial nature, these recollections were rich and vivid, tracing back to infancy and evolving through a fulfilling life confined within this Truman-like world. However, chaos ensued when one individual succumbed to the infection, transforming into a monstrous cannibal. After being devoured by his zombified wife, his memories began to blur and fracture. Anxiety surged within him, and unable to endure any longer, Zhang Zhong transitioned back to his original form, leaping forth to demolish the umbrella building with a single punch. He then found himself sitting amidst the ruins, watching as his avatars dispatched the encroaching zombies. Time slipped by, and 2 hours passed in contemplative silence. Hey, you've been daydreaming for 2 hours. What are you doing? Here, I found this Coke for you. Let me add some ice. You little tricksters, unlike me. Boo-hoo! Scram! The surrounding doppelgangers cast scornful glances at the white-haired avatar, the unspoken disdain palpable in the air. How did this whiny creature sneak in? Mechanically accepting the icy cola, Zhang Zhong took a hearty sip of the delightful beverage laced with a trace of the G-virus, his spirits lifting considerably. All right, I've come to a realization. I shall become a jester. Precisely. The doppelgangers echoed in unison, for they remained true to their essence. It is time to bring this to a close. Once more embracing the mantle of the Plague Lord, tendrils surged forth from his being, enveloped in a crimson aura. Countless tendrils. Boom! Without doppelgangers to impede them, the zombies lunged toward Zhang Zhong. A terrifying energy swept through the space, sending debris from the building soaring into the air, obliterating the oncoming horde. The red light intensified, illuminating the surroundings as the tendrils twisted violently, resembling numerous venomous serpents poised to strike. Buzz! The red light abruptly contracted, and the tendrils, laden with formidable energy, erupted forth, manifesting as a crimson mushroom cloud. Regardless of whether it was structures or the undead, all were pierced and penetrated by the tendrils imbued with terrifying might. As the entirety of the space filled with this overwhelming force, it rapidly contracted. What a refreshing sensation! Feeling the profound satisfaction of his plague-ridden form, Zhang Zhong exhaled deeply. My original self is magnificent. My original self is powerful. My original self is unparalleled. My reverence for my true self flows like the mighty Yangtze, never to return. How exhilarating! As Zhang Zhong and his doppelgangers basked in comfort, a subtle fissure quietly opened in the gates of the palace of his soul, representing jealousy. A stream of pure black essence diffused outward, gradually tainting the ethereal avatars within his consciousness. Congratulations to Zhang Zhong from Nanxing No. 1 Middle School for completing the exploration of the hidden map. The reward is a unique profession, the God of Pestilence. As the sole vocation, they share a collective title, the pseudo-deity. Gaining divinity allows one to ascend to true godhood. However, you have solely acquired the essence of the primordial god, so strive to grow and reshape your divine attributes. Upon hearing this, all the avatars scratched their heads, perplexed by the notion of the God of Pestilence, which was entirely unfamiliar to them. The current levels of divine professions are as follows: pseudo-deity, demigod, primordial god, complete god, god king, god emperor, innate demon god, great Tao demon, and ruler of rules. Presently, there are 1008 beings with divine attributes in this world, with 7 unique divine essences and a total of 7 divine systems. An inexplicable message flashed in Zhang Zhong's mind, accompanied by a surge in the power of pestilence, causing his main body's training in the 8 gates of heavenly burial to break through to the 5th gate. To accommodate this sudden influx of power, he had no choice but to let the pestilence take control of his main body, unleashing chaos within his consciousness. The thought of leaving crossed Zhang Zhong's mind, and in an instant, his form transformed into a flash of white light. In the practitioner's plaza, a dazzling beam of white light flickered, and a tall figure materialized at the center of the square. However, the vast plaza was devoid of anyone but Zhang Zhong. What is happening? Zhang Zhong pondered in confusion. Hey, the test is over. Why are you still here? A middle-aged man in security attire interrupted Zhang Zhong just as he was about to test his new abilities. Never mind. Just leave. Thank you, sir. I'll be on my way. I'm just a bit disoriented. My main body is back to playing the fool. Oh, you have no qualms about deceiving your conscience, do you? You're already quite powerful yet still pretend to be weak. Let us all scorn him. As Zhang Zhong exited the practitioner's plaza, he caught sight of the last school bus disappearing into the distance. You're also from Nanxing No. 1 Middle School? No one is here to pick you up? Just then, he noticed a limited edition Red Dragon particle hovercar, a remarkable vehicle that could operate as a magnetic levitation car in the air and as a nuclear-powered car on the ground. All right then. With a beautiful girl offering him a ride, Zhang Zhong wasted no time. He opened the door and settled into the car. Little dragon, navigate to Nanxing No. 1 Middle School. Certainly, master. The girl with the melodious voice set the intelligent system, then turned back to him. As she did, her long ponytail swayed, releasing a faint fragrance. At that moment, Zhang Zhong could only think of one phrase to describe the beauty before him. Her smile was captivating enough to ensnare the heart. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her eyes resembled crystal-clear waters. With every glance, she exuded an air of refined elegance that left him in awe, feeling unworthy and reluctant to intrude. A pair of enchanting eyes, reminiscent of a fox's, stirred Zhang Zhong's heart and soul. In her crystal-clear gaze, there was not a trace of disdain, as if the ethereal allure of a celestial fox was imbued with a lively spirit, luring one into an unconscious state of enchantment. Like the moonlit Chang'e, she possessed an otherworldly grace. Excuse me, what did you say, classmate? I am Gu Qinghan. May I ask your name? No, greetings, Gu Qinghan. My name is Zhang Zhong, with Zhang meaning wild and Zhong signifying multitude. He withdrew his restless gaze and instinctively rubbed the back of his head. It is a pleasure to meet you. As he gazed at Gu Qinghan's outstretched hand, delicate and fair like jade, he hesitated to reciprocate. Instead, he retracted his hand halfway, feeling that her hand was almost too exquisite, evoking a sense that it was meant to be admired from afar and never touched. An awkward silence lingered in Gu Qinghan's mind, and as she subtly brushed aside a strand of hair from her forehead, she skillfully alleviated the discomfort. Alas, I, a solitary figure for a century, have missed the chance to hold hands with a beauty It seems I possess a heart full of desire but lack the courage. Perhaps my true self fears toxicity. I am indeed ineffectual. Had I been bolder, I would have seized the moment. Chapter 46. The Catalyst Wow. The latest model of the Red Dragon series sports car. How enviable. Students from Nanching No. 1 High School, just alighting from the school bus, were captivated by the sight of a dazzling crimson sports car that roared into view. Their curiosity piqued as they speculated about the identity of its occupant. However, it was evident that they would have no opportunity to find out, as the vehicle glided directly into the underground parking lot of the school. This subterranean sanctuary, accessible only to those bearing identification chips, served as a designated haven for the scions of affluent families. Under the guidance of an intelligent system, the car was flawlessly parked in its designated space. Clearly, the arrival of such a luxurious vehicle attracted considerable attention. Oh my Lin Gu Xiao. This is the latest Red Dragon sports car. I've heard it belongs to the school beauty, Gu. I wonder if it's true, remarked Tang Sanmao, his heart swelling with envy as he gazed at the parked Red Dragon. Inside the car, Zhang Zhong observed Lin Xiao, Tang Sanmao and Xiao Sei, who were intermittently stealing glances in their direction. The joy of sharing the ride with a beautiful girl had dissipated. Thank you, Gu, for the ride. Until we meet again. With that, Zhang Zhong swung open the door and stepped out of the vehicle. What the heck? Lin Xiao and his companions, who had been eagerly awaiting the school beauty's descent, were taken aback to see Zhang Zhong emerging from the car. A profound sense of indignation washed over them, as if their beloved had been sullied. How could this commoner emerge from the school beauty's car? Unforgivable. The trio's thoughts converged in unanimous disdain. As a perceptive young aristocrat from Nanching, Tang Sanmao's mind began to race, his gaze occasionally flitting between Lin Xiao and Xiao Sei. Xiao. This commoner actually managed to ride with Gu. Just look at his expression. He must be entertaining thoughts far beyond his station. He is utterly unworthy of Gu. As the saying goes, beauty is meant for heroes, and it is clear that only a young talent like you, Xiao, deserves such a beauty. As Zhang Zhong walked away, a fierce glint flashed in Tang Sanmao's eyes. It was simply intolerable. Lin Xiao, once you interrupt Zhang Zhong's antics during the martial arts examination, I shall pass down my family's martial arts techniques to you, he declared before departing, leaving Lin Xiao and Tang Sanmao behind. Lin Xiao, if you can deal with Zhang Zhong, I will grant you 500,000 alliance coins, along with a tome of advanced fire skills. All right. Lin Xiao's immediate acceptance brought joy to Tang Sanmao's heart. However, he felt the need to ensure Lin Xiao's capabilities. Settling into the luxurious extended vehicle, Tang Sanmao made a phone call, during which a notification of a 1 million coin transfer flashed on his screen. Haha, Lin Xiao, Zhang Zhong. Tang Sanmao exclaimed excitedly, recalling his early high school days when Zhang Zhong, boasting a commendable martial talent, had sought to spar with him only to leave him battered and broken. Zhang Zhong had audaciously claimed that there was no such thing as a practice session without injuries. How utterly ridiculous. Why was it that he emerged unscathed when practicing with those martial arts instructors at home? Feeling increasingly irate, Tang Sanmao took a hearty swig from the bottle of fine wine nestled in the vehicle, the rich elixir soothing his agitated spirit. Standing at the entrance of the underground parking lot, Zhang Zhong wore a bemused smile, seemingly unaware of the tempest brewing behind him. The essence of the matter is that this individual seeks to ensnare us. Shall we not rally our comrades to confront him? That might not be prudent. The enforcement in South City is no trifling matter. What then shall we do? They audaciously aim to ruin me, and I shall assuredly bring about their downfall. The lamentations of the plague-stricken love quotes left Zhang Zhong and his numerous avatars at a loss for words. Amidst the bickering of his duplicates, Zhang Zhong returned to the old district and halted before Aunt Lin's restaurant, only to find it still shuttered. Thus he dialed Aunt Lin's number. What seems to be the matter, Xiao Zhong? Aunt Lin, I find myself rather hungry. Why is the restaurant not open? What has transpired? Xiao Zhong is hungry, is he? I shall open the door immediately. Amidst the cacophony of sounds over the phone, she soon ended the call. The entrance to the modest 3-story noodle shop creaked open. Come in, Xiao Zhong. Once Aunt Lin surveyed the vicinity and confirmed the absence of others, she stepped aside to allow Zhang Zhong entry, then gently closed the door behind him. The lights within the establishment flickered to life. Once boasting 5 or 6 tables, the restaurant now housed only one intact, while the others lay in ruin. Aunt Lin, what is happening? Please enlighten me. Xiao Zhong. It's nothing. Just focus on your studies, Aunt Lin urged. What? Brother Zhong, do not heed my mother's words. The planning company visited yesterday, claiming our building requires maintenance, and they demanded a fee of 500,000. Lin Xiaoyu rushed down from the upper floor, her interruption laden with distress, her eyes red and swollen from tears. Xiaoyu, mother, do not interrupt. Those individuals, seeing we could not provide the funds, intended to coerce us into selling our property. Just when we were about to acquiesce, a certain young master appeared, asserting his interest in me and requesting my company. Naturally, I would not tolerate his arrogance, and I struck him. Upon returning from school, I found the shop had been vandalized, and they expect my mother to accompany that young master. Hence, we resolved to close the doors. Fortunately, we are on break, so it is as it is. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhong's grip tightened, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air. One must understand that properties in the old district typically undergo maintenance or are sold to maintenance companies for further acquisition, as the area is largely inhabited by the elderly. Real estate remains relatively easy to buy, given the abundance of vacant buildings. In fact, due to various reasons, many properties lack ownership, though most are significantly damaged, thus giving rise to maintenance companies. Yet, this company clearly seeks to create trouble. If one refuses to sell, they deliberately inflate maintenance fees, culminating in the arrival of some entitled young master. Such audacity is utterly intolerable. At that moment, the door was violently kicked open, crashing heavily against the ground, causing Aunt Lin to leap up, instinctively shielding Zhang Zhong and Lin Xiaoyu behind her. How dare you? We, the Tang family, are the sovereigns of the old district. What do you want? Faced with a throng of intruders clad in uniforms emblazoned with the Tang maintenance insignia, each towering figure bore a glint of menace in their eyes, their complexion a vibrant hue indicative of having reached the bone refinement stage. What now? Did we not make ourselves clear yesterday? Either pay the fee or surrender a person. I see. Bang. The young man, adorned in opulent attire, was forcefully kicked out by Zhang Zhong, the sheer power of the blow sending not only him but also several robust men behind him crashing to the ground. Thud. The young man collided violently with the wall opposite, blood erupting from his mouth instantaneously. It was evident that Zhang Zhong's kick was so powerful that it had ruptured the young man's internal organs. Finish him off. He has made my young master bleed, commanded the bald-headed brute, hastily helping the young man to his feet while instructing his subordinates. Damn it! Eliminate this scoundrel, and capture those 2 beauties. Bring them to my villa. I wish to take matters into my own hands. The young man, receiving the water offered by the bald-headed thug, rinsed his mouth and, suppressing his fury, retorted, Aunt Lin is fine. According to the laws of the Alliance, these individuals dare to invade private property, and they can be dealt with accordingly. After reassuring Aunt Lin, Zhang Zhong fixed his gaze intently upon the young man. Neither side made an immediate move. Tack. Disable this scoundrel. There's a reward of 60,000 for that, 100,000 for a leg, and 200,000 for an arm. Chapter 47. The eve of the martial examination, what are you doing here? Daring to act so brazenly within my jurisdiction? Do you wish to court disaster? The voice echoed once more from outside, revealing the presence of 2 night watchmen, Fong Ming and Wang Gang, the very sentinels who had nearly crossed paths with Zhang Zhong the previous night. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Tread cautiously on the darkened paths ahead. The young man approached Zhang Zhong, whispering a veiled threat before turning away and leading his entourage into the shadows. As if I would dare oppose the enforcer. We shall take our leave. With his subordinates in tow, Tang Bing departed without further ado. Such pests are truly lawless. Calm down, Brother Fong. You are Zhang Zhong, correct? He is the eldest son of the Tang family. It would be wise to avoid provoking him, especially since you are still a student. If you wish to remain in the old district, consider ways to evade trouble, the 2 night watchman advised, causing Zhang Zhong to furrow his brow at the implication that the watchers had no intention of intervening. Thank you for your counsel. Esteemed enforcers, take care of yourselves. With no injuries reported, they urged Zhang Zhong to depart. The middle-aged enforcer, Fang Ming, patted Zhang Zhong on the shoulder before he and Wang Gang vanished around the corner. Aunt Lin, I am fine. You and Xiao, you should stay alert. I shall return now. In my essence, that scion of the Tang family is truly toxic. Indeed, it is that fellow Tang Sanmao who once learned his lesson after being dealt with, and now we have Tang Bing. Are we at odds with the Tang family? A single remark from my essence ignites my brothers to take action against him. As Zhang Zhong exited Aunt Lin's eatery, the consciousness of his avatar began to deliberate within his mind. As he traversed the path, a throbbing pain surged through his head, as if it might split open, conjuring memories that had never before surfaced. Images flickered in his mind. Earth was not as expansive back then. Following a day when the sky turned azure, the world began to transform, with nations unveiling extraordinary abilities, collectively referred to as awakened ones. It was during that night that Zhang Zhong too ascended to become one of the awakened, initially manifesting as mere avatars, each day producing only one without any consciousness space, until his misfortunes led him to northern Myanmar. In that dismal chamber, his daily avatars were ruthlessly exploited, becoming a cash cow for the warlord. Enveloped in a cacophony of resentment, anger, and jealousy, he ultimately garnered divine compassion, binding himself to a system that allowed his avatars to traverse other realms, evolving into iron-willed warriors. Through sheer determination, he eradicated the warlords of northern Myanmar. In the process, he vanquished a warlord endowed with formidable mental prowess, gaining access to a consciousness space and acquiring the ability to transfer his consciousness, akin to immortality. Moreover, one of his avatars transformed into a unique virtual entity, lurking within the network, while another became an elemental demon from the abyss. With the emergence of these two avatars, Zhang Zhong subtly ascended to the upper echelons of the shadowy world of that era, even infiltrating one of the then great powers, aiding the nation in securing numerous significant scientific advancements. Regrettably, he was eventually discovered by the strongest awakened organization of that nation, leading to the loss of many avatars. After slaying a being of inexplicable immortality and seizing its abilities, he managed to escape back to the east. Regrettably, before Zhang Zhong could relax, he was obliterated by a descending mushroom. The demise of numerous avatars plunged his consciousness into a slumber that endured for millennia. Old K, the demon chef, I have returned. At last you have remembered. Welcome back. It appears we have lived for several thousand years. If that is the case, we are indeed the ancestors of these new humans. Thus, our father is ourselves, and our mother is the soulmate found by our brother? Truly, a remarkable brotherhood. As Old K and the demon chef merged within him, Zhang Zhong's sense of loss was supplanted by a profound fulfillment. Raising his right hand, grains of sand began to coalesce, forming a diminutive dragon composed of sand particles, its eyes morphing into slit pupils encircled by a crimson ring. This was the power of the sand demon, capable of manipulating and shaping sand at will. As the demonic form dissipated, Zhang Zhong's hands transformed into solidified blue light. His hair lengthened like a cascade of data cables, and circuit-like patterns emerged upon his visage, while his pupils morphed into red, camera-like orbs capable of rapid zooming. This was a virtual entity, able to effortlessly infiltrate networks, thriving by consuming data and unleashing cyber viruses. He cackled, "Let us observe what our adversaries are up to." With a flourish of his left hand, a floating window materialized, revealing a scene that flickered like snowflakes, accompanied by sound. The image depicted the Tang family. Third brother. This is just the solution you need. Tang Bing sat on the bed in his bedroom, a woman swaying before him, evidently engaged in unspeakable acts, while opposite him, Tang Sanmao toyed with a peculiar staff. "Brother, how did you encounter that bumpkin? Just thinking about it infuriates me. I intended to acquire a toy, only to be interrupted by this fellow, and upon investigation, it turns out he is your rival." Tang Sanmao scrutinized the staff in his hands, realizing it was a lightsaber. "Brother, I senti this your innate weapon?" At this, a sinister expression crossed Tang Bing's face as he abruptly rose, kicking the woman before him with such force that she lay motionless. "Tomorrow is the martial examination outside the city. I shall devise a way to instill a profound memory in him. I want him to regret ever coming into this world." Initially, He planned to confront Zhang Zhong directly, but the presence of the enforcers, the night watchers, compelled him to reconsider. Had it not been for the enforcers, he would have sought to eliminate Zhang Zhong within the city, rendering him unable to escape. With this thought, Tang Bing's mood improved considerably. His right hand twisted into a grotesque maw, consuming the lifeless body. Brother, there is no need for such complexity. I have already arranged for someone to take action. This time, he shall leave the city with no chance of return. Tang Sanmao praised his own cleverness. Moreover, his strength is merely a pitiful 700. I have enlisted Lin Xiao, who should be able to handle him effortlessly. Upon hearing this, Tang Bing's expression darkened. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He had just been kicked by Zhang Zhong, causing him to spit blood. Even though he had just finished exercising as a second-tier professional, he should not have been so easily overpowered by a mere low-level spirit. When the results of the test were announced, I remained present and heard it with my own ears. Could the Ministry of Education's testing apparatus be fraudulent? I shall hold onto this information, and if necessary, I will escalate the situation. Regarding my elder brother's caution, how could I, as a younger sibling, voice my opinions? I shall simply listen. Rest assured, dear brother, after the martial arts examination, he will certainly be out of sight. Oh, my little sister-in-law, indeed, brother, your affection for her was not in vain. That worthless second brother of yours can only dawdle in the mountains. Zhang Zhong gazed at the scene outside the window, a flash of ferocity crossing his eyes, realizing that the Tang family possessed a pathway to demise. A plan began to form in his mind, or perhaps a source of amusement. He remotely dispatched 30 brothers to the devouring legion outside the city. This plan of yours is rather impressive. They would never dream of it. Even if professionals are involved, we shall undoubtedly emerge victorious and shatter their bones. Their souls should be quite delectable. The plan is flawless. I shall take action. Chapter 48. Countdown to the college entrance examination. Alas, I lament the burden of my corporeal self. With over 30 companions in tow, the task is far from simple. Truly, I find myself exasperated with this predicament. I alone would suffice. Must you remain silent? Did you truly believe we wish to be here? The 4 individuals reclining in a tree hollow outside the city observed the arrival of their additional 30 companions, and as the cacophony enveloped them, they began to comprehend the tribulations of the corporeal self. All right, comrades, let us settle down and wait. This tree is indeed quite grand. Recline at your leisure, for our purpose here, as conveyed by the corporeal self, is to engage with the Tang family. I fail to grasp why we are summoned to this outer realm. The avatars gathered around the dark light, some even producing playing cards to engage in a game of landlord, while others absurdly attempted to play mahjong, only to retract their actions upon the sudden call of the corporeal self, Zhang Zhong. Play, but do not create excessive noise. During the assessment, heed my signal to unleash a wave of artificial beasts, scattering the evaluators from the school. The leader's words resonated with clarity. So this is the nature of the endeavor. The 30 avatars promptly concurred. While they might disregard the corporeal self's orders at times, they were compelled to comply with such directives. This is the essence of Zhang Zhong's avatars. Having issued his commands, Zhang Zhong completed his morning routine and reclined upon his bed. He contemplated his progress. The 8 gates of heavenly burial technique had reached the 5th gate, granting him a strength of 10 million tons, sufficient to fell Godzilla with a single blow. Through relentless practice amidst adversity, he had gained the ability to control his strength actively. For instance, the 1st gear reached 100 tons, the 2nd 1,000 tons, the 3rd 1,000,000, the 4th 10 million, and the 5th an astonishing 100 million tons. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Zhong closed his eyes, feeling an unprecedented sense of completeness, as if the missing pieces of his memory had finally aligned. At precisely 5:20, I shall cut in. Oh, how the sunlight in the southern city dazzles. 30 years ago, I was undeniably handsome. Bam! He silenced the alarm clock and rolled over to resume his slumber. Battle! Battle! In the midst of the fog, I await in silence. Hey, who dares to disturb my dreams so early in the morning? It is I, Wang Dashin. I care not for your titles, be they grand or trivial. Who? Love you, solitary soul. Hey, goodness! Zhang Zhong, Do you intend to take the examination or not? Alas, esteemed Wang, my apologies. I was up late last night, preparing for the examination. I shall rise immediately. 5 minutes. With a swift movement, Zhang Zhong sprang from the edge of his bed, donned his attire, and tucked his phone into his pocket. The avatars swiftly assisted him, and soon he was ready, devouring bread prepared by the magical chef. Climbing to the window and aiming towards the school, he propelled himself with his legs. In a classic spider-like maneuver, he executed a mid-air rotation, transitioning into a Superman glide. Boom! The sound of sonic booms erupted, shattering nearby windows and provoking a chorus of curses. Had it been the actions of the youth bearing the surname Liu, he would have reveled in delight. Zhang Zhong soared like a comet towards the school. As he approached, he abruptly rotated, spreading his large, black-red wings in a dramatic display, stabilizing his descent. The wings transformed into a cloud of black powder, dissipating swiftly into the air, settling upon the verdant trees outside the school's grounds. The feather of plague, a newly developed ability, allowed him to soar like a bird, achieving rapid suspension in midair. With a swift leap, I traversed the school wall, landing gracefully on the playground, the entire process as quick as a gust of wind. From the moment my wings unfurled to my descent, merely a few seconds had elapsed. Fat ape? Gazing ahead, Zhang Zhong halted, his voice laced with confusion. Zhonggu, oh no, don't mess this up. He deftly sidestepped the hefty lunge of Chu Feiyuan. I truly find myself at a loss. Although I failed my humanities exam, that institution, being a subsidiary of the Warriors Academy, directly reported my quota. Consequently, it reached my father's ears, leading him to drag me here and threaten that I should at least survive until the end of the assessment. My heart is heavy with distress, Chu Feiyuan explained, his expression a portrait of woe. With a robust physique exceeding 200 pounds, his pitiful demeanor was rather amusing. Zhang Zhong surveyed the area and noticed Tang Sanmao and others, upon spotting him, immediately averted their gaze, resembling thieves caught red-handed, though they likely felt no guilt. Fine. Once the exam begins, hand me your scoring bracelet and stay near the assembly point. Do not wander off. In this realm, the practice of hiring substitutes was largely unregulated, as attracting others' resources was considered a facet of strength. All right, Brother Zhong, just aim for a passing score. Upon hearing Zhang Zhong's words, Chu Feiyuan's jowls quivered with joy. Indeed, Brother Zhong was deserving of his title, a true comrade. Thinking of getting a free ride? Not a chance. 1 point costs 1,000. A passing score is 12,800, and a perfect score is 66,800. No negotiations. No way, Brother Zhong. Wasn't he at $10 per point before? I am your beloved friend. Chu Feiyuan grimaced at Zhang Zhong's quotation. This was no mere money, it was akin to risking his life. Even beloved friends must pay. Not even my father would escape the additional cost. Alright, if you can achieve a perfect score, I'll reward you with 100. For this financially strained good buddy, sacrificing a bit of pocket money was feasible, as without points, he might not endure his father's stir-fried bamboo shoots with eggs. Rest assured, I conduct honest business. Even my father pays this rate. You should know my reputation, Zhang Zhong. My friends, the main body is truly ruthless. I envy that departed avatar father. When will my main body lose another billion so we can also become fathers? Listen, I aspire to be a great father. Data indicates that is impossible. At that time, the main body's abilities were not fully developed. Now, having evolved to max version, it is fundamentally unlikely. Ha! Earning money is so easy. The avatar, upon hearing this, could no longer remain composed. After all, that particular avatar held a prestigious status, having nurtured the main body from infancy during its amnesia. Accepting the scoring bracelet from Chu Feiyuan, I sauntered over to Wang Dashan. Dashan, where is Xiaoyan? Who are you calling Dashan? Xiaoyan isn't taking the exam. She has been specially recruited and is currently choosing her profession. When the university rankings are announced. You little rascal, how dare you call my granddaughter like that? Upon hearing Zhang Zhong's words, the old man immediately puffed up in indignation. Do not call out if you do not wish to, the young rascal retorted. I advise you to reconsider any thoughts of changing your profession. It seems of little benefit to you. Instead, Perhaps you should focus on excelling in the university rankings. Who knows, it might even lead you to the path of cultivation. Mind your own business, old man. I will switch if I want to. Zhang Zhong exclaimed, hands on his hips, resembling a grandson playfully sparring with his grandfather. I can't be bothered with you, young rascal. Prepare yourself. We are departing shortly. Wang Dashan found himself increasingly fond of the young lad. Though his words were dismissive, his attitude was remarkable, and his combat prowess was extraordinarily formidable. As a potential fourth-tier warrior, the Azura's perception was exceptionally keen. However, he could not gauge the young man's vitality or physical prowess at all. It was noteworthy that even ordinary individuals or seasoned practitioners could sometimes be sensed by him, yet this boy was as inscrutable as a high-density diamond, utterly beyond his perception. Observing Zhang Zhong's silhouette, Wang Dashan felt that the secrets the boy harbored were as dark as his shadow, unfathomably deep like an abyss. As the words of the school authorities came to a close, the senior students of Nanxing No. 1 High School boarded the particle energy, spiritual energy, bus destined for the outskirts of the city. Chapter 49. Preparation for the martial examination in the entirety of South City. There exist 6 educational institutions encompassing elementary, middle, and high schools. Every resident, irrespective of whether they belong to the human or demi-human races, is permitted to select a nearby school upon reaching the age of enrollment. The educational system spans 12 years. The Alliance mandates that its citizens complete this 12-year education, with enrollment in the martial studies commencing in the first year of high school. Following the conclusion of the third year, an additional 6-month period is allocated to discern between students pursuing academic or martial examinations. The martial examination will convene at the historical district where the South City No. 1 High School is situated, as it serves as a crucial passage to the outside world. As the energy bus sped along, the exterior scenery whirled past, while Zhang Zhong closed his eyes, listening to the incessant murmurs of his classmate, Chu Feiyuan. Dear classmates, we are nearing the barrier wall. This wall has been forged through the blood and tears of countless ancestors. It was constructed for the benefit of our generation, enabling us to survive in this vastly transformed world. Beyond the protection of the barrier wall, the emergence of numerous formidable beings has been pivotal. Today, we shall take our first step towards our own paths, becoming professionals and warriors in the ongoing saga of humanity's survival. As the bus paused at the elevating platform, the invigorating announcement resonated within, igniting a fervor among the youth aboard, instilling within them a sense of responsibility and duty. Yet, it was clear that such sentiments fell on deaf ears for some. The vast platform descended, allowing the bus to ascend. Leaning his head against the window, Zhang Zhong observed the sight of over 100 buses halted at the elevating platform, marveling at the advancements of contemporary technology. Previously, he had felt no particular sense of awe, believing himself merely a product of this era. However, after the restoration of his memories, he comprehended that he was, in fact, a millennia-old anomaly. Soon, the bus traversed the suspension bridge that crossed the city's defensive zone. Upon halting in the parking lot of the Alliance's Defense Corps, students gathered alongside their teachers, filling the temporary space created by the Great Wall Defense Army with a staggering 30,000 individuals. Behold, the new Kirin single-person military mech. The military revelations were indeed true. Standing 40 meters tall? My heavens, what is that? As students discussed the mech, one female classmate pointed skyward in sheer terror. Ah! A piercing scream erupted, prompting all students to look up in alarm. A colossal bird, its wingspan reaching 100 meters, cast a shadow over the entire sky. Fear not, everyone. It is merely a low-tier savage beast. Before the teacher could finish, a crimson beam of light swiftly pierced the giant bird's chest. Almost immediately, various models of military mechs soared into the air, intercepting the descending creature. Zhang Zhong observed that despite the gaping wound in its chest, the monstrous bird was not yet fully vanquished. Meanwhile, the mechs and armored vehicles on the ground were not idle. They executed precise strikes against the more inquisitive beasts and quickly collected their remains. After all, the carcasses of these creatures held considerable energy and ample flesh, making them valuable for sale or preservation. Why do these creatures resemble the mythical beasts from the ancient Shan Haijing? Zhang Zhong noted that the gigantic bird possessed 4 wings, with a pair of smaller wings beneath its belly and a singular claw. Everyone, dear students, welcome to the outskirts of the city. You are now at the South City 4th Battalion of the Great Wall Guardians. This time, your martial examination will take place to the east of our encampment. An officer, positioned upon the arm of a formidable mechanized warrior, spoke clearly into the ears of each student. Rest assured, your safety is not in jeopardy. The only threats are the unranked wild beasts. I urge you to gauge your own capabilities. Describing this encampment merely as a camp would be an understatement. In times gone by, the number of personnel here would only amount to a company, yet the facilities are remarkably comprehensive. A sumptuous dinner has been prepared for these famished youths. Time seems to behave peculiarly here, as if the hours outside the city do not align with those within. The reality is that a school meeting consumed the entirety of the morning, while Zhang Zhong arrived just as the principal concluded a 3-hour address. As evening descended, 30,000 spirited and excitable students assembled in the square according to their respective classes. Countless drones illuminated the night sky, forming arrays that brightened the plaza and its surroundings, rendering it as bright as day. The same officer remained on the platform, now accompanied by 6 principals from South City schools. It is likely you are aware of why we can gather and converse here at night. Not only is there a watch in place, but the nocturnal habits of the wild beasts are quite akin to those of humans. They emerge during the day and retreat at night. However, the ferocious beasts are quite different. They seldom rest, seemingly defying the natural order. Some claim that these ferocious creatures are merely the juvenile forms of the wild beasts, yet we have discovered they are fundamentally dissimilar. The feral beasts resemble invasive species, possessing a core within them that harbors energy. This core is the key to transformation. With that, I have shared all pertinent precautions. I wish you all prosperity in your martial endeavors. Upon concluding his speech, the officer ascended into the mechanized suit and vanished into the night sky. After his departure, the headmaster of South City No. 1 High School, Wang Dashan, stepped forward. I shall refrain from lengthy remarks. Students, as your names are called, please step forward to receive your armor and weapons. After you have acquired your gear, you may change as needed. Any prohibited equipment on your personal suits has been disabled, so please adhere to these regulations. Failure to comply will result in disqualification from the martial examination. Gu Qinghan, Xiaosei, Lu Lu, Niu Taizhu. Standing on the platform were teachers from nearly every class. Each student called forth hurried to their respective teachers to obtain their weapons. The supply depot rapidly diminished, leaving only empty boxes, which the teachers collected into their specialized storage spaces. It was evident that the variety of weapons was extensive, yet many students opted for their personally owned arms, as the quality of custom-forged weapons far surpassed that of mass-produced alternatives. Nonetheless, the students retrieved communication wristbands and military-grade drones equipped with first-aid supplies from the depot. As Zhang Zhong heard his name, he rushed to stand before Lin Xiaoxiao. Hey, Teacher Lin, I trust you now approve of my participation in the martial examination? Agreement, return alive, thank you. While this phrase is fundamentally directed at every student, Zhang Zhong concedes that Lin Xiaoxiao is indeed a competent teacher. Upon taking the stage, apart from Wang Dashan, the principals from various schools expressed their astonishment upon seeing Zhang Zhong. It truly is old Wang's renowned weapon. Indeed, old Wang, is this fellow your relative? Leave. Wang Dashan berated the group of seasoned veterans, admonishing them for their indiscreet remarks. Had it been in his youth, he would have ensured they experienced the dark days. In the square, most students had received their battle armor and weapons, with some even bringing their own. However, it was evident that these armors were noticeably lacking many attachments. The missing components included fire control weapons such as energy arms, multifunctional display rings, anti-gravity devices, and faceplates. The martial arts examination forbids the use of any weaponry beyond cold arms. Gradually, students donned their armors and weapons, engaging in conversation and showing off, as is the wont of youth. The square resonated with laughter under the night sky, devoid of any sense of tension. Chapter 50. The humanized martial examination bearing a colossal sword, adorned with 2 bracelets on his left wrist and a communication ring on his right arm, Zhang Zhong appeared remarkably out of place, with a drone resembling an insect perched upon his right shoulder, its armored suit concealed beneath his attire. "Brother Zhong, my score relies on you," Chu Feiyuan worriedly inquired as he donned Zhang Zhong's battle armor. "Have no fear, my chubby friend. Just lie back and I will ensure your ascent," Zhang Zhong reassured him. "Stay put in the camp. I shall take my leave now. Under the cloak of night. With no competition, I shall slay a few more beasts." Casting a glance toward where Tang Sanmao and the others were situated, Zhang Zhong confirmed that they were resting before stepping out from the confines of the bus that formed their makeshift quarters. He approached a guard stationed nearby. "Esteemed senior, may we leave the camp this evening? I read online that as long as we reach the outskirts of the city, we can commence the examination at any time." He posed 2 questions in quick succession, awaiting the soldier's response. "Indeed, you may begin at any moment. The allotted time is 48 hours, and you can check the information regarding surrounding monsters on your communicator," the guard replied, dismissing Zhang Zhong thereafter. This was the 20th fool he had encountered from this group of youngsters, for the forest at night was exceedingly perilous, and the ferocious beasts, despite their brutish nature, possessed varying levels of threat. The data chip indicated that high-level beasts were located a half-hour's trek from the camp, particularly at the abandoned gathering site numbered G52. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Zhong deemed it an opportune location. The beasts there were formidable, and the site itself, a dilapidated urban expanse, was well suited for ambush and concealment. It was indeed a battleground of strategic importance. Resolutely deciding upon this venue, he instructed Old K to employ his particular expertise. "Brother, I have altered the imagery of the military-grade miniature drone, shifting its coordinates by 100 meters, he proclaimed. "This is the advantage of our brotherhood. Do not underestimate the bonds we share." "Boss, the Devourer Legion is en route," came the response. The transformation of the Devourer Legion commenced as the wolf pack set forth. 1 kilometer away from the guards' encampment, over 30 doppelgangers within the tree trunks opened their scarlet eyes, having fully morphed into fearsome giant wolves. Although they were formidable, they retained humanoid characteristics, such as the ability to walk on all fours, powerful hind limbs, and a short tail. The doppelgangers, now fully disguised, eagerly advanced toward the designated location set by the main body. Effortlessly dispatching a stealthy beast, the score counter surged from 0 to 6. As he consumed the lifeless serpent beast in his grasp, he acquired an additional gene fragment akin to that of a serpent, bestowing upon him the abilities of dislocating bones, thermal vision, and cold-bloodedness. This was the secret to Zhang Zhong's longevity. His doppelgangers possessed the ability to plunder the essence of other life forms, while the main body, or, more accurately, the temporary vessel, served as an anchor for these manifestations in the physical realm. This form of predation was far more terrifying than the plague of the black light weaponry. Experts assert that innate abilities stem from one's genetic strength, while Zhang Zhong's predation encompassed, but was not limited to, genetic material. If one were to plunder duplicates, they would accumulate and strengthen, while those that are absent would be retained. Each clone serves as a storage vessel, and Zhang Zhong possesses countless clones. Thus, in pursuit of enhancing his abilities, he engaged experts who proclaimed this to be a theoretically invincible superpower. Last century, it was precisely this semblance of invincibility that nearly led to Zhang Zhong being ambushed and rendered to radioactive waste. The world outside swarmed with serpents. After vanquishing a 3-meter-long two-tailed snake, Zhang Zhong successfully augmented its abilities into a gifted power, the bone-dissolving toxic mist. He releases vaporized biological venom, creating a domain that envelopes him, allowing his body to mimic that of a snake, with his hands sprouting claws akin to venomous fangs. Gradually, a blurred cityscape emerged within the forest, looming ominously in the darkness like a slumbering behemoth. As he approached G522, the grass underfoot grew increasingly sparse, revealing scattered bones of various sizes, some measuring several meters in length, while others were merely a couple of meters. Continuing deeper, he even encountered scattered remnants of human bones. A cursory glance at a barely navigable path overgrown with weeds led to an open street that delved into the ruins. Zhang Zhong deftly maneuvered into the intricate terrain of the dilapidated city. Above, ravens with emerald eyes occasionally flitted by, embodiments of the Lord of Plague. At this juncture, Zhang Zhong had surveyed the entire ruined metropolis, extracting his claws from the skull of a steel-claw lizard, his points now totaling 2,000. for those serpents were indeed ferocious beasts. Wait, was that a steel-claw lizard? Zhang Zhong abruptly turned, his blade-like right hand sweeping upward to meet a 2-meter-long adult B-class steel-claw lizard that sought to crush his skull, severing half its head in the process. Casting aside the bloodstains from his energy blade, he followed the vestiges left by the steel-claw lizard to its lair. After dispatching the D-class male guardian of the nest, he rummaged around but found no crystal core. Crystal cores as defined in standard literature. For any martial artist above level 20, B-class beasts could be easily dealt with. Thus, one might presume the area outside the city to be relatively safe, but to hold such an assumption is to invite disaster. B-class and above beasts typically wield elemental energies. The simplest among them can breathe fire, while A-class beasts exhibit rudimentary intelligence and can command lesser beasts. Moreover, these creatures possess skills akin to those of a mage, and their size can rival that of newly born wild beasts. The wilderness outside the city is perilous, and the abandoned urban ruins even more so, for one can never know what horrors lie within. Suddenly, a piercing cat's cry echoed through the night sky, and a shadow behind Zhang Zhong began to writhe. A black cat, resembling a tiger in size, pounced towards his back. Its claws gleamed menacingly, and its gaping maw bristled with sharp teeth. What a foul odor! You feline wretch, seeking affection without brushing your teeth. Turning swiftly, Zhang Zhong seized the throat of the tiger-like black cat with one hand. And Shadow Stabber Cat? An A-class beast, which, upon maturation, can ascend to the rank of beast general and evolve into a shadow demon tiger. Despite being held effortlessly in his grasp, the fearsome creature displayed its ferocity, yet Zhang Zhong found this beast to be rather unremarkable. The strength in my hands intensified, effortlessly crushing the throat of the shadow cat. The tendrils on my hands writhed after recording the score, while the dark, glimmering tendrils devoured the shadowy creature like a ravenous horde of serpents. Strangely, I did not acquire any genetic fragments. However, I obtained a crystal core, which should facilitate the awakening of a commendable profession. After retrieving a bed from the system's space, Zhang Zhong reclined within the lair of the steel-clawed lizard. Remarkably, he was in no rush. His score was 3,000, while that of the rotund student exceeded 2,000, placing him significantly ahead of all his peers. Hence, he could afford to rest, especially considering that the top scorer in previous martial arts examinations had only achieved 5,000 points. It is noteworthy that the steel-clawed lizards, despite their varying individual sizes, exhibit a social structure where the female leader occupies elevated terrain, while the other females build their nests according to the height hierarchy, with males relegated to mere utility, dwelling in dark, damp subterranean areas. Unfortunately, this location had been claimed by a horde of steel-clawed lizards, and the shadow cat that had previously attacked Zhang Zhong was once the ruler of this domain. Chapter 51. Fishing. Zhang Zhong had little interest in understanding the habits of ferocious beasts. Even if he were to learn about them, he would remain indifferent. Transitioning back to his true form, he relieved himself beside a skull of an unknown creature, feeling the draft that swept in through the desolate portal. He shivered involuntarily. After propping his massive sword at the entrance to block the wind, Zhang Zhong reclined back against the wall in a bed shielded from the gusts on all sides. His true self? Is this how you intend to rest? Shouldn't you strive for the top scholar of the entire league, or at the very least, the top scholar of South City? This behavior is uncharacteristic of you. A voice echoed in his mind, reminiscent of a chat group, prompting Zhang Zhong to abruptly sit up in bed. Closing his eyes, he plunged his consciousness deep into the ocean of his spirit, threads of unknown origin extending from this mental sea. These threads served as the vital connection through which the consciousness of his avatars shared memories with his true self. To simplify, it was akin to the connection between a solar power station and the server and computer via fiber optic lines. Without these connections, one could only function offline. Further extending this analogy, Zhang Zhong resembled a solar station paired with a computer terminal, while the Battle Palace acted as the network branch, with the Palace Lord as its overseer and the avatars as the employees. The rear hall paralleled the shop manager of a computer store, with its avatars akin to clerks selling branded computers. Battle Palace Plague. This is indeed far more convenient. I must commend myself. Rear hall Old K. Your thoughts are quite fascinating, true self. Battle Palace Virus. It is indeed you. I thought you might need a reminder. Rear Hall Magic Chef. This is just like the old green bubbles. Rear Hall White Hair. True self, you really are something. Rear Hall Eye Hall. Ugh, I am not worthy of a name. Rear Hall Ear Hall. You truly are something else. Rear Hall Nose Hall. Fearless. Other N avatars. Speechless. True self. You are quite enough. This chat group was a clever creation by Zhang Zhong for his avatars, proving remarkably effective. Though their communication transitioned from spoken word to text, dialogue was still possible. However, with Zhang Zhong's authoritative presence as the primary entity, his operations would become significantly simpler henceforth. I am quite the clever one. Unless I am directly beside you, I shall not linger nearby again. Thankfully, we are not affected in the same way, are we? Damn it! Zhang Zhong cursed vehemently, realizing that the consciousness of the battle palace truly resembled a form of mental fragmentation. Rubbing his head, he ultimately surrendered to exhaustion, covering himself with the blanket to commence his first slumber in the wilderness. Time passed slowly, and as dawn broke, the other students in the camp discovered that their former classmates had vanished. You all do realize that the early bird catches the worm, don't you? Their teachers could only watch helplessly as their students, belatedly aware, rushed out of the camp and into the woods. However, when these students found no ferocious beasts surrounding them, they could only venture deeper into the forest. Within the lair of the steel-clawed lizard, the midday sun filtered through the cracks in the crumbling brick walls, illuminating Zhang Zhong's face. Roar, howl, hiss. The cacophony of various beasts resonated in the air, a fierce symphony that pierced Zhang Zhong's ears. Damn it! Silence! It's deafening. Zhang Zhong's morning ire surged uncontrollably. His roar, infused with vitality, reverberated through the nearby structures, causing some to tremble and others to collapse, raising clouds of dust. Above him, a blood-red dragon's head materialized, a manifestation of his vitality, transforming his essence into a fearsome beast. Each movement exuded an aura of dread. The might of this beast was unparalleled, radiating the oppressive presence of a true divine creature. Weaker monsters were obliterated into a mist of blood, while others cowered beneath this overwhelming force. After dispatching several avatars to deal with the raucous beasts, Zhang Zhong found himself wide awake and thus sent forth a few expendable doubles. In this desolate city, aside from A-grade beasts and above, the only inhabitants were these avatars, mere bait in a deadly game. This ruthless strategy showcased Zhang Zhong's merciless nature. Yet one might find it rather intriguing. 6 avatars donned suits mimicking the blacklight virus, moving swiftly through the forest, leaving traces every 100 meters until they nearly enveloped the student's path. Other avatars reported. Number 1 has detected a target, requesting instructions from the main body. Go provoke him, then feign a weakness, and splatter him with blood, the leader commanded. Number 1 acknowledges. Number 2 prepare. Old K from the rear hall commented. The data is feasible as long as we are not targeted by firearms. The plague of the war palace observed. I shall watch the unfolding drama. The culinary mage from the rear hall added. I'm off to the market. Enjoy yourselves. The white-haired from the rear hall lamented. Why am I always the one losing avatars? It's tough being me. The eye hall remarked. I will stay home and just observe. The ear hall chimed in. Add 1 to that. The nose hall echoed. Add 1. It's Zhang Zhong. I shall deal with him, Lin Xiao declared, chasing after the silhouette of number 1, disappearing into the woods. As number 1 was merely a mundane individual, Lin Xiao quickly closed the gap. He trailed behind, and after distancing himself from Tang San Mao and Xiao Sei, he called out, Zhang Zhong. Wait a moment. We've been classmates for 3 years. As long as you don't return to the city, I can guarantee your future prosperity. I trust you as far as I can throw you. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't spout nonsense. I'd rather not die outside, feeding the beasts. Number 1 dismissed Lin Zhao's words with skepticism. In that case, you shall be buried here today. How can you be so cruel? Don't forget, the drone has a recording bracelet. Ha! Such ignorance from the lower classes. The military would hardly regard us, especially since we signed that waiver in senior year. Losing a couple of inconsequential lives poses no issue, particularly yours, worthless as you are. I am an 18-level warrior. Are you not afraid of being countered? Humph. I am a 20-level warrior. Come at me. Before Lin Xiao could finish his proclamation, he darted forward like a dragon, his sword gleaming with a chilling light. The speed left number 1 no time to react. He felt a sudden chill at his neck, and blood erupted forth. You are ruthless, yet I am but a mere avatar. What? Before Lin Xiao could react, his body was enveloped in a blinding white light, followed by the resounding roar of an explosion, which gave rise to a crimson mushroom cloud. The force of the blast instantaneously hurled Lin Xiao into the air, causing him to collide with several towering trees, which toppled under the impact. Upon hearing the explosion, Tang Sanmao and Xiao Sei rushed over, only to find Lin Xiao sprawled on the ground, drenched in blood, alongside a blood-soaked patch of grass and a sizable pit measuring nearly a meter in diameter. I have been deceived. That was Zhang Zhong's avatar, Lin Xiao thought, as he braced himself with his sword and rose to his feet, his gaze sharp and focused. He recognized that he had been used as a pawn, and thus, when he dispatched Zhang Zhong's avatar, he had intentionally left some leeway. Despite the apparent devastation, he was merely splattered with the avatar's blood. It's all right, he won't escape far. The innate abilities of avatars typically allow for pursuits of around 100 meters. He reassured himself. Look at him go. That clumsy fellow runs surprisingly fast. We shall chase him while simultaneously dealing with any ferocious beasts we encounter. It's the perfect opportunity to combine examination and extermination. Ha ha! Lin, your prowess is commendable, and Xiao, your wisdom is unparalleled. They echoed in admiration. Lin Xiao feigned exhaustion, gesturing ahead as the two raced toward the traces left behind. He then followed closely behind Xiao Sei and Tang Sanmao, pursuing the unmistakable signs of human disturbance. Chapter 52. Fish, come forth. Other clones. Report, Clone 1 is already in position, and the fish has been lured. Clone 2 is ready. Let the performance begin. Plague of the Battle Palace. I wager Clone 2 can last only 10 seconds, utilizing 10 clones. Virus of the Battle Palace. I bet 20 seconds for 10 clones. Old K of the Rear Hall. This is tedious. I shall not participate. White-haired of the Rear Hall. I shall wager 5 clones, but no more than 1 second. Leader. I bet 100 clones for 1 minute. Zhang Zhong knew that these clones were merely boasting, so he interjected, as this affair was initiated by him. Plague. The dealer has spoken. Bets are locked in. This spectacle, aimed at performance, commenced smoothly. Blast it. You disregard humanity. Observe my sliding tackle. Clone 2 swiftly turned and noticed the 3 pursuers. Without hesitation, he tossed a flashbang while simultaneously pulling out an enhanced smoke bomb, rushing towards Clone 3's location. As he slid through a hollow in the trees, the flashbang struck the trunk, exploding in the faces of Lin Xiao, Tang Sanmao, and Xiao Sei, who were closely following. Curse it, Zhang Zhong. Tomorrow marks your day of reckoning. The 3 of them shouted in unison, shielding their eyes and channeling their vitality to restore their nearly blinded vision. Xiao Sei was the first to regain clarity, his eyes glowing with an eerie fire as he gazed at the 2 still rubbing their eyes. With a surge of power, he continued the chase after Clone 2, his speed astonishing, and in mere seconds, he had distanced himself from the other 2, appearing 100 meters ahead. Fire Fist. No. Xiao, we bear no grudge, do we? Clone 2 narrowly evaded, the fiery fist igniting as he flicked the safety off the smoke bomb and stun grenade behind him. We do have a grudge. A woman like Gu Qinghan is beyond your reach, you country bumpkin. Are you serious, brother? I merely gave a little tug at the car, and you're out for my blood? Clone 2 exclaimed, feeling agitated. For Xiao Sei did not seem like a petty person. Death. Zhang Zhong. This should be your last clone. No, my original, you've betrayed me. Sensing danger, Clone 2 swiftly turned, detonating the smoke bomb and stun grenade, enveloping both himself and Xiao Sei. Clone 2 executed a roll to evade a sweeping kick and quickly crawled out of the covered area, his facial tendrils writhing as his mask blended into his black athletic attire. I'm done playing with you. Where do you think you're going? Fireball. Xiao Sei's voice echoed as a rapidly spinning fireball pierced through Clone 2's chest, flames engulfing him instantly. Ah! Xiao Sei, I shall return. May you rest easy on your journey. Here comes my brother. Witness my sword. Clone 3, brimming with vitality, shouted, his voice resonating through the woods, causing Xiao Sei to halt his blade-s motion. Simultaneously, Clone 3 drew back the composite bow, launching an arrow that soared over 100 meters, narrowly grazing Xiao Sei's face before embedding itself into a nearby tree. Not the original. Xiao Sei quickly retrieved an antidote pill, his gaze growing cold as he focused on the branches a kilometer away. Truly remarkable, the multiple clones. There are 3 of them. What happened, Xiao Xiao? Your face has been grazed by an arrow, Tang Sanmao remarked, observing the scar on Xiao Sei's visage and the arrow embedded in the tree trunk beside him. While he feigned concern, he secretly relished the situation, thinking to himself that it was indeed the perfect weapon. This could not be the original Zhang Zhong. He must still be ahead. Pursue. The trio pressed onward. If someone were to scrutinize the provided map from a high vantage point, they would discern that the 3 were advancing towards the G522 area, marked as perilous. Other clones. Clone number 2 has perished. The fish has entered the bait zone. Boss. Have numbers 3 and 4 lure them into the ruins. Plague. This game is quite intriguing. Virus. I can dispatch them all single-handedly. Old K. Those 3 fish lack tracking devices. They can be eliminated. Magic Chef. If we must kill, then let us do so. The enemy's demeanor suggests they have no intention of letting us go. White hair. Kill. Certain I can no longer bear to watch. The fate of our brothers is utterly tragic. Certain ear. Agreed. Certain nose. Passed. Unanimous vote. While running, number 3 simultaneously communicated with the group, producing a flashbang from the system space and tossing it behind him. His legs surged with red energy, thanks to the enhancement of the black light battle suit. Otherwise, a clone like him, which was merely equivalent to an ordinary human, would be incapable of keeping pace. Lin Dabin, I haven't wronged you. And Xiao Sei merely gave a little tug. Is this pursuit truly necessary? Do I look like I have cough syrup on hand? You run remarkably fast. Lin Xiao and his companions gritted their teeth, relentless in their chase. This muddy-footed fellow can indeed run. In this direction lies the monster town, Tang Sanmao pondered, recalling conversations his elder brother had once shared about the town teeming with formidable beasts, predominantly at B rank. It was certainly not a muddy-footed creature with merely 700 health points that could contend with them. Xiao Xiao. That muddy-footed creature is digging its own grave. Ahead lies Monster Town. Monster Town. Lin Xiao and Xiao Sei could not help but halt in their tracks. After all, the ferocious beasts were not mindless. They had discerned through their conflicts with humanity that residing in open areas devoid of cover made them susceptible to human firearms and energy weapons. Conversely, some high-level beasts had realized that the ruins of cities they once breached provided perfect refuge from human weaponry. Once humans entered densely built areas to engage in urban warfare, the advantages of the beasts would be magnified, as high-energy and thermal weapons were impractical in such locales. Otherwise, they would attract more ferocious beasts and even savage beasts. These savage beasts acted as the arbiters of the battlefield. Regardless of what one was, as long as they were in motion, they would be obliterated unless they were crushed like mere toys. Thus, aside from the mindless low-level beasts, all others opted for densely built regions, their paradise. Humans, too, had unwritten rules. As long as they did not form a beast tied to assault cities, they would generally refrain from deploying large-scale weapons of mass destruction. Let us proceed. An elder of mine mentioned that the beasts there do not exceed martial artist level 20. I have already broken through to level 19, just one opportunity away. Xiao Xiao is impressive. I have only reached level 18. The difficulty of upgrading is truly daunting. We shall see what transpires post-class transition. After a brief consultation, the trio resumed their pursuit in the direction where the third figure had fled. Goodness! Does this dark battle attire truly drain life? The myriad of clones exclaimed. By the Lord, the Plague Master, your virus is indeed lethal. The third has perished. Onwards, the fourth. Plague. Let us secure victory for the boss within a minute. Virus. The plague has succumbed. It is now the virus's turn to reign. Boss, fourth. It is your moment to shine and enlighten our brethren. As the third figure departed, the fourth felt a twinge of melancholy, reminiscent of the sorrow of a rabbit witnessing the demise of its kind. Yet he clearly overestimated How could a mere clone rise again? Casually, he set a trap with a thunderous detonation, along with some snares behind him, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. This space shall henceforth be known as the Fourth's Plaza. Captain Lin, I am so frightened. Come and catch me. The Fourth, noticing the trio was still 100 meters away, immediately launched into a mocking mode, even employing friendly gestures. Although Lin Xiao and his companions were unfamiliar with the gesture, it nonetheless incited their ire. Chapter 53. The fish bites the hook. This is indeed true. Zhang Zhong, you timid turtle. I have finally found you. Lin Xiao and his companions were seething with anger. After all, it took them an inordinate amount of time to pursue a mere mud-legged individual, only to be toyed with. Apologies, but I am not interested in any such frivolities, especially not with someone as hideous as you. Number 4 crossed his arms in front of his chest, his face a mask of disdain. Tang Sanmao, infuriated, noticed that Lin Xiao and Xiao Sei were momentarily distracted and pressed a button on his communication wristband. At that moment, Lin Xiao's wristband vibrated slightly. Casually glancing at Tang Sanmao, he continued to approach Zhang Zhong alongside Xiao Sei. Boss. Number 4, keep them believing. Numbers 5 and 6 are on their way to assist you. Zhang Zhong's voice resonated, and number 4 understood immediately. After all, a mere henchman naturally listened to the main host, and the consciousness transfer between the main body and its clone surpassed network speed. Throwing out a high-explosive flash grenade, number 4 swiftly turned and sprinted toward the direction where numbers 5 and 6 were approaching, now nearing the monster town. Boss. Leave one of those ferocious beasts to collect points. Let the others be infected. Virus. Understood. I truly wish to see these 3 brats perish here. Old K. There's no need for them all to die, we can take our time. Let us first deal with Tang Sanmao. Pestilence. Indeed, the essence of the main body is essentially Old 6. White hair, you're mistaken. We are all Old 6. Thus, we are inherently Old 6. It is evident that humans are mere echo chambers. Whether Zhang Zhong is human remains to be debated and confirmed. After the blinding flash, a violent explosion hurled the 3 individuals aside. Although it did not claim their lives, it certainly caused considerable trouble. Xiao, Tang Xiao, I can't go on. I'm injured. You pursue ahead. I'll take care of myself. What a useless fool. Tang Sanmao muttered under his breath, then turned to Xiao Sei and said, Xiao, let us pursue. Without hesitation, Tang Sanmao darted forward, nimbly evading the flying wooden stakes. Boom! The trap was triggered, sending Tang Sanmao crashing into a nearby tree, a massive ironwood tree known for its robust stature and height. Experts assert that ironwood trees are a result of normal trees mutating due to the absorption of vast amounts of energy from the air. This collision nearly knocked the wind out of Tang Sanmao. Useless. Xiao Sei did not hold back, cursing aloud. Suddenly, flames engulfed him. This was the unique martial technique of the Xiao family, the flame wave step, capable of propelling his speed to its zenith, akin to a soaring rocket. As Lin Xiao observed the 2 moving further away, he activated his communication wristband and logged into a specialized website, the Shadow Forum, established by the Trader of the Alliance, the Holy Light Killer. As long as one acquired the URL, they could undertake various tasks to earn substantial money or rewards. So, it was indeed the handiwork of Sanmao. Lin Xiao mused, simultaneously donning a cloak and mask, his aura instantly transforming into an icy demeanor, while a murderous intent surged in his eyes. Tang Sanmao, wait for me to deal with Zhang Zhong. Your existence will no longer be necessary, he chuckled ominously. With a swift step, his form soared to dizzying heights, rapidly propelling him towards the monster town, effortlessly surpassing Tang Sanmao and Xiao Sei below. It was indeed a perfect location for demise. The enforcement team would be unable to investigate. Zhang Zhong, you have truly chosen an exceptional spot. Lin Xiao, as if weightless, alighted on the pinnacle of the tallest edifice in the town, having dispatched the menacing beast that posed a threat to him. Raising his right hand, he produced a weapon larger than 3 Lin Xiaos combined, a high-caliber anti-material sniper rifle. For a gunsmith, such maneuvers were trivial, especially considering Lin Xiao's dual-profession prowess. After calibrating the weapon, he spread a tactical blanket on the ground, mounting the sniper rifle and patiently awaiting his quarry. through the life dynamic capture scope. Lin Xiao was astonished to observe 3 Zhangzhongs sprinting towards the town. How peculiar, Lin Xiao mused. The ability to create clones should yield a maximum of 4 to 10, yet this lower-tier individual could manifest 6. It was evident how absurd the school's talent assessment had been. Virus. Identified potential assassin as Lin Xiao. Old K. A signal within your vicinity has bypassed military jamming. The source is Lin Xiao. Pestilence. The identity confirmation is indeed Lin Xiao. White hair. I shall seek out Xiao Sei for some amusement. We can take our positions, transform into the Beast Legion. Your readiness brings me great satisfaction. Zhang Zhong lay on his bed, accepting juice from a clone, savoring a delightful sip while watching the projected film Titan Mech vs. Savage Beasts, fantasizing how splendid it would be if a clone could manifest in such a grand form. When the future Zhang Zhong's true self metamorphosed into an unknown entity confined to the dimensional void, he would surely reflect on this moment with a flick of his tail. Zhang Zhong, you are indeed a cowardly runner. With the uselessness gone, it's time to deal with you. Flame explosive fist. Fire step. The flames surged beneath Xiao Sei's feet, propelling him as if spring-loaded, leaping hundreds of meters. Verdant flames enveloped his hands, transforming them into brilliant jade. Boom! His fist struck number 4 with a resounding impact, unleashing a terrifying wave of heat that erupted from his foe, as the green flames detonated like bombs, instantly engulfing the 3 clones. In the blink of an eye, the intense heat reduced the clones to mere ashes. TSK, TSK. Xiao Sei, be cautious not to set the place ablaze. White hair Zhang Zhong crossed his arms, watching Xiao Sei strike a defiant pose before the explosion, his tone dripping with mockery. You actually dyed your hair? Xiao Sei whirled around, astonished to find white-haired Zhang Zhong standing upon the charred earth, his eyes wide with surprise. But what of it? I, Xiao Sei, shall undoubtedly become the next Flame Emperor. As he spoke, azure flames ignited around him, igniting nearby trees spontaneously, the temperature in the vicinity soaring perilously. Surviving matters not. Now you may depart. A flash of azure flames illuminated the scene as Xiaosa approached the venerable figure of Zhang Zhong. His right fist engulfed in the fiery glow aimed squarely at his opponent's visage. The impact resounded with a resounding thud. Zhang Zhong firmly absorbed Xiaosa's blow, registering its astonishing force, which exceeded several tons. It became evident why Xiaosa bore such arrogance. He possessed strength double that of a typical martial artist at the 20th level. Yet, for Zhang Zhong this was merely child's play. Despite having unlocked only a single aspect of his potential and not having refreshed his physical constitution, he found it effortless to contend with Xiaosa. With a playful spirit, Zhang Zhong engaged in a series of exchanges, trading blows with Xiaosa numerous times, each strike consistently overwhelming his opponent. However, Xiaosa, fully immersed in the heat of battle, remained oblivious to this disparity. The air crackled with the sound of fists colliding, a cacophony that echoed around them. Curiously, no fierce beasts were drawn by the commotion. Concealed within a thicket, Tang Sanmao observed the fierce clash between Xiaosa and Zhang Zhong, perplexed by the sight of Zhang Zhong, now with altered hair, managing to hold his ground against Xiaosa for such an extended duration. He wondered if he had assumed his position yet. His musings went unanswered, for Lin Xiao had already found himself face-to-face with Zhang Zhong. Chapter 54. Digestion apart, Lin Xiao found himself encircled. 10 Zhangzhongs surrounded him, 4 of which bore bizarre appearances, while the remaining 6 appeared rather ordinary. Behind Lin Xiao loomed a multitude of grotesque creatures, crawling over various architectural forms. Zhangzhong, do not mistake me for Lin Xiao. At this moment, Lin Xiao could no longer maintain his facade. Under the scrutiny of countless maleficent gazes, he was utterly incapable of masquerading, nor did he possess the means to do so. The virus approached a colossal high-energy sniper rifle, grasping it with one hand to study it. As tendrils writhed across its form, the weapon was consumed entirely. Subsequently, it merged seamlessly into the body of the plague, transforming into the Plague Lord, now towering at 3 meters tall. Resembling a diminutive giant, the Plague Lord possessed golden hair and azure eyes, his physique harmoniously balanced and brimming with explosive strength. Yet, in Lin Zhao's eyes, this Zhang Zhong appeared most terrifying. compelling him to kneel before the Plague Lord. Removing his mask, Lin Xiao was gripped by sheer horror. How could there exist a being capable of splitting open and consuming energy metals? Do not kill me. I do not wish to die. The arrogance Lin Xiao had previously exhibited was now eclipsed by his profound fear. It was the dread of death that had enabled him to evade the calamity that befell his clan, deceiving himself under the pretense of revitalizing his family. When confronted with a threat to his very existence, he became overwhelmingly fearful. Oh Xiao Xiao, in the past, I merely regarded you as a class monitor and a diligent student, until you allied with Tang Sanmao. How the world has changed. No, I do not wish to die. If you dare to slay me, I shall unveil your secret, leading the entire alliance to hunt you down. Even in death you shall not find peace. Suddenly, Lin Xiao lifted his head, his eyes turning a blood-red hue, reminiscent of a beast poised to strike. Oh, what secret? Speak of it, and I shall forgive you. You are a member of the desolate god sect. Ha ha! In that moment, Lin Xiao resembled a frenzied patient, clinging desperately to a final straw of hope. Ah, I regret to inform you that I hail from the Devouring Legion. With a swift thrust, a blade pierced Lin Xiao's flesh, and the Plague Lord's centipede-like appendages immediately consumed him whole. All of Lin Xiao's memories from birth to death were laid bare. The virus mused, goodness, he is a bastard child, with a deceased mother and a father who, though treating him as an only son, favored his adopted sister. The Plague remarked, this fellow would undoubtedly embody the archetype of a protagonist in a novel. Yet, how ruthless, to have survived in the mouth of the demon clan and even awakened dual innate abilities through fortunate encounters. He has directly attained the professions of assassin and second-class gunner. Zhang Zhong declared, retain the fragments of the assassin pathway. The gunner profession shall be for your eyes. Henceforth you shall be known as Target Serpent. Target Serpent. At last, I have a name. I can now act openly. Very well, let us return to the capital and continue observing the exploits of the silver-haired one. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Zhong transformed the Plague Lord back into a black longsword, affixing it to his back. As Magic Chef and Old K returned to the city through other avatars, while the remaining avatars returned to the realm of consciousness. With a firm thrust, I landed squarely on the back of a colossal creature, draped in scales reminiscent of a wolf yet distinctly otherworldly. Should an expert encounter it, they would surely be left aghast. This is the Thunder Wolf Dragon, a beast born from the ancient wolf that absorbed the draconic energy emanating from the dragon realm, resulting in an evolution that introduced dragon genes into its very essence. The largest specimens measure around 100 meters in length. Due to its evolutionary process, this creature has lost its sense of taste and has developed an aversion to flesh, preferring instead to consume crystalline stones imbued with electricity and the cores of other lightning-affiliated beasts or malevolent creatures. I patted the head of this diminutive being, which stood a towering 20 meters tall, feeling an unexpected joy at having acquired such a splendid mount. While others might settle for riding a fierce beast, I had claimed an entire monstrous creature. The origins of this Thunder Wolf Dragon's presence here remain a mystery. Experts suggest it thrives in areas rich in elemental lightning, reveling in the pursuit of lightning itself. Rewinding time to just before the confrontation between the white-haired figure and Xiao Sei, I sensed an unseen presence watching me. Transforming into the Plague Lord, I scanned my surroundings through the lens of a virus, yet found nothing amiss. This peculiar situation was unprecedented for me. The air began to fill with black particles, akin to dust, spreading outward. Oddly, despite the area having been cleared of life, something was rapidly regenerating there. Curiously, I glanced toward the east, where the anomaly seemed to originate. Returning to my original form, I began to harness my vital energy and divine power, my eyes glowing with golden light. Before me loomed a massive entity, over 100 meters in length, encased in formidable armor, its scales shimmering in hues of blue and yellow that blended seamlessly with the distant mountains, while its striking white fur billowed like clouds. Strangely, this creature possessed an undeniable charm. Could it be the Thunder Wolf Dragon? Such a visage was unmistakable. I had once owned a figurine of this very creature, albeit in plastic, while this one was alive. However, the look in the Thunder Wolf Dragon's eyes was unsettling. How to describe it? It was a defiant expression, The vividness of its demeanor startled me deeply. In that moment, the plague lord within me surged with determination. "Let's take it down," I commanded, and without hesitation, I surged toward the Thunder Wolf Dragon. With a contemptuous glance, I raised my right fist and, without a moment's doubt, struck the creature squarely on its massive head. A resounding thud echoed in the air, momentarily leaving the Thunder Wolf Dragon dazed. It merely scratched its head, revealing its vulnerability, and then that small creature lunged toward me. The airborne Thunder Wolf Dragon struggled futilely, its efforts proving utterly ineffective, and its body curled into a ball. With a single punch, I sent the Thunder Wolf Dragon hurtling away, yet I felt an insatiable urge for more. As I landed on the ground, I shifted into a higher gear. That previous strike had utilized my full strength at the 3rd level. Without the added momentum, it would have been impossible to lift a creature weighing several hundred tons. I crouched low, my vital energy and divine power surging within me, an overwhelming force coursing through my legs, threatening to fracture the very ground beneath me. The sound of a sonic boom erupted, shattering the surrounding edifices with the force of the turbulent air. Zhang Zhong's body moved as if in a cinematic frame drop, swiftly closing the distance to the launched Thunderwolf Dragon, landing a hook that struck its chin and sent it flying. With a powerful stomp, Zhang Zhong ascended like a rocket, pursuing the ascending form of the Thunderwolf Dragon, extending his right hand as his vitality coalesced into a claw-like manifestation, gripping the dragon's neck with an unyielding hold. He gently alighted upon a branch of an iron tree. "What was that look you just gave me? So diminutive. Great being, Thunderwolf, I humbly beseech your forgiveness." At this moment, the Thunderwolf Dragon cast aside its dignity as a feral beast, acknowledging the overwhelming strength of this individual who had effortlessly sent it flying, and now found itself unwillingly serving as a mode of transport. Could not endure such humiliation and promptly conceded defeat. "You shall henceforth be my pet." Zhang Zhong was elated. Having recently mastered the 8 gates of heavenly burial, this was the first time he had experienced such exhilarating combat. Indeed, wild beasts were remarkably resilient. In that moment of triumph, he completely overlooked the fact that the Thunderwolf Dragon could converse. Naturally, given Zhang Zhong's current mental state, such considerations were far from his mind. Chapter 55. The formal attire. Thus, Zhang Zhong acquired a steed. The entire process transpired in a mere minute. The Thunder Wolf Dragon was rather swift, or else it would have merely endured another beating. For a solitary wild beast, surviving to such an age since birth indicates its strength and intellect. The primary reason lies in its encounter with Zhang Zhong, a person embodying an unconventional cultivation system. Meeting Lin Xiao was a straightforward affair, as Lin had been observing the combat between the white-haired Zhang Zhong and the Thunder Wolf Dragon. From the moment Zhang Zhong discovered the dragon and struck it across the desolate city, to the point of pursuing and taming it, the commotion was relatively subdued. This led Lin Xiao to believe he was in a secure area, attributing the surrounding sounds to the battles of other ferocious beasts. The reason for his encirclement stemmed from his exposure and his intention to draw a weapon. The grand performance of drawing circles had yet to conclude. How could one disrupt it? Standing atop the Thunder Wolf Dragon's head, Zhang Zhong felt no guilt regarding Lin Xiao's demise. After all, once this individual donned his new attire, he had assumed the role of an assassin. Students in this era differed significantly from those of the past. Upon exiting the city, they fell beyond the jurisdiction of the Alliance, as life and death were deemed fated, while wealth was left to the heavens. The guards and schools merely served a supervisory role. This also confirmed the experts' assertions. The city and the wilderness were 2 distinct realms. Engaging in inappropriate conduct outside the city went largely unnoticed, as long as one did not actively seek help. Such was the harsh reality. Inside the city, however, was another matter entirely. Should a martial artist or a professional commit an offense, the enforcement department would pursue it relentlessly, unless there was absolutely no trace left behind. Returning to the previous hideout, the Thunder Wolf Dragon's form gradually became transparent, as if cloaked in an invisibility garment. "Little Lei, how can you become invisible?" The Thunder Wolf Dragon. This human dares to utilize a mental connection, a signature ability of wild beasts. Thus, the dragon surmised that this human might be a more formidable divine beast, completely dispelling any lingering resistance. Predecessor, I am. Smack. A resounding slap landed on the dragon's forehead as Zhang Zhong felt the creature was rebuking him. Address me as master. Such familiarity is inappropriate. It is master. That is my innate ability, electric camouflage. The dragoness response left Zhang Zhong utterly perplexed. The Lord of Plagues. Based on Lin Xiao's memories and our own, this contraption is simply optical camouflage. Oh, I see. With the Lord of Plagues reminder, the confusion vanished instantaneously. Very well. Go and play there. Like one shooing away a mischievous child, Zhang Zhong dismissed the Thunder Wolf dragon. He cast a glance at the creature, which had now nestled beneath the window frame, becoming invisible, and returned to observing the battle between the white-haired Zhang Zhong and Xiao Sei. In the desolate land adjacent to the monster-infested town, the conflict between the white-haired Zhang Zhong and Xiao Sei continued unabated. Both combatants were bare-chested, with Zhang Zhong's body marred by numerous wounds, and a tattoo of 2 red serpents entwined around a long sword graced his back. Xiao Sei, increasingly alarmed, found his arms numb, his body riddled with injuries. His right arm contorted grotesquely, while 4 bloody holes punctured his left calf, all inflicted by Zhang Zhong's bare hands. How could Tang Sanmao remain hidden, observing Zhang Zhong, who mercilessly struck Xiao Sei as if he were inflicting the same punishment upon himself? He was certain that this white-haired figure was indeed the true Zhang Zhong. It seemed that during the test, he had merely been a projection, and the injuries he bore must have resulted from his ascension to the rank of hunter. Tang Sanmao could scarcely believe that Zhang Zhong had reached level 20 and earned the most fearsome hunter guild certification. Impossible. I am already at level 19. How could this weakling endure against me for so long? Because I am at level 20, my child. Xiao Sei's furious roar demanded an explanation, to which the white-haired Zhang Zhong readily complied. After all, he had no desire for the souls fallen beneath his fists to wander the afterlife, confused about their demise. Such an end was immoral. Ah! Burning technique. With a surge of murderous intent and a heart ablaze with rage, Xiao Sei unleashed the most potent martial skill bestowed by his clan. This technique, the mightiest of the Longdu family's arsenal, could only be wielded by members of the Xiao clan. Any outsider attempting to use it would be reduced to cinders. A blue flame mark appeared on his forehead as the flames enveloped him, coiling like a gentle stream before being consumed by Xiao Sei. With each flame absorbed, he bore further fiery insignia upon his body, and a faint lotus phantom flickered in his eyes. You are commendable. My Xiao family hails from a lineage of qi refinement. Do not underestimate me. With that declaration, Xiao Sei's speed surged, astonishingly surpassing the white-haired Zhang Zhong. His fist collided intimately with Zhang Zhong's face, the forceful strike sending him spinning like a top through the air. He crashed heavily to the ground and then rebounded high once more. Zhang Zhong, adjusting his form mid-flight, fixated his gaze upon the charging Xiao Sei. Xiao Sei leapt high, delivering a powerful sweeping kick. The sound of air exploding resonated in Tang Sanmao's ears, igniting a sense of unease within him. Why had the assassin not yet taken action? Truly, he was unreliable. To his astonishment, the white-haired Zhang Zhong firmly grasped Xiao Sei's sweeping leg with his hand. Xiao Sei, do you think you are the only one capable of unleashing your full power? Ghost back. Activate. Tang Sanmao witnessed the transformation. Xiao Sei's expression shifted as the once white-haired Zhang Zhong began to elevate. His hair transformed into a wild crimson, and his eyes blazed a fierce scarlet. Even the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Ah, you have successfully drawn my attention. With such a transformation and such words, confronted by the white-haired, no, red-haired figure's aggressive gaze, Xiao Sei felt an involuntary shiver race through him on this scorching day. Are you prepared to undergo the trial of a true man? As the white-haired figure activated Ghost Back, he descended lightly to the ground, causing the earth beneath him to sink instantly. The activation of Ghost Back altered his physical mass drastically. The hard ground outside the city felt as fragile as ice underfoot. What manner of creature is this? At this moment, Tang Sanmao found himself awestruck by the imposing aura emanating from Zhang Zhong, trembling uncontrollably. Simultaneously, Xiao Sei sensed a mounting pressure around his ankles, like a hydraulic alloy clamp that he could not escape, no matter how fiercely he struggled. Let me go! Let me go! I preferred your previous form. As crimson light surged in his eyes, he swung his arms violently, showcasing techniques from another world now manifesting in this realm. The turbulent air generated by swift movements twisted and coalesced, draping the white-haired figure in what resembled a finely tailored garment. Ah! Xiao Sei felt his blood surge backward, as if his very bones had been dislocated. The cacophony. He swung Xiao Sei and forcefully slammed him into the ground, creating deep craters around him, the result of Xiao Sei's face colliding with the earth. Casually, he hurled Xiao Sei away as one would discard refuse. How utterly tedious. At this moment, Xiao Sei lay limply, incapable of movement, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. He gazed towards the hiding place of Tang Sanmao, extending his hand in a gesture brimming with entreaty, as if imploring, "Why do you not intervene?" Darkness enveloped Xiao Sei's vision, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Remarkable physical resilience. The white-haired figure assessed Xiao Sei's capabilities, acknowledging that several forceful strikes had nearly allowed him to break free, conceding that his strength was indeed quite formidable. "Tang Xiao, I see you. Where do you intend to hide?" With the enthusiasm of discovering a new plaything, the white-haired figure approached the direction where Tang Sanmao concealed himself. Chapter 56. The martial examination concludes the Lord of Plagues. Indeed, quite the perverse character. Old K. Through data analysis, we are akin to a single processor, though our temperaments may differ. The culinary master. The demeanor of our silver-haired brother seems somewhat incongruous with our own. Other N clones. This fellow possesses the potential to become an esteemed actor. Reclining on the sofa, Zhang Zhong refrained from interjecting, recognizing the importance of letting his clones ponder independently to avoid squandering his own mental faculties. The silver-haired one located Tang Sanmao. Under the atmosphere deliberately crafted by him, Tang Sanmao desperately fled forward, casting terrified glances behind him, unable to widen the distance. The entirety of Monster Town had been cleared by Zhang Zhong's clones, and the atmosphere of dread escalated in the shadows. "Do not come any closer. No, Brother Zhong. I was wrong. I shouldn't have. Please no. Brother Zhong." The ensuing scenes were excessively gruesome. Parental guidance is advised for young maidens and handsome youths under 18. Like a chick being lifted, Tang Sanmao was seized. "Is it you who stealthily plotted against me?" "Brother Zhong, it's not me. It was that brat Lin Xiao who said he couldn't stand you." At that moment, Tang Sanmao regretted his decisions deeply, fully aware of his own capabilities. He could only devise a means to deceive his way back into the city, dismissing the martial examination entirely. At this juncture, Tang Sanmao gambled on Zhang Zhong's ignorance regarding the circumstances of his clones. "Since that is the case, you may depart," the silver-haired one declared nonchalantly, passing directly by Tang Sanmao. A glimmer of hope surged within Tang Sanmao, and without hesitation, he bolted back. "I possess a sword capable of cleaving through all filth. Tang Sanmao, I implore you to test my blade." Upon hearing the voice, Tang Sanmao stumbled and fell to the ground. Seated upon the earth, he continuously retreated. The silver-haired one had entirely transformed, donning a striking black robe, a grotesque black-red mask adorning his visage. He drew forth a dark crimson long knife from his grasp. In an instant, he appeared before Tang Sanmao, his blood-red eyes devoid of emotion, chilling to the bone. "When faced with peril, I shall draw my sword." "Ah!" The chilling words escaped his lips as the silver-haired one raised his long knife and struck down. Tang Sanmao clutched his right arm, blood seeping through his fingers. His right hand had been severed. When confronted with bullying, "I shall draw my sword." "Ah!" Endurance is but temporary. The oppressor shall ultimately face judgment. "Ah!" Tang Sanmao's hands and right foot were severed, blood trailing behind him in a long line. "Zhang Zhong, I am the third son of the Tang family. Spare me. I can offer you wealth, abundant wealth enough for a lifetime." Tang Sanmao pleaded, struggling desperately. "Have you ever considered the one who once knelt before you, begging for mercy? Did you spare him?" The voice of the silver-haired one resonated powerfully. At that moment, Tang Sanmao was consumed with thoughts of escaping Zhang Zhong's grasp. Yet upon hearing those words, his expression twisted into a grotesque grimace. "Ha! They are all mere peasants. What right do they have to assume a facade of superiority? Zhang Zhong, you, a mere country bumpkin, dare to presume authority over us? Come and kill me. Ah, come and kill me. You shall be hunted to death by the Tang family. Tang Sanmao's voice became a chilling wail, as if driven mad. How dreary. Begone. Sheathing his long knife, the white-haired figure lost interest in provoking the young master of the Tang clan and turned to leave. Observing Zhang Zhong's unexpected departure, Tang Sanmao summoned his internal vitality to seal his wounds, utilizing his innate abilities to envelop the injury, trembling as he rose to his feet. He retreated step by step. Crack! Boom! An explosion erupted, engulfing Tang Sanmao in flames, reducing him to a mist of crimson. Hehehe! Removing the ghostly mask, the white-haired villain let out a classic cackle, harmonizing with the cacophony of laughter that rose from the ruins, echoing in the night like the sinister chuckle of demons. The white-haired figure gradually disintegrated into black particles, dissipating along the desolate paths of Monster Town. Plague Lord. Such a trivial matter. White-haired. A spontaneous performance. Indeed. Boss. All right, Devouring Legion, continue your development. I shall allocate 50 more brothers to you. Target Snake. You truly are my splendid counterpart. Rear Hall Nose. Is it coming to an end? Rear Hall Ear. Yes. The enemy has been entirely annihilated. Old K. There are no life signs remaining. Magic Chef. Is it over? Other N clones. Liberation. Well done, brothers of the Devouring Legion. Rising from his resting place, Zhang Zhong leaped directly before Xiao Sei, who, while appearing lifeless, was indeed still breathing. The resilience of a prominent family is truly remarkable. Even with a muddled mind, he had not succumbed completely. Transforming into the Plague Lord, his right hand morphed into a claw that pierced through Xiao Sei's chest, a mass of red, twisted tendrils entering the wound. You will forget me, only to remember how you parted ways upon entering the forest. Pursuing an injured beast into the town and ultimately slaying it, he casually discarded Xiao Sei onto the ground. Plague Lord, you still know how to play your role. Zhang Zhong paid no heed, glancing at the wristband adorned with an impressive score of 10,000, contentedly heading towards the camp. Reflecting upon recent events, he initially intended to utilize his clones to shred the 3 adversaries with a beast tide, yet opted for a more direct approach for stability. Crushing an unwitting beast with a flick of his hand, Zhang Zhong felt he had missed an opportunity. He should have demanded a toll before discussing their assault on him. Alas, back to the city. His pace quickened, a sinister wind swirling through the woods. In a mere 5 minutes, he traversed nearly 100 kilometers, arriving at the camp just before dawn. The camp remained as brightly lit as when he departed, and several students had already returned, each smeared with blood, some clad in tattered garments, their battle armor marred with deep gashes and dents. A few were so gravely injured that they were being carried back by the camp as soldiers. The 1020th, announced the sentry robot at the camp entrance as Zhang Zhong entered. He headed straight for the dormitory assigned to him, collapsing into slumber. Brother Zhong, let the games begin. Casually responding, Zhang Zhong turned over and continued to sleep. Suddenly, a jarring sound pierced the air, prompting him to rise from his slumber with annoyance. He found Chu Feiyun sitting beside him, looking disheveled yet resembling a well-behaved child. Finally awake, Brother Zhong. It's time to gather in the square. Let's go. After donning his jacket, he followed Chu Feiyun out of the dormitory. Remember, a total of 5,000 points equals 100,000. He handed his bracelet to Chu Feiyun, who, upon checking the score, wore an expression of astonishment and disbelief as they entered the square, one after the other. At that moment, several containers filled with the carcasses of ferocious beasts were positioned in the square, alongside the imposing sight of standard military mechas stationed behind them, evidently collected by the guards. These are the remains of your classmates. Someone come and take a look. As 2 of the containers were opened, an avalanche of bodies spilled forth. Ah, it's Xiaoli. Away. Numerous students gasped in horror, with some even collapsing onto the corpses, wailing in despair, their cries echoing sorrowfully. Even many teachers turned their heads away. These were their students, the young ones they had watched grow up. Why are you crying? This is not a funeral. They are heroes. Chapter 57. Embarking on a new adventure, the officer's words were exceptionally cold, imbued with a profound respect. The truth was undeniably harsh for these children. However, without undergoing the martial examination, they would remain but delicate flowers sheltered from the storm. They were blissfully unaware of the perils that lay beyond the city walls. The purpose of the martial examination was to facilitate the transformation of these carefree youths into warriors, even if they were not part of the military. Only then could they confront the ferocious beasts when the tide of monsters arrived. The enduring strength of the Alliance stemmed from the martial examination, a culmination of countless sacrifices made by their forebears. The syllabus of the martial examination was forged from the invaluable experiences of martial artists who had survived amidst cities ravaged by feral beasts. In the struggle against these monsters, casualties were inevitable. Even if you choose to pursue a career as a professional, death awaits you in the face of high-level dungeons. After all, such lessons are not found in textbooks. This is the brutal reality. By opting for the martial examination, you distinguish yourselves from the warriors in those cities. Embarking on this path signifies your readiness to embrace death at any moment. I understand your aspiration to achieve a career change through the martial examination, yet you must always remember that you remain warriors, and the majority of us in the military are warriors as well, with some of your forebears having been warriors throughout their lives. Professionals, akin to a video game, level up merely by slaying monsters. However, do you realize that the original professionals were once warriors? Their experiences, derived from countless battles against feral beasts, led to the emergence of professions. Always bear in mind, warriors are the foundation of our alliance. This is merely the initial phase, where the beasts are few in number. Consider the defensive line 1,000 kilometers away, teeming with hordes of feral beasts, all yearning to breach the line and invade the Great Wall. Yet here you are, weeping. Children, a strong youth equates to a strong humanity. A thriving youth signifies a flourishing humanity, all for the sake of the alliance. The officer's words silenced countless students. Some clenched their fists. Although they struggled to fully comprehend the officer's statements, they ceased their tears and stood upright like drawn swords. All right, you all keep busy. We shall oversee things here. Wang Dashan stepped forward, for if he did not, these military personnel would whisk away the young ones to the military. Indeed, warriors are the essence of professionals, but these soldiers are unaware that only through such measures can formidable individuals be swiftly cultivated. The true danger lies not in the feral beasts, but in the world beyond the door. According to the predictions of the Dragon City Observatory, the world beyond the door is set to gradually merge with this realm within the next decade. The exact nature of that world remains uncertain, as does its potential threat to the life of this realm. However, since the appearance of the door adorned with the character for immortality, the feral beasts have begun to ravage the world, even as black and white gases seep from within the door, merging into this very land. To avoid wagering on the benevolence of those beyond the door and to expedite the emergence of strong individuals, the profession, a path crafted atop the foundation of warriors, was conceived. For the future of warriors has already been severed in this realm. Gathering of South City No. 1 and South City No. 2. The principals of the 6 schools from Sanzhong sequentially organized their ranks, and it was evident in the square that each institution had suffered grievously. Out of an initial throng of 30,000, only a little over 10,000 remained. One must consider that this is a metropolis with nearly 6 million inhabitants, which underscores the perilous situation beyond the city's confines. Scores will be disclosed upon our return to the city. Do remember to choose a prestigious institution thereafter. Wishing everyone a future filled with martial prowess, the buses gradually ascended the suspension bridge, heading towards the city. Virus. At last, they have departed. The devouring legion is activated. Numerous avatars. With the main body absent, let us resume our card games and revelries. Under the virus's guidance, over 100 Zhongzhongs marched forth. Adorned in a unified black and crimson robe, their faces obscured by masks resembling swirling vortices. This was the outcome dictated by the integrated system. Leaning back in his seat, a knowing smile graced Zhang Zhong's features. Is that really you, Brother Zhong? That grin seems rather lecherous. Silence, I am attempting to sleep. With his eyes closed, Zhang Zhong's consciousness descended into the spiritual palace. Passing through the Palace of Pride, he encountered a troubling sight. The door to the Palace of Jealousy bore a crack, albeit only the width of a finger. Damn it! Zhang Zhong opened his eyes, just in time to see Chu Feiyuan with his posterior protruding, prompting him to decisively kick the fellow out of his seat. Indeed, after delivering the kick, his mood considerably improved, and he closed his eyes again, ignoring the fat man's resentful gaze. Upon returning to the city, the smart wristbands commenced the score uploads, and the mobile phones connected to the internet. When he awoke, the bus had already entered the city. The midday sun hung high overhead, but thankfully, the bus was equipped with a cooling system. After an hour or so, 5 buses and a heavy transport vehicle came to a halt in the playground. Parents surged into the schoolyard, eagerly awaiting their beloved children. Some were elated, while others were filled with sorrow. In truth, apart from Zhang Zhong and Chu Feiyuan's playful antics on the bus, the atmosphere was overwhelmingly somber. What had once been a bus filled to capacity with 200 passengers now housed but a little over 100. Outside the windows, surviving classmates embraced their families, weeping profusely, while those parents of absent students were utterly heartbroken. After disembarking with the plump fellow, Zhang Zhong watched as he climbed into his father's vehicle. Turning away, he made his way back to his home in the old district, observing the bustling vendors along the street. He purchased a few soup dumplings, savoring them as he walked. Upon arriving home and taking a seat, his phone rang. To his surprise, it was a call from old Wang. Well, young rascal. An impressive score of 6,500. You might very well be the top scholar in the entire Yu province this year. Moreover, you managed to reach near Monster Town. If you had ventured a bit further, you might have been ambushed by the followers of the Wild God. Wang Dashan's voice emanated from the phone, tinged with concern, despite the somewhat unpleasant nature of his words. It was merely luck. I happened to slay a scorpion-tailed lion and, upon hearing the battle nearby, seized the opportunity. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Wang Dashan, the conversation, lacking common ground, concluded between the two disparate individuals, one old and one young. Sinking deeply into the embrace of the sofa, a wave of comfort washed over me. After nearly a millennium, my mindset remains largely unchanged, leaving me uncertain as to whether this is a blessing or a curse. Yet what does it matter? Why should my actions be dictated by the incessant chatter of others? Taking a sip of the chilled cola, handed to me by my doppelganger, I downed it in one go, releasing a sigh of relief. When the mood turns sour, why not indulge in a simulation of reincarnation? Zhang Zhong delved into the realm of consciousness, gazing at the abundant energy points. System. Open the world selection. Ding. The currently available worlds are Demon Slayer, Bleach, and Ajin. Let us choose Ajin. Plague Lord. I wish to explore this world of Ajin. With the collective agreement of my kind, Zhang Zhong naturally concurred. As the portal opened, the Plague Lord leapt into it without hesitation. Ding. Shall we begin? Commence. At that moment, Zhang Zhong found himself as an observer, witnessing a scene unfold within the realm of consciousness. You have been born as a boy. You are disabled. You have been born as a boy. You are blind. You have been born as a boy. However, due to a cesarean section, the doctor's scalpel has caused complications. 0 months, 0 days, 30 seconds. Surprisingly, you have not succumbed to death. Chapter 58. The Hybrid and the Grim Reaper. In this instance, Zhang Zhong refrained from immersing his consciousness into a clone. Instead, he entered a regular avatar infused with a fragment of the Plague Lord's consciousness. Under the Plague Lord's dominion, he finally acquired a unique ability. Notification. You have gained the ability. Undying, Puppet. Your parents have discovered that you are an aberration. Having just reached 1 month of age, you were abandoned by your parents. In a refuse heap, you repeatedly perished and revived. Thus, you survived until the age of 1. You began to scavenge for food among wild dogs. You were bitten to death by a dog, yet did not fully perish. Instead, your dog succumbed to an inexplicable seizure after your unconsciousness. At 1 year. On this day, you lay asleep in a trash bin, discovered by an elderly sanitation worker planning a new city, who took you in. At 3 years. Due to your uniqueness, the elderly worker was ultimately murdered, and you were confined to a sterile white room. At 18. You spent 15 years in that white room, yearning for escape at every moment. At 20. You succeeded in escaping during an experimenter's mishap, voluntarily slicing open your arm and transforming into black particles that flowed through the ventilation system. Time flows more swiftly in the world of hybrids than in the primary realm. Merely 4 hours passed, yet 2 decades elapsed. Bored, Zhang Zhong exited the realm of consciousness, activating the gaming console purchased by his avatar, and commenced an exhilarating gaming session. While the main body remained indifferent, the other avatars were captivated, gathering around to witness the Plague Lord's performance. From that point onward, you embarked on a life of evasion. That place was a testing facility, where they extracted your blood and cloned numerous monsters akin to you. At 21, you ventured across oceans and acquired the profession of mercenary, surviving through rigorous training and leveraging the knowledge gained within that white room, concealing your abilities. At 22, after a year, you established your own mercenary group and gathered intelligence regarding that location. At 24, during the 2 years of absence, you mastered the control of your abilities at will. At 25, you successfully dismantled a company known for its avant-garde technology and encountered a powerful individual codenamed Witch. At 26, the Witch was captured by the mightiest nation. To rescue her, you infiltrated their base and succeeded in her liberation. At 27, the Witch sacrificed herself to protect you, bequeathing you everything she possessed before her demise. At 28, you ascended to the pinnacle of the underground world, decimating those privy to the nation's secrets and subtly seizing control of the leadership. Your lifespan dwindled, leading to your demise. It was over. Zhang Zhong's consciousness entered the realm of consciousness once more. A portal opened, and the golden-haired, blue-eyed, Eastern-featured Plague Lord emerged. Plague Lord. That woman was utterly foolish. Her obstinacy nearly drove me to madness. White-haired. Remarkably, someone fancies your Chinibu, Sunder Demeanor, Battle Palace Master. Old K. Are you envious? Women are an impediment. Magic Chef, you're just being bitter. Target Snake. I believe, white-haired, you should visit the Grim Reaper. It was once a major IP. Boss. White-haired. I think we should go take a look. Other incarnations. I have no intention of exposing your true self. You merely wish to liberate yourself. Tired of listening to the complaints of the incarnations, Zhang Zhong decisively initiated a world passage with the remaining 1,000 energy points. Merging his consciousness with the white-haired incarnation, he took a step forward and entered the passage. After becoming accustomed to the darkness, Zhang Zhong found himself on a chaotic street, where ragged people, along with wary women and children, observed him as if he were a nefarious criminal. At that moment, he was clad in a plain white robe, with a pitch-black hole in his chest, from which a peculiar energy erupted like a floodgate. Is this a hollow? No, the hole is closing. We must leave. It is not our concern. The surrounding voices dwindled, and Zhang Zhong felt his body shrinking as his consciousness began to blur. In the Soul Society, Yamamoto Genryusai gazed gravely towards the southwest, where a vast spiritual pressure and overwhelming malice were emanating. Is someone battling a hollow? Yamamoto mused to himself. Typically, such occurrences would involve other captains stepping in, rendering his ancient presence unnecessary. Yet this sudden spiritual pressure was exceedingly bizarre. He resolved to investigate personally. With a single step, this venerable elder, who had lived for an indeterminate time, appeared in the Rukongai. Closing his eyes to sense carefully, he discovered that the source of the spiritual pressure remained stationary. His Haori fluttered without wind, and with another step, he found himself beside a white-haired child. The child was curled on the ground, pallid in complexion. Curious, Yamamoto examined the small spirit before him, realizing he could distinctly sense that the power within this child mirrored that of the earlier energy. Such an ominous spiritual pressure, if allowed to mature, could obliterate the entire Soul Society. Should I eliminate it? The thought crossed his mind but was swiftly dismissed. After all, it was merely a child. As the Captain Commander, having nurtured many exceptional Soul Reapers, he could not believe he would raise a world-destroying demon. Thus, Zhang Zhong was brought to the Soul Society. At this juncture, he was utterly bewildered. Within the depths of his soul, countless Zanpakuto floated upon the mirror-like lake's surface, an innumerable sight. For one familiar with this antique-level manga, Zhang Zhong understood the significance of the Zanpakuto, yet the sheer multitude overwhelmed him. Hesitating for a moment, As he reached for a Zanpakuto before him, the entire spiritual space trembled, and lightning, flames, and hail erupted. A black hole appeared, devouring all the Zanpakuto, and from it emerged an enormous pale scythe, fashioned from an unknown creature's spine, with a long chain extending beneath the lake's surface, connecting to a dark red tachi. Zhang Zhong directed his gaze to the lake's surface, where an androgynous voice resonated. Black Emperor, White Sovereign. The true names of the Zanpakuto were revealed. Unlike other Zanpakuto that sought their true names, in Zhang Zhong's case, they were proclaimed directly, as if in haste. The Black Emperor governs death, while the White Emperor wields the power of life. Any being slain by the White Emperor shall transform into his servant, while those struck down by the Black Emperor will sacrifice all to enhance the power of the Black Emperor's wielder. As the name of the Zanpakuto is uttered, the truth emerges. When Zhang Zhong opened his eyes, he beheld a venerable bald elder with a long beard, his eyes obscured by heavy white brows cascading down to his chest. Young one, I presume you have no kin. Henceforth you shall be called Yamamoto Zhongtai. From this moment, you are the grandson of me, Yamamoto Zhanri Sai. Since you choose silence, I shall take it as your agreement. Rise and don your garments. In such a hasty manner, Zhang Zhong acquired his name in the Soul Society. Though he was averse to being renamed Yamamoto Zhongtai, he felt powerless to resist. Under the tutelage of Yamamoto Zhanri Sai, the forcibly renamed Yamamoto Zhongtai reached the age suitable for enrollment at the Central Spiritual Arts Academy. Old man, I'm off to the entrance exam. Smoke less, it's detrimental to your health. Departing from the Yamamoto estate, he walked along the streets paved with stones solidified from spiritual particles, reveling in the clarity of the azure sky. Chapter 59. The first lesson of death. The sun shone brightly, and the flowers seemed to smile at me as I donned my explosive pack to attend the Spirit Arts Academy. Unconsciously, I began to hum an old tune. Although the melody was cheerful, a heaviness lingered in Zhang Zhong's heart, recalling a time when he was truly carefree. Upon turning a corner, I arrived at the Spirit Arts Academy, suppressing my emotions, for my interest in the arts of death and the prospect of acquiring shallow strikes remained strong. Unexpected occurrences often arrive quite suddenly. Bang! Ouch! How could there be someone here? How could there not be? What is your name? Zhang Zhong gazed at the white-haired boy seated on the ground, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with his hair color. I am not just any boy. I am called Dong Shilang. Upon hearing this name, Zhang Zhong scrutinized the boy once more, momentarily forgetting that he too was a mere child. What are you doing here, white-haired boy? I have come to participate in the selection of the Central Spirit Arts Academy. Dong Shilang, observing the imposing white-haired youth before him, sensed an intimidating aura emanating from him. In that case, follow me. Wandering about aimlessly will only attract trouble. Due to the nature of this body, Zhang Zhong recognized the old man who had imparted much knowledge to him, including some lesser-known routes of the Siriiti. He led Dong Shilang through the Shurdan workshop, then headed south for 100 meters before turning right, arriving at the grand entrance of the Central Spirit Arts Academy. The expansive gates, the seemingly colossal buildings, and the walls enclosing the entire academy left Dong Shilang in awe. Registration was free. After submitting their names to the guardian at the entrance, they fell in line behind a boy and girl. I heard that this year's assessment remains unchanged, right? Still spiritual pressure. But rumor has it there is a vacancy for the captain of the 10th Division. I wonder who will take that position? I just want to move out of the Rukongai. It seems death is the only path left for me. Such conversations echoed around them. Hey, white-haired boy. Why do you wish to become a Shinigami? Big white-haired boy, it's due to my own circumstances. After some debate, Zhang Zhong dubbed him Big White-Haired Boy, as neither wished to call the other boss or little brother. Thus the peculiar appellation emerged. Dong Shilang still refrained from revealing his true situation, fearing the loss of this white-haired companion. For ever since he had uttered that name, calamities had followed. So you too aspire to become Shinigami and live a good life? The speaker was a red-haired boy with braided hair in front of Zhang Zhong, his brows marked with a blue vein, giving him an audacious demeanor. I apologize for interrupting your conversation. Just as this boy turned to interject in Zhang Zhong and Dong Shilang's dialogue, a fist landed squarely on his head. I am called Rukia, And this is Renji. We hail from the Rukongai. Rukia extended her small hand, her soft tone radiating warmth and approachability, albeit merely an impression. Hello, my name is Zhang Zhongtai, and this little white-haired fellow is called Dongshalong. Now that we've exchanged names, we are friends. Extending my hand, I shook hands with Lucia, and then I playfully draped my arm over Dongshalong's shoulder. Ah, I thought you two were brothers. Lucia, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please don't hit me. I won't grow tall. Noticing Lucia's raised little fist, Renji promptly admitted his mistake. Soon, Lucia was called into the Spiritual Arts Academy. But after a long while without her return, Renji was anxious and prepared to barge in when his name was called as well. After waiting for about half an hour, it became apparent that the team on Zhang Zhongtai's side was largely entering without exiting, while the opposing team was entering less frequently. It turned out that those who passed the test simply remained. Realizing what was happening, Zhang Zhongtai began to observe his surroundings. It was evident that conversation had dwindled, and the palpable pressure made the atmosphere increasingly oppressive. Yamamoto Zhongtai, a voice from within interrupted Zhang Zhongtai's musings. Don't be nervous, little white-haired one. I'll be waiting for you inside. Without waiting for Dongshalong to respond, Zhang Zhongtai strode confidently through the grand entrance of the Spiritual Arts Academy. Yamamoto Zhongtai, it's me. A figure clad in the attire of the Soul Reapers, holding a list, scrutinized Zhang Zhongtai before directly handing him the form. A wave of apprehension washed over him, for Yamamoto was a surname belonging to the captain commander, and he found it hard to believe that anyone would dare to misuse such a name. Paying no heed to the peculiar expression of the Soul Reaper, Zhang Zhongtai proceeded to stand before the spiritual gate in the plaza, where he caught sight of Lucia and Renji. Evidently, Renji had just been reprimanded again. This is merely a test of your aptitude. There's no need to fear, just relax. The young lady in the Soul Reaper attire smiled, placing her illuminated hand on Zhang Zhongtai's back. Shortly after, she inscribed the word qualified on the form. I didn't expect you to look older but still be a child. The lady wore an expression akin to discovering a treasure. Thus, Zhang Zhongtai encountered companions in the Soul Society and successfully joined the Shin Academy. Sleeping in a dormitory with 3 others, Zhang Zhongtai felt as if he had returned to his university days. Kira Ikaku, he mused, observing a disheveled boy with yellow hair and bangs. Renji, if you keep chattering, I'll kick you out of the dorm. With a well-aimed throw of his slipper that struck Renji squarely on the forehead, Zhang Zhongtai lay down with immense satisfaction. Are you planning to play house? When can I come out to have a fight? In front of the Soul Lake, Zhang Zhongtai listened to the white-haired figure suspended beneath the lake's surface. At that moment, the white-haired individual had completely turned white, resembling someone who had been bleached. Those familiar with the Soul Reapers would surely recognize Ichigo Kurosaki. He looked quite similar, with the sole difference being that this fellow sported 2 pairs of black horns atop his head, and his eyes were golden with slit pupils. I've even grown a tail and have a gaping hole in my chest, the white-haired figure lamented, staring at the large hole in his chest, alongside a peculiar white tail that seemed to possess its own thoughts. He still had not comprehended what he truly was. This vivid imagery left Zhang Zhong somewhat perplexed. He extended his right hand to scratch his head, while beneath the lake's surface, the white-haired figure simultaneously reached out with a hand resembling a molten rock-covered claw. Goodness, are you truly a dragon? He exclaimed. Ah, if you claim that I, in this pitiful form, am a dragon, then surely there exists a dragon without wings. Moreover, the Eastern dragon should not possess a tail akin to a siege axe. The white-haired entity, gripping its tail, raised it to reveal to Zhang Zhong the tail's end, which astonishingly bore an asymmetrical axe blade. Enough of this. Let's rest and explore further tomorrow. Assuming a meditative posture upon the tranquil surface of the Soul Lake, he placed the blade of his Zanpakuto, transformed into a long sword, across his knees and closed his eyes. As the chime of Siriitii echoed, Zhang Zhong withdrew from the Soul Lake, enjoying a restful slumber. Before dawn had broken, Renji and the other 2 had already awakened, their faces alight with excitement, for today marked the first day of their enrollment, as well as the day they would receive their Zanpakuto. This was a significant moment concerning the future of the students at the Academy of Spiritual Arts. Once the 4 had gathered their belongings, They made their way to the square, where no fewer than 100 individuals were already assembled. As the 300 new students of the Academy of Spiritual Arts arrived, the vice-captains representing the Godii 13 stepped forth within the academy grounds. Chapter 60. The four-eyed boy Zhang Zhong, standing before the vice-captain of the 13th Division, had little interest in understanding his presence. Instead, his gaze wandered around, recognizing several familiar faces, though their names eluded him. After all, who could have anticipated encountering animated characters transformed into three-dimensional beings a millennium later? Now, let us retrieve our Shinigami blades. With those words from the teacher standing before the vice-captains, a portal materialized behind him, radiating light that enveloped all the students present. Feel deeply and find your own Shinigami blade. I can feel it. So can I. The students quickly dashed toward the depths filled with Shinigami blades. White-haired one, I sense it. I shall proceed first. Observing Toshiro Hitsugaya, Renji Yakuya, and Kira Izuru rushing toward the innermost area, Zhang Zhong picked up a Shinigami blade in front of him, assessing its weight and finding it satisfactory. He then embraced it before turning to the teacher who had opened the portal. Teacher, have I found one that allows me to leave? Indeed, with the portal now open, Zhang Zhong stepped through and returned to the plaza. Now that I am out, let us see what your Shinigami blade can do. If you can before Vice-Captain Ikika Madarame could finish his sentence, Zhang Zhong erupted with a terrifying spiritual pressure, a quality usually reserved for captains. As the spiritual pressure manifested, the Shinigami blade in his hand transformed, its color shifting to a dark crimson, morphing from a regular sword into a Tang Dao, with a broken chain connected to the end of the hilt. Descend, O judgment of the heavens. Let the world be silenced, and the abyss of hell arise. Ignite, O flames of annihilation, and extinguish the dark tail of the Black Sovereign. The chain at the end of the hilt glowed a fierce red, extending and wrapping around Zhang Zhong's right hand. While the surrounding air grew intensely hot, the ground scorched as if ravaged by molten lava. Such overwhelming spiritual pressure halted the departing vice-captains in their tracks, their eyes fixed intently on Zhang Zhong. Aizen's gaze was especially intense, concealed behind his glasses, as he contemplated the prospect of infusing this young man's soul into the H-Gyoku, a perfect plan. He sensed that the time had come for him to occupy the captain's seat, especially given the recent unrest caused by holification and H-Gyoku experiments. Would you care to join my 5th division? Aizen spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if certain of Zhang Zhong's acceptance. No, I intend to complete my relevant studies. Zhang Zhong replied without hesitation, rejecting the offer. Although he did not recall the plot of Bleach, the presence of the four-eyed boy was unsettling. Very well. I hope you take your studies seriously and master them. The other vice-captains momentarily set aside their thoughts of directly recruiting Zhang Zhong upon hearing his response. Then let us return. Classes will commence formally tomorrow. Students are advised to swiftly learn the basics of the 4 techniques, as an assessment will be conducted in a week's time. In the Ministry of War, a soldier named Zhang Zhong found himself caught in a whirlwind of uncertainty. As the creator of the Zanpakuto, both its Shirkai and Bankai, he was perplexed that he had yet to learn the true name of the Zanpakuto held by his companion. Indifferent to the schemes of others, he grasped his sword and departed the plaza, retreating to his dormitory. Once inside, he began to practice the fundamental sword techniques of the main world: slashing, slicing, thrusting, stabbing, and cutting. Gradually, he transitioned from stationary practice to wielding the sword in motion, increasing both his speed and the range of his movements until all that could be seen was a blur of blade. With a long sigh, he secured the sword, bound with chains and blankets, and carelessly placed it in his wardrobe. He then laid down on his bed, cradling his head in his arms. Just as he drifted into a drowsy slumber, he heard voices. Wow, how impressive, Toshiro. Your Shirkai has transformed into a Zanpakuto. What strength! Exclaimed one. Indeed, even the vice-captain of the 10th Division has high hopes for you. But there is much more to learn. The voices, arriving before their owners, indicated that Toshiro and the others had returned. Alright, you've all worked hard today. Get some rest. Tomorrow is when the real lessons begin. I hope you don't oversleep in your excitement, Zhang Zhong remarked before burying his head under the covers. As the trio set their Shirkai down, They caught sight of the black and red hilt of the Zampicat, wrapped in chains beside the wardrobe. "Is that a Zampicat?" one exclaimed. Indeed, who would have thought Zhang Zhong was so formidable? With their thoughts swirling, the three climbed into their beds. As the moon ascended to its zenith, the four soon fell into a deep slumber, their snores echoing through the room. At the break of dawn, the first rays of light illuminated the room, and Zhang Zhong awoke, rising from his bed. He took his black blade, Black Emperor, and ventured outside in search of a secluded spot to practice. With each swing, he lost count of the repetitions until, after countless strikes, a blade of energy sliced through the air and struck a tree 100 paces away, splitting it in two as if it were a cherry blossom tree. Intrigued by the phenomenon, Zhang Zhong continued to wield Black Emperor. From one successful strike in 1,000, it became 1 in 100, then 1 in 10, until each blow released a wave of energy. He began to switch grips, using one hand and then both, and by the time the sun rose fully, he could unleash the energy at will. He even attempted to condense and release spiritual particles, though to no avail. After securing Black Emperor at his waist, he made his way to the dining hall, swaying slightly as he walked. On the way, he encountered his three companions, and it was evident that Zhang Zhong stood tall among them, towering at over 1.7 meters. The dining hall was quiet, as the students, cherishing their academic pursuits, relished the atmosphere of learning. There was a noteworthy fact. The Spiritual Arts Academy housed 10 plazas, with a total of 3,000 new students, yet only one dining hall, which was limited in capacity. After consuming a mountain of food, the four friends finished their meals and departed together for their first lecture. The learning environment here is remarkably flexible. As long as there is an available spot, one can join any class. For instance, if the swordsmanship class is full, one may attend the boxing class instead. If boxing is also at capacity, one can then move to the demon path, and if that too is full, one can opt for the walking path. The overall atmosphere of the school is quite pleasant, especially since we have yet to be divided into classes. Why have we come here? I spotted Rukia. Zhang Zhong gazed at the three youngsters with a mixture of disappointment and concern, earnestly advising, "You can't just focus on output. If you exhaust yourselves, how can you possibly learn the walking path? If we can run fast enough, we can simply outpace our opponents, and when the time comes, we could even use stones to frustrate them." His words resonated with the three youngsters, who nodded in agreement. Brother Zhong is absolutely right. They chorused in unison, evidently in accord with his counsel. Walking, or instant step, is one of the simplest yet most crucial elements in the realms of swordplay, boxing, and demon path, as it pertains to the utilization of spiritual energy. As the four entered, a teacher standing at the podium commenced a lengthy discourse, elaborating on the subject at hand. "Could you perhaps demonstrate the explanation for us?" Chapter 61. Departure from the Soul Society, of course. However, these words were not spoken by the teacher at the lectern, but rather by a petite beauty with a bobbed haircut styled into ringlet braids, her upper body adorned in a revealing Shinigami uniform. This unexpected arrival was indeed a Shinigami, and in the modest classroom of merely 10 students, all eyes were fixed upon this enchanting figure. "You may call me Teacher H. Run. I will be your instructor in Shuanpa from now on. Allow me to demonstrate." The woman introduced herself, and as she began to unleash her energy, Zhang Zhong could distinctly sense the spiritual particles rapidly converging towards her, gathering around her legs and feet. Wow, the teacher is so beautiful, so dazzling, and her speed is astonishing. As Teacher Atron sprang into action, the students in the classroom were left utterly spellbound. On that cramped podium, she moved with an almost teleportational speed, darting back and forth in the confined space. Swish, swish, swish. Zhang Zhong's gaze was glued to every point where Teacher Atron landed, his eyes locking onto her with precision at each step. This little ghost was indeed the grandson of the captain. Suifeng, as the leader of the assassination squad, could clearly perceive Zhang Zhong's focused attention on her every movement, creating an impression that any attack from him would inevitably strike true. Shuanpa, to be precise, is a form of footwork, an art that perfectly marries physical prowess with spiritual energy. The essence lies in how one can attach spiritual particles to their legs and feet while moving at high speeds. This technique allows one to traverse greater distances with remarkable swiftness, achieving an effect akin to teleportation. though it becomes ineffective when confined in a closed space. My original body. Do I understand this? I do. Demonstrate it. The voice of the white-haired figure echoed within his mind, prompting Zhang Zhong to concentrate on the surface of the Soul Lake. Indeed, he observed the white-haired figure swiftly maneuvering beneath the surface, lacking any visible footholds yet moving even faster and soundlessly. Was this not Xuanpa? Indeed, my original body. When I witnessed that woman using it, an inexplicable notion surfaced in my mind, known as H10. The white-haired figure's guidance resurrected Zhang Zhong's dormant memories. Xuanpa is a unique movement technique of the Shinigami, allowing only linear movement, whereas H10 is a technique mastered by the Hollow's evolution into the Espada, enabling true spatial teleportation and point-to-plane movement. Alright, students, now it is time for you to practice. With her hands forming a seal and chanting incantations, the entire classroom began to transform, the space expanding dramatically. This transformation left the students in awe, their imaginations ignited. Zhang Zhong merely glanced around, noting a square opening above that revealed the classroom ceiling. Redirecting his focus, he began to guide the spiritual particles within him, discovering it was as effortless as eating or drinking. Spiritual energy gathered in Zhang Zhong's legs. After feeling a sense of readiness, he attempted to step towards an unoccupied area, and in a mere stride, he found himself at a considerable distance, the classmates appearing as mere specks. This single step, nearly 100 kilometers long, astounded Zhang Zhong, as it felt significantly less strenuous than relying solely on physical strength. Indeed, his earlier assumptions had proven correct. Thus, he began to practice diligently, traversing back and forth countless times, and soon the end of class arrived. Within the entire class, only 4 individuals had mastered the instantaneous step, Zhang Zhong and 3 others. Quite impressive. Having grasped the technique, further practice would surely enhance their skills. Dong Shilang and Zhongtai remained behind, while the others exited the classroom. Suifeng announced the end of class, and as the other students vacated the room, it quickly became apparent that only Dong Shilang and Zhang Zhong remained. Teacher? Suifeng did not respond but instead observed the 2 silver-haired youths. Had she not known Zhang Zhong was the grandson of the captain, she might have mistaken them for siblings. Teacher, I noticed you both mastered the instantaneous step earlier. Please demonstrate it for me. With that, Suifeng withdrew her scrutinizing gaze and beckoned Zhang Zhong and Dong Shilang to showcase their abilities. Upon hearing her request, Dong Shilang stepped forward and instantly appeared several dozen meters away. Zhang Zhong followed suit, having no intention of seeking the spotlight. Excellent. Just continue practicing, as the instantaneous step is vital. You need not attend further classes on this topic. Their performance left little room for Suifeng's critique. Once the class was dismissed, Zhang Zhong and Dong Shilang departed. Nearly a week passed, during which Zhang Zhong had learned nearly everything possible, with the exception of the cutting fist technique, which required a solid foundation in basic swordsmanship. Zhang Zhong had always believed that sheer strength could yield remarkable results. The day of assessment soon approached, and Zhang Zhong resolved to apply for early graduation, intending to venture into the fabled Hueco Mundo for a bit of adventure. His application was swiftly approved, and under the guidance of Yamamoto Janri-sai, he graduated smoothly from the Central Spiritual Arts Academy. The following day, Dong Shilang also applied for early graduation and was granted permission. On the same day, Renji and Kira entered Class 1, while Rukia, due to her exceptional talent in Kido, was assigned to Class 3, later being adopted by the head of the 4 noble families, the Kuchiki clan, on account of her resemblance to the late wife of the clan leader, Kuchiki Byakuya. However, Zhang Zhong was entirely unaware of these events and held no interest. Even if it were a scripted tale, he found no desire to partake, thus choosing to leave early. He intended to seek assistance from the old man to reach Hueco Mundo, but was interrupted by the silver-haired figure. We can enter Hueco Mundo ourselves. At this point, Zhang Zhong had already been away from the Soul Society for several months, having traversed nearly all spiritually active regions and having dealt with a few hollows, albeit those that were once human. These hollows are inferior. They taste like chewing wax, the silver-haired figure remarked, wagging its tail as it evaluated the hollows encountered over the past few days. Despite their abundance, their quality was indeed lacking. Tonight, I feel there is one in Hueco Mundo that would make for excellent material, Zhang Zhong mentioned, though he had not fully comprehended the senselessness of his own words. Nightfall descended. Zhang Zhong walked to a desolate area, drawing forth the Black Emperor and plunging it directly into his chest. As the Black Emperor merged with his being, his once short white hair instantly lengthened and darkened, while his attire transformed into a pristine white. 2 pairs of black horns sprouted from his forehead, and a pair of bony wings unfurled from his back. Alas, is this body truly toxic? I am still unable to escape. Within the realm of his soul, the white-haired figure felt a profound sense of disbelief. He had initially thought that his ethereal form would allow him to break free, only to discover that his original self maintained dominion. The ethereal Zhang Zhong observed the metamorphosis of his own being as an array of inexplicable knowledge flooded his mind, accompanied by a vivid recollection, even encompassing the origins of the Soul Society. The Soul Society was constructed from the remains of colossal dragons and deities, and the entirety of the Death Realm emerged in a similar fashion. The realm of death itself was but a fragment, a minuscule shard separated from the great abyss of the underworld. As the Ashen Wing, the conflagration of death and souls, alongside the ice-clad guardian dragon, served as the system's boon for Zhang Zhong's venture into the realm of death. Raising his right hand, he gestured towards the void, summoning a dark fissure that opened before him, revealing a pitch-black cavity, an entrance to the hollow world. Without a moment's hesitation, his form vanished in an instant, as the dark cavity swiftly sealed behind him. Chapter 62. Starting from scratch in the Void Realm, the Great Void Forest. A figure suddenly emerged in the Great Void Forest, towering at over 4 meters, with a pair of bony wings and a long tail trailing behind. Its eyes flickered like incandescent bulbs, ablaze with golden flames. What manner of creature is this? Well, dear readers, let your imagination run wild. Ding! A new process has commenced. The Void. Task: dominate the Void Realm. Reward: 100,000 energy points. Ah! They were indeed waiting for me. Zhang Zhong silently cursed, thinking that a casual stroll would allow him to return. This system truly deserves my utmost admiration, uttering the most cowardly words in the most assertive tone. Zhang Zhong was not afraid of the system erasing him, but rather terrified of being stranded here along with his avatar. He preferred the world of death gods over this place. As for whether the system possessed the power to do so, he felt he lacked the courage to take that gamble. After aimlessly wandering about, realizing his bony wings were merely for show, Zhang Zhong resorted to crawling on all fours. Of course, this was contingent upon his ability to rise without tumbling like a clumsy fool. After several attempts, he begrudgingly crawled. Like a mischievous creature, he roamed a bit, discovering that the towering black trees and iron trees around him soared high, reaching toward the sky, which glimmered like a netted lantern. There wasn't even a shadow to be seen. This is peculiar. Do you not notice our appearances are amiss? The white-haired figure, observing the external circumstances from the Sea of Souls, experienced a godlike perspective and realized that the avatar's current form differed from its previous one. Without fear, I find this quite fascinating. Just as he was communicating with the white-haired figure, he suddenly leaped to the left, claws deeply embedded in the tree trunk, turning to glance back at his previous position. There, he spotted a humanoid figure. As his pupils constricted, Zhang Zhong beheld a being with a white mask on its face at the spot he had just vacated. Is that you, Happy? That being is not merely a thing. It is a hollow. It startled me. It turns out to be a hollow. Zhang Zhong curiously descended from the tree, scrutinizing the creature, which, although humanoid, was significantly larger than a human, with a gaping hole in its chest and limbs resembling the pincers of an arthropod. Is this a bug? It must be an insect. Roar! Words fail to encapsulate the essence, so this exclamation will have to suffice. As if comprehending Zhang Zhong's thoughts, a piercing roar erupted from the hollow's mouth, and it lunged at him like a facehugger. Zhang Zhong even caught sight of the numerous sharp fangs beneath the bone-like mask. Instinctively, he raised his right claw and struck fiercely at the hollow's face. He didn't feel as though he exerted much force, yet the hollow was sent flying, blood spewing from its mouth, even fracturing its supposedly impenetrable mask with a web of cracks. Zhang Zhong had no intention of sparing this hollow. It was merely the first step toward dominating the Void Realm. With a powerful push of his hind legs, a force far smoother than in the world of death gods surged forth, and as the hollow landed, he instinctively opened his mouth, biting it in half. Observing the severed carcasses on either side, Zhang Zhong unconsciously licked his blood-stained fangs, finding the taste surprisingly delectable. Could it be that your CPU has mutated? It appears rather grotesque. However, both the hollow and the Shinigami are composed of spiritual particles. Blood and corpses are merely natural manifestations of their amalgamation. The white-haired individual, perceiving himself as an elder, was receiving information upon entering the realm of Shinigami, or rather genetic information which, in a more fantastical sense, could be described as the legacy of the dragon. After all, as a colossal dragon straddling the realms of life and death, he is, indeed, a dragon. This is a point he comprehends well. So, is it edible? What on earth? You've consumed your own essence yet wear a look of disdain? I couldn't help myself. You bashful pink bubble teapot. Inside the realm of souls, the white-haired one gazed helplessly at Zhang Zhong, who had devoured the hollow entirely. He finally understood why the 7th palace and the 6th palace were known as the Palace of Tongues and the Palace of Gluttony. The gluttonous nature is utterly uncontrollable. Yet, what choice does he have? After all, this entity is his own essence. If others do not show him affection, he can only rely on his numerous incarnations to do so. As Zhang Zhong swallowed the last morsel of the hollow, a familiar warmth flowed from his stomach to his limbs, ultimately converging in his heart and head. Simultaneously, he sensed his body growing larger. He could barely consider himself a fledgling dragon now. Within the realm of souls, the white-haired one felt a sense of relief, akin to a landlord's foolish son finally learning to fend for himself. Zhang Zhong experienced a sensation reminiscent of childhood. However, he did not suppress this transformation but rather succumbed to it, laying down to sleep. As Zhang Zhong succumbed to slumber, an eerie mist began to rise within the forest, enveloping this peculiar being in its embrace. In a daze, Zhang Zhong felt as if he were luxuriating in a hot spring, experiencing unmatched comfort. The vast expanse of the dark forest was shrouded in fog, and this bizarre occurrence instilled fear in the mindless hollows, causing them to instinctively retreat. At some indeterminate moment, Zhang Zhong awakened, sensing a change within his body, though the specifics eluded him. If one were to consider size, Zhang Zhong had grown considerably, capable of leaping high enough to reach the apex, indeed that apex. It became clear that what he had previously perceived as the sky was, in fact, an indeterminate layer of hard substance. After attempting a few jumps and realizing he could not ascend high, he began to wander aimlessly, leaving behind no hollow that could escape the fate of being devoured. A hum resonated as a crimson beam struck the colossal, armor-like scales on Zhang Zhong's back. However, as the white smoke generated by the intense heat dissipated, the impacted area bore not a single scratch, and faint red light began to flow through the crevices of his scales. The hum intensified. Before Zhang Zhong could discern the source of the ambush, crimson beams bombarded him from all directions. He had no choice but to raise his ornamental bone wings to shield his head. Energy barriers intermittently emerged in the latticework, deflecting the red beams. The cacophony of such concentrated attacks caused the surrounding trees to succumb and collapse under the onslaught. The red glow enveloping Zhang Zhong intensified, tinting the energy membrane of his bone wings with crimson hues. As I felt the wings behind me grow increasingly powerful, the beams of light evoked no sensation whatsoever. I climbed towards the source of these beams, where I noticed they emanated from entities adorned with white masks and dark exteriors reminiscent of towering structures. And there were dozens of them. What on earth are these creatures? I wondered, filled with curiosity. After all, it had been so long since I could recall anything other than that Blue Dai was a rogue and the elderly Yamamoto. Over the past year, the white-haired figure had seamlessly assumed the role of an old man, explaining things to me. These beings were the lowest rank of hollow, while the creatures we had previously battled were, in fact, far more evolved beings. Yet, encountering these numerous entities left me somewhat perplexed. However, to the essence of our existence, these were mere trifles. Listening to the white-haired figure's explanation, I pounced upon one of the hollows, its massive and sharp teeth effortlessly tearing through its body. Without hesitation, I began to voraciously devour it. Chapter 63. The Phantom Night Palace. Unbeknownst to me, an entire year has slipped away. Today, having completed this endeavor, I suppose it could be deemed that I have dominated the vast phantom forest. Within the confines of my soul space, the white-haired one contemplated. Since that initial encounter with the void creatures, I have tirelessly battled day and night for a full year. My true form has consumed approximately 10 million of these entities, growing from a height of over 4 meters to now a staggering 100 meters, capable of effortlessly ascending from this forest. A profound sense of accomplishment enveloped me. At last, I have nurtured my true self into a young dragon. Cheers. As for the thoughts of the white-haired one, Zhang Zhong was entirely oblivious. In this moment, he was engulfed in a frenzy, battling fiercely against the hapless prey, Jillian. With every close encounter, he was certain to send one away to oblivion. Rather than pausing to attack, Zhang Zhong launched into his next assault, relishing the chaos created by Jillian and his comrades, indulging in the feast before him. After a relentless bout of consumption, akin to a starving ghoul, he finally paused to catch his breath. At this juncture, Zhang Zhong had grown to an impressive length of 400 meters. Beyond his size, the most notable transformation was the emergence of tattered, canvas-like membranes stretching across his colossal bone wings. A mere flap would conjure a localized tempest, and he could even wield his bone wings to unleash slashes of ethereal light, reminiscent of a crescent moon suspended in the sky. Let us name it the Steel Slash, or perhaps it should be called the Crescent Moon Strike. Copyright warning. Ultimately, the two settled on the title Wing Tooth Flash, an utterly original technique. Zhang Zhong attempted to navigate his surroundings but found himself constrained. He fixed his gaze upon the shell-like structure above him. Bending low, he gathered strength and unfurled his wings, executing a quintessential dragon's pounce. With a resounding crash, he shattered the overhead shell, leaving a vast crater in his wake. Miraculously, as Zhang Zhong continued his journey, the crater began to mend itself, vanishing without a trace in a mere hour. Sand, merely sand. Roaring in frustration after what felt like countless hours of aimless wandering, Zhang Zhong's bellow reverberated throughout the white desert, the force of his breath inciting a sweeping sandstorm of immense proportions. In the center of the Phantom Night Palace, a grand edifice adorned with multiple crowns atop its skull-like visage, the figure seated upon an enormous throne of bones was enveloped in black flames. Baal Egan abruptly lifted his skeletal skull, the black flames within his eye sockets dancing wildly. It appeared that a formidable being, self-proclaimed as the Void King and referred to as Your Majesty by countless subordinates, had stirred even the powerful presence residing far to the west. Your Majesty, I am willing to summon him for you, a subordinate offered eagerly. No need, I shall go personally, Baal Egan declined. Rising from his throne, he vanished in an instant, determined to embark on this journey himself. After all, from the aura radiating from the other party, Baal Egan sensed an overwhelming strength. Upon his first glance, Baal Egan was momentarily taken aback. The other's colossal form dwarfed even the renowned Southern King of Beasts by several magnitudes. Not only was it immense, but it also exuded a terrifying spiritual pressure that instilled within him a profound sense of fear and a desire to submit. Respected companion, may I inquire as to the purpose of your presence here? After a prolonged wait, Baelgang discerned that there was no response from the other party, who instead emitted a thunderous snore reminiscent of a roaring tempest. With a sigh, Baelgang ultimately turned to depart, for disturbing someone's slumber was hardly a judicious choice. As a being of intellect, it was best to avoid such antagonistic conduct. Zhang Zhong, sprawled on the sandy ground, slept soundly. The passage of time became indiscernible amidst the alternating shadows of night and day. Gradually, his colossal form began to contract, eventually transforming into one adorned with 2 pairs of grand horns, exaggerated black hair, and clad in a fitted white attire, seated cross-legged upon the sand. Henceforth, he shall be known as the King of Illusions. Is this the result of suppression? White Emperor, Zhang Zhong softly called out, as bone wings sprouted rapidly from his back, ultimately merging into a grotesque and formidable scythe. The scythe, approximately 3 meters long, towered over Zhang Zhong, resembling a spine with a dragoness head at its apex. The blade was uneven, appearing more like a cumbersome double-headed axe than a traditional scythe. The twisted handle, reminiscent of a spine, was adorned with a circle of delicate chains and a decorative tang sword. The cutting edge glimmered ominously in crimson light. "How magnificent!" he exclaimed. "Is this truly a scythe or an axe? I once believed it to be a scythe, yet now I perceive it as an axe, or perhaps a halberd would be more fitting. The scythe does not suit our aesthetic." Upon uttering these words, the White Emperor underwent a transformation. Although the dragoness head remained unchanged, the blades on either side became uniform, with a spear tip emerging from the center. The scythe's handle elongated, stretching like a languid dragon. "White Emperor, from this day forth, I shall refer to you as the most exquisite." Indeed, compared to the unconventional weapon of a scythe, Zhang Zhong had mastered the art of the halberd, particularly excelling in the technique of the earth-splitting halberd, back when he could sweep an entire room using a broom as his weapon without difficulty. Let us bestow upon it a grandiose name, Huangquan Quangfing Halberd. Send our foes to the underworld. Perfection. Truly a stroke of genius in nomenclature. As he wielded the White Emperor, Zhang Zhong asked it to add some weight. Indeed, the sensation became more substantial, shedding its previous lightness as if he were grasping a paintbrush. "Wow, White Emperor, henceforth we shall dazzle others with the name I have created, or else it will lack flair during liberation." Hoisting the White Emperor, Zhang Zhong found himself inexplicably walking on air, instantly appearing above the Palace of Illusions. "This structure is quite grand. I did not anticipate encountering such aesthetically peculiar palatial clusters in the desert." Zhang Zhong, however, was not guided by a fixed direction but rather followed the residual scent left by Bailgang to this location. "Is the skull present?" Clearly it was not. "In that case, I shall graciously accept all the illusions here." Zhang Zhong inhaled deeply, causing the dome of the Palace of Illusions to lift, cleaved in two by the White Emperor, crashing down upon the sand dunes behind him. He happened to glimpse Bailgang seated there, a visage of melancholy. He was no longer the sovereign of the Palace of Illusions but rather a deceived victim, consumed by wrath. Death, the sigh of demise, yet it bore no fruit. Bailgang, undeterred, attempted once more, but to no avail, and decisively altered his approach. Death's axe, a colossal blade materialized from thin air, swiftly descending toward him. Clang! The clash of metal rang out with an excruciating intensity. Zhang Zhong found himself unscathed, as the blade of the axe shattered swiftly, ultimately dissipating into ethereal particles. 3 times. "I loathe being struck, for it evokes unwelcome memories." The wind, grasping the tail of the White Emperor, he swung fiercely, creating a vast rift in the sky, followed by a tempestuous onslaught of wind blades. Countless unseen edges filled the void night palace. As the saying goes, mastery of one technique paves the way for mastery of all. Having entered the realm of sword intent, Zhang Zhong could now infuse his blade's essence into any weapon, effortlessly unleashing waves of sword energy. The black flames enveloping Bail-Egan were extinguished, revealing the bare skeleton beneath, marred by a multitude of deep gashes. The multi-layered crown atop his head was cleaved in two by an invisible blade, leaving a fissure stretching into the unknown behind him. After executing this strike, Zhang Zhong ceased to focus on Bail-Egan, instead surveying the palace he found himself in, and approached the skeletal figure of Bail-Egan with a sense of curiosity. Though the exterior appeared unremarkable, the interior was surprisingly well appointed, boasting a commendable array of infrastructure. Chapter 64. The title of being devoured by the void with a resounding thud. Bailgang's upper body was cleaved in two, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Zhang Zhong's form rapidly expanded, transforming into a fearsome dragon that swallowed Bailgang whole. To be precise, Zhang Zhong's manifestation occupied a space between the ethereal and the corporeal, akin to that of a zombie. Following the consumption of Bailgang, an indescribable sense of satisfaction surged within him. Reclining against the armrest of the skeletal throne, he squinted his eyes, gazing intently at the entrance to the grand hall. "Master, what are you doing just sitting there?" "Nothing much, merely taking a moment to rest." Soon, a commotion erupted outside as dozens of Ajuka's-level hollows entered the hall, evidently drawn by the ruckus that had just transpired. Observing the forms of these hollows, they appeared more humanoid in nature. "Where is our sovereign?" Who are you? Why do you sit upon our sovereign's throne? Silence! Zhang Zhong bellowed, abruptly cutting off the Ajukas, while a terrifying spiritual pressure erupted, pinning the hollows to the ground, rendering them immobile. Submit, or be devoured by me. We submit, we submit. The Ajukas, trembling in terror, expressed their allegiance, realizing from the words of this horned creature that Baelgang had likely been consumed. Go seek your companions and inform them that we possess a means to grow stronger. Zhang Zhong commanded the prostrate Ajukas. Thus, they hastily fled the Void Night Palace in a state of panic. Remember, should you dare not return, I will ensure you witness your own demise. The new king's voice echoed behind them, causing those who wished to flee to abandon their thoughts of escape. After all, Baelgang had employed similar tactics in the past, and he had been far more brutal than this new king. Thus, these powerful hollows persuaded themselves to remain. At this moment, the Grand Hall was left with only a few distinct hollows, one of whom possessed long, dark green hair, a pallid complexion, and striking green eyes. Her face bore deep green markings resembling tear stains, with a mask resembling a horned helmet positioned on the left side of her head. Clad in garments akin to Zhang Zhong's, she exuded an aura of icy detachment. As Zhang Zhong's gaze shifted downward, he felt a rush of blood. The attire that had merely caught his eye earlier now demanded his full attention. The ensemble comprised a white coat adorned with a black, velvety bodice, and her long legs seemed to stretch beyond the limits of existence, accentuated by black knee-high boots that created an absolute domain. Goodness, this hollow is quite the sight. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. I seek tranquility. He whispered a calming incantation, suppressing the tumult within his heart. Your Majesty, I am Ural here, at your service henceforth. Depart now. As you command, Your Majesty. Ural here and her subordinates exited, leaving Zhang Zhong alone within the vast hall. His fingers lightly tapped the armrest of the throne, while his golden vertical pupils fixed intently on a column within the hall. Void blast, he murmured, summoning a dark red attack formed from solidified spiritual pressure. Fiery sparks erupted as the column shattered into debris, revealing 3 grim reapers emerging from the crater created by the strike. Who lurks in the shadows, attempting to ambush me? Zhang Zhong directly deflected the blame with a question, placing the responsibility squarely on the shoulders of the 3 death gods. You have misunderstood. We 3 have come to congratulate you upon hearing that a new king has arisen in the Hueco Mundo. Witnessing Zhang Zhong's swift defeat of Baelgang, Aizen abandoned the notion of utilizing his Shirkai abilities. You come to celebrate without offering a gift? Upon Aizen's arrival, Zhang Zhong recognized him immediately. Despite the change in hairstyle and the absence of glasses, the demeanor of an old coin remained unmistakable. With a single utterance, Zhang Zhong plunged the entire hall into silence once more. This is my gift to you, the H-Gyoku, imbued with boundless power, capable of evolving lesser hollows into Vastalord. I hope to collaborate with you. He cradled a pearl radiating a blue-black light. The H-Gyoku? With a gesture, a surge of energy enveloped the H-Gyoku, causing it to float gently before him, as Zhang Zhong extended his right hand to seize it, gazing at Aizen. Is this diminutive orb all there is? He sighed, then opened his mouth and consumed the H-Gyoku as if it were a jelly bean. Aizen was momentarily taken aback, questioning the sanity of this hollow who had just devoured something he had labored years to create. Eliminate him, destroy him. Such thoughts raced through Aizen's mind, but were swiftly quelled by reason. It was clear that expectations should not be placed upon those who had clawed their way up from the depths of the hollow realm. Their minds were indeed compromised. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully dominated the Hueco Mundo. Reward, 100,000 energy points. With his plans thwarted, Aizen departed the Hueco Mundo and commenced the arduous task of recreating the H-Gyoku. Alas, his machinations were uncovered by Captain Yamamoto, who executed him in the Spirit King's palace. The discovery, of course, was facilitated by Yamamoto's grandson, who escaped from Aizen's laboratory. This act of framing and betrayal left Aizen in a state of perpetual unease. After Zhang Zhong's departure, a new king arose in the Hueco Mundo, known as the Darkwing Monarch, whose subordinates were all Espada, including 11 of the most formidable among them. Yet, possessing dominion over the entire Hueco Mundo, The dark-winged monarch gazed eastward each night, towards the direction from whence the king had departed. At that moment Zhang Zhong, having accrued a substantial amount of gold in the human world, expended 1,000 energy points to return. Rubbing his temples, he rose from the sofa, suddenly beset by dizziness. This is bad. Entering his spiritual palace, he found the cracks on the palace of jealousy had indeed widened, though it could still withstand a few more days. After taking a moment to assess, Zhang Zhong let out a sigh of relief. The Lord of Plagues. Alas, my main body, how unfortunate. I was so close to having a girlfriend. Virus, though not human. The culinary demon murmured. It certainly has a delightful aroma, not inferior to that Gu Qinghan. White hair. My main body is a deceiver. I shall no longer participate, merely an old man throughout. Old K. According to data analysis, our XP is indeed problematic. Target Snake. Can you refrain from disturbing me while I earn money? If I am exposed, neither of you will have any funds left to spend. After returning from outside the city, Target Snake utilized Lin Zhao's account to engage in a lucrative double-dealing enterprise. Should he be exposed, he would eliminate both sides, maintaining a flawless record. Other N avatars. While you are making money, so are we. Without identity information, we can only work under the table. Do you have any idea how dark that is? You have no clue. However, we serve the essence, moving wherever necessary. Next time such an event occurs, it is imperative to bring it back. The atmosphere around Zhang Zhong is filled with joy, yet the Tang family resembles a silent abyss, with only faint breaths attesting to their survival. Passers-by occasionally notice that the gates and the courtyard of the Tang villa are draped in white cloth. The front yard directly facing the entrance has even been transformed into a mourning hall. Bashianshan, you must seek justice for our son, my poor child. In the mourning hall, a woman clutches a portrait of Tang Sanmao, wailing in sorrow, evoking tears from all who hear her lament. Tang Bing, alongside the father of Tang Sanmao, stands to the side. Tang Bing's eyes are bloodshot. As a fierce warrior, he yearns to unleash his rage. The brother, who had been sharing laughter with him just the previous morning, now lies in pieces, leaving the tempestuous heir of the Tang family in a suffocating despair. He had been prepared to indulge his brother that very night, yet now his fury surges like a tempest. Chapter 65. The professional crystal core. It hurt, an unbearable pain. The passing of Tang Sanmao left Tang Bing in agonizing despair. That wretched scoundrel, it must be that scoundrel. Rage coursed through Tang Bing as he trembled before the coffin. Recalling that fateful day, he was filled with regret. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would never have allowed his younger brother to take action. Sanmao, wait for me. I shall bring the head of that scoundrel to honor your spirit in the heavens. A large hand settled upon Tang Bing's shoulder. It was Tang Batian, the patriarch of the Tang family, and a formidable third-tier berserker, not to be confused with the ghost swordsman. For one must first traverse the abyss of demons and spirits to become one. Father, my brother is dead, and you remain utterly passive? Tang Bing glared at the towering figure beside him, his heart brimming with indignation. Are you certain that it was his classmate who killed Sanmao? You must consider the repercussions for your second brother's career before you act rashly. A hoarse, resonant voice emerged from the shadows, revealing a burly man standing 2 meters tall, bearing a grotesque scar across his face. Tang Batian regarded his conflicted elder son. If you seek vengeance, I shall expel you from the Tang family, thereby safeguarding your second brother's future. Have you thought this through, elder brother? Wailing ensued. Steward, take my wife back home. After signaling the steward to escort his wife away, Tang Batian's gaze fixated fiercely on his eldest son. He had long contemplated expelling him from the family for his relentless troublemaking. Were it not for the goodwill of his old comrades, this fool would have met his demise countless times by now, behaving like a rogue from a bygone era. Were he not the son of the first wife, he would have been cast out from the Tang family long ago. Come, follow me. Tang Batian turned and strode into his study, taking a seat in the imposing chair behind his desk, once more shrouding his face in shadow. Tang Bing entered the study. Father, Sanmao and that fellow Zhang Zhong were classmates for 3 years. At the beginning of their studies, Sanmao clashed with Zhang Zhong. The day before yesterday, when I went to reclaim the property, he kicked me down. Eventually, the enforcers arrived. Had they not, I would have ensured that Zhang Zhong could not sit for the college entrance examination. He recounted the entire affair and what had transpired with San Mao to his father. Father, it must have been that wretched Zhang Zhong. Even if you expel me from the Tang family, I will seek revenge on him. Bang! What did you just say? Scoundrel! Do you think I am unaware? How many times have I advised you to refrain from looking down on others? Have you heard not a single word? And do you think I am oblivious to the deeds you've committed over the years? Your villa is practically overflowing with corpses. Do you not feel repulsed while you sleep at night? Do you believe the entire lower district belongs to the Tang family? Or do you think the enforcers are blind? It is I who have been cleaning up your mess. No, it's me and San Mao who have been cleaning up after you. Tang Batian's ire escalated as he slammed his hand upon the table, pointing an accusatory finger at Tang Bing. You infuriate me. And do you think today's society resembles that of ancient times? Professionals can kill without consequence. And you wish to emulate ancient rogues by forcefully taking women? With a resounding crack, a palm of condensed spiritual energy struck Tang Bing's face with tremendous force. The terrifying force caused Tang Bing to stagger back several paces, his astonishment evident in his wide eyes. The fact that this old wretch was aware of his matters filled him with dread, reminiscent of the fear instilled by his father. Seeking revenge is precisely what I mentioned earlier. However, I caution you against any rash actions. That lad is the top scholar of the entire South City. Tang Batian tossed a document, prominently displaying Zhang Zhong's portrait alongside the headline announcing his status as the top scholar. Naturally, Tang Bing understood the gravity of this title. An assassination of the top scholar would incur charges of treason from the Alliance, leading to the punishment of annihilation of the 9 clans, paraded through the streets, and executed publicly, a fate akin to that of the cult of the Wasteland God. Moreover, there was no recourse for vengeance outside the city unless that young man ventured beyond its walls. Tang Batian, with heartfelt concern, reminded him, after all, he was still his eldest son. Upon hearing this, Tang Bing's eyes lit up. Calculating the time, his younger brother would soon return, and together they could venture outside the city to avenge their younger sibling. All right, father, I won't act foolishly. Very well, rest now. Upon hearing Tang Batian's words, Tang Bing turned and exited the study, closing the door behind him. Dingling. Mr. Tang, have you considered our proposal? You lunatics, get lost. Tang Batian abruptly ended the call. This group of crazies had been incessantly contacting him, absurdly claiming that if he joined them, his second son would become the Lord of South City. It was utterly ludicrous. Tang Batian, as the deputy director of the South City Guard, had no need to take such risks. True, he was a guardian, but his eldest and youngest sons were nothing but rascals, leading him to question their parentage. One was treacherous and cunning, while the other was a complete wastrel, a second-generation rich kid. Ding dong, ding dong. I am the little genius of the mic. Hey, you fat monkey, are you out of your mind calling me during the day? Groggily answering the phone, upon seeing it was Chu Feiyuan, he wasted no time in responding with emoticons. Zhonggu. Yesterday the class group announced we need to gather at school and then head to the career transition hall. Without becoming a professional, one cannot absorb the cores of ferocious beasts. All right. Spare me the details. Hearing the rustling sounds from the phone, Chu Feiyuan finally set it down, clutching the 2 high-grade transition cores his father had given him, rumored to awaken excellent professions. Setting the phone aside, Zhang Zhong, like a caregiver tending to someone incapacitated, dressed and groomed himself, then opened the door to bring in a large bag of food sent by his shadow clone, beginning to feast heartily. He could not comprehend why, since the restoration of his memories, his appetite had surged alarmingly. He had consumed a breakfast amounting to what would suffice for over 100 ordinary individuals. Plague Lord. I cannot fathom how much I would consume if I were to indulge in gluttony. Target Snake. I genuinely envy the main body. I'm merely nibbling on an energy bar. Magic Chef. Shall I send you some? Old K. Rescue me, Magic Chef. I am on the brink of starvation. White hair. I have some objections to my name. Certain nose. Silence, white hair. I still have not. Certain ear. Neither have I. Otherwise, would I be slacking off? Other N clones. We are utterly speechless, Brothers, it has been a millennium, yet we still lack a name for a single joke. Listening to the discussions among his avatars, Zhang Zhong suddenly realized that none of these principal manifestations bore names. Upon his arrival in the classroom, he was met with a disheartening atmosphere, as the seats of the unfortunate students were left vacant. The bodies of those who had not returned were located, with the most tragic case being Tang Sanmao, whose remains were reportedly reduced to mere fragments, while the class leader was missing entirely. The guardians and the school administration were in the process of communicating with the families regarding counseling and compensation details. Additionally, rewards were being distributed to students who met the admission criteria, ranging from hundreds of thousands. The reason for such wealth is that, despite the limited territory occupied by humanity, the resources and standard of living are quite commendable. Undoubtedly, Zhang Zhong was among the recipients of these substantial rewards, as they were granted by the Southern City Alliance government as a special fund. Moreover, the principal presented the ultimate vocational crystal core, a reward from the Yuzhou federal government. This was the prestige of a state champion, holding the ultimate vocational crystal core, which resembled a face adorned with a helmet. However, it was not a helmet, but rather an intricately carved representation of all professions. Chapter 66. Profession. Dear students, I empathize deeply with the experiences you have undergone. Teacher Lin stood at the podium, her gentle voice soothing the hearts of those students who had endured emotional turmoil. Only Zhang Zhong and Chu Feiyuan remained unaffected, having long been marginalized within the class, one trailing at the bottom, while the other had switched mid-course from the liberal arts to the sciences. As for Zhang Zhong's status as the top student, they felt it was somewhat inflated. Meanwhile, Chu Feiyuan's scores in martial examinations were largely attributed to his father, the commander of the Southern City Guard, Chu Fei. This was due to Chu Feiyuan's wristband being linked to the mercenary point system. Prepare yourselves for the afternoon. Those who surpass the passing score will receive a transformation core based on the synthesis of crystal nuclei. Get ready to embark on your professional journeys. After delivering her message, Lin Xiaoxiao exited the classroom, her spirits dampened, forgoing her racial abilities as she walked out. A sense of resentment brewed within her. After all, for someone with elven blood, stepping on concrete felt rather uncomfortable. Once the teacher departed, the students began to leave in succession, relishing the feeling of an early holiday. Zhonggu, I'm off. See you in the afternoon, Chu Feiyuan remarked as he produced 2 high-level transformation cores. The transformation cores, derived from the crystallized energy within the hearts of ferocious beasts, are intricate to create, requiring the engraving of runes and various complex procedures, with the technology to craft them held by the Alliance government. Zhang Zhong pondered whether these cores could be utilized by his avatar. Holding the 2 cores, he mused that if they could be employed, he would have the opportunity to experience various professions. Though it was merely an avatar, using a single processor would equate to the original self. This thought compelled Zhang Zhong to seek out Jingjing in the library. The library at Southern City No. 1 High School housed an extensive collection of martial arts literature, alongside texts restored from ancient artifacts. The entire library spanned 9 stories, featuring an architectural style reminiscent of antiquity, supported by 8 towering columns, covering an area of a staggering 10,000 square meters. Vast, indeed. Inside, the majority of the space was occupied by bookshelves, all containing copies, as the originals resided within the Alliance's armory. Approaching an unoccupied table, Zhang Zhong utilized 2 removable transparent panels to input information, allowing him to peruse the library's vast collection. However, to study, one needed to invest in insight pills, reputedly developed by the Tiancher of Longhu Mountain. These pills could imprint text and images within, enabling instant access for review and practice, remarkably convenient. Zhang Zhong marveled at the vibrant tapestry of this era, where technology collided with the fantastical. Opening the panel, he began his studies, initially seeking the art of the scythe, an exceedingly niche martial discipline. Shadow scythe, he mused, feeling an exhilarating thrill. He accelerated the playback speed of the training visuals to the maximum, completing an hour's worth of techniques in mere minutes, before progressing to the next volume until he had exhausted all materials on scythe techniques. Zhang Zhong began to study various forms of combat, including swordsmanship, spear techniques, and martial arts, his speed rivaling that of flipping through the pages of a book. Should anyone glimpse his visage, they would observe his eyes transforming into mechanical orbs, with pupils constricting and emitting a crimson glow. Old K exclaimed, "Brothers, let us get to work. Each of you take a copy." The other clones responded, "Grandfather." They rose to relieve their stiffened bodies and glanced at their phones, realizing it was already 3 in the afternoon, the precise time for school. Within the realm of consciousness, under the watchful eye of the white-haired supervisor, the clones had commenced their training, not aimlessly, but engaging in mutual combat, as martial skills must be honed in the crucible of battle. The white-haired supervisor reported, "The swordsmanship has reached mastery, the saber technique has attained mastery, spear techniques are at mastery level, the fist style has achieved grandmaster status, and the leg techniques are at grandmaster level. The task is successfully completed." The Plague Lord remarked, "It's still faster to consume the masters of those martial arts schools." Old K retorted, "Wouldn't that just create more trouble for us?" "The target," I complained. "So I'm the only fool here, playing with myself every day?" The demon chef added, "It's a headache. Magic is far more convenient." The other clones chimed in, "It matters not, we shall take action." Upon arriving at the classroom without delay, Lin Xiaoxiao gathered her 20 students once more and boarded a bus en route to the professional transition hall. On the bus, Teacher Lin produced 2 metallic boxes, revealing variously colored crystal nuclei. These were the transition crystals. 100 beast crystals could forge a lower-level transition crystal, 1,000 could yield a mid-level transition crystal, 10,000 could create a high-level transition crystal, 100,000 a special-grade crystal, and 1,000,000 an ultimate crystal. It was said that the concept of a terminal crystal still existed, albeit in theory. Zhang Zhong possessed a high-level transition crystal, as many fierce beasts contained multiple nuclei, albeit in quantities ranging from 1 to 10, largely dependent on luck, akin to unboxing a surprise gift. However, stronger beasts typically yielded a greater number of crystals. Present, Zhang Zhong held 1 ultimate crystal and 2 high-level transition crystals. The experiment was about to commence. As the queue dwindled, Zhang Zhong soon approached. "Please enter the awakening chamber and insert your transition crystal into the slot. We wish you a successful awakening into a combat profession." The monotonous mechanical voice resounded as Zhang Zhong stepped into the room. A cursory glance revealed the absence of any surveillance devices. Subtle changes began to occur within Zhang Zhong's body. Following instructions, he inserted the ultimate transition crystal into the slot. As the crystal was placed, it emitted a powerful wave of energy, igniting a formation beneath his feet, the pressure descending as ominous as divine wrath. "What the hell? Is this kid not from this era?" came a distant voice. "Just let it be. What on earth did you throw down?" A cacophony of distant voices echoed in Zhang Zhong's ears. Had he not confirmed that he had muted the clones' chatter, he would have thought they were playing tricks on him. "Ding. Congratulations on your awakening. Profession name?" "Ding. Detected. You possess 5 foundational martial skills at their zenith. Profession title established. Master of all weapons." Profession annotation. You are endowed with numerous skill slots. The exact quantity shall be determined by your fundamental attributes and level. You may wield any weapon and acquire any skill. However, initially you must possess gold to purchase inventory space and abilities. Upon awakening, you may learn skills from other professions, though the pathway for class change remains unknown. Ding. Scanning reveals your bodily attributes as unknown. Skill slots activated. Ding. A dedicated panel for practitioners has been generated. You may silently invoke the opening of your personal attributes panel. Ding. The map segment, the main dimension alliance map, has been illuminated. You may mentally choose to open or close the map. Ding. Due to the unique nature of your profession, you may opt to conceal or reveal your identity. Thus, you are a master of weapons. Why does this evoke such an uncanny familiarity? Zhang Zhong gazed at the floating panel before him, feeling that this system, which transcends mere transportation, possesses far superior functionality, reminiscent of the games of your Ding. Please make your selection promptly. In case of delay, insert a new crystal core after consecutive dings. Conceal. Ding. Please select a concealed profession title. Custom or random. Custom. Ding. Kindly edit your profession title in the designated space. Chapter 67. Assigning professions to clones. Brothers, come and analyze this. Zhang Zhong was utterly astonished to hear that one could edit their own profession title as a professional. It was a concept he had never encountered before. Plague Lord. Let us call it Plague Lord. Old K. How about the Omni King? White hair. Are you referring to the new model of mobile nuclear energy? Magic Chef. Let us name it Full-Time Mage. Target Snake. No, that one T-do. Trust me. It should be called Wanderer. Other clones. No, none of you are suitable. Strength lies in numbers. By merging our memories and knowledge, the term Wanderer conveys the essence of being leisurely and free-spirited. Ding. Editing successful. Wanderer. Ding. Profession name has been changed to Wanderer. Ding. Wishing you a prosperous martial path. The professions of individuals are not confidential. Otherwise, why would anyone attend university? After all, there are those who clearly change to a warrior class but conceal their profession only to end up in a law school, graduating with naught but a fireball spell, ultimately leading to chaos at home when they fail. From then on, it became mandatory to register professions to prevent such incidents. Ding. Profession awakening complete. If you have not inserted the class crystal, please exit in 10 seconds. Zhang Zhong did not await the countdown. His body trembled slightly, and his gaze transformed from its previous languor to a spirited alertness, even causing his ears to twitch. He grasped a high-grade crystal core and inserted it directly into the slot. This energy was merely a tad weaker than the ultimate class crystal he had previously used, and the familiar radiance emerged once more. Unlike before, this time there were no spoken words, only several indistinct statues with titles hanging above them. Dark Lord, Sword Master, Sword Sect, Dragon Knight, Apocalypse Judge, Void Walker, Martial Deity, and the Mad Warrior Emperor God, the unmatched battle god. Leader, the dilemma of choice has arisen. Wanderer, it feels wonderful to have a name. Target Snake, I genuinely envy you. White hair, if it were me I would choose Mad Warrior Emperor. Plague Lord, I believe Apocalypse Judge and Void Walker exude a higher prestige. Virus, boss, we have established a stronghold now. Other clones, you do your thing. This is none of your concern. Indeed, if we could all awaken our professions, it would be quite entertaining. We should seize the opportunity to try. In that case, whoever we point to is what they become. What on earth is Dark Lord? Somewhere, as he gazed at the emerging professions, he felt a bit lost. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the profession. Dark Lord. You must complete preliminary tasks by venturing into the abyss of gods and demons to slay 10 lords. Upon acquiring the blood of gods and demons, your awakening will be successful. Zhang Zhong reverted to his original form and inserted the final high-grade class crystal into the slot. Ding! Awakening failed. Malfunction detected. Malfunction cleared. Ding! Profession panel generated. Failure. To his surprise, the clones could truly awaken their professions. Why could he not? Gazing at the panel, now a jumbled mess of characters, he noticed that no one remained. It dawned on him that there were indeed multiple transformation rooms. Oh, Brother Zhong. What a struggle. What happened? Fat Ape. How did you end up here? As Zhang Zhong stepped outside, he was momentarily taken aback by the familiar voice of the portly figure, discreetly locking the door behind him. Alas, my father insisted I undergo a vocational awakening, and here I am only to end up with a profession titled Mad Emperor. It sounds like a combat vocation, so why am I in tears? Woe is me. That old man directed me to the military for training, and here I am, without even a proper awakening, merely presented with a character panel. With that, Zhang Zhong revealed his personal panel. What on earth? Chu Feiyuan exclaimed as he leaned closer to inspect the foundational values displayed. Brother Zhong, your strength is astronomical. Life, speed at 1,000 kilometers per second. Mind, Brother Zhong, this is more outrageous than a third-tier awakening. Sob, quiet down. Keep your voice down. That was a glitch. Let us take another look. Zhang Zhong retorted. Goodness. The attributes of a third-tier awakening. Sob. Chu Feiyuan felt as though he were suffocating under the weight of Zhang Zhong's prowess, further affirming the authenticity of those values. Even his father, at the pinnacle of the second tier, could not effortlessly overshadow him in strength. Look again. A free agent with 50,000 in strength. Chu Feiyuan gazed at Zhang Zhong with confusion, sensing that despite his unchanged appearance, his demeanor had grown even more languid. Enough gawking. Head to the usual spot and wait for me. I'll go find our principal. He watched as Chu Feiyuan departed in a vehicle from the vocational transfer hall. Finally, I've managed to get rid of this pesky fellow. Thankfully, I had my clone play games with him before. Otherwise, my cover would have been blown. Wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, Zhang Zhong felt his stature diminish slightly, yet the sense of lethargy dissipated, replaced by a newfound vigor. He casually summoned a flying vehicle. Young brother, you just underwent a transfer, right? Indeed, master, came the reply. Things have been tumultuous lately. There are rumors of hauntings along the coast. My son was injured and is on leave at home. Let me tell you, my son is a year ahead of you. You may address him as brother. The flying master grew increasingly animated, leaving Zhang Zhong in the backseat utterly speechless. After passing through a tunnel, he fell silent, exasperated by the incessant chatter. As they approached the old city, Zhang Zhong couldn't help but express his thoughts. Exiting a public restroom, he casually bought a crispy sausage for a single alliance coin and made his way to the tenement building. Suddenly halting, he thought, forget it. I'll return to school. I'll wait until the vehicle arrives at the school gate. Boss. White hair. Control that positioning clone to go to Old Wang's office. Switch with me once you arrive. White hair. Understood. Lord of Plagues. Quite clever. The other numerous clones remained silent. Moments later, at the office door, Zhang Zhong switched back and allowed the Lord of Plagues to consume the designated clone. Having exited the consciousness space, he could now directly hand over control to the Lord of Plagues, instead of relying on self-detonation. Bang bang. Enter. Upon hearing Old Wang's voice, Zhang Zhong pushed the door open. What greeted him was the sight of a beaming principal, radiating with a rosy glow. What has brought such joy to Old Wang? Do share so that I may partake in your happiness. Is my granddaughter aware? The elemental Grand Sorcerer awakens directly without the need for a class transition task. How remarkable! Zhang Zhong feigned envy, his voice laden with implications. What sort of attitude is that, young man? Never mind. You are quite the eccentric. Old Wang, do you believe I could eliminate you before you even cast a skill? Clearly, Zhang Zhong's words compelled Old Wang to sit up. He approached Zhang Zhong, extending his right hand as if to take his pulse, grasping his wrist. With calm vitality and no signs of spiritual energy fluctuations, it seemed you have not successfully awakened. But look, Zhang Zhong showcased the panel of the Great Dark Celestial. This was Zhang Zhong's discovery of how to reveal the panel for the subclass transition. Good heavens! You, the fabled Azura's true second awakening class, have obtained it directly? Do not be overly excited. By the way, I must go undertake the awakening task. You claim to be fortunate, yet perhaps not so much. Your mouth feels a bit parched, does it not? What do you mean, Old Wang? Zhang Zhong produced a cigarette from his pocket and offered it. Taking a deep drag, Old Wang relished the smoke and continued. The class transition task serves as a trial for those fortunate ones. Merely reaching it grants the status of a special class bearer. Otherwise, one must reawaken their profession. Chapter 68. Amusingly wandering through dimensions, and you are of this kind. Another type consists of exceptionally gifted individuals who can directly transition to special professions. Alas, it is a pity that Yen is indeed a prodigy who has made such a direct transition. After exhaling, Wang Dashan released Zhang Zhong's wrist and returned to his chair. Plague Lord. This old man looks down upon us. White hair. He needs to be enlightened about the scattered professions. Scattered one. Let us reveal the fundamental attributes of our true selves. Great Dark Sky. Honestly, this task is quite manageable, I believe. Target Snake. This old man dares to underestimate us. He is courting death. Old K. So it seems only I and the culinary mage lack professions? Culinary mage. You cannot say that. Even our true self lacks a profession, possessing only a personal panel. I am not envious in the slightest. The other numerous avatars collectively expressed their disdain and vowed that as long as the true self remained professionless, so would they. Wang Dashan observed Zhang Zhong's expression, fully aware of the boy's stubbornness. He was undoubtedly envious. Great Dark Sky. Consider your journey to the abyss of gods and demons thoroughly before proceeding. Moreover, The entrance ticket to the underground city of the Abyss is quite expensive, and it can only be purchased through the Warrior's Path Academy. Zhang Zhong, somewhat unconvinced, inquired, "Is it mandatory to buy it at the Warrior's Path Academy?" Indeed, other locations may present various issues, as implied by the old man. So, what you previously referred to as the Abyss of Gods and Demons is only open to first transitions. You were deceiving me. Why would I deceive a fellow elder? Very well, I understand now. Hand me the entrance ticket to the Lower Dragon Valley. Zhang Zhong gestured for Old Wang to provide him with the item. The Lower Dragon Valley ticket is priced at 90 million, or 900 if using gold coins. In the academy, it should be cheaper, likely at half price. All right, I got it. Seizing the entrance ticket directly from Old Wang's hands, Zhang Zhong turned and departed from the academy. In the old city, a pig trotter rice restaurant opened, and interestingly, the proprietor was an altered avatar of Zhang Zhong. Classmates must be wondering, in this technologically advanced era, how can an identityless avatar run a shop? Let the speculation commence in the comments. Pig trotter rice. V Plague Lord. What is so delicious about pig trotter rice? White hair. It seems to be a delicacy from a millennium ago, affordable and plentiful. Target snake. What kind of pig? Culinary mage. It is the blood-fong pig, a fierce beast with tender meat and extremely high protein content. When simmered with my secret old marinade, it is simply a gourmet delight of the new era. Old K. Culinary mage, you are particularly lively today. Scattered one. Perhaps you should change your name to Glutton. Great Dark Sky. Time to feast. The other numerous avatars. Anytime, anywhere. The serious dining Superman is ready to eat. Upon entering the restaurant, under the service of the owner, who behaved like a devoted admirer, they dined while catching up on the news. Today, the Qi refining cultivators of Longhushan have entered the Immortal Gate and successfully established diplomatic relations with several nearby minor sects, including the One Qi Path. It is reported that these minor sects have a combined total of over 100 million disciples. The integration of the myriad clans has traversed 3 centuries this year. We harbor no animosity, nor deceit. We unify all forces of solidarity to confront the epical upheaval of a millennium. The fervent voice in the news evokes in Zhang Zhong a vision of a bygone nation that achieved global amalgamation. The Immortal Gates? I have heard from a friend that to the sects, ordinary people are regarded as mere ants. How pitiable! Who could argue otherwise? Moreover, it is said that within there exist frenzied demonic cultivators akin to those from the demon realm. Your perspective is rather narrow. Whether in the pursuit of immortality or the cultivation of malevolence, it fundamentally hinges upon the fact that the individuals therein are generally devoid of compassion. Indeed, furthermore, there are rumors that these sects were dealt a heavy blow by the Grand Master, who, upon his arrival, was treated as an ordinary person, or rather, as they call it there, a mortal. Setting aside reality, the female cultivators of the celestial realm are all strikingly beautiful with fair skin and long legs. You old serpent. Hearing this, Zhang Zhong could not help but chuckle. Those denizens of the celestial realm are merely a bunch of proud beings. A good thrashing would suffice. As for those female cultivators, heh. By the way, have you heard? The map of the undead has vanished. I have indeed heard. Without it, we still possess the alien map, which seems considerably easier than dealing with those undead. At least one can leave behind a corpse. True, I still envy the days before college when we had experience vouchers. Now, this is the Abyss Dungeon, and it's as if it has all disappeared. Alas, our martial artists have fared worse. The lower-level ferocious beasts in our area have been exterminated, leaving us with no choice but to venture into perilous zones. The wilderness has also vanished? Indeed. Exiting the door, Zhang Zhong wiped away the non-existent sweat from his forehead. The subsequent events were all of his own making, and it would be prudent to stir things up sooner rather than later. Just yesterday, I learned that the dungeon has 5 distinct versions: Ordinary, Adventure, Warrior, Abyss, and King. The Abyss was previously unbearable. At most, it felt as if my essence was being siphoned away. In the Abyss, one can sustain injuries but shall not perish. However, the King version is entirely different. It mirrors reality. Death here is irrevocable. The League S Vocational Transfer Institute stipulates that during student tenure, one may only engage with the highest warrior level, and to graduate, one must conquer the abyss to attain level 50 in their profession, thus securing graduation certification. To achieve financial freedom, one must undergo a first transfer or awakening, for only the warrior, abyss, and king levels yield gold coins in the dungeon. Of course, for prodigies, the approach differs. They strive to level up and accomplish achievements, thereby generating gold coins even at the ordinary level. Though this yields less experience, graduation typically allows for the realization of financial independence. Just as I settled onto the sofa, Lord of Plagues, I believe we should send our brethren to experience other worlds. White-haired. Indeed, otherwise they are merely cannon fodder. Target snake. Yes, after all, times have changed. Boss. Other N avatars. Finally, a person of understanding. Old K. Fine. I'll just wait. Don't include me. The magic chef. Do not involve me. I yearn for strength, to either consume magic or devour souls. Moreover, I have no inclination towards that. Only gourmet delicacies can accompany me. Enough. Release the white-haired 1S Zampicat. At this moment, Zhang Zhong rose from the sofa. Wait a moment, white-haired one, are you not a soul reaper? What exactly are you? Boss, I am a corpse king, akin to the legendary Ashura. Very well. Zhang Zhong reclined back onto the sofa and retrieved his mobile phone. Simultaneously, he initiated a new round of the Avatar Crossing role-playing game within his consciousness. He sensed that this time it might not be human. Indeed, with a million illusory avatars combined with the white-haired avatar, he ultimately manifested a standing lion, a white-haired lion at that. Subsequently, a universal energy point emerged, followed by the familiar flash of white light. Ding. Location. Dimension. Parallel world? Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired the talent. Invisible Predator, Flesh and Blood Enhancement. I have a disquieting feeling that this alliance of parallel universes is somewhat amiss. An ominous premonition arose within Zhang Zhong. He sensed that if his avatars could not manage the situation, he would have to accept the consequences. The system's response indicates that this world is anything but ordinary. Chapter 69. The lion ascends the mountain. You were born a rare albino lion. At the tender age of 1, you cried out for nourishment, much like any ordinary lion. By the age of 2, you began to realize your differences. While other lions matured, you remained a mere cub. At 3, your lion parents abandoned you. By 4, driven by the instinct to survive, you learned to crouch low. At 5, with the memories of an adult, you sustained yourself on insects for protein and quenched your thirst with dew, understanding that you needed to find a source of support, even if it meant relying on humans, for you had seen bullet holes in the belly of a lioness. At 6, you grew a little more, able to crawl like other cubs, though your hind legs struggled. Eventually, you discovered a wooden cabin at the boundary of the forest and the savanna. This was the hunter's lodge, adorned with weapons, swords, bows, and rustic firearms, hanging on the walls. By 7, hunger led you to faint, attracting a bear, which was ultimately slain by the cabin's owner. At 8, the hunter found you, drawn by your unconscious cries. The hunter was an elderly man with vision impairments. He nurtured you as if you were a human child, teaching you literacy and the art of hunting. By 10, you had grown to the height of an adult and could stand upright like a human. At 12, you mastered hunting, preparing a roasted leg of beef for the old hunter, receiving his praise. By 13, as an anomaly, you remained by the old hunter's side until he was attacked when you turned 17. Assailants sought to capture you for profit. At 18, in a surge of fury, you harnessed the powers that accompanied your existence and successfully vanquished those assailants, discovering your ability to transform into a human. Old K. There's an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Magic Chef. Indeed, could it be that entity? White Mane. Who? As Old K released the constraints of memory, all avatars bore expressions of disbelief. This was none other than the lion dog. All avatars in the conscious realm echoed in unison, reminiscing about a time devoid of powers, when their greatest joy was playing League of Legends. In the conscious realm, at 20 you entered the human world as a short video creator, barely making ends meet. But alas, good times were fleeting. At 21, while producing a nature series in a conservation area, you were struck and pushed off a cliff. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Do I really seem that foolish? Dog system. If I don't take charge, am I destined to perish? Overwhelmed, Zhang Zhong's consciousness merged into the white mane's body. After erasing the memories of most beings in this world, Zhang Zhong relinquished his human identity. A roar echoed through the canyon, causing instant demise among smaller creatures and withering trees and grasses alike. Within the canyon, Zhang Zhong assumed control of the avatars, pledging to embrace a new life. After testing his physical capabilities and reflexes among the trees, he embarked on his inaugural hunt in this world, grateful that this avatar was wise enough to carry a manganese steel military knife. Zhang Zhong gazed at the claw marks effortlessly etched into the stone, forming an initial understanding of the white lion's physique, its strength comparable to that of a professional, reaching an impressive 3 to 4 tons. Its claws were sharp, seemingly not of the flesh and blood variety, and its sense of smell was extraordinarily keen, while its vision could seamlessly transition. As night fell, Zhang Zhong's sight transformed into a monochrome landscape, akin to donning night vision goggles, yet far superior in efficacy. Seizing the cover of darkness, Zhang Zhong endeavored to hunt. The rabbit, a creature from a bygone era, was easily startled. With a single leap, he ascended to a branch, snapping it to fashion a wooden spear. He began to scour the forest, and soon a rabbit appeared, its long ears bobbing behind its head, its legs extended to nearly half a meter. By its posture, Zhang Zhong discerned that it was a plump rabbit. Taking a deep breath, his eyes shifted once more, magnifying the rabbit. He sensed that if he launched his spear, it would surely find its mark. With a swift motion, the spear was released, its velocity so great it left but a fleeting shadow in its wake. Blood splattered as the spear, crafted from wood, pierced through the rabbit's body, pinning it firmly to the ground. The wooden spear, having struck the heart, spared the creature excessive agony. With a gentle leap, Zhang Zhong landed beside the rabbit, making no sound, as if he bore no weight. Sniffing the air, he decided to indulge in the flesh of his catch. He secured the rabbit's head at his waist, fashioned from a belt and strips of cloth, and began to savor the meat with deliberate slowness. A warm current surged from his abdomen into his legs, visibly causing his leg muscles to contract before gradually returning to normal. If a system notification were present, it would undoubtedly announce: Leg Muscle Enhancement 1, Jumping Ability 0. 5. Agility 0. 5. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your initial hunt. Hunt like an intelligent being. Ding. Task: Hunting Evolution Enhancement. Become stronger. Quantity 1 1000 reward. 10,000 energy points. This benefit brought Zhang Zhong joy. He wiped his mouth and stretched his body like a cat. A white shadow darted swiftly through the forest as yet another rabbit was dispatched, followed by one after another until all the rabbits in the valley were captured. Zhang Zhong's agility increased to level 1. Swallowing the rabbit meat, the warmth he had just felt dissipated. This is useless. It hardly resembles a lion or a dog. It feels more akin to a mantis, he muttered nonsensically, discarding the skeleton of the rabbit among a pile of bones. After taking a sip from his water flask and wiping the blood from his mouth, Zhang Zhong ascended to a branch, curling up like a cat before closing his eyes. In the morning, within the Fuzhou Nature Reserve, the area brimmed with natural resources, the trees lush and green, and a waterfall cascaded from the depths of the canyon, cleaving it in two. This topographical arrangement nurtured a myriad of flora and fauna. Over 300 species of first-class protected animals thrived here, including dozens of the critically endangered white-headed tiger, the largest tiger species known today. Additionally, there were vast troops of monkeys, numbering over 3,000, with 500 long-tailed macaques divided into 6 groups. The large herbivores exceeded 10,000, while small herbivores numbered in the hundreds of thousands, providing an abundant food source for the carnivorous inhabitants. Creaks and rustles filled the air. Zhang Zhong was abruptly awakened by an odd cacophony. As he glanced upwards, he spotted a long-tailed monkey frolicking above his head, inciting a surge of indignation within him. With a sudden crash, he deftly dodged a stone hurled by the mischievous creature, feeling thoroughly affronted by its audacity. Indeed, a raucous monkey. A roar erupted, reverberating through the air and instantly stunning several unfortunate monkeys, causing them to plummet from their perches to the ground, where they lay in silence. Humph! Unaware of their impending doom, Zhang Zhong thought as he surveyed the remaining monkeys. To his astonishment, upon regaining their senses, they exhibited no sign of fear whatsoever. Instead, they emitted low growls of menace, baring their teeth as they glared at him. "How dare you, you foul creatures? Do you believe yourselves the kings of the mountain in the absence of tigers?" he challenged. With a flurry, dozens of fist-sized stones were launched toward him, their swift trajectory unmistakable. Zhang Zhong had no desire to endure such a painful encounter. With a nimble leap, he ascended to another tree, swiftly departing the scene. He resolved to find a more open space to impart a lesson to these monkeys about the realities of the social order. Chapter 70. Tigger. Zhang Zhong darted about, skillfully evading the onslaught of stones hurled by the monkeys, leading them to the riverbank. His agile movements were not due to an inability to escape, but rather a strategic ploy to entice the monkeys closer. "Take that, you fiends!" He seized a stone from the ground and flung it with remarkable speed, the sharp crack of impact resonating through the air. Thud! The sound echoed like the tearing of fabric as a descending monkey was struck squarely by the stone, its chest pierced and life extinguished in an instant. Yet, this display of power did not deter the relentless assault of the long-tailed monkeys, who charged forth with the fearless tenacity of soldiers undeterred by death. As Zhang Zhong exhausted the stones at his feet, a circle of clawing, screeching monkeys lay sprawled around him. Stepping over the bloodied corpses, he seized one of the larger monkeys, scrutinizing it closely. These creatures differed markedly from those in his memories. Their tails coiled around stones like hands, and they exhibited a peculiar aggression, exhibiting an intense sense of pack mentality. Selecting a particularly sizable specimen, he twisted its head off, reducing it to mere bone before cleansing it in the water and fastening it to his belt, which now bore no traces of the rabbit head he had previously discarded. Clearly for the sake of preserving this bizarre trophy. After consuming the monkey meat, Zhang Zhong felt an awakening in his tail, akin to acquiring an additional limb. He coiled a stone and, with a swift turn, launched it with his tail, sending it hurtling faster than before, creating a substantial hole in a tree trunk large enough for two to embrace. Such power was extraordinary. Satisfied with the transformation of his tail, he finished the last morsels of the monkey. With renewed vigor, he leapt back to the precipice from which he had fallen, retrieving his backpack, which had retained most of its contents, including 2 spare daggers. Miraculously, his wallet remained intact, leading him to ponder the identities of those who had attacked him. Upon opening the wallet, he discovered 10 substantial banknotes from this world. After modifying his backpack for better concealment, he secured it to his waist, powering down his phone to erase any trace of his presence. Following the dry riverbed upstream, he soon stumbled upon a cave nestled within the cliffside. After dispatching a mountain leopard inside, Zhang Zhong claimed the cave as his new abode. The satisfaction of having the monkey's head at his waist filled him with an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Thus, he spent 30 days in the canyon, transitioning from curiosity to tranquility, ultimately succumbing to a state of numbness. Damn it! A month has passed. The white-haired lion, Zhang Zhong, erupted in frustration, his fur now unkempt and filthy. The spring water proved ineffective for cleansing, prompting the idea of bathing in hot water to arise within him. To his dismay, this body craved cooked food. The prey he hunted barely satiated his hunger. Fire! A familiar sensation surged, compelling him to rush to the riverbank to relieve himself. Zhang Zhong extended his large, claw-like hands, reminiscent of human appendages, to sharpen the collected wood. Drawing upon his experience, he swiftly crafted small wooden sticks. Then, with a plop, an object fell from the tattered pocket of his pants. It glimmered in the sunlight, radiating a metallic sheen, square in shape, with engravings adorning its surface. The moment Zhang Zhong laid eyes on this contraption, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. It was only then that he recalled his affinity for smoking, which theoretically necessitated the presence of a lighter. However, due to the consciousness replacement and his adaptation to this new body, he had entirely forgotten this essential item. Frustrated, he cursed under his breath. After enduring an entire month without fire, his gaze oscillated between the lighter and the prepared wooden sticks, ready for the primitive art of firemaking. Without a moment's hesitation, he discarded the sticks. Damn it! he exclaimed as he meticulously pressed the lighter, but after a full minute, it remained unresponsive. His forehead creased with frustration. The lighter continued to produce only sound without flame. At last, Zhang Zhong, having exhausted his patience, crushed the lighter in his grip. "What a piece of junk!" he shouted angrily, charging into the woods, toppling several trees in his wake. Returning to the riverbank, he plopped down onto a smooth boulder, resting his head on his hands. His body coiled like a spring, and in a flurry of movement, he swiftly gathered twigs, which soon lay scattered at the foot of the hill, marked by distinct imprints. Passing by a mountain goat, he noted with surprise that it exhibited no reaction. This was the effect of the unseen predator. As long as he remained within the woods or grasslands, he could achieve a form of invisibility akin to that of stealth armor. Moreover, Zhang Zhong had discovered a new application of his abilities. By maintaining a calm demeanor, he could sense all moving entities within a 100-mile radius. Up close, he could discern the subtle shifts in his prey's emotions, analyzing whether they were merely frightened or in a state of sheer terror, akin to a psychic connection. There was an even more terrifying aspect. Any creature he attacked would bear a mark, visible through a red line in his field of vision, regardless of how much time had passed since their release. He referred to this as the hunting mark. When he attacked a marked creature a third time or more, it would succumb to a fatal rupture of its blood vessels, no matter how healthy it appeared. Zhang Zhong had tested this nearly 100 times. I must find fire tonight. I need to cook something, he resolved. After a month, it became clear that his patience had limits. He recalled being at a viewpoint, where a cable car station was situated. Raising his gaze from the woods, he spotted the cable line. In ancient times, fire was drawn from flint. Today, young Zhang seeks a spark from another. He thought that once he reached the cable car station, borrowing fire would be effortless. With this in mind, he followed the cable route, moving on all fours with a speed surpassing that of his upright form, traversing the cliffs as if they were mere flat ground. The rocks crumbled like tofu under his touch, and he adeptly maneuvered between stones and trees. Soon he arrived at the viewpoint, only to notice a warning sign prohibiting access to dangerous areas, which he distinctly remembered was not present during his previous visit. This raised suspicions about the attendant responsible for the cable car, as he had previously inquired about the view of the canyon from that location. Moreover, it is utterly implausible for one to have enemies upon their initial arrival in such a place, as Zhang Zhong unexpectedly found himself amidst this unfamiliar world. In fact, he lacked even acquaintances, and the ambush was strikingly evident, suggesting that his assailant possessed foreknowledge of his presence. Most crucially, the assailant exhibited a level of proficiency that was decidedly uncommon. The ability to swiftly and precisely incapacitate someone and then heartlessly discard them from the observation deck is beyond the capability of an ordinary individual. Wretched scoundrel, should I uncover your identity, you shall experience the tortures of the bygone era, he seethed. Yet, first things first, he needed to find a means to ignite a flame. Seizing the opportunity, he leapt into the thicket bordering the observation deck, cloaked in invisibility. Not a single one of the scattered tourists noticed the emergence of a pair of amber beastly eyes amidst the foliage. Channeling his inner Tigger, Zhang Zhong transitioned from one patch of grass to another, zeroing in on a tourist caught between two clumps of grass, who was poised to light a cigarette. In a flash, the unsuspecting tourist felt a rush of wind overhead, only to find that his lighter and half a pack of cigarettes had mysteriously vanished from his grasp. "Damn! A thief! My lighter!" he exclaimed, startled by the trivial loss, which had taken him by surprise. Chapter 71. The Hunter and the Poacher. Unbeknownst to the crowd, their commotion was of little consequence to Zhang Zhong, who had sought refuge in the restroom. He had leapt into the bushes before him, but it was a mere ruse. With his invisibility still intact, he dashed into the park's lavatory. As a seasoned rogue, upon discovering his surroundings, he promptly held his breath. This ability had been enhanced through his experiences with turtles and fish. While he could not breathe underwater, his lung capacity and oxygen retention had more than doubled. Alas, the lighter had run out of fuel. Seated atop the toilet, Zhang Zhong gazed at the cigarette in his hand and the empty lighter, feeling a throbbing headache. He discarded the lighter into the trash. Gurgle. Truly, my stomach is a mystery. He loosened his pants, draping them around his neck, and began to relieve himself. By heavens, what a stench! Brother, how many days has it been since you last had a proper bowel movement? Today has been disastrous. I should never have come to this park. Do you have any cigarettes? I lost mine. Hearing this voice interrupted his moment, for it belonged to the very brother who had borrowed his cigarette and lighter. Alas, brother, do not be upset. I have 300 yuan. I forgot the toilet paper, and my craving for smoke is strong. If you could spare a few more lighters, I would gladly pay you for the trouble. Lowering his voice, Zhang Zhong placed the money at the foot of the restroom door. No need for such formality, brother. After all, the plight of an empty stomach and the absence of paper is a common calamity. The money was swiftly taken. Listening to the retreating footsteps, Zhang Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. After all, people are not so straightforward. He decided to wait until nightfall. However, it was not long before footsteps echoed again, accompanied by the voice of that brother. In total, it amounts to 53. Here are the remaining 200 yuan for you. No need to be so polite. Thank you, brother. Soon, the footsteps faded away, leaving Zhang Zhong in the restroom, akin to a large orange confined within a box. The surroundings grew quiet. The croaking of frogs filled the air, indicating that the tourists had departed, leaving the cable car station solely in Zhang Zhong's company. Pushing open the door, Zhang Zhong nimbly exited the restroom, evading the surveillance cameras. With a series of agile leaps, he reached the platform, deftly maneuvering and vaulting off a tree, plunging off the cliff. He landed heavily against the cliff face, his limbs absorbing the impact as he bounded across the rocky terrain. Suddenly, he propelled himself off the cliff wall and ascended a great tree, swiftly vanishing into the embrace of the forest. Arriving at his concealed cave, he emptied the plastic bag containing the lighter and set it aside. Then, he retrieved a cigarette, pinching it between his claws, and began to savor the smoke. Ah! The flavor of this parallel world's tobacco is delightful. After finishing the cigarette, he extinguished it and tossed it into a specially dug pit for disposing of bones behind him. Zhang Zhong then leapt onto a tree outside the cave, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, fixed on the woods below. With a swift crouch, he launched himself into the air, gliding several meters, before hurling his wooden spear, which struck a chamois with precision. Carrying the chamois back to the cliff cave, he skinned it, tore into the flesh, blood staining his mouth as he abruptly lifted his head. How could I forget that I now possess a lighter? Hanging the mountain goat in the cave, Zhang Zhong returned once more with some hay and branches. He skewered the goat with a wooden spear and placed it over the fire to roast. This nearly half-ton creature was effortlessly handled with one hand, a testament to the sheer strength Zhang Zhong possessed. The sizzling, oil-dripping meat awakened his appetite, and in just a few bites, he reduced the nearly 2-meter-long beast to nothing but bones. My goodness, it's simply delectable. Perhaps I should fetch another. However, he ultimately decided against it. After all, since taking over, he had decimated much of the wildlife in the mountains, even having consumed a white-fronted tiger. Aside from that, he had feasted on numerous wild boars. Now, not only had his strength increased, but his defenses and recovery abilities had also improved. Even his claws, no matter how forcefully applied, could not sever a single hair, and the skin beneath was astonishingly resilient, impervious to even the most forceful jabs. Thankfully, whether in the past or present, Zhang Zhong was not one to adhere to protective associations. Otherwise, he would not have acted in such a manner. In a few days, he planned to change locations to avoid detection. After tidying up the campfire, he dug some earth around it and buried the flames to extinguish them. Instantly, darkness enveloped the cave, and he casually lay down, surrendering himself to sleep. As for any potential dangers, they seemed utterly improbable. After all, he was situated several dozen meters above the ground, and he could scarcely fathom any creature daring to challenge him, truly believing him to be defenseless. With the sun high in the sky, Zhang Zhong awoke feeling rejuvenated after a comfortable night's rest. Stretching his body in the warm sunlight, a soothing warmth flowed through his limbs. He could distinctly perceive that his fur had grown sturdier, his bones more robust, and his strength had intensified. This transformation assured him that this body was not merely reminiscent of the game character he once knew. Thus, he basked in the sun until noon, realizing that this vigor was strongest in the morning, gradually waning by midday, and completely dissipating by afternoon. As he closed his eyes, the rhythm of hunting commenced, and soon the positions of various animals materialized before him. Just days earlier, he could only sense their general vicinity, but now he could discern their outlines and even hear their heartbeats. Feeling hungry, Zhang Zhong rose and sprinted towards the congregation of animals. He leapt from branch to branch, dashing across the ground with a swiftness akin to the wind skimming across the grass. Wait! A group assembled, moving in an orderly fashion, walking upright. Crack! Humans! How could there be people in this remote mountain forest? Zhang Zhong crouched on a branch, keenly sniffing the scents carried by the wind. Combining this with his hunting rhythm, he realized there were quite a number of them, 8 individuals evidently being pursued by something. Intrigued, Zhang Zhong stealthily made his way towards the 8 figures. The pads beneath his claws rendered his movements utterly silent. Whether upon the trees or the ground, no matter how swift or forceful, he left no sound, merely shallow indentations, with no footprints to betray his presence. Perched on a large tree beside these individuals, Zhang Zhong observed that each wielded weapons, and they were clearly not of inferior quality. Their craftsmanship was exquisite, unlike that of the local inhabitants. Dressed with meticulous attention to detail, they sport rugged and durable tactical pants, complemented by camouflage-patterned tactical tops. However, conspicuously absent are bulletproof vests and superfluous accessories. Their only firearm is equipped with a scope, and 2 individuals carry backpacks while wielding hunting spears, which, judging by their length, clearly do not comply with regulations. At this moment, they are being relentlessly pursued by a robust wild boar, charging through the terrain like a miniature tank, wreaking havoc. Fire! Shoot! One cries out, but to no avail. The beast has withstood 3 shots without a scratch. This group of individuals frantically evades, skillfully navigating the complex landscape and the thick trunks of the trees. Their adeptness in maneuvering around obstacles suggests that they are not merely fleeing for their lives. The 8 of them deftly dodged the boar's onslaught. Despite numerous opportunities to escape, they remain, instead seeking chances to fire their weapons. Yet the wild boar shows no fear, as if the bullets were utterly ineffective. Are these individuals poachers? Such a thought pierced Zhang Zhong's mind, causing his right claw to dig fiercely into a nearby branch. It dawned on him that this program was intended to unveil the lives of hunters, and after interviewing a staff member at a scenic area, he had ascended directly onto the cable car. An old silver coin. This unmistakably indicates that there is an insider within the scenic area. Chapter 72. The hunter and the poachers. Zhang Zhong cursed under his breath as he continued to observe the fierce struggle below. The black-haired wild boar, akin to a small tank, charged with reckless abandon, displaying remarkable bravery. Its bristles stood erect, and its robust limbs could uproot the earth with each powerful thrust. Each charge was a display of astonishing might, and the protruding tusks amplified its menacing presence manifold. No one wished to be struck by such a beast. From his vantage point atop a tree, Zhang Zhong could clearly see golden projectiles nestled within the wild boar's bristly mane. Possessing the knowledge of a seasoned hunter, he discerned that these individuals were no true hunters. Even a novice would not commit such a fundamental blunder. They were poachers. Zhang Zhong was now utterly convinced, for their techniques were abysmally poor, missing several prime opportunities to fire. Though they attempted to pose as skilled, their incompetence was glaringly evident. It seemed that these poachers had provoked this wild boar, which had likely roamed for many years, thus unleashing its fury, a consequence of their own making. The cacophony of gunfire, the boar's grunts, and the poachers' curses intertwined, creating a spectacle akin to an enthralling performance. Regardless, these poachers deserved the lesson they were receiving from the wild boar, and Zhang Zhong chose to remain an observer. He harbored no fondness for these faux hunters. After all, his own experience as a young lion had shown him that genuine hunters often fell victim to such impostors. While these 8 poachers lacked professionalism, they were seasoned enough to handle wild animals adeptly. Their greed propelled them forward. With firearms ineffective, they relied on hunting spears, yet it was evident they lacked proficiency in their use. Grasping a flying spear, Zhang Zhong scrutinized it, noting its commendable quality. An unrefined thought crossed his mind. He might follow these individuals to their camp and procure several hunting spears. The spear thrower soon drew the ire of his companions. Fortunately, another, noticeably older and more skilled, assisted with a spear-throwing device, achieving remarkable speed with hardly a sound. With a swift thrust, the hunting spear pierced the boar's throat, tearing a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth, staining half the animal within mere seconds. The boar, having lost a copious amount of blood and exhausted from its relentless charge, finally came to a halt, trembling, clearly aware of its injury. The creature was finally done for. Zhang Zhong chuckled to himself, recognizing the boar's worth. The tusks could be sawed off and its kidneys retained. This wild boar could fetch at least 50,000 on the black market. 50,000 in 2 days was certainly more lucrative than laboring away. Thus, following the leading figure seemed a path to a better life. Keep your voice down. It's not over yet, warned the elder poacher, who, seizing a rifle, thrust it into the boar's mouth and blew its brains out. His technique revealed him to be a latecomer to the craft. Sixth, the hide, called the older poacher, as a young man wearing a straw hat swiftly unsheathed a knife from his waist, expertly skinning the boar with remarkable skill. His technique surpassed Zhang Zhong's, for his blade was far sharper, making the task of skinning a less arduous endeavor. Soon, a skinned, disemboweled, and serrated wild boar carcass lay on the ground. The 8 poachers departed without a trace of sentiment. Zhang Zhong remained still, aware that those individuals lingered nearby, evidently waiting for a fortuitous prey. Before long, he observed a leopard, approximately 3 meters in size, gracefully emerge from the woods. After surveying its surroundings, it lunged towards the wild boar's remains. Judging by the leopard's distinctive patterns and its distended belly, it was evident that the creature had been famished for some time. With a sharp crack, a tranquilizer dart struck the leopard's hindquarters, causing it to collapse onto the ground, still clutching a morsel of meat that it had not had the chance to swallow. How amusing! This leopard appeared quite dazed from hunger. Let us not dwell on trivialities. Fortunately, today's yield was ample. Otherwise, the nearly 20,000 worth of hunting spears would have been a considerable loss. Under the guidance of the elder, the 2 individuals administered another tranquilizer to the leopard, subsequently binding its fore and hind limbs before securing them together. They produced a muzzle and fitted it onto the animal's snout. This leopard was a valuable catch, sure to attract buyers with just a bit of training, allowing them to earn enough for several months of leisure. The only robust man among the group pulled out a cloth from his backpack, wrapping the leopard before stowing it in his large backpack. Zhang Zhong sensed that the 8 men had departed, having jumped down from the tree to slice off the tenderloin of the wild boar before returning to their cave to feast. He could feel his skin growing tougher. Content. He tidied up the cave, then leaped several times in pursuit of the poacher's retreating figures. Soon, he encountered a flat area adorned with several tents, 2 off-road vehicles, and a modified small cargo truck. At that moment, the burly man carrying the leopard was maneuvering the cage into the truck's cargo bed. The other poachers were disassembling their gear and tossing it into the vehicle's parts box. Zhang Zhong descended from the tree, contorting his form to transform into a tall, young man standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches. After concealing the remaining items beneath a nearby tree, he rolled on the ground and dashed toward the poacher's camp, exclaiming, "Help! Help! Finally, I see people. You must be the rescue team." This moral appeal, coupled with the guise of a noble mission, would likely lower their guards significantly. Upon hearing his cries, the poachers pointed their flashlights toward the ground where Zhang Zhong scrambled. "Isn't that the guy who filmed the video?" one of them exclaimed. "Who are you?" Zhang Zhong felt momentarily disoriented. He was certain he had not encountered these individuals before. The burly man sneered, baring his teeth. "Who are we? Ha! We don't know you, do we? You're quite lucky, aren't you? Just a hired video recorder for the educational channel. I'm the one who tossed you off the mountain." The man seized Zhang Zhong by the collar, attempting to lift him, but his height proved a hindrance. He then aimed a kick at Zhang Zhong's abdomen, only to feel as if he had struck an iron plate. "Initially, I sought to engage with you as a rational individual, yet alas, you seem to take it for granted." A terrifying roar erupted from Zhang Zhong's lips, and in an instant, his physique swelled, his fur rapidly lengthening until a majestic gray lion materialized before the brawny man. He extended his right hand, delivering a heart-wrenching strike. The muscular man clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, several other poachers had already succumbed to terror, sitting on the ground as the stench of urine permeated the air, evidently a result of Zhang Zhong's fearsome roar shattering their bladders. Unbeknownst to the others, dusk had descended. They had paid little heed to the conversation between the brawny man and Zhang Zhong, for the former was renowned for his ability to defeat 10 adversaries single-handedly. As the muscular figure fell, the light source shifted away, perfectly avoiding a direct illumination of Zhang Zhong. "Quick, turn on all the lights," commanded the elder poacher at the forefront, and in an instant, the campsite was ablaze with light, several beams directed toward the fallen man. Yet, there was nothing but the prostrate figure. Zhang Zhong had vanished without a trace. Whoosh! Bang! Pain! My stomach! The voice belonged to a man of average stature. His abdomen gruesomely pierced by a wooden spear, which pinned him against the door of a nearby vehicle. Chapter 73. A bloody massacre. Liuzai, administer a tranquilizer to silence him. Upon hearing these words, Liuzai promptly drew his pistol and, without hesitation, fired, leaving a gaping wound in the man's head. "Damn it, Liuzai, you truly are a fool. Never mind, be more vigilant while we arm ourselves." The elder instructed Liuzai to keep watch, then gathered the remaining 6, retrieving weapons from the vehicle, all of which were shotguns this time. Concealed among the underbrush, Zhang Zhong observed these men as they frantically retrieved their weapons. Now this is intriguing. Prey that does not resist is rather dull. Leaping onto a tree branch, Zhang Zhong secured his modified tactical jacket and crossbody bag, retrieving his final wooden spear. He then leapt towards another branch, simultaneously launching the spear into the air. With a sickening thud, bolstered by gravity and Zhang Zhong's formidable strength, the spear pierced through a man's skull, pinning him to the ground, blood oozing along the shaft. "Old Five?" One person let out a wretched cry, raising his gun and firing wildly at the branch Zhang Zhong had previously occupied. "Stop shooting recklessly. Everyone, take cover," the elder poacher immediately commanded, and the surviving 5 hastily clustered beneath the chassis of the vehicle. Drawing his hunting spear, Zhang Zhong glanced over his shoulder and remained crouched on the branch, observing the 5 poachers huddled beneath the car. Do they believe that hiding beneath the chassis renders them safe? Scanning the vehicle, Zhang Zhong noted that as they withdrew their guns, they had also pulled out their hunting spears. Thus, Zhang Zhong retrieved his hunting spear, his eyes shifting from orange to crimson, akin to an infrared perspective, allowing him to clearly see the 5 poachers cowering below the vehicle. A thunderous roar erupted, more resonant than before, as Zhang Zhong hurled the hunting spear with terrifying force, its speed akin to piercing through cardboard, impaling the poacher hiding below. After dispatching this individual, Zhang Zhong lightly landed atop the vehicle, retrieving 4 or 5 more spears before once again leaping to a tree branch. The rapid succession of his actions left the intimidated poachers bewildered, utterly unaware of what had transpired in mere seconds. "No, little Yao," one poacher, witnessing his childhood friend impaled by a hunting spear, felt a surge of rage. "Stay put. This vehicle offers better protection than the last. As long as we remain still, we will be safe." How could it be? How could a person shoot through a vehicle? Upon regaining his composure, the man felt a chill run down his spine. How can you be sure it was a person who pierced the vehicle? Do you think that roar was merely a sound effect? The elder poacher analyzed the situation, pulling an earplug from his pocket and handing it to Liuzai and another silent figure who had not spoken since the beginning. "Old doozy, this is your final chance. Once this is over, I will take my payment and no longer involve myself in your affairs. I have repaid Mr. Ye's favor. Master Li, I implore you to act. Afterward, I shall provide you with an additional 500,000. "Very well," the man replied, then slid beneath the vehicle as if greased. "Brother, we harbor no enmity. I merely seek a path to survival, yearning for a chance to meet." As the diminutive middle-aged man stepped forward to speak, Zhang Zhong possessed no inclination to engage with him. He leapt to another tree, once more propelling his hunting spear with deadly precision. The spear pierced through the car door, impaling the 4th victim who had sought refuge behind it. Master Li was left bewildered, as this individual defied all expectations. Damn it, this Master Li is utterly unreliable. The old lone wolf, enraged, cast aside his hat, revealing a ghastly scar that marred his forehead and extended over his right eye, rendering him a grotesque sight. A one-eyed elder with flowing white hair. He raised his shotgun, marking Master Li with a bullet wound. For Zhang Zhong exhaled softly as his spear flew forth once again. This is bad. The old lone wolf was unable to evade in time, but was pushed aside by a well-built youth hiding beneath another vehicle, only to be struck down by the hunting spear that pierced through his chest, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. Third uncle, end my life. Wang Shun. Third uncle, if you kill me, I will have lived a life worth living. The pain is unbearable. Wang Shun clutched his bleeding wound, gazing imploringly at the one-eyed elder. Wang Du, I'm sorry for your parents. With a sharp crack, the gun fired, and Wang Du lowered his weapon, smoke curling from the barrel. Sixth brother, you run while I hold them back. Without waiting for a response, Wang Du emerged from behind the vehicle, searching for Zhang Zhong's position. But it was a futile endeavor, for Zhang Zhong stood right beside him, hidden amidst the grass beneath the tree, raising the hunting spear he held. Due to his abilities, the spear, along with his backpack and the weapon itself, became invisible. Zhang Zhong remained indifferent to these details. The silent slaughter commenced, an act of vengeance against those who were clearly nefarious. The hunting spear shot forth, instantly skewering two men behind Wang Du, suspending them from the tree. Uncle Wang, we can't find the assailant. Sixth brother's voice echoed from behind the vehicle, clearly unprepared to flee. He harbored thoughts of countering Zhang Zhong. Wang, just as sixth brother prepared to speak, he felt a blade, stained with blood, protruding from his chest. Zhang Zhong had thrust his military knife through his back, seizing sixth brother's head and leaping atop the vehicle. You are their leader. Your audacity is remarkable. Murder, disposing of bodies, illegal hunting, capturing and selling precious protected animals. As he spoke, Zhang Zhong twisted sixth brother's neck and casually tossed the lifeless head aside as if discarding refuse. Lion, a lion. You're a monster. Fear filled Wang Du's eyes as he beheld the towering, 3-meter-tall, upright gray lion, resembling a harbinger of doom, speaking with human voice. I am no monster. You are the monster. With that, Zhang Zhong exerted force beneath his feet, instantly reappearing before Wang Du, delivering a vicious kick that sent him crashing against the small truck. Wang Dui coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling as though he had been struck by a vehicle. The creature's strength was utterly terrifying. Not only did it possess formidable power, but it also tormented its adversaries. When it chose to strike, death was an inevitable outcome. Truly, it was a born predator. Thank you. Zhang Zhong moved gracefully on all fours, resembling a majestic lion, as he approached Wang with feline elegance. I spent my days hunting geese, only to find myself at the mercy of one in the end. In this life, I have no regrets. To die in the jaws of a lion is, in a sense, to die with honor. Clutching his chest, with nearly all his ribs shattered, Wang found his hands immobilized, unable to move except to protect his abdomen. His shoulder was trapped beneath a deeply indented metal casing, rendering him motionless. Upon entering the camp, Zhang Zhong had once again transformed into his human form. Caw caw caw. I am no lion. Do you remember that observation deck? Ah, surely you are not the only ones here. Zhang Zhong casually extracted the hunting spear that had been embedded in the unfortunate soul on the ground, flicking away the bloodstains, revealing a menacing grin as his sharp teeth glinted. You are a native. That robust man is from Vietnam, and this one is from the land of elephants. Oh, a multinational poaching organization, it seems. Chapter 74. Iron-blooded world. Zhang Zhong forcefully ripped off his incessantly flashing wristwatch, which emitted a rhythmic glimmer of light. He crushed it in his grasp and raised his hunting spear. Oh, beast god. I was in the wrong. I should not have engaged in such actions. Please spare me. His pleas fell on deaf ears, as Wang Du began to writhe in desperation, uttering a flurry of curses that bore no weight. His struggles were futile as he endeavored to halt Zhang Zhong, only to witness the spear slowly pierce his flesh, inch by agonizing inch. Please, just one strike. You will be liberated. Wang Du succumbed, impaled upon a tree by Zhang Zhong. After releasing the caged creatures, Zhang Zhong seated himself atop the all-terrain vehicle, now riddled with holes from his spear, gazing at the moon hanging in the distance. A howl echoed through the air. To his astonishment, the gluttonous leopard had returned, perched on the grass nearby, its large luminous eyes fixed on Zhang Zhong. Go play elsewhere. Zhang Zhong bared his fangs, attempting to shoo away the voracious beast. However, the leopard simply tilted its head, observing him for a moment before inching closer. While Zhang Zhong amused himself with the playful leopard, a colossal spaceship, measuring approximately 3 kilometers in length, hovered outside this world. This planet was recently discovered by a research team, deemed perilous, thus sending the fledgling youths to undergo trials. The elders were to prepare accordingly. On the bridge of the ship stood a towering figure, approximately 3 meters tall, adorned with wild dreadlocks and possessing a physique harmoniously muscled, though his visage was somewhat unremarkable. "Captain, the lads are ready. Let us depart." The rear of the spaceship emitted 6 shuttle-like vessels, launching into the planet's atmosphere, scattering across various locales. "The youngsters have descended. We shall enter as well. Engage cloaking." Following the captain's directive, the ship hovered within the atmosphere before mysteriously vanishing from sight. "Is that a meteor?" Perched atop the vehicle, Zhang Zhong observed the meteor streaking by, closing his eyes to make a wish. Whoosh! The impatient voice of the leopard broke his reverie. As Zhang Zhong opened his eyes to rebuke it, he noticed a meteor hurtling directly towards him. "Damn!" he exclaimed, leaping away and narrowly evading the impending impact, retreating several hundred meters. A dull thud reverberated, yet no shockwave ensued. This commotion halted Zhang Zhong's escape, leaving the gluttonous leopard cradled in his arms. "You need to skedaddle. I must investigate this." "Howl." Leopard's language. "Do not venture into danger. If you go, I shall accompany you. My life is yours in gratitude." "Did you just speak?" "Howl." Leopard's language. "I have always been capable of speech, mind you." "Then, has my hearing mutated? Why didn't I hear that tiger beg for mercy earlier?" The leopard's explanation left Zhang Zhong bewildered. "Howl." In the tongue of the leopard. "Did that foolish feline just insult me?" Zhang Zhong, instantly arching his back, propelled himself forward without waiting for the leopard's response, soaring through the branches like a phantom, vanishing before the leopard's eyes in an instant. "What just passed by?" "You!" The leopard's voice faded away as Zhang Zhong returned to the camp, completing the journey in mere seconds. Perched atop a tree, he surveyed the devastation wrought by a missile-like contraption, flames igniting the surrounding grass. The vehicle meant for his return to human society lay reduced to scrap metal. With a hiss, gas escaped from the edge of the hatch as it opened. Suddenly, a hand resembling that of a lizard grasped the edge, followed by a head adorned with unkempt dreadlocks. "Damn it! This landing craft is difficult to control. Finally free. This must be Blue Star. At last, I am home. Time to deal with those bastards who wronged me." Pure Mandarin erupted from the grotesque mouth. The iron-blooded figure stood approximately 1.9 meters tall, clad in a mesh of armor. With a graceful leap, he landed on the ground. "Is this a camp? Oh no, there are corpses, 7 or 8 of them, and they have guns. Mercenaries." The iron-blooded warrior bent down to inspect the nearby bodies, then turned back, his hand gliding over the landing craft, activating a compartment from which he retrieved a wrist guard and a device resembling a handheld computer. After donning them, he affixed a mask to his face. Strangely, the landing craft vanished into thin air. "Let me search for useful items and ascertain my location. This is the Fuzhou Nature Reserve, my friend." "Oh, thanks, mate," he replied casually. "What species are you? How did you end up here?" Zhang Zhong pressed a knife against the iron-blooded warrior's waist, firing off 2 questions in quick succession. "I am an iron-blooded warrior, here to explore and hunt as part of my coming-of-age ritual. I was once known as Lu Jin, from northeast China." "You're quite cooperative." "Huh? Who are you, and how did you end up here?" Lu Jin responded, recognizing that if the intention were to kill him, the opportunity would have already been seized. Judging by the strength in the grip of the person behind him, it was clear that this individual was significantly larger and stronger. "Take off your left wrist guard and toss it away." Ignoring Lu Jin's protests, Zhang Zhong observed him obediently remove the wrist guard and cast it aside. "Now, slowly turn around. Lu Jin felt a twinge of discomfort but complied, unwilling to harm someone who was once his kind, despite the transformation into an iron-blooded warrior. Are you a lion dog? Imperial Jade Liquor. 880 per cup? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. A circle of sharpness. Zhang Zhong did not respond to Lu Jin's inquiries, but swiftly posed another question. No way, I've crossed realms and been reborn, and I still run into a fellow countryman. Brother, these past few years have been arduous. After finally becoming the youngest entrepreneur in this world, I fell victim to treachery. As Zhang Zhong put away his knife, Lu Jin began to lament his misfortunes. With a glance, it was evident that this Lu Jin had truly traversed from the main world, though Zhang Zhong had no interest in delving into the specifics of his rebirth. Brother, how long has it been since I left home? I still remember that day during the League Cup S11. It was indeed a twist of fate. I was playing as the lion dog, preparing to flank the opposing mid laner. The Dragon King, Lu Jin, spoke, lighting a cigarette he had pilfered from the one-eyed old man, a hint of melancholy lacing his tone. Back then, I was so close to reaching the pinnacle of the strongest rank, just one match away. Zhang Zhong perched atop the vehicle, squinting into the distance. These people are the result of my actions. They are poachers who pushed me off a cliff. When I awoke, this is what I had become. Can you revert to your human form? Yes, why do you ask? Is there something you need? At that moment, Lu Jin's mind was bombarded with system warnings, urging him to conceal the existence of the system. Otherwise, upon severing the binding, he would be doomed to a grim fate. Thus, Lu Jin abandoned the thought of revealing everything, for this system was inextricably linked to him. If the other party were not a powerful ally, he feared he would be left to face a dire future alone. Chapter 75. Revenge 1. Could you do me a favor and head to Linzhou? Do you have any matters at hand? Not really, what's the favor? Zhang Zhong inquired with a puzzled expression as he opened his eyes upon hearing Lu Jin cease his incessant rambling. I wish to enlist your assistance in seeking vengeance. Should we succeed, I will take you to the Iron Bloodstar for a grand adventure. Lu Jin exclaimed, rushing back to the landing bay. After a few swift gestures upon the surface, he revealed a box containing various items, which he subsequently opened layer by layer. Inside lay a suit of armor identical to his own. This is the Iron Blood Battle Suit. It can adapt to one's physique and boasts formidable protective capabilities. However, it cannot be activated without a personal terminal. The suit is indeed impressive. If I could complete my coming-of-age ceremony, it would be even more exhilarating. The equipment would surpass this by a significant margin. Zhang Zhong remarked, curiosity piqued, as memories of the Iron Blood warriors felt distant and hazy. Donning the mesh garment and armor that Lu Jin handed him, Zhang Zhong exhibited a slight disdain but ultimately adorned himself with it. Indeed, the Iron Blood battle suit adjusted to his height, and although it appeared to be merely a mesh, a transparent substance lay interwoven between the strands. I must say, this attire suits you well. If you were to become an Iron Blood mercenary, acquiring a mask, a personal terminal, and an arm blade would enhance the appearance even further. Here, take this combat knife. The metal is resistant to corrosion and rust, exceptionally sharp. Lu Jin drew forth a combat knife from the box, resembling an oversized military dagger. Yet it featured dual edges with serrations and slots near the guard, clearly designed for multifunctional use. The blade spun in his hand like a nimble butterfly. Is there anything else? You remind me of that blue robotic cat, Lu Jin jested. Nothing more, Lu Jin replied, slightly embarrassed as he spread his hands in surrender. By the way, what exactly is an Iron Blood mercenary? Iron Blood mercenaries are sentient beings who form friendships with Iron Blood warriors. As long as they do not harbor malicious intent, they will not be attacked and are considered allies. Conversely, those with ill intentions are termed bad blood. They betray their clan and assault fellow Iron Blood warriors in a gruesome manner, often flaying their targets alive and allowing them to suffer a torturous demise. Of course, we prefer a more merciful approach, simply severing heads. Noticing the disdain in Zhang Zhong's gaze, Lu Jin felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, any sentient being would shudder at the mention of beheading. Suddenly, a jarring ringtone pierced the air, emanating from the corpse of the one-eyed old man at Lu Jin's feet. Zhang Zhong's form shifted back to that of a human, just in time for the iron blood armor to protect him, otherwise, he would have been quite exposed under the moonlight. Approaching the corpse, he rummaged through the old man's belongings and retrieved a phone adorned with a pineapple motif on its back, presumably of considerable worth. Unlocking the device with the old man's fingerprint, a call from Mr. Chan appeared on the screen, indicating an unanswered call. By the way, what is your name? Call me Gu Jin, for that is my ironclad name. My former name was Lu Jin. Is there a way to infiltrate this mobile device? As Lu Jin spoke, he extracted a metallic strip from the terminal and inserted it into the phone's charging port. In no time, the phone displayed a prompt indicating password deletion, revealing not only the balance but also the password for the Dongwon International card. This gadget is truly remarkable, a mere trifle. Just as the two were about to engage in idle chatter, the phone rang again. It was still that General Chen. Old Scar, is the cargo ready? I've been waiting 3 days. Weren't you supposed to deliver today? Where are you? Before Zhang Zhong could respond, the impatient voice of General Chen echoed from the other end. Upon hearing the voice on the phone, Lu Jin let out an enraged yell, but was quickly subdued by Zhang Zhong's hand pressing him to the ground. Lower your voice. The meeting place has been changed to international waters. There has been a complication. With that, Zhang Zhong abruptly ended the call. If Wang Du had heard Zhang Zhong's voice just now, he would have gazed in terror, for it mirrored his own, even in style. General Chen had no doubts, as the seller was a friend's introduction, and he believed that this particular seller offered a slightly lower price. Lu Jin, what is the matter? This General Chen has vowed that I shall never live in peace. How do you know him? That General Chen is Chen Tianhao, the son of the richest man in Fuzhou. 3 years ago, he deceived me onto an island, leaving me to starve, all because I had a beautiful childhood friend. That scoundrel broke my leg in pursuit of her and abandoned me on that island. Waving his hand dismissively, Zhang Zhong was at a loss for words. Once Lu Jin began recounting his tale, it was as if he could not stop, spilling forth his woes like beans from a spilled bag. So now we share a common target for revenge? It's not that simple. While Chen Tianhao appears to be the son of a wealthy man, he secretly leads a criminal organization, commanding over 10,000 subordinates, and even possesses a mercenary guard. Accompanying him are 2 men and a woman. The men are masters of martial arts, and the woman is rumored to be the adopted daughter of Chen Tianhao's father. This makes it all the more intriguing. We can deal with him on the high seas, and he will undoubtedly bring those 2 men and the woman along. Thus, my coming of age will also be fulfilled, as those 2 men are formidable fighters. I shall incapacitate that Chen Tianhao, then sit back and watch the spectacle unfold. Perfect. With a sinister laugh, the two exchanged a high five, resembling a pair of villains. Zhang Zhong approached the only remaining operational off-road vehicle, flipped it over and attempted to ignite it, successfully starting a fire. Make sure to remain hidden while you crouch in the back. After Lu Jin had disposed of the bodies and cleared the area, Zhang Zhong started the vehicle and drove along the tire tracks, departing from the nature reserve. As they journeyed, stopping intermittently, they were fortunate not to encounter any inspections. Along the way, Zhang Zhong discovered frozen game in the trunk, including scale beasts and spiny rats. After consuming some to replenish their strength, Zhang Zhong realized that he had sprouted spines and scales upon transforming, and he could even regulate the growth rate of the spines. As he extracted the long thorns from his body hair, he simultaneously picked his teeth while gripping the steering wheel. According to the navigation, he would reach the city before dawn, and the journey to the port would conclude by evening, considering that Fuzhou is a provincial capital. Approaching the destination, he switched off the invisibility cloak. At that moment, Zhang Zhong had changed into a new outfit, clad in a leather jacket and donning sunglasses. After clearing out any undesired items from the car, he pressed the accelerator, heading towards the city. As he passed a roast duck restaurant, Zhang Zhong reserved the entire establishment, subsequently withdrawing a considerable sum of cash from the bank. He drove towards Fuzhou West Port, and by the afternoon, as the boat rental was coming to an end, he met with the owner. After handing a bag of money to a yacht dealer and navigating the vessel to East Port, Zhang Zhong retreated to the cabin, transforming into a lion man, and began to indulge in a feast with Lu Jin. It was sheer bliss to finally savor such delectable food, a stark contrast to the bland offerings from Iron Bloodstar. Awo! Awo! Zhang Zhong showed little interest in conversation, devouring the ducks voraciously. Soon, he had consumed a staggering 80 out of over 100 ducks. You truly are a gluttonous lion dog, and I'll eat that ugly lizard you one touch. Don't eat mine. Lu Jin paid no heed to Zhang Zhong's teasing, as he too had referred to Zhang Zhong as a lion dog throughout their journey. They were, in essence, even. I believe you could make a fortune cosplaying as a werewolf. Silence. There's a sound. Zhang Zhong's ears perked up. It was the sound of the boat slicing through the water, and it seemed rather loud. Chapter 76. Revenge. 2. Zhang Zhong transformed back into human form, gazing out of the porthole, where he beheld a magnificent vessel approaching. What a luxurious yacht! Suddenly, as two non-human beings marveled at the opulence of the yacht, the ringtone of a mobile phone pierced the air. We are at Eastport, where are you? A speedboat was visible nearby, carrying my nephew, who awaited your arrival at international waters to finalize the price before I deliver the goods. No wonder you have managed to stay afloat for so long. Your vigilance is commendable. Chen Tianhao's voice dripped with sarcasm, for he held these country bumpkins in disdain. Zhang Zhong dismissed Chen Tianhao's mockery entirely. To him, Chen was merely a transient presence, an outsider in a world to which he felt he did not belong. After all, his alter ego was a native of this realm, which had no bearing on his true self. Thank you for the compliment. He hung up the phone and tossed it into the sea. Lu Jin, you shall enter the cabin and eliminate all of his subordinates. Once completed, deliver 3 knocks to signal, and then we shall settle accounts with this young Master Chen. Perfect. Lu Jin swiftly manipulated his personal terminal, rendering his entire form invisible. Zhang Zhong harbored no concerns regarding Lu Jin's capability. Even a warrior of unparalleled prowess would surely fall before the might of an iron warrior, even one yet to attain adulthood. Simultaneously, Zhang Zhong shifted from lion form back to human form. Are you the nephew of Old Scar? As a beam of spotlight illuminated Zhang Zhong, who emerged from the cabin dressed impeccably, a resounding voice echoed from behind the light. Are you the boss my uncle spoke of? Zhang Zhong feigned the innocent demeanor of a Navi University student, surveying the vast yacht before exclaiming with feigned admiration. This vessel is truly grand. It must have cost a fortune. Haha, you must be a student, right? Number 6? Quit your chatter and don't waste my time. I'm not the boss. As the voice ceased, a soft ladder was lowered, and Zhang Zhong, with great effort, grasped it before awkwardly climbing aboard the yacht. This yacht is magnificent. My uncle has indeed struck it rich, associating only with successful entrepreneurs. Come aboard. Chen Tianhao felt a surge of satisfaction. It was the first time someone had referred to him as successful, a compliment even his father had never bestowed upon him. Wait, search him. Upon hearing Chen Tianhao's command, Zhang Zhong intended to ascend to the second level of the yacht, but was impeded by a line of burly men in black. At the same time, number 6, having stowed the ladder, approached Zhang Zhong, standing about 30 to 40 meters away, and pressed a hand against Zhang Zhong's advancing form. Oh, no need to raise your hand. Number 6 began to search Zhang Zhong, thoroughly inspecting all the usual hiding spots of a typical person and the unconventional ones as well. All done. After ceasing his actions, number 6 stepped aside, signaling the bodyguards behind him to allow passage. Navigating through the opulent booths lining the corridor and stepping upon the fine wooden flooring, Zhang Zhong ambled about as if a country bumpkin exploring a park, touching and observing everything in sight. What is your name? I am called Fool, the 6th in my family. I inquired about your name. My name. I am Wang Laolu. With his face flushed from nervousness, Zhang Zhong approached the second-floor terrace, moving towards the speedboat, and then awkwardly straightened his posture. This fellow is rather amusing. Chen Tianhao, however, remained vigilant, as he was unfamiliar with the old scarred man. While conversing, he cast a glance at a tall, slender young man beside him, clad in a hooded tracksuit. Chen Xiao. This lad has not trained in martial arts. The tall young man leaned in to whisper in Chen Xiao's ear. Ha! A country bumpkin remains a country bumpkin. Take another look and I shall have your eyes. What a vulgar creature. The sharp, piercing voice of a woman rang out. The speaker was a provocatively dressed woman positioned behind Chen Tianhao, barely managing an 8 out of 10. Zhang Zhong leered at the woman and another cold-looking woman beside her, the latter possessing slightly better looks, perhaps an 8 as well in comparison to the radiant Yanzu and Riba. They seemed worlds apart. The woman's voice momentarily stunned Lu Jin, who had just dispatched those bodyguards below. It was the voice of his childhood sweetheart. Ah, splendid. As I suspected. The reason they knew my itinerary and chose to strike when I was feeling low was that my childhood sweetheart had likely already formed an alliance with Chen Tianhao, orchestrating this charade for the sake of his little target's demolition funds. Truly, a woman's heart is as treacherous as poison. Chen Xiao. The woman swiftly changed her demeanor, throwing herself onto Chen Tianhao, her voice high-pitched and flirtatious, with the car's headlights shining blindingly, captivating the eye. Let us discuss this later. Be good. Are you eager to talk about this now? Speak then, what price do you propose? After pulling the woman onto his lap, Chen Tianhao toyed with her hair, his voice icy as he spoke. This Wang fellow has certainly chosen a path of demise, daring to gaze upon his woman. Heh. After a silly grin, Zhang Zhong regained his previous innocent demeanor. My uncle told me that fellow is worth 5 million. If well-trained, 1 million more. What does that boss of yours value so highly? Haha, this rustic fool, number 6. Bring the money here. Chen Tianhao extended his shimmering right hand beneath the lights, snapping his fingers towards the back. Number 6, who had accompanied Zhang Zhong, produced a metallic briefcase from seemingly nowhere. Clang. Where is the money, boss? My uncle instructed me that we need to head to the high seas. Haha, number 6 is going below to steer the boat. Upon receiving the order, number 6 opened the hatch and entered. Chen Tianhao smiled, retracting his right hand to its original position. The vigorous swaying accompanying the yacht's ignition caused the woman on his lap to tremble slightly, biting her lip. Soon the yacht was far from the harbor, surrounded by the pitch-black sea and the high-hanging bright moon. The waves lapped against the hull, resembling a symphony upon the ocean. Thus, the vessel gradually came to a halt, evidently having reached international waters. A knocking sound emanated from below the hatch. Number 6, stay down there. Chen Tianhao found number 6 rather annoying, but due to his position as an underling, he had no choice but to tolerate him. It appears that Lu Jin has already dealt with the others. Zhang Zhong, however, is a different matter, for those 3 strikes were not delivered by the 6th, but by Lu Jin himself, signifying that the time has come. It is time to commence the hunt. What question did you just pose to me? Where is the merchandise? I am in the mood for fish. Chen Tianhao immediately sensed trouble at Zhang Zhong's consecutive inquiries. He noticed that Zhang Zhong's foolish demeanor had vanished entirely, as if the previous moment had never occurred. He swiftly signaled the 2, Mog and Hao Ji. The 2 approached Zhang Zhong, dismissing him entirely. After all, they were masters of the dark strength, and dealing with a rustic country bumpkin was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito, an utter waste of ammunition. In Zhang Zhong's eyes, these 2 were riddled with flaws. Could it be that he was the protagonist, inadvertently diminishing their intellect? Chen Tianhao observed that just as the 2 were about to reach the rustic fool, they unexpectedly halted. Kill him. Whom do you intend to kill? Me? Withdrawing the sharp spikes embedded in the necks of the 2 men in sportswear, the spikes slowly retracted into his body as Zhang Zhong moved his wrist, inching closer to Chen Tianhao, cackling. What manner of creature are you? Chapter 77. Revenge? End. Zhang Zhong's laughter sent shivers down Chen Tianhao's spine. What am I? I am a monster. Ha ha ha. After his exaggerated laughter, Zhang Zhong gazed at Chen Tianhao, who was pushing away the terrified woman, his figure beginning to grow. Gray-black fur sprouted from his body, and his face contorted into a grotesque beastly visage, resembling a mix of a tiger and a lion. As he fully transformed into his beastly form, he reached a height of 3 meters, his agile gray-black tail swaying behind him. His long, powerful arms blocked the entire terrace, and his claws easily pierced through the metal walls, leaving 3 deep gashes as he approached. A palpable sense of crisis filled the air, which now exuded a nauseating odor. Clearly, someone had soiled themselves in fear, and the source of that stench was the woman Chen Tianhao had pushed aside. With a sharp sound, he retracted his arms, leaving terrifying claw marks on either side. Zhang Zhong loomed over Chen Tianhao, instilling a paralyzing fear that made both him and the woman tremble uncontrollably. Shoot! Quickly! Don't let him come closer! The icy woman beside him stepped forward without hesitation, raising her pistol and firing in rapid succession. The sound of gunfire steadied Chen Tianhao's racing heart. After all, there was only one monster. If they could kill it, it would be the perfect trophy. He had more than just one gun. There were about 10 more below. Moreover, his sister-in-arms was a skilled fighter, far superior to those two useless men. Zhang Zhong felt the bullets penetrate his body, akin to someone gently tapping him with a massage hammer. After 12 shots rang out, he retreated to his previous position, feigning severe injury as he crouched down. "You beast, sister, sever his head." Without any hesitation, the woman discarded her empty gun and drew a katana from behind her waist, advancing toward Zhang Zhong to strike. With a sickening sound, his sharp claws pierced through the woman's body. Chen Tianhao's eyes widened in horror. Although she was nominally his sister, she was, in fact, a deadly protector trained by his father, having reached the level of a martial master. Years ago, while watching kickboxing in Southeast Asia with his father, a dirty little fellow had taken down a towering adult man in just 3 moves, only to be ensnared by a man with a chain around his neck. At that moment, his father had told him that reality was not as peaceful as it seemed. Beneath the surface of a well-protected society lay lurking darkness. To become a true powerhouse, one must either be strong enough that others dare not bully them or possess wealth beyond measure. As a child, he had expressed a desire for that girl to be his sister. Thus, his father had sought out that man, offering him a substantial sum, and soon he had gained a sister. When they left, his father remarked that every human harbors greed, but when one possesses wealth and power, such desires can be subdued. It was only after his father, he, and his newly recognized sister boarded the plane that an explosion occurred. Upon returning home, his sister was sent elsewhere, and when she finally returned, a decade had passed. "Sister, damn it." Anger drove the already unhinged scion of the Qin family into madness as he brandished a carbine and pulled the trigger. The cacophony of gunfire echoed through the night like wailing phantoms. "Beast, I shall make you pay with your life for my sister's demise." Casting aside the woman pierced through the chest, Zhang Zhong rolled on the ground, his muscles taut as he attempted to summon his martial prowess, yet found himself utterly impotent. Damn it! Is there no spiritual energy in this world? Doubt flickered in Zhang Zhong's mind. According to the research conducted by scientists and the specialists from the Celestial Mechanism Bureau, spiritual energy exists in every realm and can be absorbed by living beings to enhance their capabilities. Upon careful perception, Zhang Zhong discerned that the spiritual energy in this world was alarmingly scarce, indicative of an epoch of spiritual dormancy. Spiritual energy, or qi, is a universal phenomenon akin to the very breath of existence itself. Its resurgence occurs during exhalation, while inhalation signifies its depletion or even extinction. Bullets passed through his body, clearly demonstrating that even his formidable battle attire could not withstand the relentless assault of human weaponry. Blood splattered forth, and in the glow of gunfire and the din of gunshots, Chen Tianhao's visage appeared fierce and menacing, the gunfire only ceasing after a harrowing 3 minutes. Zhang Zhong's body was riddled with bullet holes, blood gushing from these wounds like a faucet left running. The pain was excruciating. Zhang Zhong writhed on the floor before gradually succumbing to a semblance of calm. "Ha! The beast!" Chen Tianhao discarded his empty weapon and lunged at the quaking woman in a swimsuit, who cowered with her hands over her ears. "Oh, are you preparing for another round?" Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a tall figure identical to the beast from earlier, save for a mask of iron. As Chen Tianhao glanced toward the spot where the beast had fallen, he found nothing but a pool of blood and scattered bullet casings. "Lu Jin, it is time for your performance." To Chen Tianhao's horror, he witnessed Zhang Zhong's wounds visibly mending, a phenomenon attributed to the self-healing genes he had acquired from the salamander and gecko. This revelation astonished Lu Jin, invoking thoughts of the mythical werewolf. However, his focus quickly shifted back to the matter at hand, with his adversary now in sight. "Lu Jin, how are you still alive?" "Who is Lu Jin?" questioned Yang Tianjin, a woman addressed by that name, her presence surprising Chen Tianhao. "Indeed, it is you, my dear childhood friend. I am delighted to encounter you once more, but we shall settle our debts later. For now, it is time for my reckoning with Chen Tianhao. I do not know you." Stripped of his weaponry, The wealthy son and underworld lord, Chan Tianhao, lost the bravado he had previously displayed, his voice now trembling. It seems your memory fails you. Allow me to refresh it. Lu Jin stepped closer to Chan Tianhao, seizing Yang Tianjin and tossing her aside, then swiftly unsheathing a blade from his wrist, which pierced through Chan Tianhao's right arm. I recall it was also aboard a yacht when, before your friends, you severed my tendons. With a swift motion of his hand, Chan Tianhao's right arm was severed, followed by the sharp blade piercing through his left arm. I was left helplessly watching as the wolf you raised devoured my hand. A pause in his voice, and soon after, Chan Tianhao's left arm was also cleaved off. The excruciating pain rendered his vision dark, as he had felt no discomfort from the blade's initial cut. Now, however, he was besieged by a heart-wrenching agony. How reminiscent of my own anguished cries they were. Indeed as exquisite as my own distress. Lu Jin raised his right foot and crushed Chan Tianhao's left leg. With a sudden darkness enveloping him, Chan Tianhao lost consciousness. Such a fainting spell, far inferior to my own experience. Given this, what then? Oh, your hesitation is excessive. Allow me to assist you. Zhang Zhong carelessly discarded the lifeless Yang Tianjin, akin to tossing aside a broken doll. Very well. After weighing the balance of power, Lu Jin decisively abandoned the notion of confronting Zhang Zhong. He turned and hoisted Chan Tianhao's feeble body, leaping to impale him upon the flagpole, all while under the terror-stricken gaze of his agonizing awakening. The blade danced once more. Chapter 78. The crisis in the lower city beginning. As Lu Jin finished erasing all traces, Zhang Zhong leaped from the yacht, landing securely on the speedboat that was being towed behind. Start the engine. Head towards the shore. Buddy, I've just received orders. It seems the coming-of-age ceremony has been altered. We are to return to the ship with our quarry and commence the true rite of passage. This is for you, Lu Jin said, removing his wrist blade and handing it to Zhang Zhong. He then tapped his personal terminal a couple of times, and a beam of light descended from above, enveloping Lu Jin, who vanished in an instant. Spatial teleportation technology? Zhang Zhong drenched the speedboat in gasoline and ignited it. He plunged into the ocean, his fur retracting and transforming into scales, while his tail broadened and flattened as he swiftly swam towards the shore. Boom! The speedboat erupted in flames as Zhang Zhong donned a borrowed suit and vanished into the alley. Global news reports revealed that an Arctic research team had discovered an abandoned whaling station from the last century, but had lost contact due to unforeseen circumstances, prompting various nations to jointly dispatch exploration teams. Morning news reported that fishermen had found a yacht on the shore, suspected of having been attacked by a sea monster. The hotel television broadcasted the news as Zhang Zhong turned it off and entered the bathroom to wash the gray fur, but it remained unchanged, still a dull gray. Damn. So in reality, I am not merely a bouncing tiger but rather a more bizarre creature? After shaking off the damp fur, Zhang Zhong transformed into human form, carrying a metal briefcase. After purchasing gold and storing it in the system space, he checked his energy points. Ding! The host has accumulated 10,000 energy points, completing the initial exploration of an unknown world. Ding! The host can expend 50,000 energy points to upgrade the system and unlock the system mall. Ding! High quality at a low price, act swiftly. Since the demand has been made, I shall oblige. Upgrade. Upgrade commencing. The host may engage in any activity during this process. Ding! A complimentary return ticket has been granted to the host. The system's notifications soon subsided. Zhang Zhong tightened his coat, nestled in the corner of a safe, squinting his eyes before drifting into slumber. Sir, our establishment has closed. The server called out. Apologies, I've been exceedingly fatigued. Rising, Zhang Zhong tightened his coat and stepped out into the drizzling streets, gradually disappearing into the darkness beyond the lights. Ding! Upgrade complete. Return. Zhang Zhong's voice echoed as a rift in space quietly appeared. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped through. Iron-blooded spaceship. The strange signal had vanished. Lu Jin gazed at his personal terminal, observing the location of Zhang Zhong where the signal was lost, all the while holding a test tube filled with blood. Thus, Zhang Zhong became a lingering concern for Lu Jin in the time to come. In the main world, Zhang Zhong had long awakened. After issuing a return command to his doppelganger, he was alert once more. At this moment, he listened to the reports from his doppelganger, feeling a slight headache. In the hours he had been absent, the virus had rescued a demon adopted by the frontline subclan of the demon race, his excuse being that he saw a glimmer of wisdom in the demon's eyes. The leader is indeed like this. The virus is preparing to cultivate a demon from the abyss. What kind of demon is it? A horned demon, the most common entity within the abyssal realm, colloquially termed as cannon fodder. Old K. As far as I know, the demon legions of the abyss abandoned numerous demons during every great war. Lord of Plagues. I have experienced the vast and ferocious energy within demons. Demon Chef. I detest demons. Those mindless fools. Corpse King. I feel that my current name, white hair, suits me perfectly. It exudes power. Target Snake. How did you unilaterally change your name? Jumping Tiger. Therefore, Master, you are quite bothersome. Leader. To balance the strength of those without professions, white hair, Corpse King, and Jumping Tiger will manage from now on. Do you have any objections? Rogue. I have none. I plan to level up tomorrow, aiming to reach level 50 before enrollment. Dark Sky. I believe we should first experiment to see if the ascent and descent are interchangeable. With 8 distinct consciousnesses, Zhang Zhong felt a bit overwhelmed. After consuming one of his avatars, he felt much better. Adaptation is key. Soon there will be 14. The author chuckles. Fortunately, he remained clever or he would have truly become a mental patient. Zhang Zhong commended his former self for his wit. Breaking news. Special report. The long immobile gate has shifted. The demon gate has relocated to the territory of Yuzhou, resulting in the disbandment of 2 legions. Let us remember this moment. The losses were severe. With the assistance of the Alliance's Great Wall Guards, the Demon Vanguard and Beast Tide were successfully quelled. Recruitment has commenced, and it is reported that enlistment will occur at various academies. Ordinary citizens must obtain a mecha pilot's license to join the military. As Zhang Zhong organized his chaotic thoughts, the news broadcast echoed from his mobile device. This is a hallmark of the era, with news holding absolute priority. The interrupting broadcast soon concluded, and once again, the screen displayed the graceful movements of young women from various races. Tossing his phone to an avatar, Zhang Zhong retreated to his bedroom. Cradling his head, he gazed at the ceiling while rain began to fall outside. After surveying the state of his avatars, Zhang Zhong closed his eyes, and the rain outside intensified. Before long, he drifted into a deep slumber. In the lower district, most of the buildings retained from the last century remained, save for the modern structures near the schools. The old architecture is the hallmark of the lower district. At this moment, in a concealed location within the old town, several hooded figures gathered together. I felt the will of the great desolate god. When those students head to the 5th Academy, we shall unleash the beast tide to reclaim the lands of the great desolate god. Praise the god! The other robed figures knelt around the one adorned in a gold-trimmed black robe, their eyes filled with fervor as they shouted loudly. The black-robed figure's gaze was rife with mockery. These foolish mortals are so easily deceived. Where are the gods in this world? The foolish deities reside within the gates of the West. Only the God of flesh and blood is the true God. Thus, offer up all that you have for the God. As the black-robed figure concluded, his body rapidly expanded, flesh and blood accumulating and instantly engulfing the kneeling individuals around him. Ah, the foolishness of humanity is truly remarkable. The figure cloaked in black felt a sense of delight. I hope those worthless members of the cult of the wild gods can meet my expectations. Otherwise, I shall offer you all to the magnificent god of flesh and blood. The grotesque, large rat gnawing at the remnants of flesh upon the ground ceased its feast, bowing repeatedly in reverence to the black-robed figure. Begone. With a wave of his hand, the black-robed one settled cross-legged within a bizarre formation where blood had congealed eerily, and from the rising essence of blood, a humanoid figure composed of crimson emerged. O Lord of flesh and blood, I beseech you to illuminate the path for your devout follower. As the black-robed one's prayers resonated, the blood-formed entity morphed back into a mound of flesh, flicking a finger to release a droplet of blood that transitioned from ethereal to corporeal, merging with the mound of flesh that had taken the shape of the black-robed figure. The mound began to spurt blood, soon filling the entire space. The liquid commenced to boil, as if countless souls were struggling within it. The blood that filled the space began to contract, ultimately forming a colossal crimson egg. With a pop, a red-skinned arm emerged from the blood egg, followed by the appearance of a creature, its entire body covered in skin as crimson as blood, resembling sanguine tendrils. Before long, the eerie skin shifted from red to white, finally settling into a normal hue. Chapter 79. A deficiency of elite combat power. Lilith. Your task is to investigate the conditions of this human realm. Do not falter. The voice, steeped in malevolence, emanated from the blood mist. At your command, great blood demon sovereign, your most humble servant acknowledges. As the blood mist dissipated, Lilith languidly stretched, her flawless curves unmistakably revealed. She swiftly transformed into a swarm of bats, departing from this clandestine underground gathering. Damn it, I am late. Shortly after Lilith's departure, two enforcers from the law enforcement department stood agog in the blood-soaked room, their hearts seething with indignation. These accursed cultists. One enforcer summoned flames, which surged forth, incinerating the lifeless body drained of its blood, reducing it to ashes. Withdraw and report to headquarters. After securing the scene, the two enforcers departed. Should we inform the main body of the situation here? A raven, its eye a vivid green, perched upon a power line, observing the two departing figures with curiosity. Oh well, given the nature of the main body, it hardly cares. Why bother with idle concerns? Let us follow. Another raven arrived, joining the first, and together they pursued the enchanting woman who bore no resemblance to an Eastern beauty. What delectable maideness blood this is! Lilith released the girl she had been cradling, savoring the crimson liquid on her lips as one would critique a fine delicacy. With lingering satisfaction, she stepped out of the shantytown. Oh dear, who walks without a sound? You've hurt me, young man. The clone numbered 10087 rose from the ground, her gaze sweeping upwards to behold long, slender legs nearing a height of nearly 5 feet 3 inches, a striking figure with scarlet lips and a visage that exuded sensual allure. Yet, astonishingly, her eyes had turned a shade of pink. What do you mean by staring at me with such lewdness, you rogue? It was utterly ineffective. Lilith seized clone 10087, her delicate tongue flicking across a face that could hardly be deemed handsome. This act sent shivers through the clone, and soon an odd gas infiltrated her nostrils, conjuring unspeakable images in her mind, though she quickly regained her composure. Blast! Are you a dog, woman? Lilith's eyes flared a deep crimson, as if her blood surged forth like water from a pump, flooding her being. You vile woman! In a lower district, a sniper was observing a target known as the target snake through a scope, his body trembling as he instinctively covered a sensitive area and then dashed into the restroom. Target snake. Brothers, our comrade, the one known as 87, has met his demise. Corpse King. What happened? Lord of Pestilence. A raven has discovered a woman bathed in bats. She drained 87 entirely, even siphoning the dark essence within him. Haha, jumping tiger. So, we have a vampire among us? Demon Chef. A vampire? The most lowly of demons from the abyss, a creation of the blood demon sovereign. The Wanderer. Tomorrow, after we level up, let us speak to the main body about enhancing our combat prowess. The other numerous avatars. Let it be so. Thus, the shadow avatars activated their mischief mode, which essentially meant they would rush forth to meet their fate. Lilith pursed her lips, sensing something amiss with this male human, an inexplicable feeling of deficiency. Just as she contemplated relocating, she encountered a familiar corner. Woman, are you ill, seeking to draw my attention? The 10086 avatar rose from the ground, adjusting his suit, his face adorned with a blend of arrogance, scorn, disdain, and a hint of desire. What was happening? Lilith oscillated her gaze between the suited man before her and the corpse behind, perplexed by the impossibility of identical humans. Oh well, let this be a delightful diversion. Such is the wonder of the world. What are you saying this time? Lilith was more direct, akin to a lover leaping into an embrace, biting the neck of the 10086 avatar without a shred of hesitation, soon leaving yet another lifeless body in the alley, devoid of any remnants. Wretched woman, return my brother. I'll have you flying like a raven. Before Lilith could turn, the 10,088 avatar charged from the opposite side, leaping high with his rear aimed at her face. Thud! Lilith, still reeling from her previous indulgence, was slammed against the wall. Human, subjected to such humiliation, the self-proclaimed noble Lilith transformed into countless bats, swarming the 10088 avatar, resulting in yet another lifeless form. What is happening? Am I encountering a ghost? Removing the mask from the 10088 avatar revealed an identical face, sending chills down Lilith's spine. Am I trapped in an illusion? Closing her eyes, she sensed her surroundings, detecting no powerful life forms nearby. How bothersome! If you seek amusement, could you kindly disable the mental sharing? A voice echoed through the night as golden eyes glimmered in the darkness. The culinary demon seized an approaching avatar, tossing it aside with grace and composure, his actions elegant and unhurried. Truly, the repugnant stench of blood from the minions of the blood demon. Who are you? Lilith felt a sense of foreboding. The man with golden eyes exuded an overwhelming aura. You are not human? Foolish bats, your ignorance is beyond redemption. Just as Lilith was about to retort, she suddenly felt the ground beneath her soften, her body beginning to sink. Sandification? Are you the high-level mutated earth elemental demon who defected a millennium ago? Panic-stricken, Lilith exclaimed, recalling how that defector had decimated nearly 1,000 demons of equal rank. Blood escape. In that instant, her blood surged, enveloping her in a crimson light, vanishing from sight. Fled? Thank goodness. Currently, I possess but a fraction of my former strength. Otherwise, engaging would yield no favorable outcome. As a manifestation of the Hall of Six Desires, combat was not a concern for the culinary demon. Such matters were better left to the future lord of the Palace of Desires. Culinary demon, you let them escape just like that? Indeed, the Shanhai Jing records that in the Western Ridge, there exists a creature resembling a human, with crimson eyes and protruding fangs, who lurks by day and emerges at night, thriving on the blood of humans, which purportedly extends life. Upon hearing the words of the avatars 10090 and 10091, the demonic chef felt the loss of an exquisite ingredient acutely. The target serpent remarked, "Demonic chef, did you not claim to be unconcerned? Why did you rush over?" The chef replied, "I intended to take advantage of the early market's lower prices to procure some ingredients, and then I simply encountered the situation." Old K interrupted their conversation, stating, "The main body is awakening. We must cease our discussion." After disposing of the remains of the 3 avatars, the demonic chef proceeded to the morning market, selecting some ingredients from a floating vegetable stall before returning to the building. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting warmth upon the surroundings. Zhang Zhong awoke from a restless slumber, stretched languidly, and made his way to the bathroom. "Boss, last night we encountered a vampire. Our brothers, lacking sufficient strength, suffered the loss of 2 from the Wanzi generation. The demonic chef failed to eliminate the opponent, allowing her to escape. This implied a deficiency in elite combat power, did it not?" Zhang Zhong spat out the mouthwash into the basin offered by an avatar and wiped his hands. Chapter 80. A renewal of collective strength announcement. Assemble for a meeting. Within the realm of consciousness, a black mire surged forth, revealing a long, shadowy table. The left side was fully occupied by 7 seats, while the right side held only 1 occupant, a towering figure with a crow's head and sharp claws resting on the armrest. To the left were countless white-robed figures, while to the right loomed grotesque creatures emanating an eerie, dark red glow. These beings had acquiesced, murmuring amongst themselves, as this display of grandeur was a rare occurrence in their memories. "Silence, let us commence the assembly of avatars," while the main body observes, Old K declared, swiftly quieting the surroundings. Nearly a month had passed since the initiation of the Arrogance War Palace, and several brothers had perished due to being only half empowered. Let us take a moment to honor them, for I have faith they shall return and await the next ascension. Plague Lord Old K, my devouring legion is currently conquering the outside world and in need of resources and reinforcements. I agree to enhance the strength of the next War Palace Lord. The Plague Lord's voice was raspy and deep, his sharp claws gently tapping the armrest. Very well, let us commence the fusion with the wandering souls emerging from the underground city. Brothers, how do you feel? Old K concluded, the inaugural assembly of avatars is now adjourned. All votes have passed. Following the meeting, the illusory avatars in the realm of consciousness began to merge. Zhang Zhong opened his eyes, the clock striking 10 in the morning. After tidying himself up, he departed from the cylindrical building. Boarding the light rail towards the job transition hall, as he alighted, his demeanor shifted to a more languid one, embodying the essence of a wanderer. He navigated effortlessly to the teleportation passage for the underground city. This time, he aimed to gather more resources, having heard rumors of a demon gate in our province. Once collected, he would make his escape. All right, keep it down, another fat sheep is arriving. The discussions around him gradually diminished. Classmate, professional leveling from level 1 to 10 costs only 1,500. The final blow is yours. Classmate, I possess tickets to the Goblin Underground City. Perform well for abundant experience, and I guarantee you will reach level 10 in a day. Classmate, hey. Zhang Zhong automatically filtered out the sounds around him and stepped into a radiant column of light that seemed to connect heaven and earth. As he approached, the demon god abyss scroll in his inventory swiftly transformed into glowing particles, enveloping his entire being. Congratulations on using the demon god abyss. You shall become the chosen embodiment of divinity and demonhood. Please select a mode: Abyss, King, Legend, Myth. Higher modes increase the probability of awakening. In the realm of legends, upon death, 1 to 2 monsters from the city would wreak havoc within the underground for 20 hours, and if slain in reality, one would attract the gaze of the divine. In the mythic realm, monsters from another world would breach the spatial barrier and truly descend. Selecting the mythic mode would grant a divine occupational experience card once. Zhang Zhong scratched his head and chose the mythic option. After all, Zhang Zhong felt that no one could withstand a punch from him. If there were, he would simply deliver another. The world before him became inverted, and the space trembled. This was the abyss of gods and demons, brimming with potent energy. Zhang Zhong's body quivered as 6 figures of varying forms emerged. I feel a breakthrough. So do I. Me too. The power of the plague was continuously amplifying. Perfect. If I can consume this, I could become a junior demon god. You have all been enhanced. Let us commence our ascension. As the 7 consciousnesses emerged, Zhang Zhong sensed a clarity of mind, while the endless blood energy of the abyss of gods and demons seemed irresistibly drawn towards him. The blood energy and divine power that lingered before the 6th gate rapidly increased, solidifying into a massive crimson dragon. It charged fiercely against the 6th gate, and the divine blood energy poured in, making the crimson dragon increasingly real, with its force growing more formidable. Thud, thud, thud. Zhang Zhong's body, comparable to S-class advanced alloys, suddenly sprouted numerous wounds, from which a liquid akin to jade flowed forth, as if a blood-colored divine dragon struggled within. Brothers, protect me. I will clear the area of monsters. We shall go together. The blood droplets did not fall but rather reintegrated with Zhang Zhong's body, merging with the divine blood energy once more. Break for me. 6th gate. The crimson dragon charged against the gate once more, shattering it into fragments, before crashing into the 7th gate and obliterating it as well. The blood-colored dragon dissipated before the last gate, which radiated a magnificent golden divine light. Zhang Zhong's black hair grew long, dancing wildly, while mysterious runes appeared on his body, only to vanish swiftly. His aura became ethereal, akin to a celestial being. The surrounding malevolent energy dissipated like ice meeting a raging fire. It is complete. Come forth, my treasures, and refresh yourselves one by one. Today we shall sweep through the abyss of gods and demons. The avatars immediately ceased their attacks, vanishing, then emerging once more from within Zhang Zhong. He discovered that this rift-like space was teeming with various creatures. Beasts with 4 eyes and 9 tails, soldiers clad in armor wielding weapons, and demons with hollow eyes but adorned with devilish horns, all surrounded by an endless multitude of beings. Do you dare to compare numbers with me? Brothers, I shall be the first to challenge. The skies around him quaked as avatars of the ruined Zhang Zhong, clad in Phantom King garb, appeared, raising their hands to unleash crimson beams that shot forth. The twin blades shall provide you with the answer. The dragon's void slash. The twin blades unfurled like dragon wings, with the Corpse King charging directly into the throng of monsters, as if the black earth had been plowed anew. Have I really just leveled up to 20? My martial skills have transformed into abilities. Quake Blade Disarm, Phoenix Feather, Gale's Final Slash, Wailing Spirits, 5 Emotions 7 Annihilation Formation, Sword Control Technique. I too have reached level 20. Wave Marking, Rending Wave Slash, Wave Eruption, Ghost Seal Pearl, Azura's Evil Light Slash, Evil Light Wave Formation, Immovable King Formation, Dark Sky Wave Eye. What are all these skills? I can learn new skills now. I wish to wield the nuclear bomb and the annihilation cannon. The scattered individuals are filled with joy, and so too are the darkened skies and the target serpents. Zhang Zhong paid no heed to these beings, instead positioning himself before the oncoming monsters once more. This is going to be spectacular. Watch closely. He summoned the principal's colossal sword from the void and lifted it high. The air visibly compressed, and a tremendous blade of light descended from the heavens, reducing everything it touched to mere dust in an instant. As the dust settled, a profound chasm was carved into the ground. The target serpents, scattered individuals, and the darkened skies were all greeted with the frenzied sound of leveling up. Simultaneously, in a dimensional rift between other realms and the main world, an equally deep chasm manifested within the true abyss of gods and demons, leading directly to the enigmatic tower of gods and demons. The essence of the abyss of gods and demons resides within that tower, situated upon the scorched earth, rather than its peripheral puppets. Upon completing the awakening task, will you return to reality? Yes. Finding the experience lacking in excitement, Zhang Zhong chose to depart. Familiar radiance and the sensation of spatial inversion enveloped him as he returned to the class transition hall for professionals. The whispers emanating from within the true tower of gods and demons conveyed, "Creator, you nearly jeopardized our plans. I shall seek forgiveness from Lord Khan." Chapter 81. The Crisis in the Lower City. Prologue. What level of dungeon was that golden light? I do not know. It is of no concern to us. The radiance of the portal previously captured the attention of several players, as golden light symbolizes a prophetic illumination. Plague Lord. What a delightful sensation. I am on the verge of coalescing my divine essence and ascending to demigod status. Dark Heaven. So, just because you are slightly more formidable, you can instantly become a deity? Corpse King. Envy has turned my eyes green. I shall now proceed to harvest the souls of the ferocious beasts. Jumping Tiger. You must be reveling in this. In this world, you are the only one who qualifies as a reaper. Magic Chef. Thus, if the divine realm merges with yours, you would be competing with the Grim Reaper for business. At this moment, Zhang Zhong had returned to his physical form and swiped his transportation card. Beep. Senior card. It is truly a waste of societal resources for someone so young to utilize a senior card. Indeed. Are you two getting on the bus or just blocking the door? Getting on now. Just getting on. A figure reminiscent of a former driver intervened, interrupting the two middle-aged women gossiping behind Zhang Zhong. Beep. Student card. Beep. Disabled card. As these two announcements echoed, the other passengers cast peculiar glances at the two women. By the time it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Zhong disembarked with an impassive expression, having said not a word during the journey, resembling a simpleton. In the tenement, Zhang Zhong sat on the sofa, fiddling with his phone, yet he had truly entered the realm of consciousness. The ethereal avatar was still in the process of merging, albeit at an exceedingly slow pace. According to his perception, it had integrated with 150 million entities, yet it still resembled nothing more than a mere skeletal frame. Continuing the fusion. Should it remain thus by tomorrow, I shall commence directly. He shifted his focus to his phone, where the performance of the Glory League had reached an impressive 10-0-0, having never once succumbed to defeat. Thus, he decisively accepted the challenge in the opposing lane. While Zhang Zhong was engrossed in play, within the realm of consciousness, the skeletal frame grew increasingly solid as it continued to merge. Threads of black and pale blue energy intertwined with the ethereal avatar, integrating into the skeleton. However, Zhang Zhong was entirely unaware of this. He was preoccupied with demolishing the enemy's defensive towers. What are you doing, playing an undead yet failing to push towers while merely last-hitting minions? And you, playing a deathmark assassin, why are you assisting? That headless horseman is a fool. You should be leading the charge. Oh, and I almost forgot about you, the undead mage. Why are you not supporting properly but rather leeching off my skeletal dragon's minion wave? Just as he was immersed in the game, the screen abruptly retreated, revealing the stark words defeat. Zhang Zhong cast aside his phone, feeling as though he had fallen into a den of bones. Each of the 3 rounds featured a skeletal dragon that could transform into 2 forms, while he had 4 heroes of the undead class on his team. Even if they selected, they lacked positional awareness, following him into battle like a shadow. The moment he fell, regardless of the enemy's health, his teammates would turn tail and flee. Uninstall. I shall uninstall this game. Without hesitation, in front of his avatar, Zhang Zhong proceeded to uninstall Glory League. He then opened a short video app and began scrolling through the 3600th knife forging competition. Indeed, that game appears to be solely for children. The mere thought of it incites frustration. What was advertised? If one enjoys it, they should regard it as a matter of honor. Yet, the absence of virtual reality is only the beginning. Even 6D technology is lacking, leaving only the option to play on antiquated computers and mobile devices. Zhang Zhong suspects that this game is specifically targeted at the residents of the lower city. It is quite audacious for those upstairs to remain awake at such late hours. Are you preparing to demolish the building? The resonant roar imbued with psychic energy shook the entire structure. But fortunately, despite its age, the building remains remarkably sturdy. Oh, my apologies. Zhang Zhong turned to summon a clone, his brow furrowed. Tomorrow, let us evict all the inhabitants of this building. I had thought we were the sole occupants, but it seems some have escaped notice. The Plague Lord remarked, a fierce tiger does not permit others to slumber in its den. The target snake added, if they refuse to leave, we shall compel them with wealth. The wanderer quipped, it seems the target snake has recently been quite profitable. The Corpse Lord mused, I believe my main body could form a legion called the Annihilation Legion. The Dark Sky questioned, what's wrong? Are we starting with a virtual flash? The other numerous clones responded nonchalantly. Turning off his phone, Zhang Zhong lay down on his bed, only to suddenly spring up again as his muscles began to contract peculiarly, leaving him as slender as a bamboo shoot. He quickly summoned a clone to consume him, which restored his form, and dashed to the refrigerator. During this hurried journey, his body began to shrink once more. He poured the recently acquired nutrient solution into his mouth, swallowing an entire 100-person portion. Finally, Zhang Zhong's body returned to normal. What on earth is happening? I nearly met my end. Wiping the sweat that had formed on his forehead from the rapid absorption of the nutrient solution, Zhang Zhong returned to bed with the assistance of his clone. To be so weak at such a young age. I do not consider myself someone who enjoys mockery. In response to the clone's taunts, Zhang Zhong retorted immediately. Isn't it simply due to your laziness? To be precise, we share a processor, and our memory is identical. Outside the city, in the wilderness, hundreds of monstrous creatures resembling skinned giant wolves were currently following a thunder wolf dragon, sweeping through the surrounding feral beasts. Thanks to the relentless efforts of the Devouring Legion, the safe zone on the southern side of the city had been pushed forward by a full 1,000 miles. Aha! Employing a fishing strategy is indeed reliable. The feral beasts were nearly annihilated without a response. Suddenly, all the clones paused, visibly noticing that the colossal Ultimate Hunter had shrunk slightly. The Ultimate Hunter is also known as the Ultimate Fighter. The main body remained unharmed. It must have been dehydrated, considering it was to become the next master of the Fusion Battle Palace. Zhang Aoyan's body twisted, tentacles undulating, transforming into human form, while simultaneously explaining what he had learned from the Plague Lord. Upon finishing, Zhang Aoyan transformed into the Ultimate Hunter. According to reports from the Plague Crow, followers of the God of Ruin had appeared outside the city and had made contact with numerous groups of feral beasts, indicating a clear conspiracy. He has arrived. A raven with 3 emerald green eyes perched upon the form of Zhang Aoyan transformed into the Ultimate Fighter. In the realm of Zhang Aoyan's viral perception, a human transformed into a gray, colossal wolf of the mountains as he approached. Desiring his abilities yet sensing no spiritual energy, it must be a latent gift. We shall observe his intentions before deciding to eliminate him. Thus, we shall harness the terrifying prowess of our Devouring Legion, which thrives on disguise. Should we acquire this individual's capabilities, we could attain an even greater level of perfection. Within the confines of Zhang Aoyan's local network, other avatars had begun to covet the innate abilities of this disciple of the ruinous god sect. The great thunder god, one of the deities of the vast wilderness, stood before the mountain wolf, who had taken on the form of the ruinous god disciple, completely disregarding the multitude of flayed wolves behind him. Master, how should I respond? One asked. Simply inquire what he seeks. What business does this ferocious beast have with me? Is it here to become my snack? No. I come seeking cooperation. Great one. Ahead lies a human city abundant with potent radiation. I hope you will come to indulge in its delights. The disciple of the ruinous god, bowing humbly, spoke with reverence. At that very moment, as the disciple lowered his head, Zhang Aoyan materialized above him, bringing his foot down with tremendous force. Chapter 82. The many facets with a thunderous crash. A terrifying force forcefully slammed the head of the cultist of the wasteland god into the ground. The earth cracked beneath this blow, and a massive pit, measuring 100 meters in diameter, appeared almost instantaneously. Such a heavy strike, however, did not obliterate the cultist. Instead, it left him bloodied and battered, evoking a sense of nostalgia in Zhang Aoyan. His true form could easily reduce this foe to dust with a single step. Boss Virus, it's not that you lack strength. That fellow utilized the stone armor skill of the rock wolf. Indeed, perhaps we should unite and eliminate him together. Stop right there. Zhang Aoyan successfully averted the impending explosion of his brain, feeling increasing sympathy for his true form. Who are you? Are you a servant of the great thunder god? I have encountered the divine envoy. Just when Zhang Aoyan believed the cultist was preparing for a fierce confrontation, the wasteland goddess follower unexpectedly knelt once again. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Aoyan thought to himself, witness my tenfold stomp, transforming into a dark crimson blur. He leaped high into the air, his right foot morphing into a weapon of black light, resembling a fusion of an elephant's leg and a heavy hammer. Thud! Thunderous echoes resounded as crimson and white debris erupted forth, the 100-meter pit expanding to a kilometer in diameter. Black tendrils surged forth, consuming the cultist who had transformed into a colossal wolf of stone. Thus, I shall become even more perfect, destined to reign atop the food chain of this realm. Zhang Aoyan roared with exhilaration, while dark crimson energy surged, illuminating the surroundings with a brilliant glow. Has the disguise evolved into mimicry? Why do I feel that further evolution might lead me to become something akin to Venom? I wonder when I might venture into the Marvel Universe to battle Spider-Man and Wolverine. Such disparate characters. Stop. Come forth. Zhang Aoyan's form rapidly expanded, resembling a great tree ensnared by tendrils, which swiftly penetrated the bodies of his hundreds of clones. Devouring Legion, commence transformation. Hold on, Boss Virus. Are we ignoring the true form now? The true form has stated that it's merely a beast tide, allowing us to strengthen ourselves. Then let us proceed. The clones reached a consensus, transforming into a myriad of ferocious beasts, navigating around the encampment of the guarding army. Wasteland beasts? The thunder wolf dragon, belonging to the lightning category of wasteland beasts, is also a species of beast dragon. Do not concern yourself with it. Remember what the rules state. That's why I questioned why we were to disregard the fleeing beasts. It turns out there are wasteland beasts present. Very well. Maintain your posts. Ensure that the escaped beasts do not return. Once the Titan-class mechs from the military arrive, we shall extend our walls to reclaim lost territory. Thus, the devouring legion strolled a casual 2 kilometers outside the safety zone, boldly approaching the encampment of the guarding army. Master, what shall we do next? The Thunder Wolf Dragon had now wholly embraced its identity as both pet and steed. After all, if even ordinary subordinates were this formidable, it was clear that it had not exerted its full strength during their previous encounter. While it too had not unleashed its full potential, having another long-term benefactor could only be advantageous. Thus, the Thunder Wolf Dragon, harboring its own schemes, devoured a triangular fierce bull thrown by one of its doppelgangers, resembling the Triceratops. Shall we embark on a quest to discover your staple food? I am quite curious about your diet. At the mention of staple food, the Thunder Wolf Dragon lifted its gaze towards the heavens. According to the Elder, a dragon of ancient lineage, there was a time when elongated entities would descend from the sky and upon detonating, the energies within could not only satiate one's hunger, but also facilitate advancement. As a dragon-formed savage beast, it possessed a longevity surpassing that of ordinary savage beasts, with an entirely distinct evolutionary path. While typical savage beasts could evolve only to the Titan or Monarch stage, dragon-formed savage beasts had the opportunity to approach the threshold of planetary-level savage beasts. In their realm, however, they referred to this as divine dragon level, capable of harnessing the will of the planet to strike their targets. In the past, they would wait for the elongated rain from the sky. Now, they had to rely on preying upon other savage beasts, energy crystals, or natural energies. The dietary preferences of the Thunder Wolf Dragon left Zhang Outyan and the other doppelgangers in utter astonishment. Elongated rain from the sky? Isn't that akin to the devastating mushroom bombs of humanity's past? Zhang Outyan mused, pondering whether the energy crystals were indeed radioactive minerals. I wonder if we can absorb radiation? Think carefully, brother, one of the doppelgangers cautioned. That stuff is radioactive. Do you aspire to become a tesseract? Although Zhang Outyan verbally rejected the notion, his mind was already scheming for an opportunity to experiment. By the way, we have newly acquired combat supplies, the Blade of Requital. Understanding the reference, Zhang Outyan retrieved the Blade of Requital, crafted by the target serpent, reputedly forged from phantom doppelgangers, where one phantom could produce 9 blades. Without hesitation, he plunged the blade into his chest, quickly enveloped by a black, bony exoskeleton. Subsequently, several tendrils emerged from his back, reminiscent of Dr. Octopus. As Zhang Outyan became ethereal, the other doppelgangers followed suit, initiating their own requital. The long knife pierced their chests, and white bones rapidly cloaked them. Am I turning into a white wolfman? Is this akin to becoming a spider? With over 100 doppelgangers, each manifested in diverse forms, confirming Zhang's speculation that doppelgangers possessed a semblance of soul, mere fragments of his own essence, leading to their inability to transform into a grim reaper. They could only become phantoms. Thus, did we not acquire dual identities? Indeed, we are both the Devouring Legion and the Hollow Legion, capable of engaging from a distance with phantoms or up close with swordsmanship. Moreover, with the ability to swiftly turn, it is simply perfect. Zhang Outyan dispelled the ethereal form, stowing the Blade of Requital back into the system space, finding comfort in his blacklight form. By the way, one doppelganger remarked, transforming into a woman. Lo and behold, our number has expanded yet again. Shall we call ourselves the Legion of Thousand Faces? Remarkable. With this, apart from the cannon fodder and ordinary doppelgangers, we shall truly become a combat unit. In that case, we must erect a monument to commemorate those brothers who sacrificed themselves for the sake of our glorious victory. Thus, becoming stronger is our aspiration. What monument shall we erect? Perhaps a milestone? No, that is too pedestrian. A hero's memorial? That seems far too grand for us to merit. Let us name it the Spirit Tablet, for even in death can we not live on? Hence, we shall call it the Spirit Tablet. Such deliberations have substantiated a theory. One can indeed engage in discourse on a singular issue for several hours, even with oneself. Zhang Outyan sat nearby, cradling his forehead. In the future, we should adopt multiple aliases while navigating the outside world. Names like Red Central, Danyangzi, Dodi, or Han Tianzuan, do you understand? This we do not yet comprehend, but we are unduly concerned. The myriad of avatars meandered effortlessly into the true wilderness. Here, the trees towered like mountains, and the vegetation was extraordinarily lush, devoid of any signs of human presence. In the distance, a pitch-black gate came into view. Could that be the gate to the demon realm? It is immense. It feels as though it could encompass the heavens and the earth, a sensation akin to being shrunken down countless times. No, the fear of colossal entities is creeping in. The Thunder Wolf Dragon observed the excessively jovial members of the myriad Avatar Legion, akin to being surrounded by a gaggle of younglings. Chapter 83. Choices abound. How is it that this young dragon has already embarked on the journey of parenthood? The Thunder Wolf Dragon buried its head in its forepaws, choosing to ignore the world around it. Zhang Outyan, leading the Devouring Legion, discovered a cave and, observing the pale dawn sky, settled into a comfortable position to rest. Soon the sound of snoring echoed from within. The Thunderwolf Dragon instinctively curled up by the entrance, a vigilant guardian. Commander, the Devouring Legion has located the Abyssal Gate. A doppelganger stood beside Zhang, presenting a damp towel. They were advised to exercise caution and follow the Thunderwolf dragon to test whether they could absorb the radiation. If successful, they could use mushroom bombs to clear the area before engaging in battle. A bold endeavor, considering the abundance of comrades. By the way, let us establish the soul tablet in the realm of consciousness. After tossing the towel into a basin, the doppelganger draped a coat over Zhang. If only this coat were not so antiquated, it would be perfect. Additionally, a new talent had been acquired, mimicry. With a swift motion, he transformed his hand into a blade, cleaving a doppelganger in two. The body rapidly disintegrated into blood, evaporating like water. The Plague Lord. That is not correct. My main body. Corpse King. Indeed, it is utterly cruel. That brother was just serving tea moments ago. Target Serpent. Well, I believe he met his end with dignity. Disinterested in the early morning banter, Zhang flicked his sleeve and settled onto the sofa to enjoy breakfast. After consuming a feast meant for 100, he leaned back, lost in thought. I am now considered a professional, which means I am also a spirit warrior. Besides delving into the dungeons, I can cultivate breathing techniques. Should I choose the breathing technique or the spirit drawing method? Upon reflecting on this, Zhang regained his focus and sat up to activate the search engine. Which is superior, the breathing technique or the spirit drawing method? Clicking on the title, he was immediately greeted by an introduction to the 5 fundamental breathing techniques. The breathing technique is a method developed from observing the respiratory actions of fierce beasts and wild creatures, tailored for human cultivation, applicable in all postures, standing, sitting, or lying down. By employing a unique breathing frequency, it allows external energy to circulate within the body, achieving a synergistic effect akin to the dual cultivation of qi refinement. In contrast, the spirit drawing method necessitates a meditative state, emptying the mind to absorb ambient spiritual energy, a process that is slow and time-consuming. The 5 popular breathing techniques within the Alliance include the Fire Separation Breathing Technique, Metal Forge Breathing Technique, Wood Nurturing Breathing Technique, Water Foundation Breathing Technique, and Earth Stabilization Breathing Technique. Each technique possesses numerous variants. Overwhelmed by the extensive details spanning over 100 pages, Zhang abandoned the notion of pursuing the breathing technique, inwardly lamenting its complexity. Has the main body forgotten that his current flesh is comparable to a terrestrial deity? Judging by its appearance, it seems to have slipped its mind. The term terrestrial deity may be slightly inaccurate. One could withstand a relentless barrage of mushroom bomb rain without a flaw. Indeed, Zhang's gaze sharpened as he turned towards the doppelganger, suddenly realizing he possessed a peculiar attribute, one that had likely been well concealed in the past. Main body, just admit it, we share the same processor within this server. Prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, and kindness. Zhang Zhong silently recited a 12-character mantra, calming his desire to reveal his intentions. Indeed, as the mantra was uttered, tranquility enveloped him, albeit with the exception of the gaze of his doppelganger, who appeared intent on causing harm. Plague Lord. The main body is currently engaging in a silencing game. Corpse King. Indeed, Old K. Are you foolish enough not to know how to type? Jumpy Tiger. Quite foolish indeed. Target Serpent. Knowing someone is foolish yet still toying with them? Wanderer. Enough. The current silencing ability of the main body can only affect those nearby. Dark Heaven. Yes, previously we could only block, but now we can silence, indicating the main body has grown stronger. The joy of the doppelgangers was not mutual, as they were far superior to ordinary projections, being conscious entities residing within the spiritual palace. The decision was made. This breathing technique would not be cultivated. Although Zhang Zhong declared he would cease its practice, 2 doppelgangers emerged from him, soon multiplying into 10, filling the entire living room. You need not say more, we understand. It is merely cultivation, and we shall proceed. Each of these 10 doppelgangers selected a breathing technique and a spirit-guiding method, returning to Zhang Zhong's form. The self-motivation of the doppelgangers brought him great satisfaction. Train diligently, only then can I become stronger. Plague Lord. Very well. Corpse King. Indeed, our good main body never disappoints. Target Serpent. He speaks of not cultivating, yet his actions betray his honesty. Wanderer, I am simply me. My laziness surpasses even yours. The other doppelgangers tacitly agreed with this sentiment. Within the realm of consciousness, many doppelgangers donned robes akin to Taoist attire, manipulating an entity resembling a black swamp, which coalesced into a verdant bricked Taoist temple. Their surroundings rose, revealing a network of dark mountains arranged in a Bagua formation. Brother, what is this design? This is the Bagua Mixed Origin Infinite Tao Forgetting Self Array. Its function eludes me. The main body orchestrated it. Enough chatter. Henceforth you shall be known as the Cultivation Group. Perform well, and perhaps next time you may venture into other realms. Zhang Zhong's voice resonated within the realm of consciousness. This is PUA. Is no one going to intervene? Are we to only cultivate from now on? Nonsense. The main body promised that if we train well, we may be allowed to play outside. Damn. You all. As the doppelgangers spoke, they either sat or lay down, engaging in the breathing and spirit guiding techniques. Sitting on the sofa, Zhang Zhong smiled with satisfaction, recognizing his potential to become a formidable leader, a testament to his success in PUA. He had briefly checked on the doppelganger that was to serve as the vessel for the Jealousy War Palace and found that a day had passed, yet it remained in its skeletal form. If it still appeared this way after half a day, he would abandon it. Regarding the main body of the Jealousy War Palace, Zhang Zhong felt that his investment was rather substantial, amounting to a staggering 230 million, and he would allow it one more day at most. Suddenly, Zhang Zhong felt a surge of energy within him. He opened his interface and observed that the experience bar was gradually increasing. Although his body had no designated profession, it was nonetheless accumulating experience. He pondered the changes that would accompany reaching level 1. At this rate of growth, he should be able to attain that level before attending the War Academy, one of the 5 major vocational institutions. Just as Zhang Zhong contemplated which academy to commit to, his grandfather's grandson called again. The distinctive ringtone, specially crafted for his friend, Fat Ape, echoed through the air. Fat Ape, do you know what people enjoy the most? You don't? Allow me to enlighten you. It's sipping tea and gaming on the sofa while it rains outside. If you fail to provide me with a reasonable explanation, brace yourself for tomorrow. Zhang Zhong held his phone, embodying the persona of a roaring emperor, each sentence punctuated by a rising intonation. Seeing Zhang Zhong's virtual form tremble, it was evident that his voice was quite loud. Brother Zhong, I merely wish to inquire which academy you plan to enroll in. Upon hearing Chu Feiyuan's question from the phone, Zhang Zhong's expression shifted rapidly, morphing from a distorted grimace to a composed demeanor. The truth was, he had not given much thought to the school. It seemed that his own capabilities surpassed the effect of any institution. Chapter 84. Nest of the Dragon, the War Academy, often playfully referred to by the people of various states as the 5 major vocational path academies, comprises the Warrior Path Academy, the Mage Path Academy, the Support Path Academy, the Archer Support Academy, and the Assassin Path Academy. However, this is merely a colloquial designation. In truth, each war academy encompasses 5 branches corresponding to these fundamental paths. The monikers arose because these academies have nurtured numerous formidable talents of similar ilk. The names of the 5 illustrious war academies are Thunder's Fury, Nest of the Dragon, Wall of the Long Fortress, Shadow Sting, and Land of Judgment. The Nest of the Dragon is situated in the central region of Yuzhou, home to a stationary portal known as the Dragon Gate, which has remained unchanged for nearly a millennium. The Wall of the Long Fortress is located in Yenzhou, notable not only for the occasional movement of celestial gates within its territory but also as the command center of the entire alliance during the initial stages of calamity. The Shadow Sting lies in the region of Liangzhou, the direction from which the demonic gates emerge. Thunder's Fury resides in the capital of magic, a hub of technological talent. The Land of Judgment is found in the skies, visible only at night, serving as the headquarters of the Alliance's military. From this vantage point, one can oversee the entire Alliance, adhering to the triad policy of I discover, I guard, I destroy. Renowned as the most challenging academy to enter, it imposes no stringent requirements yet mandates a lineage free from blemish spanning 3 generations. Any hint of taint results in disqualification. Conversely, other academies typically only accept students from their respective or neighboring states, although the top scholars from various regions are exceptions to this rule. Brother Zhong, your score of over 6,000 is indeed extraordinary. If combined with my 5,000, you would undoubtedly be the top scholar of our alliance. I checked, and in previous years, the highest score in Yuzhou was only 4,000, achieved by someone who had not even begun refining their energy. By the way, those 5 major path academies should have sent you an admission letter. Did you receive anything? Chu Feiyuan glanced at the 3 admission letters in his hands, feeling a headache brewing. No, I think it might be due to my innate abilities. Brother Zhong, I recall that the alliance has a stipulation. Regardless of one's talent, as long as one becomes the top scholar in the entrance examination, they can choose their academy. Zhang Zhong was well aware of the alliance's compulsory regulations, but was somewhat reluctant to attend school, feeling that the individuals in those academies would not withstand the force of his fist. Fatty, what are your plans? I intend to go to the nest of the dragon. My father mentioned that if I could enter the dragon domain, perhaps my innate abilities could evolve. Then it shall be the nest of the dragon. Zhang Zhong stroked the soft hair on his chin, ultimately deciding on the nest of the dragon, drawn by its illustrious name, Lord of Plague. The nest of the dragon? Target snake. I have a sense of DJVU Corpse King. Aren't you curious about what lies within the dragon gate? Rogue. I dare wager there's absolutely no one inside. Dark abyss. Obviously, there would be no one. Old K. I cannot concur. How can you assert that there's no one inside the dragon gate without proving whether it's concrete mixed with sand or pure concrete? In the realm of the dragon's nest, curiosity arises regarding the taste of dragon souls. It is said that dragons are a branch of divine dragons, a legend narrating their deviation from a lizard. Others ponder if, in their next reincarnation, they could masquerade as a dragon, perhaps even play the role of a double agent. Such aspirations, however, seem far-fetched. They ponder their own limitations. It is a common wisdom among the elders of Huaxia that one should not boast excessively. After all, we are descendants of the dragon. Who knows, perhaps reincarnating as a dragon twice could lead to delightful adventures. Upon opening the official website of the dragon's nest on his mobile device, he discovered the application page and promptly entered his information. The dragon's nest, nestled in the once quaint Qinling Mountains of Yuzhou, is surrounded by towering peaks that resemble 9 dragons coiling protectively. Spanning approximately 1,000 square kilometers, the academy comprises 5 campuses, each positioned at one cardinal point of the academy city. Thus, any territory occupied by the academy is referred to as the academy city, where numerous alumni choose to remain after graduation. The main campus, situated at the highest peak and directly facing Longmen, is responsible for admissions. It is indeed remarkable that the top scholar of Yuzhou has not been recruited by other academies. My cousin mentioned that this scholar possesses a rather low talent level. Nonetheless, regardless of ability, he is still a top scholar, only 4,000 points shy of the overall champion across the league. I shall inquire with the teacher. Half an hour later, he received a response. Admission granted, but self-arrival at the academy was required. Self-arrival? The academy certainly knows how to save costs. Regardless, that is what the teacher said. However, the students in the admissions department misunderstood. Self-arrival meant utilizing the intercity teleportation array. Soon, Zhang Zhong received a response. Observing the requirement for self-arrival, he felt perplexed, recalling that last year, the top scholar was fetched by an academy aircraft. Why must he arrive on his own? Fatty, how are you getting to school? Did you pass? Chu Feiyuan believed Zhong's speed was impressive, prompting him to delete the admission notifications from the other 2 academies. Enough chatter. Just tell me how you're getting to school. The academy's aircraft is coming to pick me up. What's it to you? Exclaimed Zhong. Meanwhile, at the Dragon's Nest Academy's admissions department, they noted that Chu Feiyuan, the only son of the Chu family, had chosen their institution, demonstrating discernment. 5,000 points is quite commendable. I shall personally go to receive him. Teacher, isn't this a bit excessive? Not at all, declared the admissions officer, resolutely planning to make the journey himself. Although the Dragon's Nest lies nearly 100,000 miles from the southern base city, requiring passage through the endless mountains, it posed no challenge for a demigod-level admissions team. Demigod level refers to the classification of professionals who have experienced their 3rd awakening, generally comparable to facing 5 king-level monstrous beasts simultaneously. The endless mountains, due to the unique nature of the War Academy, it is typically located adjacent to the Great Wall. The fastest route on foot involves traversing the boundless wilderness and forests outside the city to approach the War Academy, which lies within the endless mountains of Long Men. Let us proceed. Do not rush, my friend. Distance merely represents the simplest of challenges. Beyond the mountains, trees, and rivers lies a realm teeming with formidable beasts of varying ranks, from S-level to A-level. Ugh! Spitting out the tea offered by my doppelganger, Zhang Zhong gazed at the ceiling, engulfed in profound doubt. Could this absurd institution be deliberately purging certain individuals? Goodness, I no longer wish to attend this school. The moment I step foot on campus, I shall initiate my withdrawal. The frustration bubbling within him compelled Zhang Zhong to retrieve his phone. As the crisp ringtone echoed, Wang Dashan answered the call. What troubles you, our esteemed scholar? Old Wang, are you trying to set me up? Oh, Xiaoyan has chosen the dragon's nest. Is that so? Xiaoyan intends to become a battle mage? It is common knowledge that the dragon's nest serves as a training ground for warriors and guardian warriors. Thus, one could argue that the Grand Archmage once served as a battle mage, correct? What's wrong with battle mages? Are you looking down on Xiaoyan? Of course not, Principal. I am merely curious, purely curious. After ending the call, Zhang Zhong leaned back against the sofa, feeling utterly exasperated. Initially, he sought an excuse to avoid attending, but now it seemed he had no choice but to go. Rubbing his hair, he downed a can of soda. Ah, the endless mountains. How bothersome. Zhang Zhong turned his head just in time to see one of his doppelgangers sweeping the floor. Doppelganger. Doppelganger. What a splendid idea. I could leave a doppelganger at school and then return home to relax. Chapter 85. The oncoming crisis due to Zhang Zhong's misinterpretation. He missed the day of student registration, while the Dragon's Nest prepares to welcome the most formidable students and professors in the entire history of the Academy. According to the regulations of the Dragon's Nest, special recruits and professors must undergo the trials of the Endless Mountains. However, this Endless Mountain is not located outside the city, but is instead a construct of illusionary arrays and particle projections designed to assess the qualifications and strength of special recruits and professors. Urgent notice! Urgent notice! A horde of ferocious beasts has gathered outside the city, estimated to number around 500,000. The Guardian Army, led by the god of war Chu, has issued a recruitment order promising military merit to all participants in the resistance, with the assurance that their descendants will be granted admission to the Great Wall Watch Academy. Those who achieve exceptional military merit will be awarded individual mechs, combat aircraft, pilot licenses, and positions as foreign officers in the military. Warriors and professionals may register at the Great Wall Defense Department. Telephone 185XXXXX66. The urgent notification resonated from the phone, and news alerts flashed across the screen. Mechs, combat aircraft, officer positions. These are what we desire. As I understand, the military has developed transformable mechs. The thoughts of Zhang Zhong's doppelgangers echoed his own excitement. Just the idea of transformable mechs sent a thrill through them. Having successfully spent a perfect day at home, Zhang Zhong donned his attire and rushed to his family-run Pig Trotter's restaurant. Under the astonished gazes of several diners, he devoured 100 portions of pig trotters and then descended into the basement of the apartment building. The Treading Snow Cheelin is the machine of choice. The Treading Snow Cheelin is an old-style land cruiser resembling a Cheelin, equipped with 2 front wheels and a remarkably wide rear wheel. The connecting arms on either side of the front wheels have weapon boxes, allowing for the storage of armaments. It houses a built-in gyroscopic core powered by energy crystals, enabling directional control through a central pivot and micro-steering. I spent 2 years of hard-earned money to purchase this vehicle. With a thunderous roar, the Treading Snow Cheelin awakened like a slumbering beast, bursting forth from the underground parking garage. Zhang Zhong, possessing the memory of a superdriver, found maneuvering this heavy machine effortless. Thanks to his exceptional physical prowess, he navigated even the most congested roads during peak hours with ease. After a full 3 hours of travel, Zhang Zhong arrived beneath the Great Wall, stowing the vehicle in the system space and taking the elevator. 5 minutes later, as the elevator doors opened, Zhang Zhong's visage transformed, appearing considerably more mature. Boarding an unmanned transport platform, he passed by several towering mechs, arriving at the Great Wall Defense Department located in the southern city after approximately 3 minutes. Initially, he expected few individuals would be present, considering the impending beast tide, where even a minor misstep could spell catastrophe for the city. Yet, gazing upon the dark sea of figures ahead, Zhang Zhong gained a profound understanding of the Alliance's solidarity. This time, I shall exact vengeance for my brother by slaying 300. Old comrades, the slaughter is about to commence. Are you excited? My great blade has long been parched with thirst. Let those beasts witness the true meaning of firepower. Let those wild creatures understand what it means to be civilized. For the tribe, for the Alliance, the bow and arrow in my hand guide me. Such exclamations emerged from the throng ahead, including members of the Beastmen clan. The ranks swiftly dwindled. Old Master, you are merely a level 12 warrior. Is it truly wise to venture forth? Sir, rest well. This is our moment to shine. 2 middle-aged men assisted a silver-haired elder aside, evidently disinclined to allow the elder to face the oncoming beast tide. Soon it was Zhang Zhong's turn. Young man, do you wish to enlist? You are quite young. Did your elders send you? The matron at the registration desk expressed surprise, for the Alliance's regulations stipulated that students were exempt from participating in city defense, particularly someone of Zhang Zhong's age. It's fine. I merely wish to observe the youth's spirit. What is your name? I am Zhang Tianzong. By the way, is identification not required? The matron ignored Zhang Zhong's question, shifting the conversation. Just leave your name. Are you a warrior or a professional? Do you require weapons? The military has allocations. I am a warrior. I possess my own weapons. Having registered his name, he was instructed to await further notification and to stand by the teleportation array. After the matron tapped a few commands on a floating panel, she retrieved a wristband from a drawer. It was a statistical wristband, akin to those used during college entrance examinations, albeit more durable, capable of real-time location tracking and offering dual defense and triple resistance. Upon receiving the wristband, a notification chimed. Task acquired. Defense against lower-grade beasts yields 10 points. Upper-grade beasts yield between 100 and 1,000 points. As you are in the main world, it is advised to proceed to the defense line once personnel are sufficient. So, this was how tasks were accepted? Zhang Zhong seated himself on a nearby chair, observing the system-like panel before him. Were it not for the vacant profession display, he might have believed himself once again bound to a system. Support personnel, please prepare to step onto the illuminated teleportation array. You will arrive at the battlefield after 10 seconds of illumination. As the announcement echoed, the area inscribed with the teleportation array on the Great Wall glowed with a soft blue light, reminiscent of the dungeon entrance at the job transfer hall. The pale blue radiance enveloped the entirety of the open space on the Great Wall. With a resounding whoosh, the light surged skyward, resembling a rising blue barrier. For hours earlier, 1,000 kilometers away, at the main garrison of the defense forces, soldiers on duty were simultaneously enjoying energy-rich beast meat while engaging in conversation. The ground trembled slightly, soon followed by the shrill blare of alarms throughout the garrison. Everyone scrambled into mechas, resolutely determined to keep the beast tide beyond the safety zone. A command was issued, and before the soldiers could board their mechas, a swarm of drones swiftly took flight from within the garrison. Following the initial wave of drone bombardment, the mecha battalion commenced its assault, prioritizing targets within the mecha's long-range view. On the horizon of the wilderness, dust billowed like a sandstorm, as various ferocious beasts roared and howled. The sky rapidly darkened, obscured by a horde of flying beasts. On the ground, the feral creatures, large and small, rampaged wildly, stirring up vast clouds of dust. From lines to surfaces, and then to a dark, surging tide. The rumbling intensifies. A roar. Under the twilight, that beast wave rises like a tsunami suddenly unleashed upon a tranquil sea. The sound of monstrous paws trampling the ground audible from afar. The roars of the beasts and the thunderous stomping reverberate, invigorating the warriors ensconced within their mechs. Prioritize the aerial fiends, commands the commander, as heavy armored vehicles and long-range mechs take their positions. Swarms of drones arrive at the battlefield first, unleashing a torrent of fire from their cannons. The armor-piercing munitions prove devastatingly effective against lower-tier beasts. Rat-a-tat-tat. The staccato of cannon fire fills the pilots' headsets. Whoosh! Concurrently, countless shock missiles are launched from the vehicles stationed nearby, raining down from the clouds, illuminating the sky with fiery brilliance and shaking the very air with their thunderous detonation. Although these weapons may lack overwhelming lethality, the dense barrage of missiles descends like a torrential downpour, inflicting considerable damage upon beasts of B rank and below, as they fall in droves. The particle energy cannons mounted on the vehicles are activated, sending forth beams of light that clear a significant portion of the flying monsters from the sky. Chapter 86. Direct contact. The Alliance's cities are divided into two parts: the ground and the floating cities. The ground area is referred to as the lower district, while the aerial section is known as the upper district. Typically, the upper district rests upon the ground, only to ascend into the skies when a beast tide strikes. At such times, the aerial artillery ports of the upper district open, and even colossal railguns are assembled from towering metallic edifices that reach nearly 1,000 meters in height. It can be said that any structure observed in the new city has the potential to transform into a thermal weapon. There are also floating cannons and high-spec self-destructing unmanned combat drones, the advanced versions of the latter. Returning to the battlefield, the Alliance has devised various contingency plans for the assault of fierce beasts. After all, the politicians and leaders within the Alliance are not devoid of intelligence. They are acutely aware of the distinction between enjoyment and survival. Upon detecting the onset of a proactive attack, they mobilized within less than half an hour. Concurrently, news of the beast tide reached the city, cascading like a chain reaction to every state, every city, and indeed the entire Alliance. When Zhang Zhong entered the teleportation array, mercenaries from the subhuman tribes nearby rushed over, alongside powerful individuals from the rear cities soaring through the air. This is the Alliance, which is why many within it deride those cults as foolish. Despite the Alliance's considerable bulk and complexity today, any matter concerning fundamental issues will be ruthlessly torn apart. At the outpost of the Alliance's Great Wall Guards, a shimmering screen descended from thin air, resembling a portal, through which countless figures emerged. Brothers, how many of you are there? What levels of warriors do you possess? What professions have you transitioned into? No, thank you. We are together. Zhang Zhong declined the invitation from the warriors preparing to approach him, while gesturing to those behind him. The Lord of Plague. What a delectable atmosphere. Target Snake. My sniper is itching to unleash. Corpse King. It is time for them to witness the world. Rogue. Is this considered practical combat? Then let it commence. I shall attain glory. Great dark heaven. I hear the whispers of death. 5 peculiar figures, adorned with strange masks and varying heights, stood behind Zhang Zhong. I am truly a genius, Zhang Zhong thought to himself, recognizing the wisdom in summoning these individuals as he stepped out of the teleportation array. Treading upon the earth, he felt a surge of excitement. After all, this was the first time he had truly exited the city. Thank you for your support. The Alliance shall remember this. Please form a team to eliminate the fierce beasts breaching the defensive perimeter, approximately 4 to 5 waves with a maximum count of around 100. Zhang Zhong led his avatars out of the outpost, occasionally hearing the thunderous sounds and witnessing brilliant beams of light. Once outside the confines of the outpost, Target Snake was the first to act, summoning a drone with a swift motion of his hand. Let us head that way, Zhang Zhong indicated towards the west. Then, with a powerful push against the ground, he propelled himself forward, covering a distance of 1,000 meters in an instant, utilizing a technique that combined the principles of instantaneous movement with his formidable strength. Of course, this was also a form of instantaneous movement, achieved purely through exceptional speed without reliance on spiritual energy. Is your main body in such a hurry? Enough chit-chat. Keep up. It feels like I'm taking care of a bunch of unruly children. In an instant, all the clones, apart from the main body, were able to utilize their abilities in their original form. Are you all so slow? Zhang Zhong, hands clasped behind his back, gazed into the distance, exuding an aura of a master. Main body, be a person. You are purely a body cultivator. Aside from Tigger, you are indeed a true body cultivator. How shall we engage in battle? Allow me to first unleash a wave of virtual flashes. I will use the dark heaven to seal the surroundings. The plague is ever present. In a fleeting moment, darkness enveloped the 100 kilometers surrounding Zhang Zhong. Simultaneously, Clones donned in King of Void attire appeared behind him, numbering in the thousands. They have arrived. 10,000 heads, though their exact levels remain unclear. Come forth, the Broken Face Legion, prepare. The Corpse Overlord spoke, as the clones clad in King of Void attire stood suspended in midair. Flame King's Virtual Flash, Black Flame Flash, Annihilation Virtual Flash. The King of Void's brilliance echoed with thousands of voices. Spiritual energy surged wildly, coalescing into luminous orbs at his fingertips, at his chest, atop his head, at his sides, and within his very eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Vividly colored virtual flashes transformed into beams of light. Thunderous roars resounded as the beams struck the charging ferocious beasts. A terrifying tremor coursed beneath his feet, while in the distance, orbs of light expanded and contracted, pulsating. Merely the assault from a portion of the Broken Face Legion's clones cleared the distant throngs of savage beasts. From afar, blood and severed limbs blanketed the ground. Finished. Let the plague cleanse the battlefield. Let's go. I am curious as to whether I am the War Palace or if you are the War Palace. In an instant, the Lord of the Plague transformed into the main body, then into hundreds of three-eyed crows, though the crows he had consumed were few. However, should any remnants or still-breathing ferocious beasts come into contact with the feathers dropped by these crows, they would instantly dissolve into black particles, swept away by the flock. Done. Shall we withdraw or wait a moment longer? What do you think, main body? The crows, emanating from the Lord of the Plague, coalesced into a humanoid form. Wait. Soon, a colossal centipede erupted from the ground. The massive black centipede, akin to a train, shredded everything in its path with its sharp limbs, its terrifying mandibles snapping open and shut, revealing serrated fangs within, accompanied by 6 translucent wings at its back. Human, did you slay those worthless beings? Then come, apologize by becoming my meal. The 6-winged centipede, as the awakened beast general, uttered words that seemed disconnected. I can't believe the centipede can talk. Step aside and let me take a shot. I want to test the mettle of this level 50 wild beast. Target Snake eagerly drew out the particle cannon. Indeed, drew it out, for a gunslinger is ever unreasonable, ready to fire at any moment. Yet, it was evident that the particle cannon's range and power were insufficient. Exploding upon the 6-winged centipede's visage, blooming into blue fireworks. Damn! Get away! 5 doors open. Shoving Target Snake aside, Zhang Zhong abruptly stepped forward, finding himself before the 6-winged centipede. Here's your chance. If you cease your actions, I shall spare your life. Vitality and divine power enveloped him like golden light, manifesting 9 pairs of wings behind him. Ying! Ying! A piercing shriek erupted from the colossal mandibles of the 6-winged centipede, a foul stench assaulting Zhang Zhong's senses. Humanity shall perish. Its scythe-like appendages swung with deadly grace, the sheer force generating a gust of wind. Yet, in the fleeting moment as the 6-winged centipede swept by, Zhang Zhong's form disintegrated. Following the strike, the centipede seemed momentarily dazed. Had it truly reduced this human to mere particles? Look here, you wretched insect. Is this all your prowess amounts to? The undying corpse exclaimed, pointing at Zhang Zhong in unison. The main body is stealing my lines. Swish. Undying corpse. Are you still yearning to call me white-haired? I stand corrected. Swish. Upon hearing the undying corpse's admission of error, Zhang Zhong felt a twinge of discomfort, yet he swiftly reappeared before the 6-winged centipede. The advantage of sharing the same processor and CPU is that whatever the clone contemplates, Zhang Zhong also perceives, save for when the main body is absent, at which point the clone's thoughts diverge. Is this a human? The speed of this juvenile human is utterly terrifying. The 6-winged centipede felt deceived. How could such a frail creature possess such strength? Those worms of the cult of the desolate gods are truly overstepping their bounds. You have 10 seconds, foul insect. If you fail to reach me, prepare to encounter something formidable. Chapter 87. The beast approaches the city. A bizarre sound echoed as the 6-winged centipede unleashed its eerie cry. The humiliation inflicted by Zhang Zhong reminded it of the time. As a mere larva, it was cast into the Gu Valley by the disdainful demon. Its pairs of forelimbs swirled in a dense formation, creating a web of blades overhead, while its crimson eyes glinted with a savage nature laid bare. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. The countdown neared its end. Zhang Zhong effortlessly evaded, his vitality and divine power manifesting as six-winged rock wings, allowing him to soar through the air. Although he had yet to test his speed in flight, he managed to evade the centipede's frenzied onslaught with a swiftness surpassing even that of a momentary step. Are you ready? The big one is coming. With a swift motion, Zhang Zhong drew forth a grand white halberd from his chest. Gripping the end of the halberd, he struck down with tremendous force. The sky was rent asunder, a vast chasm opened, and the compressed wind surged forth like a water blade, cleaving the six-winged centipede in twain. Even the ground behind it was split, creating a fissure stretching for thousands of kilometers. The centipede, in its final moments, struck with its forelimbs, yet the once formidable appendages crumbled to dust upon contact with humanity. Heartbroken, the six-winged centipede froze, regret and fury consuming it. It had once been capable of returning to slay that detestable demon. Death will not grant me peace. Ignoring the centipede's glaring red eyes, Zhang Zhong commanded the plague to consume the beast. Delicious. Without hesitation, the plague expanded, transforming into a colossal raven with 3 azure eyes, swiftly devouring the centipede, akin to a moving train. Satisfied, it reverted to human form and let out a contented burp. As dusk settled, Zhang Zhong's form shifted, revealing a peculiar gray-furred humanoid lion. Jumping tiger, the night is yours. Seize this opportunity to plunder and evolve. Just watch my true form. I feel as though I could pierce a mountain with a single strike. With a series of leaps, jumping tiger vanished into the woods, cloaked in invisibility. Phew, the workday is over. An S-rank beast isn't something one of our age can typically conquer. We've made a name for ourselves. Calm down. It was merely one beast. Nightfall enveloped them. Let us go. Zhang Zhong led a chattering entourage. Using a processor? That's no concern. With 3 pairs of golden wings unfurled, a gentle flutter transformed them into a streak of golden light, vanishing into the horizon. Why are you running so fast, my friend? Wait for us. Zhong's clones flickered and, in the blink of an eye, appeared a kilometer away, retreating further, for they were all capable of momentary steps and swift turns. Is my true form not human? Just finished the task and now it's like killing the donkey after the grinding. Is there no justice? No law? No order? O heavenly Lord, I report this injustice. Shoo, lower your voice. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us unite as one, for the throngs outside are numerous. Satisfied, I wiped my hands and exited the restroom, returning to the gaze of martial artists and professionals observing the monsters. The Plague Lord, with his head bowed, questioned the necessity of the law enforcement department. The Wanderer retorted with disgust, while the Corpse King lamented the absurdity of it all. Had I known, I would have refrained from merging in the restroom. Zhang Zhong had just devoured his avatars and arrived at the entrance of the Great Wall's defense department. Thunderous rumblings echoed beneath the ground. From atop the Great Wall, one could behold countless beastly eyes aglow with crimson light piercing the darkness. Suddenly, a hissing sound erupted, followed by the heavy metallic gates, akin to stone pillars, crashing down. Gazing into the distance, one could see hundreds of mechs belching forth rings of energy flames, soaring through the skies while intermittently unleashing their weaponry upon the horde of ferocious beasts. As the mech battalion soared over a particular area, the ground ignited with a crimson hue, followed by a series of explosions. As the dust settled, a profound chasm appeared 1,000 meters from the city gate, where the monstrous beasts, upon losing their footing, plummeted and did not resurface. The Alliance boasts a plethora of military geniuses: earth spikes, ice shards, fiery infernos, and traps, all supplemented with high explosive landmines. What an exquisite combination! Simultaneously, an array of pulse cannons and particle cannons were erected. The cacophony of cannon fire resounded continuously, making it exceedingly difficult for the beasts to escape the magically conjured crevasse. As soon as they emerged, they would be blasted away by the pulse cannons, followed swiftly by the sweeping onslaught of the particle cannons. The mech warriors were not idle either. With ample ammunition at their disposal, rotary Gauss explosive rounds and heavy sniper rifles were put to relentless use. In this era, humanity's firearms, continuously innovated and reformed by professional mechanics, gunners, and researchers, have amalgamated magic with technology, resulting in the creation of various terrifying weapons. In response to the ancestral fear of insufficient firepower, the discovery that the old generation of firearms was ineffective led to the pioneering of high-energy weaponry, whose might rivals that of a mage's awakened skills. Meanwhile, a shelter broadcast echoed throughout the southern city. The beast tide is upon us. Citizens are urged to remain calm and proceed orderly to the designated shelter facilities. Weapons are now in place atop the city. We shall not retreat until our ammunition and energy are exhausted. Even if our firearms run dry, we shall not falter. Even if all martial artists perish, we shall not yield. We implore the populace to place their trust in us, in the Alliance. Until the official government notification is received and personnel confirmed, do not leave the shelters indiscriminately to avoid unnecessary peril. Furthermore, to maintain stability in the southern city, please refrain from violating Alliance laws. The Alliance's legal statutes are always in effect. For the Alliance, for the tribe, for the unity of humanity. It has been an age since the last beast tide, the most recent occurrence transpiring a century ago. In a metropolis boasting nearly 50 million inhabitants, an extensive subterranean refuge lies beneath the city center, equipped with a teleportation array that instills a sense of calm among its citizens. Each year, the spectacle of a beast tide unfolds, a chilling memory that has faded yet remains etched in the hearts of the populace. Abandoned vehicles line the streets as individuals swiftly and orderly make their way to the sanctuary, while the light rail system operates seamlessly, akin to a conveyor belt, transporting unarmed civilians to safety. Enforcers and security personnel maintain vigilance, stationed atop rooftops or at street corners, ensuring order and remaining poised to address any emergencies. The enforcers possess the authority to execute those who threaten others or public safety during evacuations, administering immediate justice on the spot. In these dire times, no fool dares to contemplate profiting from disaster. The League's laws dictate that any act endangering others or communal safety during calamities warrants severe consequences, including the death penalty and post